David B. Allison. Reading the New Nietzsche. The Birth of Tragedy, the Gay Science. Thus Spoke Zarathustra, and On the Genealogy of Morals. Contents. Preface 7. Introduction. Chapter 1, The Birth of Tragedy 13. Chapter 2, The Gay Science 71. Chapter 3, Thus Spoke Zarathustra 111. Chapter 4. On the Genealogy of Morals 181. Preface. Perhaps more than any other philosopher who readily comes to mind, Nietzsche writes exclusively for you. Not at you, but for you. For you, the reader. Only you. At least this is the feeling one often has when reading him. Like a friend, he seems to share your every concern and your aversions and suspicions as well. Like a true friend, he rarely tells you what you ought to do that would be too presumptuous, immodest, authoritarian. And friends don't moralize, either. They share secrets and encourage you to enjoy, to travel, to try something new, to get out of your skin for a while. As for the others, he can be paralyzingly critical, lacerating in his acerbic wit and humor. But he won't betray you, of that you can be certain. You have earned his trust. You have both been there, on the oblique and pretty far down at times, really, but now you can laugh at the pettiness, the stupid mistakes, at all you had to go through to be where you are. No great revelations, no absolute knowledge, no timeless, leaden certainties, but things do look a bit different now, and one gets a better perspective on things, new perspectives, a nuanced appreciation. One is more tolerant of everything ambiguous and is far better disposed to oneself and to others. One begins to spare oneself the small annoyances, the sense of regret or shame, at the way things were supposed to be. And things take on a richer patina in tum, a sensuous immediacy, the way one feels after a long illness, when rediscovering the simple fact that sunlight is itself a medium of pleasure, or when warm voices and laughter once again drift up from the evening boulevards below. Nietzsche lends a remarkable historical and philosophical resonance to the wide variety of subject matter he writes about. Tacitus, Themistocles, Aeschylus, Emerson, Pindar, Homer, Plato, Aristotle, Goethe, Empedocles, Schiller, Schopenhauer, Herodotus, and Heraclitus infuse his reflections as effortlessly as a returned gesture of welcome. In part, it is due to the fascinating wealth of v111 preface material he draws upon, his great knowledge of traditional thought and faith, his concern to communicate through an effective literary style, and his remarkable control of rhetoric that enable his works to become so successfully personalized by the attentive reader. Of course, this is part of the problem as well, namely, the paradoxical fact that everyone seems to find a different Nietzsche, that he is continually being reinvented and reappropriated, precisely because his work so readily lends itself to the plethora of interpretations that have arisen in response to it. The interpretations vary from the naive to the sublime, from the desire to have his thought serve a quite narrow, particular interest, to reduce and simplify it to a caricature of itself, or to positively exclude it from the company of civil discussion altogether effectively, to interpret Nietzsche's work right out of all plausible existence. Nietzsche himself recognized that given the personal, intellectual, and historical specificity of the particular reader, any text would be necessarily factored by the agendas, the pretexts, concerns, and prejudices of the audience it chanced upon. And to write in such a way as to foster this diversity of interpretation is a signal mark of generosity by an author, a quality rarely found in traditional philosophers. Nonetheless, Nietzsche's writings are far from rudderless, nor are they merely capricious exercises for the endless improvisations of the reader's imagination. Rather, Nietzsche writes for a particular audience, a particular reader. And in the same way one has to work to cultivate and to maintain a friendship, Nietzsche desperately sought to cultivate an audience one he would come to call his good Europeans. What motivated Nietzsche to assiduously pursue such an audience was his deep conviction that he, perhaps more than anyone else at the time, was in possession of a newly emergent truth, one he experienced and internalized as a veritable trauma, namely, that the world was on the brink of a completely unfathomable disruption and dislocation. It was his recognition that the very foundations of Western culture were being withdrawn, the God of the West, who for millennia on end had served humanity as the font of traditional faith, as the creative source of all being, truth, and moral value, was no longer credible to the scientifically educated classes of late 19th century Europe. If the death of God is perhaps the foremost central concern in Nietzsche's work, it is precisely his response to this greatest event in history that governs the detailed analyses of his more general reflection. Specifically, two broad motifs organize Nietzsche's painful attempts to achieve some livable, thinkable, harmonious resolution to this situation. The first, on the brighter side, is what he terms the newly redeemed innocence of becoming. And this is already and palpably given to us as a deified world of nature and human nature, one that must be felt and experienced by all in the absence of the angry old God. Not only is this a universe of vibrant sensuous immediacy, but it also bears the enormous legacy of the classical civilizations, of European Renaissance humanism, and the Enlightenment project of modernity itself, an effulgent natural world of superabundant beauty and historical depth, whose very accomplishments subtends our every value, choice, and action. But, the second side is darker: Nietzsche's horrified apprehension that the old God had become ideologically resurrected as a savage form of modem nationalism, with its hydra head of xenophobia, anti-Semitism, plutocratic greed, and class hatred, all hardened avatars of the old, universal church, only this time, emboldened by the prosperity of modem science and fueled by a mighty industrial revolution. The shadows materialized early on for Nietzsche through his first-hand experience of the highly mechanized and industrial-scale hostilities of the Franco-Prussian War, one Nietzsche knew could only be the Bismarckian herald of the unspeakable century to come. All the personal bitterness and pietistic ressentiment that had been developing for 2 millennia, now bereft of their stabilizing, if not fundamentally mendacious, onto theological grounds, would be recast blindly and hatefully into the armed legions of so many divisive European nation-states. This will to destruction, nihilism, weariness, decadence, the also many interconnected notions that Nietzsche struggled with in this domain, notions that would lead straight to despair and ruination, or, what he would simply call woe in Zarathustra, had to be thought through, anticipated, and countered on new grounds. It would have to be overcome by a willed unity of good Europeans, and perhaps this might even have to come at an enormous human expense. But nonetheless, these concerns crystallized into Nietzsche's oft-repeated task, progressively elaborated throughout his principal texts and correspondence. This task, framed against a volatile Europe of discredited value formations, reeling into a thoughtless future, would prove to be the armature of Nietzsche's life work, one that positively begged for compulsion against all odds. Ultimately, he knew, however, that the larger task would be Europe's own. Nietzsche's personal task would be to articulate it, even if this sometimes entailed a tone of desperation or stridency in his writing. Given the urgency of his task, most simply stated, I would like to take away from human existence some of its heartbreaking and cruel character. Nietzsche would attempt to induce a commensurate feeling and intellectual awareness in his audience. Writing to the heart as to the mind, he would draw upon every artistic and stylistic device from antique poetry and tragedy, from Aristotle right through contemporary opera, invoking a wide range of rhetorical and figurative usage, the employment of hyperbole, of striking imagery, the frequent use of aphorisms and apothegms, of analogy and metaphor, as well as elements of musicality, psychological association and projection, of personal reminiscence, and more. Nietzsche would employ all these stylistic devices to induce the reader to come to an understanding of his philosophical works, his reflections, indeed, of his very temperament and character. It is an extremely difficult thing to do well, especially for one who claimed to have written in blood. The 4 works that are focused upon in the present volume, The Birth of Tragedy, The Gay Science, Thus Spoke Zarathustra, and On the Genealogy of Morals, are surely Nietzsche's most celebrated and widely read texts. While they each express many of Nietzsche's central concerns and teachings, their style of composition differs significantly. The Birth of Tragedy was written when Nietzsche was a professor of classical philology at the University of Basel, and it is projected as a relatively straightforward scholarly analysis of the evolution and decline of classical Greek tragic drama. But rather than deal with the textual provenance and derivation of the tragedies themselves, as would a more conventional philologist, Nietzsche examines the broader culture, whose richness and creativity gave rise to these stunning accomplishments. Dramatic tragedies that Nietzsche saw as the highest artistic achievement of classical Greek culture. In seeking to uncover the deep cultural dynamics of the classical period, Nietzsche hoped to present a model by which his contemporary audience could come to better understand the often obscure underpinnings of their own modern European condition, and to prepare themselves in time for the enormously difficult problems he foresaw emerging in the coming century. Nietzsche attributed the decline of classical Greek culture, at least in part, to the progressively lessened importance given to its rich mythological heritage, and he struck a similar theme in The Gay Science, with his pronouncement that God is dead and that European morality itself was spiritually and intellectually bereft of any higher legitimacy than inertia and simple habit. In striking contradistinction to the scholarly organization of the Birth of Tragedy, 25 closely linked sections detailing the historical emergence of the Greek myths, the evolution of epic, lyric, and dithyrambic poetry into the tragic prefacexi drama, and its demise by Socratic rationalism. The Gay Science is a collection of some 383 aphorisms, each varying in length from a few lines to several pages, with little overall sense of organization, thematic development, or extended philosophical argument. Having left the university because of his poor health, and being bitterly disappointed by the complete lack of any professional recognition for his Birth of Tragedy, Nietzsche would come to a far more poetic form of expression in The Gay Science, one in fact influenced by the medieval Proverne, al-troubadour tradition of song and lyric poetry. Indeed, The Gay Science included a prelude of some 63 poems and an appendix of 14 songs. Nietzsche expressly abandoned the style of the scholarly treatise for one of a far more personalized appeal. Seeking a broader audience for his urgent concerns, he hoped that the rhetorically and poetically charged aphorism would be precisely the kind of expression with which his readers would have to actively and seriously engage themselves by personally interpreting the aphorism, and thereby contextually situating themselves in responding to the dramatic issues raised by The Gay Science. It was the existential effect of having to think through the prospect of a world with no moral absolutes, no transcendent authority, no higher purpose than the conservation of energy, and to come to some resolution of all this in one's own person that Nietzsche sought to achieve. Since such concerns were expressed in a largely figurative manner in The Gay Science, one would have to come to one's own conclusions regarding their significance, and hence the attitudes provoked by their resolution would dramatically affect one's own lived experience, one's self-conscious situation in a world whose very values were at stake. The general lack of organization to The Gay Science, the disconnected rise of short aphorisms, the long intervals separating Nietzsche's discussion of the same subject matter, the later statements that seem to contradict earlier ones, the lack of a guiding narrative structure and argument, and so forth, in fact serves to assist the reader in coming to his or her own conclusions as to the importance and relevance of the issues initially raised by the author. It is much as when, in a series of conversations with one's various friends and chance acquaintances, one invariably encounters a problem from a variety of perspectives, some consistent, some inconsistent, some paradoxical and refractory, and in the end arrives at one's own studied solution. Due in part to poor distribution by the publisher and in part to the fact that The Gay Science proved difficult indeed to understand, Nietzsche finally admitted to his friend Erwin Rohde that, effectively, he had written the book for himself. Frustrated in not receiving the audience he wished for, Nietzsche recast the principal themes of The Gay Science in a far more programmatic way, this time in the dramatized narrative of Thus Spoke Zarathustra. His concerns would appear as the teachings of the rebaptized founder of Zoroastrianism, Zoroaster, or Zarathustra, and would be progressively explicated in dialogue form. This would take place through Zarathustra's encounters with a broad variety of characters: village folk, a tightrope walker, his followers, the higher men, dancing girls, the old pope, a shepherd, a hunchback, the saint in the forest, a magician, even a series of animals. Zarathustra's teachings would include the death of God, the overman, the eternal return, will to power, his critique of traditional morality, and the difficulties of self-overcoming one's own limitations. All these would be delivered in a highly oracular fashion by drawing on such classic literary models as the New Testament Gospels, the Platonic dialogues, the prose of Goethe and Schiller, and even the stylized prose of Luther's sermons and biblical translations, the very source of literacy itself for his German-speaking audience. Hence, in what Nietzsche himself thought to be his most fully accomplished literary work, one that expressed his entire philosophy, he would at once articulate and lend precision to his intellectual concerns and also find the complex stylistic vehicle he thought most appropriate to his long-sought-for audience. Once again, however, Nietzsche's efforts seemed to be markedly out of step with his contemporary audience. Zarathustra was far too untimely, or as he would more frequently remark during this period, his reputation would be a posthumous one. The elevated tone of Zarathustra's prose appeared pretentious to his readers, and the complexity of Nietzsche's historical allusions and symbolism bordered on the encyclopedic, if not apoplectic. Indeed, the great psychoanalyst and renowned symbol scavenger Carl Jung devoted a continuous seminar of 5 years to analyzing Zarathustra, producing a 2-volume work of more than 1,500 pages, and he missed an abundance in the process. What compounded the complexity of Zarathustra, and this is not at all evident on the surface, is that the book also served as the vehicle for Nietzsche's working through his personal problems at the time. These problems included his growing exasperation with his own inability to communicate his concerns and his doubts about his capacity to do so, given what he saw as the magnitude of his task. Also deeply troubling to Nietzsche was his sense of growing isolation. Following the end of his university career, the loss of his only real love, Lou Salome, his sense of personal betrayal by Paul Rée, who left with Lou for Berlin, and his humiliating break with Wagner and the Wagner Circle at Bayreuth. During this period Nietzsche suffered an increasingly painful and severe set of attacks of ill health, migraine headaches for weeks on end, a near total blindness, agonizing bouts of neuralgia, an inability to sleep, and severe digestive cramps, all exacerbated by the increasingly strong doses of medication he took to alleviate the pain. What had been conceived then as a great literary and philosophical work, modeled on the very classics of the public domain, resulted in a highly complex and intensely personal testimony. By summer's end, in 1886, he would write, "A friend, my Zarathustra, is an unintelligible book, because it is based on experiences which I share with nobody. The parts of Zarathustra have sold 60 or 70 copies, and so on, and so on." One following Zarathustra, Nietzsche would write a series of prefaces for the second editions of his earlier works and begin to articulate his understanding and criticism of the traditional value system in Beyond Good and Evil. While this work would address the broad range of concerns he engaged in Zarathustra, its style was once again aphoristic in nature, but it was divided into 9 well-developed chapters. Highly encouraged by an extremely positive review of Beyond Good and Evil in the Bern Journal der Bund, Nietzsche was once again disappointed by the public reception of the difficult work. "Everybody has complained that I am not understood, and the approximately 100 copies which have been sold have made it quite obvious to me that I am not understood. No honorarium has been paid me, of course, and no German publisher wants me to." Determined to reach the audience he felt he deserved, Nietzsche would make every attempt to attain the clarity of exposition his task required. Summing up his situation at the time, in a letter to Franz Overbeck, Nietzsche would remark, "Everything in my life is so uncertain and shaky, and always this horrible health of mine. On the other hand, there is the hundredweight of this need pressing upon me to create a coherent structure of thought during the next few years." 3. In view of focusing his concerns on the problematic nature of traditionally received value, and in anticipation that a more coherent, well-defined approach that would finally draw his elusive readers to his earlier works, Nietzsche would compose on the genealogy of morals in the form of 3 straightforwardly written and clearly argued essays. Nietzsche would draw upon Chapter 1 of Beyond Good and Evil, on the prejudices of philosophers, which explored the underlying linguistic constraints and motivational assumptions involved in the very vocabulary of philosophical practice, to structure the project of On the Genealogy of Morals. Specifically, this would be a meta-critique of our inherited system of moral values, and it would raise as its principal question, what is the value of these values themselves? Such a critique would proceed in the first essay of the genealogy to analyze the origins, that is, the historical derivation, of the various central terms in the vocabulary of moral evaluation, the origin of the terms good and bad and their inversion by slave or herd morality into the value terms good and evil. Nietzsche would once again draw upon his training as a classical philologist to note that terms of moral value, in earlier societies and in a variety of ancient languages, were originally framed according to distinctions of social status. Thus, positive moral terms would be derived from the higher social class and would reflect the positive attributes associated with that class. Negative terms would be applied, likewise, by the ascendant class to the characteristic qualities and social status of the lower classes. These value terms, like historical surnames, could thus be traced by a historical linguistic, genealogical descent, or provenance. Nietzsche went on to argue that these traditional aristocratic values became inverted or revalued with the ascendancy of the Judeo-Christian tradition and its characteristic psychological motivation of resentment or, as he uses the French term, for the insistence of this feeling, ressentiment against the ruling class. The second essay of the genealogy pursues Nietzsche's concerns with the role played in moral evaluation by the individual's conscience as well as the cultural evolution of conscience into the psychological state of bad conscience. Initially, he argues, conscience arose out of early humanity's need to structure contractual dealings involving trade and barter. To ensure the stability of economic commerce, one had to cultivate a trained memory and a sense of responsibility. At the basis of these two considerations was the fear of what the debtor would incur if he failed to fulfill the terms of his obligations, ultimately, cruel punishment at the hands of the creditor. Culturally, Nietzsche went on to argue, this debtor-creditor relationship would be transformed on the level of civil society into a generalized sense of obligation to the society's ancient founders. What complicates this obligation is that with entry into a primitive and punitive civil society, the individual could no longer freely express his instinctual nature, his affects, such as anger and emotional frustration, at will, as he could in a more primitive state. To avoid the risk of disturbing civil tranquility and social order, the individual must repress and internalize these potentially dangerous outbursts, or face punishment, indeed, expulsion from society. And this repression of instinct results in a greatly increased suffering for the individual, Nietzsche would argue, anticipating Freud's later analysis of the topic. Nietzsche would go on to explain that this increased suffering brought about through the repression of instinct in civil society would come to be interpreted as punishment brought about by the displeasure caused the ancestors transformed into gods by violation of their traditional and divine laws. In the Judeo-Christian tradition, where the ancestors and deities had become fused and melded into the monotheistic creator God, to whom one is indebted for the universe at large, this sense of guilt or transgression would become sin. This would be an impossible burden, rendered even more extreme in the Christian formulation, due to guilt that accrues from Christ's suffering the crucifixion out of a freely given love. It would be the effects of this guilt upon various individuals, and the pangs of suffering they would undergo in atoning for this guilt through ascetic practices that Nietzsche would develop in the third essay, What is the Meaning of Ascetic Ideals? There, he would explore the complex set of relations among sin, guilt, suffering, discipline, cruelty, and self-cruelty, as well as the various meanings attributed to them, under the title of the ascetic ideal. Nietzsche would himself conclude that all these ascetic practices were themselves fraudulent fictions, products of what he termed the religious neurosis. Nevertheless, the increased human suffering they entailed was all too real. What the ascetic ideal provided was a humanly intelligible meaning to the individual's suffering. One suffers because one is guilty, sinful. Ultimately, the ascetic ideal is the unity of interpretation that the tradition of moral metaphysics has imposed upon the world of human concerns. This tradition stems from Platonic metaphysics and continues through the modem Judeo-Christian religious and moral teaching. The tradition posits a divine transcendent source for all intelligibility, value, and truth. In the human need to find meaning in the world and in one's own life, the ascetic ideal provides that meaning. If this is ultimately poisonous to the human condition, nonetheless Nietzsche finds a paradoxical virtue to it. It is not so much suffering itself that is a threat to humanity, but rather the meaninglessness of suffering. In giving meaning to human suffering, humanity was possibly spared a suicidal extinction, a nihilistic exhaustion. It was by redirecting the flow of ressentiment back upon themselves in the form of atonement for guilt and expiation of their sins, all the while increasing their suffering and exhausting themselves in the process, that humanity was preserved and human lives found meaning. Work would become a virtue, and the state would be less vulnerable to sedition, with the help of the ascetic ideal. The coherence of argument and the clarity of expression of on the genealogy of morals, even its quite polemical tone, would prove successful. The genealogy was accessible to a broad audience, and, through it, all the author's works would find a wide and influential readership. Unfortunately, his health deteriorated swiftly in January 1889, and when he died in 1900, at only 55 years of age, he did not realize that the accomplishment of his lifelong task was within his reach. Only 8 days into the conception and composition of the genealogy, Nietzsche wrote to Peter Gast, "Perhaps this small polemical pamphlet will help to sell a few copies of my older writings. I hope my publishers will benefit from it. For myself, I know only too well that I shall have no benefit when people begin to understand me, for we often consider it a mark of ability or distinction in a thinker that a certain reputation should precede him, but in Nietzsche's case the situation is altogether unique. Few modern thinkers have evoked such intense and widely differing responses as Nietzsche. In fact, the very mention of his name is use ally enough to awaken strong opinion. Thus, Nietzsche almost inevitably comes to our attention by way of reputation. Our first encounter is usually second-hand, and it is not surprising to find that we are already predisposed toward or against him, even before having read a single one of his texts. Nietzsche's reputation is especially problematic, however, in that it so rarely has any substantial bearing upon the content of his work. For the most part, his general reputation derives from an overly curious fascination with Nietzsche's personal life, his physical and mental health, his associations with such figures as Richard Wagner, his alleged attitudes toward women, religion, culture, politics, and morality. More often than not, the opinions formed on such issues as these have gradually hardened to become interpretive registers, each contribution yielding to the reputation of Nietzsche, each precluding a relatively unbiased, much less generous analysis of his writings. Of all the misplaced and unwarranted prejudices to envelop Nietzsche, however, surely the most baleful is his association in the popular mind with the extremist politics of National Socialism. We now know, definitively, that the association concerned his sister, Elizabeth, rather than Nietzsche himself, but this unfortunate prejudice persists, and it continues to operate at a distance, even upon his most well-intentioned reader. Point 2 To address and, thus, to dispense with this most disquieting issue at the start, it should be enough to set forth the circumstances that gave rise to it. It is well known that his sister professed a great devotion to Nietzsche, and that she often came to assist him in the management of his domestic affairs, particularly during his early years as a professor in Basel. But despite her oftentimes practical help, she incessantly meddled in his personal and intellectual life, much to the detriment of his own interests. An early instance of her intrusive and thoroughly deceitful behavior resulted in driving away one of Nietzsche's closest admirers, Lou Salome, an extremely gifted and cultivated young woman, one of the few whose affection and companionship Nietzsche actively sought. Even more distressing to Nietzsche, though, was Elizabeth's marriage to Bernhard Forster, an anti-Semitic propagandist who devoted the sum of his energies to founding a German emigrant colony abroad, in Paraguay, in the hope of revitalizing the racial and cultural purity of the Germanic peoples. While Nietzsche never really reciprocated Elizabeth's affection to the extent she had imagined, her marriage to Forster and her support of his extremist projects quickly brought the prospect of any fond relations with her brother to an end. 3 When Forster died in 1889, Elizabeth returned to Germany, her modest inheritance lost in the support of her husband's bankrupt Nueva Germania colony. By this time, however, Nietzsche himself had fallen ill and was hospitalized, a helpless, mentally incompetent invalid. With no source of income and with her brother's fame quickly growing, despite his complete debilitation, Elizabeth promptly obtained a court order and changed her name from Forster to Forster Nietzsche, thereby asserting at least nominal support to the claim of being her brother's closest collaborator. She then threatened to sue her mother for administrative control of her brother's estate, which consisted almost entirely of unpublished manuscript material, as well as the copyrights and royalties from his already published work. In the face of a public lawsuit filed by her own daughter, Frau Nietzsche relinquished control of the entire estate to Elizabeth. With her brother's manuscripts in hand, Elizabeth set up a Nietzsche archive and presided over the editing and publishing of the material. Having complete control of Nietzsche's writings, Elizabeth saw fit to publish only the material she thought highly of, and she deleted a considerable volume of work in which Nietzsche was highly critical of German nationalism, with its emphasis on racial purity, ethnic identity, and 3. Cultural genius. She also ignored extensive material in which Nietzsche expressed toleration, even praise, of racial or ethnic equality, political internationalism, and cultural diversity. To buttress the import of the writings she was then beginning to put out, she forged several letters in her brother's name and altered many others, thus making it appear as if she had been entrusted with the task she so shamelessly assumed, as if Nietzsche himself had appointed her to be his chosen successor and interpreter. 4 After she allied herself with various groups in support of defending and propagating a strictly Germanic culture, especially with the Wagner Circle of Bayreuth, Elizabeth's fortunes grew apace with the rise of extremist German nationalism. Seeking and receiving financial support from both the Hindenburg government and the National Socialist Party, she was particularly encouraged by the latter. Indeed, because of her marriage to Forster, she was elevated by the Nazi Party to the status of a far-seeing prophetess. With the political and financial support of that party, she and her cousin Max Oehler continued to direct the publication of the unpublished manuscripts. 5 Under the personal sanction of Elizabeth Forster Nietzsche, the title of the Will to Power was placed on a mass of Nietzsche's posthumous notes and drafts, and after several variant editions, it was heralded as the official philosophy of National Socialism. Only with the aftermath of the Second World War was it finally established that Nietzsche's thought had been distorted beyond recognition to serve the personal, financial, and political interests of his sister and to lend intellectual support to the desperate aims of a totalitarian government. But by then, almost 50 years after Nietzsche's death, the damage had been done. A large part of 2 generations of educated Europeans would come to regard Nietzsche as the prophet of an unspeakable tyranny. 6. While the public reception of Nietzsche's work and, thereby, his reputation, were seriously compromised by his sister's manipulating activities, his own life by contrast was relatively modest. Born on October 15, 1844, in the village of Roken in Prussian Saxony, Friedrich Wilhelm Nietzsche was the first of 3 children, the only boy to survive, his younger brother, Joseph, having died in infancy. His father, Karl Ludwig, was a Lutheran clergyman, as were, tradition ally, both sides of the family. By 1848, Karl Ludwig's health began to fail, the result of what was then diagnosed as brain softening. Later, Elizabeth would attribute her father's illness to a severe fall. The responsibility thus passed to Nietzsche's mother, Franziska, to look after the ailing Karl, to care for his 2 spinster sisters, as well as her mother-in-law, and to raise 2 young children. This became an increasingly burdensome task, especially following the death of Nietzsche's father in 1849. Having been provided with only a small pension upon her husband's death, Frau Nietzsche was obliged to leave the parsonage at Roken and to install the entire family in a small apartment in the nearby town of Naumburg. After 9 years, she managed to purchase a village home, occasionally raking in boarders to help meet household expenses. A gifted child, Nietzsche was first instructed by his mother, and to a lesser extent, by his maternal grandfather, David Oehler. In Naumburg, he briefly attended the local elementary school and was then transferred to a preparatory school for 3 years, after which he entered the Naumburg Gymnasium. By the age of 14, he had won a scholarship to the prestigious boarding school of Pforta, just outside Naumburg. He pursued a traditional and rigorous course of studies at Sculpforta, where he showed exceptional abilities in classical studies and languages. A particularly good student, he also participated in many activities: chorus, theater, hiking, swimming, and formed several lasting friendships there, both with his fellow students and with his teachers. If anything troubled him at Sculpforta, aside from the strictures of boarding school life itself, it was perhaps the school authorities' assumption that he had somewhat fragile health. The medical records at the school recalled the diagnosis of Nietzsche's father and gave instructions that young Friedrich was to be discouraged from any exhausting activity. His letters from this period, however, seem to attest to good health, save for some occasional remarks about rheumatism and, even then, persistent migraine headaches. It was expected of Nietzsche that, like his father and for generations of his family before him, he would enter the clergy. In preparation for this seeming eventuality, Nietzsche enrolled as a student of theology and philology at the University of Bonn in the fall of 1864. His interests at Bonn proved to be more philological than theological, however, and he chose to devote himself to the lectures of two of Germany's most prominent classical philologists, Otto Jahn and Friedrich Ritschl. When Ritschl moved to the University of Leipzig the next year, Nietzsche followed him. 7 The decision to abandon his theological studies to pursue philology provoked a family crisis of sorts, one that would never be entirely put to rest. A series of bitter exchanges over this decision took place at the Nietzsche home during the Easter vacation of 1865. Besides provoking his mother's great disillusion with the young Nietzsche, the outburst led to a lengthy and somewhat disagreeable correspondence with his sister, which has since become famous. Reproaching her brother for his recent course of action, Elizabeth claimed that he was being both unthinking and spiritually indolent, that it was far more difficult to believe in the traditional doctrines of the Christian faith and to pursue them than not. Indeed, she argued, the very difficulty of faith no doubt attested to its truth. Nietzsche's response to Elizabeth illustrates the kind of personal decision he finally arrived at, not only about changing his prospective vocation, but about the pursuit of conventional matters generally. His strongest objection would be against the theological concerns that had dominated his family for so long. As for your principle, that the truth is always on the more difficult side, I concede this to you in part. Nonetheless, it is difficult to understand that 2 times 2 does not equal 4, but does that make it any the more true? On the other hand, is it really so difficult simply to accept everything in which one has been brought up, which has gradually become deeply rooted in oneself, which holds true among relatives and among many good people, which does moreover really comfort and elevate man? Is that more difficult than to take new paths, struggling against habituation, uncertain of one's independent course, amid frequent vacillations of the heart, and even of the conscience, often comfortless, but always pursuing the eternal goal of the true, the beautiful, the good? Is it then a matter of acquiring the view of God, world, and atonement in which one can feel most comfortable? Is it not, rather, that for the true researcher, the result of his research is of no account at all? Do we, in our investigations, search for tranquility, peace, happiness? No nly for the truth, even if it were to be frightening and ugly. One last remaining question. If we had believed since youth that all salvation came not from Jesus but from another, say, from Mohammed, is it not certain that we would have enjoyed the same blessings? To be sure, faith alone gives blessings, not the objective which stands behind the faith. I write this to you, dear Lisbeth, only in order to counter the most usual proofs of believing people, who invoke the evidence of their experiences and deduce from it the infallibility of their faith. Every true faith is indeed infallible, it performs what the believing person hopes to find in it, but it does not offer the least support for the establishing of an objective truth. Here the ways of men divide. If you want to achieve peace of mind and happiness, then have faith; if you want to be a disciple of truth, then search. Between, there are many halfway positions. But it all depends on the principal aim. Point 8. It was thus with a certain spirit of independence that he resumed his philological studies in Leipzig. Encouraged by Ritschl, Nietzsche founded the Leipzig Philological Society in December 1865, together with Erwin Rohde, who, like Nietzsche, had recently left Bonn. Ritschl was so impressed by Nietzsche's first address to the Leipzig Society that he implored Nietzsche to publish it in the prestigious review Rheinische Museum für Philologie. As he continued to enjoy Ritschl's strong confidence and support, Nietzsche's philological studies quickly prospered. Before long, he had published several other monographs for the Rheinische Museum and the Literarische Centralblatt, on such classical figures as Diogenes Laertius, Hesiod, and Homer. 9. In October 1867, Nietzsche was called away from Leipzig to serve his required year of military duty with the Prussian army. But, since the brief Austro-Prussian War of 1866 had already ended by the time of his induction, he saw no combat. Nietzsche did sustain a severe chest injury, however, in a riding accident, and was hospitalized for a month. After several months' further convalescence in Naumburg, he returned to Leipzig in October 1868. 3 months later, Ritschl notified him that he was recommending him for the vacant chair of classical philology at the University of Basel in Switzerland. It took the university authorities only a month to confirm Nietzsche's appointment, despite the fact that he had neither completed his doctoral studies nor received his degree. Confronted with this astonishing appointment, and in view of his already published work, the University of Leipzig quickly conferred the doctoral degree on Nietzsche in March 1869 without even pausing for the formality of an examination or defense. That such an appointment and degree were granted to a virtually unknown youth of 24 testifies at least as much to the eminence of Ritschl as to Nietzsche's own abilities. But it is clear that Ritschl did think most highly of Nietzsche's abilities. His recommendation to the Basel authorities is an exuberant paean to the young scholar. However many young talents I have seen develop under my eyes for 39 years now, never yet have I known a young man, or tried to help one along in my field as best I could, who was so mature as early and as young as this Nietzsche. His museum articles he wrote in the second and third year of his triennium. He is the first from whom I have ever accepted any contribution at all while he was still a student. If God grant he lives long enough, I prophesy that he will one day stand in the front rank of German philology. He is the idol and, without wishing it, the leader of the whole younger generation of philologists here in Leipzig who, and they are rather numerous, cannot wait to hear him as a Lecturer. You will say, I describe a phenomenon. Well, that is just what he is, and at the same time pleasant and modest. Also a gifted musician, which is irrelevant here. What more am I to say? His studies so far have been weighted toward the history of Greek literature, with special emphasis, it seems to me, on the history of Greek philosophy. But I have not the least doubt that, if confronted by a practical demand, with his great gifts he will work in other fields with the best of success. He will simply be able to do anything he wants to do. 10. 1. Nietzsche began teaching at Basel in the summer semester of 1869, and within a year he was promoted to full professor, an unheard of accomplishment for someone only 25 years of age. It was also at Basel that Nietzsche made the acquaintance of Franz Overbeck and Jacob Burckhardt, both of whom would remain close friends and confidants for the rest of his active years. Overbeck was perhaps Nietzsche's closest friend, and the somber task would later fall to him of bringing Nietzsche back from Turin, where in 1889 he had his final breakdown. While Overbeck was Nietzsche's senior by 7 years, they enjoyed a common enthusiasm for music, especially that of Wagner, and shared much the same critical disposition toward Overbeck's own field of study, church history. The fruits of these discussions with Overbeck would emerge later, with the appearance of On the Genealogy of Morals in 1887. Nietzsche's relation to Jacob Burckhardt, however, had a more immediately evident impact. Best known for the civilization of the Renaissance in Italy, Burckhardt was lecturing on classical Greek history during this period, lectures that Nietzsche attended as regularly as possible and that they often discussed afterward at great length. 11 These conversations with Burckhardt tended to confirm Nietzsche's own reading of classical Greece, an interpretation that saw such elements as conflict, pessimism, and the continual danger of decadence as inner, guiding principles for the evolution of Greek culture. Burckhardt had himself been influenced by the German philosopher Arthur Schopenhauer, particularly by the latter's doctrines of cultural pessimism and personal resignation, attitudes Schopenhauer viewed as survival strategies, given that the human condition was basically one of necessary confrontation with a world of implacable and antagonistic metaphysical forces. Burckhardt's successful use of these doctrines in devising a realistic analysis of historical development was a great encouragement to Nietzsche at the time. With this firm example in mind, Nietzsche would hasten to complete the difficult work he then had in progress, the birth of Tragödie. Certainly the most notable friendship Nietzsche enjoyed during his Basel years was that with the famous composer Richard Wagner. Nietzsche had previously met Wagner in Leipzig, on November 8, 1868, at a gathering arranged by the wife of his teacher, Ritzl. Already familiar with Wagner's music, Nietzsche was immediately enthralled by the man himself. Indeed, the day after his first encounter with Wagner, Nietzsche wrote to Rode. Now I shall briefly tell you what this evening offered, truly enjoyments of such peculiar piquancy that I am today not quite my old self and can do nothing better than talk to you, my dear friend, and tell you passing wondrous tales. Before and after dinner Wagner played all the important parts of the Meistersinger, imitating each voice and with great exuberance. He is, indeed, a fabulously lively and fiery man who speaks very rapidly, is very witty, and makes a very private party like this one an extremely gay affair. In between, I had a longish conversation with him about Schopenhauer. You will understand how much I enjoyed hearing him speak of Schopenhauer with indescribable warmth, what he owed to him, how he is the only philosopher who has understood the essence of music. Then he asked how the academics nowadays regarded him, laughed heartily about the Philosophic Congress in Prague, and spoke of the vassals of philosophy. Afterward, he read an extract from his biography, which he is now writing, an utterly delightful scene from his Leipzig student days, of which he still cannot think without laughing. He writes too with extraordinary skill and intelligence. Finally, when we were both getting ready to leave, he warmly shook my hand and invited me with great friendliness to visit him, in order to make music and talk philosophy. Also, he entrusted to me the task of familiarizing his sister and his kinsmen with his music, which I have now solemnly undertaken to do. You will hear more when I can see this evening somewhat more objectively and from a distance. 12. Nietzsche responded to the invitation as soon as he arrived in Basel by promptly visiting Wagner at his estate, Tribschen, only 50 miles away on Lake Lucerne. Indeed, some historians claim Wagner's proximity was a major consideration for Nietzsche in deciding to teach at Basel in the first place. Nietzsche's repeated visits to Tribschen soon resulted in his being accepted, quite literally, as a part of the family. His friendship with Wagner and Cosima von Bülow grew to such an extent that Nietzsche offered his own services as secretary to Wagner and as a fundraiser for his various projects, notably for the construction of the Bayreuth Festival Theatre, which was to be used exclusively for the performance of Wagnerian opera. Wagner's interest in classical tragic drama and Schopenhauer, his theories of total art, and a music of the future all helped to develop Nietzsche's own concepts and to deepen the relationship between the two men. Nietzsche in fact saw Wagner as the embodiment of artistic genius, an individual who might well initiate a profound cultural renewal of Europe. In view of his admiration and respect for Wagner, Nietzsche would dedicate his first book, The Birth of Tragedy, to him in 1871. Within a year of his installation in Basel, Nietzsche asked for and received a leave of absence to serve as a medical orderly in the Franco-Prussian War of 1870. While Nietzsche felt duty-bound to serve his native Prussia in time of war, the conditions of Swiss citizenship forbade active military participation in foreign armies. His duties as an orderly with the Prussian forces were themselves quickly terminated for medical reasons. After a month of service, Nietzsche contracted a severe case of diphtheria compounded by dysentery. During this period in which his health suffered a major reversal, his attitudes toward Prussia's increasing military and political hegemony would also undergo a complete change. Sobered by his experiences at the battlefront, he would henceforth become extremely critical of Prussia's strident nationalism and aggressive foreign policy. Following a brief period of convalescence, first in a military hospital, then at his family home in Naumburg, he resumed his teaching duties in Basel. This respite was to be short-lived, however. By February 1871, his health had once again deteriorated, and he took a medical leave of absence for the rest of the year. He suffered from increasingly painful migraine headaches, severe depression, dizziness, temporary losses of vision, and convulsive digestive disorders, symptoms that, it is now fairly well agreed upon, characterize the tertiary phase of a cerebral syphilis. 13 Despite his poor health, Nietzsche finished his Birth of Tragedy by the end of December 1871. Its reception was, to say the least, mixed. Wagner and his circle of admirers admired it immensely. Critically, the response was far less favorable. Ritschl, to whom Nietzsche sent one of the first copies, was extremely disappointed by it. Only after repeated prod. I0. Ding by Nietzsche did Ritschl even deign to acknowledge its receipt. In a now famous pamphlet, the German classical scholar Ulrich von Wielamowitz-Moellendorff denounced the text in terms that can only be called vituperative. Among other remarks, he characterized it as a nest of imbecilities, unworthy of serious philological attention. 14 The after-effects of the recently published work were felt even in Basel. After Wielamowitz's broadside, Nietzsche found that his students practically abandoned him. Indeed, he wrote to Wagner in November 1872. I have no students at all. The fact is, indeed, so easy to explain. I have suddenly acquired such a bad name in my field that our small university suffers from it. This agonizes me. A professor of classical philology at Bonn, whom I highly regard, has simply told his students that the book is sheer nonsense and is quite useless. A person who writes such things is dead to scholarship. Of course I can make good use of this winter semester, because my only assignment now as a simple schoolmaster is the Pedagogium. 15. In a letter of the same month, he wrote to Malwitte von Meysenbug, my Birth of Tragedy has made of me the most offensive philologist of the present day. Everyone is of a mind to condemn me. 16. Difficult times, indeed, for the young Nietzsche. Of his friends and colleagues, wrote alone Pu Blickelwy defended Nietzsche's work on Prof. SSI on all grounds, a defense that, it should be added, Nietzsche himself helped orchestrate. Even though, in later years, Nietzsche came to hold the work in somewhat more measured esteem, at the time of its composition he was most enthusiastic about it and felt it to be his first truly philosophical writing. Of course this was precisely part of the problem. The Birth of Tragedy did mark Nietzsche's turn away from strictly philological concerns to those of a more philosophical interest. Its poor reception by Nietzsche's colleagues, then, is understandable. It was not conceived as a rigorous and exclusively philological exercise, it was quite obviously indebted to the philosophy of Schopenhauer, and it was, by their measure, overly effusive in its praise of Wagner's aesthetic theories. Nietzsche did write an essay explicitly devoted to Wagner during this period, Richard Wagner in Bayreuth, but aside from this last piece, his interests became decidedly directed elsewhere. He began to lecture more extensively on Greek philosophy and to write polemical essays on Schopenhauer and David Strauss. He also completed an extended II. reflection on historiography, titled History in the Service and Disservice of Life. 4 of these pieces would be combined and republished as his second major work, On Modum Observations. By the fall of 1876, Nietzsche's growing disenchantment with Wagner finally ran its course. His response to the lavish pomposity of the first Bayreuth Festival, from which he promptly fled, was complete revulsion. Nietzsche now perceived the completely transformed and unrecognizable Wagner, no longer the admired genius of classical taste and visionary talent but a cult figure, an exhibitionist personality surrounded by a Philistine public of fawning claques and sycophants. What artistic and creative virtue Wagner formerly possessed now seemed hopelessly squandered, transformed into what Nietzsche came to see as a risible spectacle of mysticism and self-indulgence. Wagner himself became extremely arrogant and abusive toward Nietzsche, even to the extent of publicly ridiculing his many practical attempts to assist in the planning and fundraising for the Bayreuth project. Having so obligated himself to Wagner and his grandiose schemes, Nietzsche now saw this to be a lamentable mistake. As a result of his overly enthusiastic support, he had suffered professional ostracism, now personal abuse, and finally his own contempt for what he felt Wagner had come to represent, the cult of personality, the abandonment of intellectual integrity, the mystique of petty nationalism, and a savage anti-Semitism. At the time of his break with Wagner, Nietzsche's own health progressively deteriorated. He was once again obliged to take a leave of absence from the University of Basel. In hopes of recuperation, he traveled first to the Swiss resort of Bex, then to Geneva and Genoa, and on to Sorrento, where he stayed at the villa of Malwida von Meysenbug until May 1877. Recovering his health somewhat, Nietzsche was able to resume teaching in the fall of 1877 and to complete the first volume of Human, All Too Human. Yet, within 2 years of his return to Basel and despite the efforts of his sister Elizabeth and the help of his friend, composer Peter Gast, Nietzsche's health once again collapsed and he submitted his resignation to the university. His resignation accepted on June 14, 1879, Nietzsche, at the age of 35, was released from all teaching duties and given a modest pension for some 6 years, which was subsequently renewed. For the next 10 years of his life, Nietzsche traveled extensively, always seeking at least a climatic reprieve from his continuing physical ailments. Like Goethe before him, Nietzsche was continually drawn to Italy, to the south, and to the warmth of the Mediterranean. In the summer, he regularly sought the dry and elevated mountain valleys of the Bernese Oberland and the Upper Engadine in Switzerland. Despite the ever more frequent and severe attacks of his illness, Nietzsche nonetheless managed to work prodigiously, all the while exhausting his failing health and precipitating his eventual breakdown. In a period of less than 10 years, traveling from village to village, living in furnished rooms and pensions, Nietzsche would write the Wanderer and his shadow, Dawn, The Gay Science, Thus Spoke Zarathustra, Beyond Good and Evil, On the Genealogy of Morals, The Case of W. Einer, Twilight of the Idols, Nietzsche contra W. Einer, The Antichrist, and Ecce Homo, in addition to several volumes of notes and drafts and an extensive correspondence. On January 3, 1889, Nietzsche's health finally abandoned him altogether. During the course of a morning walk in Turin, he was overtaken by a seizure and collapsed unconscious on the Plaza Carlo Alberto. Overbeck was quickly summoned and, within a week, he brought Nietzsche back to Basel for clinical examination by a Swiss psychiatrist, Professor Ludwig Wille. His condition was diagnosed as a progressive paralytic state and his mother authorized institutional care at the Jena Psychiatric Clinic. Despite the attention given him by the clinic's eminent director, Otto Binswanger, the prognosis was poor. Nietzsche was released in his mother's custody, and on May 13, 1890, they returned together to Naumburg. When Nietzsche's sister, Elizabeth, returned from her ill-fated colonial adventures, she established an archive at the Naumburg home, where she installed the by then hopelessly invalid Nietzsche in an upstairs room, such that he might be observed by her visitors, yet remain six-tiered and relatively comfortable. Upon obtaining control of his estate and following the death of Nietzsche's mother in 1897, Elizabeth transported the disabled Nietzsche to Weimar, where she had already re-established the Nietzsche archive in the Villa Silberblick. Nietzsche would die there, on August 25, 1900, in total and uncomprehending silence. 0. Friedrich Nietzsche completed the birth of Getty in 1871, 2 years after his arrival in Basel, where he was then teaching classical philology. He began work on the text in the fall of 1869 in the form of several preparatory studies, some to be given as lectures at the University of Basel. 4 of these studies deserve brief mention, not only because they closely anticipate the final subject matter of the birth of Getty, but because they indicate his breadth of interests at the time and show that this first book was already the work of extensive research. The Greek musical drama was presented as a lecture on January 18, 1870, Socrates and Tragedy was delivered 2 weeks later on February 1, and the Dionysian Worldview was written during June and July of the same year. The latter would be expanded into an essay titled The Birth of Tragic Thought and would serve as the textual basis for the early chapters of The Birth of Getty. A final study, Socrates and Greek Tragedy, printed privately in June 1871, in part borrowed from these earlier works and further investigated the important relationships between music and language. 1 By October 1871, Nietzsche had decided upon the title The Birth of Getty, out of the spirit of music. It first appeared in January 1872 and underwent 2 subsequent editions in his lifetime, one with minor revisions in 1874, and the final version of 1886, which bore the somewhat different title, The Birth of Getty, or, Hellenism and Pessimism, as well as a completely new preface, titled Attempt at a Self-Criticism. The 2 later editions also retain the brief dedicatory preface to Richard Wagner. In the later preface of 1886, Nietzsche reproached himself for having fallen so shamelessly under Wagner's influence during the period in which he wrote The Birth of Getty. His earlier association with Wagner had since soured and had become a source of painful embarrassment to him. No doubt this sentiment tempered the accuracy of his self-portrait. In retrospect, he made it seem as if he had been the youthful innocent, helplessly seduced by Wagner's brilliance and, surely, by his growing celebrity in European cultural circles as one of the century's greatest composers. 2 But in fact, Nietzsche was 27 years old at the time, well-schooled and well-traveled, and was quite aware, even then, of the dangers that a too close association with Wagner might hold. In what proved to be a prophetic letter to Erwin Rohde, Nietzsche expressed clear forebodings about the last part of his just completed book, the section that practically propagandizes Wagnerian opera. I have only a little more to correct, and the introduction. The whole last part, which you do not know, will certainly astonish you. I have been very daring. For which reason I am very pleased with the book and am not disturbed by the chance that it may cause as much offense as may be and that from some quarters there may be raised a cry of outrage when it is published. 3. In anticipation of such a reception, Nietzsche completely rewrote the Dedication to Wagner and abridged it by several pages, transforming it from a wildly enthusiastic testimonial to a more modest statement of admiration. 4 Nonetheless, a cry of outrage was exactly the kind of welcome the book met from Nietzsche's professional colleagues, the classical Greek scholars. Ulrich von Wilamowitz-Moellendorff denounced the work, Friedrich Ritschl ridiculed it, and others saw it as Nietzsche's professional death warrant. It was judged an entirely unprofessional work at best. The philological journals would not even review it, and an exercise in Wagnerian pamphleteering at worst. 5 The book was speculative, enthusiastic, and totally outside the conventional bounds of philological scholarship. As Wilamowitz-Moellendorff chided, if this was an example of philological research, then it surely must be some philology of the future, just as Wagner's operas were called music of the future, in which case it deserved no respect in present philological circles. 6. Despite his suspicions about how the book might be received, Nietzsche was nonetheless stunned and personally wounded by the vehemence of the criticism. To make matters worse, he was professionally ostracized the moment the book appeared. Like so many of Nietzsche's subsequent works, The Birth of Tragedy was highly polemical. It was an attack against the practically unquasi-fashioned interpretation of classical Greek culture and thought, its art, drama, and institutions. Moreover, the book championed a contemporary aesthetic as a means of achieving, if not surpassing, the brilliance and variety of Hellenic culture. In short, The Birth of Tragedy was not the kind of work expected by 19th-century classical scholarship. To aggravate matters, Nietzsche continually made parallels between classical culture and that of his own society, not to grasp the latter as a fall from some remote and idyllic period of halcyon grace, but rather to make Hellenic Greece and the breadth of its achievements intelligible, and thus accessible, to a modern age. Only then would it be possible to bring about a cultural and political transformation of an age Nietzsche saw as becoming ever more nihilistic, ever more abandoned to mediocrity, divisiveness, and self-annihilation. The preface of 1886 served the purpose of placing The Birth of Tragedy in perspective, then, at least for its author. Reviewing the book some 16 years after its conception, Nietzsche found its style at best overly flamboyant. To say it once more, today I find it an impossible book. I consider it badly written, ponderous, embarrassing, image-mad and image-confused, sentimental, in places saccharine to the point of effeminacy, uneven in tempo, without the will to logical cleanliness, very convinced and therefore disdainful of proof, mistrustful even of the propriety of proof, a book for initiates. An arrogant and rhapsodic book. 7. Nietzsche acknowledged that the excesses of the work were due in large part to inexperience, or as he said, to youthfulness, particularly because he did not yet have the confidence of his own vocabulary and personal style of expression. Rather, he borrowed the then fashionable language of German idealist philosophy, and for his readers, this seemed to commit him to the philosophical doctrines of such thinkers as Immanuel Kant and Arthur Schopenhauer. But despite his admittedly borrowed vocabulary, Nietzsche's own concerns were neither Kantian nor Schopenhauerian. On the one hand, Kant's formulations seemed to lead to the extremes of speculative excess. His three most important questions concerning metaphysics: what can I know? What ought I to do? What may I hope for? Were, for Nietzsche, hopelessly naive and optimistic. The immodest pretense that such kinds of questions were even legitimate, much less that they could be resolved by human reason alone, was 6. For Nietzsche, doomed from the start. Indeed, Kant's excessive optimism inevitably provoked the extreme opposite response, the metaphysical pessimism of Schopenhauer. By Schopenhauer's own admission, life can never give real satisfaction, and hence it is not worthy of our affection. It leads to resignation. 8. While The Birth of Tragedy supported neither Kant nor Schopenhauer on these matters, Nietzsche would go further in the 1886 preface and explicitly criticize both thinkers, claiming that his own work, with the values it expressed, was at basic odds with both. Ultimately, Nietzsche came to see Kant and Schopenhauer as typically romantic thinkers whose concerns stemmed from a fundamental misunderstanding of human existence. As Nietzsche would claim time and again throughout his later writings, Romanticism could well assume the guise of optimism or pessimism, but in either case, it expressed an entirely hostile attitude toward the very conditions of life. This hostility might appear as the shattered hopes for salvation and redemption, or, as the intense longings of human aspiration, bred from personal incapacity and unfulfillment. In any case, the romantic interpretation fears a complex world of human capabilities and dangers, and thus retreats from the world of human concerns, which is, after all, the only world. Due to its basic hostility, Nietzsche would explain, the romantic attitude forever seeks some form of escape or flight into another world, an ideal world before the fall, in the Sabbath of myth, or a world after the fall, in the serene and blissful twilight of the gods. Only in such an ideal world could peace, the cessation of all strife, be hoped for. Here alone could beauty itself be finally cherished. Nietzsche viewed these concepts as pessimistic in the extreme and decadent, since they demanded a virtual withdrawal from life for their very possibility. Guided by this kind of thinking, the individual would desperately come to need redemption. Indeed, this was one of the most frequent criticisms Nietzsche made of Wagner, especially in his later work, The Case of Einer. There, Nietzsche argued that the entire corpus of Wagner's opera was obsessed with these issues, centering precisely on the problem of redemption, innocence as the redemption of sin, marriage as the redemption of passion, aspiration, and ultimately of all personal integrity, chastity as the power to redeem corruption, beauty redeemed by chivalry, and so forth. In light of these observations, Nietzsche would conclude, in the case of Einer, the need for redemption. 1.7. The quintessence of all Christian needs is the most honest expression of decadence. It is the most convinced, most painful affirmation of decadence in the form of sublime symbols and practices. The Christian wants to be rid of himself. The ego is always hateful. 9. In reacting to the world it perceives, the romantic view founders upon its own rural interpretation of reality, it indicts reality and finds it guilty for the individual's painful shortcomings. Moreover, that Nietzsche came to associate the teachings of idealist philosophy and romanticism with Christian moral doctrine was no accident. The latter, for Nietzsche, was merely the most prodigal elaboration of the moral theme to which humanity has ever been subjected. 1.0 It is in the sense that he characterized the birth of tragedy as an anti-moral work. Nothing could be more opposed to the purely aesthetic interpretation and justification of the world which are taught in this book than the Christian teaching. 1.1 Among other things, then, what was at stake in the 1886 preface was to show the independence of his own formulations and to distinguish his views from those of his idealist predecessors, with whom he was often confused. It was also important to show how the independence and success of his formulations could be judged by their distinctively affirmative response to an issue that underlies every particular analysis of aesthetics, culture, social institutions, or morality as a response to what he called the question mark concerning the meaning and value of existence. Only when this question about the fundamental value of life itself is raised do the subsequent interpretations of pessimism, romanticism, Christian morality, or their alternative formulations, such as Hellenism, even arise. Perhaps this is why Nietzsche went so far as to change the very title of The Birth of Tragedy in 1886. Its earlier subtitle, Out of the Spirit of Music, was replaced by Hellenism and Pessimism, so as to lessen the impression that the book dealt merely with a historical observation about the evolution of tragedy. Rather, the new title would better reflect the much broader claim of offering a comprehensive evaluation of tragic Greek culture itself. By the same token, the new title would also give some indication as to how Greek culture came to understand and, thus, to resolve, this question mark of existence. Nietzsche's initial remarks about tragic culture, in section 5 of the preface, were meant to stress how radically different its outlook was from that of the Christian moral variety. As for the latter, and in what amounts to a veritable manifesto, he would charge. Behind this mode of thought and valuation, which must be hostile to art if it is at all genuine, I never failed to sense a hostility to life, a furious, vengeful antipathy to life itself. Christianity was from the beginning, essentially and fundamentally, life's nausea and disgust with life, merely concealed behind, masked by, dressed up as, faith in another or better life. Hatred of the world, condemnations of the passions, fear of beauty and sensuality, a beyond invented the better to slander this life, at bottom a craving for the nothing, for the end, for respite, for the Sabbath of Sabbaths. All this always struck me, no less than the unconditional will of Christianity to recognize only moral values, as the most dangerous and uncanny form of all possible forms of a will to decline at the very least, a sign of abysmal sickness, weariness, discouragement. exhaustion, and the impoverishment of life. 4. Confronted with morality. Life must continually and inevitably be in the wrong because life is something essentially amoral and eventually, crushed by the weight of contempt and the eternal no, life must then be felt to be unworthy of desire and altogether worthless. 12. Alternatively, the culture of classical Greece responded to the question mark concerning the value of existence by affirming life in an entirely anti-moral, that is, in what Nietzsche termed an anti-Christian, sense. It understood itself according to the image of a Greek artist god, Dionysus. When Nietzsche mentions Dionysus in the 1886 preface, we should note that his own use of this term has hanged somewhat during the course of the 15 years since the initial appearance of The Birth of THIRD-WORLDISM. In brief, The Birth of THIRD-WORLDISM attempts to portray two quite distinct psychological attitudes or dispositions that help to determine classical Greek culture, especially insofar as these attitudes were expressed in art and myth. The attitudes were traditionally symbolized in Greek culture by two different deities, Apollo and Dionysus. While the significance of these two figures exceeded what might be called a strictly artistic function, Nietzsche claimed that they served as the patron deities for artistic inspiration and practice. 1.3 In this wider sense, as Nietzsche understood it, Apollo came to stand for order, measure, form, clarity, and individuality of creation as well as uniqueness and singularity. Apollo was traditionally associated with epic poetry and the plastic arts, since these best exemplified the delimited, well-formed, and precisely executed work of art. Discrete artistic forms were creatively imposed upon the unformed or chaotic raw materials of nature. Implicit in Apollonian art was I9. The concept of restraint, of balance, or limitation, qualities that required the intervention of human reflection and rationality for the proper execution of the artwork. Dionysus, by contrast, represented the instinctual elements in human expression, the sometimes violent drives of intense emotion, sensuality, intoxication, of frenzy and madness. Dionysus was traditionally associated with lyric and dithyrambic poetry, music, and drama, which were principally performed at public spectacles, often requiring the active participation of an audience. Unlike Apollo, Dionysus was thought to inspire collective outbursts of ecstatic celebration, wherein the individual insensibly lost possession of himself and became part of a larger whole through chants, recitation, music, and song. 14 In their ritual form, these celebrations were usually accompanied by the consumption of great quantities of wine, sometimes of narcotic and hallucinogenic drugs, and they often resulted in orgiastic displays of mystical and sexual frenzy. Dionysus thereby stood for the explosive powers of generation, growth, and abundance, the luxuriance of vegetation and harvest, of drunkenness and libidinal discharge, in short, for those awesome, joyful, and occasionally fear-inspiring expenditures of energy and eroticism that transgress the general rules, norms, and codes of individual and social existence. In The Birth of THIRD-WORLDISM, Nietzsche maintained that both the Dionysian and Apollonian attitudes, far from being random or infrequent states of mind, were specific responses to the question mark concerning the value of existence. By adopting one attitude or the other in varying degrees, one thereby chose to establish a basic set of valuations within existence. Each attitude, therefore, signified an interpretive stance toward the whole of existence, toward an existence that was itself essentially amoral, or, as Nietzsche said in the 1886 preface, one beyond good and evil. In the end, he argued, the magnificence of classical Greece was due in large part to the frank recognition and acceptance of both attitudes and to the acknowledgement that both attitudes were necessary for the highest state of classical Greek art, tragic drama. Classical tragedy thus achieved a balance of the Dionysian and Apollonian attitudes as a response that mirrored the complexities of human existence, never simply sacrificing one attitude for the other. For Nietzsche, the tragic spirit consecrated both the human passions and the intellect, neither abandoning the mystery of what was unknown nor the intelligibility of what was understood. In doing so, it created an open space for individual action and 20. Performance, and this was not at all thought to be at the expense of social or political cohesion. The greatness of Hellenic culture required a complex but commanding unity of belief, purpose, and aspiration, and the tragic spirit provided it. It gave to Greece what Nietzsche called the grand style. 1-5 In the years that followed the appearance of the birth of Getty, Nietzsche came more and more to use the term Dionysian to represent the fusion of the two attitudes, which he thought was expressed in the tragic spirit of the Greek classical age. It is this progressively developed sense of the Dionysian that Nietzsche would continually oppose, not to the Apollonian, but to the asceticism of Christian moral doctrine. In section 5 of the 1886 preface, he explicitly identified the term Dionysian with what he called the purely artistic and anti-Christian valuation of life. As a philologist and man of words, I baptized it, not without taking some liberty, for who could claim to know the rightful name of the Antichrist, in the name of a Greek god, I called it Dionysian. 1-6 Some 2 years later, in Twilight of the Idols, Nietzsche claimed that this Dionysian valuation of life was the basic fact of the Hellenic instinct, and that it found its truest affirmation in the veneration of sexuality, whereby the Hellene guaranteed himself eternal life, the eternal return of life. True life as the overall continuation of life through procreation, through the mysteries of sexuality. For the Greeks, the sexual symbol was therefore the venerable symbol par excellence, the real profundity in the whole of ancient piety. Every single element in the act of procreation, of pregnancy, and of birth aroused the highest and most solemn feelings. Here the most profound instinct of life, that directed toward the future of life, is experienced religiously, and the way to life, procreation, as the holy way. It was Christianity, with its ressentiment against life at the bottom of its heart, which first made something unclean of sexuality. It threw filth on the origin, on the presupposition of life. 17. Unlike the developed Dionysian attitude, which effectively spiritualized the passions, the ascetic or anti-sensualist practice of Christian moral doctrine was simply to excise the passions. Its cure, Nietzsche remarked, is castratism, and this means nothing other than an attack on the roots of life. The practice of the Church is hostile to life. 18. The traditional mythology of Dionysus and Apollo. Two of the most popular and important deities in ancient Greece, Dionysus and Apollo, enjoyed innumerable cults, drew throngs of followers, and had turned to please erected for their worship and festival celebration everywhere throughout Greece. Indeed, everywhere Greek influence was felt in the ancient world. It is generally thought that the worship of Dionysus first originated in the regions beyond Greece proper, most likely in Phrygia or Thrace, possibly in Lydia or Crete, even though many places in ancient Greece itself were claimed as his birthplace. Not only are his geographical origins somewhat indistinct, but the etymology of his very name adds to the obscurity surrounding him. Dionysus is traditionally derived from Nissus, the name of the mountain on which Dionysus was said to have been raised. What complicates matters is that no one is at all sure where this mountain is located. It has been assigned to Libya, Africa, Thrace, Asia Minor, and even to India by various sources, and many writers feel that the etymological identification with Nissus was simply an afterthought, an attempt to secure an entirely mythical residence for this far-traveling god so as to distribute his importance and make him less of a regional deity. To make matters worse, Dionysus was often called by various names: Dionysus, Zagreus, Bacchus, Iacchus, Bromius, Lennius, Lies, and Dendrites. 19 The variant names and the diversity of locales in which he was worshipped indicate that, in the earliest times, Dionysus was held to be a god of fertility, probably by rural agrarian peoples, concerned as they would be with the seasonal rebirth of their crops and vegetation. That he was also a god of wine testifies both to his likely alien origins and to his liberating capacities. He was held responsible for inducing madness as well as for curing it. Through the drinking of wine and by orgiastic rites, the followers of Dionysus would become dispossessed of themselves and feel identified, ecstatically united, with the god himself. This veritable madness brought on by wine and sexual license was held intolerable by the austere nomadic Greeks of the Homeric period, and the practice of Dionysian cults was doubtless initially repressed by the native populations. 20 The hostile reaction to Dionysus and his followers is strikingly contained within the Dionysian myths themselves. In one case, Dionysus and his followers were driven out of Thrace by Lycurgus after they introduced the cultivation of wine to the region. In another instance, which took place in the city of Thebes, the sisters of Dionysus's mother, Semele, resolutely refused to acknowledge his 2 divinity, and the king attempted to imprison Dionysus. In still another, when Dionysus arrived in Attica and taught Lycurgus and his daughter Erigone the art of wine-making, the outraged citizens immediately killed Lycurgus and forced his daughter to hang herself. In each of these cases, however, we are told that Dionysus quickly dispensed his own vengeance and drove Lycurgus mad, who in his crazed attempt to cut down the newly planted vineyards, chopped his own wife and son to bits. For good measure, Dionysus promptly rendered the land sterile. In the second case, which Euripides portrayed in the Bacchae, Dionysus drove the women of Thebes mad and made his Antigone tear her only son to pieces. After this Dionysian-inspired carnage, she returned to Thebes in procession, with Pentheus's head on a thrys, not knowing the gravity of her crime until the madness passed. When she did recover, Dionysus promptly exiled her and turned her parents into serpents. Answering the third rebuke, Dionysus rendered the women of Attica insane, to the point where they commenced hanging themselves. THSA myths surely betray an extraordinary fear of the advancing Dionysian cults. On the one hand, the cults had immense popular appeal, since the lowest peasant or serf could at least briefly exchange his or her grinding poverty and tedium for the blissful feeling of a divine existence. Furthermore, the ecstatic celebrations constituted a real danger to the already established social order, and extended periods of intoxication and sexual frenzy could seriously threaten the fabric of family life and the political order itself. Indeed, by the 6th century, several Greek tyrants were able to garner great political support from the lower classes by establishing temples and sanctuaries for the practice of just these rites. 21 Finally, the Dionysian cults tended to exacerbate the differences between the sexes, with the followers of Dionysus most often being women, who were called Maenades. Due to deep social and economic inequalities between the sexes, the Dionysian cults offered women a strong means of compensation for their restricted social and sexual status. Indeed, wherever social or sexual prohibitions were strongly enforced in the ancient world, one could usually find some means of transgressing them. The Dionysian votaries certainly pursued their transgression with a terrifying maniac fury. Ancient writers hasten to describe, in quite lurid detail, the outrages allegedly performed by these maddened hordes: bulls, lions, cows, 2l. Goats, deer, children, men, and women were claimed to have been torn to pieces in the course of the Dionysian rites. In their fury to dismember and actually eat these sacrificial victims, the cult ritually reenacted one of the principal myths of Dionysus's rebirth, the Orphic account wherein Dionysus himself was torn to pieces by the Titans and reborn through the agency of Zeus. According to this account, Zeus swallowed the dismembered heart of Dionysus and quickly proceeded to impregnate the mortal Semele, thus transferring Dionysus to her womb, an early instance of transubstantiation, as it were. Avoiding Hera's ever-searching wrath, the reborn Dionysus immediately transformed himself in appearance and was raised as a young girl. Other versions of the myth also contributed certain elements to the Dionysian ritual, although perhaps somewhat less dramatically. One non-Orphic variant begins with Zeus's seduction of Semele. Angered by the seduction, the perpetually jealous Hera conspired to bring about Semele's death by Zeus's own hand. She had Zeus visit Semele once again, but this time in the form of a divine thunderbolt which proved to be altogether too lethal for the mortal Semele. At the moment of her death, however, Zeus rescued the unborn child from Semele's womb and sewed it inside his own thigh, whereupon he later gave birth to Dionysus. According to this account, Dionysus once again escaped Hera, this time by transforming himself into a goat kid. However differing, both accounts labor to stress the double birth of Dionysus, the pursuit by Hera, and his subsequent transformation. Dynamic and regenerative elements Nietzsche would emphasize when he later argued for his own Dionysian interpretation of Greek culture. Despite the apparently severe aspect of these received myths, Dionysus himself was rarely thought of as altogether vicious. On the contrary, he was often called the gentle god and was held to give the highest pleasures to his followers, not the least of which were the joys of fertility and wine. As a god of the earth and of the underworld, he fully understood both regions and was capable of the extreme kinds of behavior usually associated with them. His mythical genealogy, as related by Hesiod in the Theogony, attested to the diversity of character traits such a figure might be expected to inherit. As the offspring of divine Zeus and the mortal Semele, Dionysus would become a god. Thus, at the outset, he would enjoy both human and divine attributes and be blessed with earthly and divine wisdom. His mother, Semele, was herself descended. 2-4. Through the goddess Harmonia, from Ares and Aphrodite, two of the most powerful deities on Olympus, and for the ancient Greek, the two gods who perhaps best represented the most primal claims on the mortal spirit. Like Dionysus, Apollo was also counted as a son of Zeus, the offspring in this case of the Titaness Leto. Once again, Hera sought to avenge Zeus's rather frequent infidelities by sending a serpent to kill Leto. Nonetheless, Leto did give birth to Apollo on the island of Delos, and he was subsequently raised by the goddess Themis, who nourished him on a diet of divine nectar and ambrosia. After what is doubtless one of the shortest periods of childhood dependence ever recorded, it was said that he fully matured in 4 days. Apollo then traveled to Delphi and slew the serpent Hera had earlier dispatched against Leto. The serpent itself was said to have protected an ancient oracle, belonging to the primal earth goddess Gaia. In any case, after having killed the serpent, Apollo installed his own oracle and named the first priestess Pythia, or Pythoness, after the serpent. Gaining the oracle at Delphi, Apollo came to be known as the god of prophecy and visions, and the oracle acquired immense power and influence throughout the Greek world. Besides being known for the often enigmatic wisdom of his oracle, Apollo was also regarded as a divine healer and, as a patron of music, he was often depicted as leading the muses in song. His instrument was traditionally the lyre, which was thought to produce the most melodic and harmonious music, and he was said to have invented the cithara, or lyre. Apollo's dealings with mankind were universally held to be just. When honored and venerated, he was profuse in dispensing rewards. To King Admetus he brought twofold prosperity and, against the very fates, he was able to extend Admetus's life. Like Dionysus, his revenge could be awe-inspiring as well. He killed the giant Titaios, who attempted to ravish his mother, Leto, and he systematically exterminated the children of the Theban queen Niobe, who regrettably boasted a family even more beautiful than that of Leto. Apollo was traditionally held forth as a model of classical Greek beauty, and as Hesiod claimed in the Theogony, of all the children descended from Father Sky, those of Leto were the loveliest. These several aspects of Apollo tended to associate him with the source of all beauty and light, the sun. He 2-5 came to be known as Phoebus Apollo, the god of light, sun, beauty, order, health, and harmony. Indeed, his two most common names were Phoebus and Lysias, and he was sometimes identified with the ancient sun god Helios. Once again, like Dionysus, Apollo was most likely introduced into Greece from the regions of the east, although this probably occurred much earlier than the introduction of Dionysus. His name is not mentioned in Linear B tablets, but traditional sources held him to be among the most ancient, and most distinctively Greek, gods. One indication of his foreign provenance, however, was the necessity of his having to attack and defeat an earlier, pre-existing oracle. Another indication of this is the etymology of his title Lysias, which might once have simply designated an origin in Lycia, a southeastern region of Asia Minor. Finally, the very name Apollo might well have evolved from that of the earlier Hittite god Apollonius. Conser ns of the birth of tragedy. With the conjunction of the Dionysian and Apollonian attitudes, tragic Greek culture was able to provide itself with the resources of what Nietzsche saw as an extraordinary health. For Nietzsche, this would be a culture imbued with a generous understanding of and toleration for the whole of human experience, with the strength to survive in the face of personal and political adversity, a culture that would admit a wide latitude in the pursuit of individual creativity, coupled with a deep-seated feeling of social and political identity. Historically, Nietzsche argued, the decline of the classical period, or, what he saw more specifically as its greatest moment, the tragic age, began with the rise of Athenian military and economic superiority, following the defeat of the Persian fleet at Salamis. 22 This period of unheralded prosperity quickly bred divisiveness and internal turmoil. Athens became militarily aggressive, and immense fortunes were made. Instead, military and economic forces further contributed to social and economic disparity, to an abandonment of the fully integrated life of the Greek city-state with its requirements of communal religious, military, and political obligations on the part of its citizens. The deep sentiment of a public belonging, of a common heritage, and of shared beliefs quickly fractured in an environment that became wolfishly individualistic and aggressive. It was only in such a period of traditional decay, of deca. 26. That the relatively modern concept of the individual could emerge with a vengeance in the form of ever more severe political tyrants, military adventurers, skeptics, and iconoclasts, all of whom removed themselves from the culture that made their rise possible in the first place. What was taking place in Athens during this inception of decline was, to Nietzsche's mind, symbolized nowhere more pointedly than in the person of Socrates. While Nietzsche was of two minds concerning Socrates, in many respects he admired Socrates immensely and often chose Socrates as a model of personal integrity, he nonetheless saw the distinctive features of cultural decadence forcefully at work in him: the extremist individual, the fanatical moralist, the fanatical rationalist, the calumniator of art, the apolitical corrupter of Athenian culture. 23 With his analysis of Socrates, Nietzsche brought his examination of tragic culture to a close. That tragic culture should abruptly conclude with the figure of Socrates, however, was not merely due to the appearance of an exceptional individual. Rather, for Nietzsche, the end seemed to be prefigured long in advance by the very terms of the culture itself, each given component struggling for ascendancy. Socrates represented just one case of the Apollonian attitude, its most exaggerated extreme. No longer moderated by its Dionysian complement, the Apollonian temper came full circle, finally exhausting itself, as it were, by means of its own resources. The danger and divisiveness posed by this Apollonian limit case would continue to remain an extremely important insight for Nietzsche. In his very last work, he remarked that besides his analysis of the Dionysian, the most decisive innovation of the birth of tragedy was his understanding of Socrates. Socrates is recognized for the first time as an instrument of Greek disintegration, as a typical decadent. Rationality against instinct. Rationality at any price as a dangerous force that undermines life. 24. In sketching this portrait of ancient Greece, Nietzsche thereby drew painful attention to the conditions of decline within the Europe of his own time, one characterized by a surfeit of extremist attitudes and practices. As with Greece, so now with Europe. 25 It was all too clear, for Nietzsche, that the process of erosion and decline was once again at work, further debilitating an already fragile European health and greatness. For a modern age, this signaled the inevitable advent of nihilism, the abandonment of all values, beliefs, and ideals, the recourse to desperate ideologies to stem the flow, to serve as reactive countermeasures which, Nietzsche sadly knew, would only intensify the rate and severity of the decline itself. 26. 27. With his analysis in the birth of tragedy, Nietzsche claimed to have presented an interpretation of historical fact, not unlike the analyses of Thucydides, Machiavelli, Gibbon, or Burckhardt. Nietzsche himself, however, held out the possibility of alternative developments within European culture, and to this end he examined the promise of emergent formulations, particularly those of Wagner, or what he termed a new artist's metaphysics, a modum tragic wisdom. While he was to be quickly disappointed by the train of events surrounding Wagner himself, Nietzsche never ceased to explore the resources needed for such a new age of human achievement. Realistically, he understood that if such an age were possible, it would have to be purchased at great expense. A tremendous hope speaks out of this essay, The Birth of THIRD. In the end, I lack all reason to renounce the hope for a Dionysian future of music. Let us look ahead a century. Let us suppose that my attempt to assassinate 2 millennia of anti-nature and desecration of man were to succeed. That new party of life which would tackle the greatest of all tasks, the attempt to raise humanity higher, including the relentless destruction of everything that was degenerating and parasitical, would again make possible that excess of life on earth from which the Dionysian state, too, would have to awaken. I promise a tragic age. The highest art in saying yes to life, tragedy, will be reborn when humanity has weathered the consequences of the hardest but most necessary wars without suffering. Point 27. Nietzsche had already termed this task the revaluation of all values by then, and, in retrospect, he saw the birth of THIRD as his own first step for carrying it out. Point 28. On many later occasions, Nietzsche remarked that perhaps the single greatest discovery of the birth of tragedy was its insight into the psychology of pain. Point 29. This would be one of his most penetrating and enduring perceptions, and he would develop it at length, under various headings, throughout the course of his subsequent work, especially in On the Genealogy of Morals, Thus Spoke Zarathustra, Beyond Good and Evil, and TWILITOF the Idols. Point 30. What Nietzsche attempted to gain in these extended analyses was not merely a psychological understanding of the particular individual, of his personal motivations or individual contributions to the culture. Rather, by turning to the distinctive features of an entire culture, he attempted to discern its underlying and more general patterns of motivation. Thus, Nietzsche 2.8. SCHE would come to find certain typical responses to frequently recurring problems encountered by the culture in question. These responses would often serve as models of cultural adaptation, as solutions or resolutions to the presence of one kind or another of threat or danger, whether the dangers were of a political kind or of a social, economic, religious, or even natural variety. In the course of time, the patterns of adaptive behavior may become relatively explicit to the members of a culture, and indeed, may appear in institutional or codified form, as civil laws, as religious practices, as conventional rules of social conduct, or as explicit norms of ethical or moral judgment. 31. Alternatively, they may be so taken for granted that they pass unnoticed, just as in language, where the rules of grammar determine how to speak properly, even though the speaker may be ignorant or quite unaware of them while speaking. Collectively, such patterns determine what we mean by a general style or type of culture. They lend it structure, coherency, and content, and, in the end, they determine the specific evolution of its very institutions. By the same token, however, it is on the basis of this already established and generally unquestioned style of cultural configuration that the individual acts in tum. Likewise, it is on this basis of tradition that the individual comes to understand, interpret, and judge him or herself and his or her contributions and relations to that culture. That is, the individual attains self-understanding in terms of his or her broader cultural resources. The person sees things and events according to its perspective. It was this insight into the general motivational patterns of a culture that established Nietzsche as a distinctively modem thinker, in the company of Marx and Freud. 32. What Nietzsche grasped, as did Marx and Freud, was the complex and systematic set of preconditions that underlies both individual and collective behavior, which determines the nature and aspirations of the society as a whole. While Nietzsche later termed his method of analysis genealogical, and here one should read, especially, his introduction to On the Genealogy of Morals. Its importance in the birth of tragedy was that it enabled him to perform an in-depth analysis of classical Greek culture according to registers that were ignored or simply not understood by the writers of his day, namely, the entire motivational context within Athenian society, especially in its historical and psychological dimensions. Precisely this lack of historical understanding and psychological ignorance were the epithets Nietzsche directed most unsparingly against his contemporaries. Moreover, he saw that the presence of one misunderstanding tended to indicate that of the other, for a failure to understand the deep, long protracted struggles through which Greek culture 2-9 evolved, for failure to grasp the historical impact of the earliest Doric invasions, the continual incursions of predatory armies, the frequent periods of climatic change, with their attendant economic and social perils, for failure to take into account the various Mycenaean, Cretan, and Egyptian influences, the successive introduction of innumerable religious sects, together with their competing beliefs and practices. In short, the failure to understand the extremely long and complex train of historical influences upon the development of classical Greece all resulted in the failure to grasp the often brutal, strident, and aggressive character of the Greek spirit. Likewise, by not understanding the psychological and emotional resources of the Greeks, one is entirely perplexed to explain the kind of adaptive responses Greek society made in the course of its own evolution, much less to understand how it managed to remain intact and to flourish. The failure to appreciate these two dimensions of Greek life resulted in an extraordinarily naive and idealized view of the Greeks, one propagated even today in the popular and professional mind. 33 This entirely commonplace notion is of a timeless Greece, radiant in the splendor of its benign gods, its noble and beautiful souls, a Greece that appeared to emerge miraculously, spontaneously, out of a long-forgotten barbarism. In short, the notion of an idyllic society, serene in its own confidence and prosperity, acutely sensitive to the truly civilized life of art, beauty, and intellect. 34 Of course, this idyll was the Greece of European romantics, and it had less to say about the Greeks themselves than about the envious longings of a politically unstable Europe hell-bent on a path of ruthless industrialization. The idealized conception of Greece tended to minimize conflict, both individual and social, and as a result, there seemed to be little dynamism to the classical period, save for the appearance of particularly striking or heroic individuals. Understandably, such individuals would seem far larger than in life and would be entirely removed from any usual orientation within a society. This distortion in turn only served the cause of a more intense form of idealization, the determined tendency to find great-souled men of genius and heroism at every juncture. The consequence of such romantic exaggeration was to elevate Greek culture right out of all plausible existence. Romanticized Greece thus served as an ideal model of social and political order and a veritable utopia for 19th-century thought. In the end, since any attempt at self-understanding is ultimately indebted to its cultural and historical resources, such views as the romantic conception of classical Greece did far more than a disservice. For Nietzsche, they were dangerous in the extreme, for they denied a real understanding of our own long-forming historical presence and the future it extends before us. Indeed, it would be precisely such views as the romantic conception that Nietzsche would criticize at length in the work he explicitly devoted to the study of historiography, History in the Service and Disservice of Life. 35 The Greeks had a remarkably developed civilization in the period with which Nietzsche was concerned. The 6th and especially, the 5th centuries BC, was an article of faith for him, as it was for classicists in general. Quite simply, classical Greece was gifted with a prodigal creative genius. But the question that intrigued Nietzsche was how such a society was possible. To understand classical art, sculpture, drama, and philosophy as a kind of vision is what Romanticism did, and to some extent, this was correct. More than anything else, however, what differentiated Nietzsche's approach from that of the classical Romantic school, was that the latter simply took the vision at face value. Thus, its value as a vision, as a visionary reality, or as a kind of regulative illusion was simply lost to 19th-century thought. By not asking what the tragic vision or illusion stood for, what it represented to the Greek mind, and why the Greeks saw fit to produce this kind of vision, the classicists created a total misunderstanding of Greek culture and civilization. It was with these considerations in mind that Nietzsche's genealogical analysis pursued a double path. Out of what did the highest art form of classical Greece evolve? What motivated this evolution of tragic drama? Nietzsche's response to these questions was complex, and to say the least, arduous, but it can be briefly anticipated. In answer to the first question, Nietzsche claimed that the tragic drama evolved out of dithyrambic poetry and Greek liturgical music, together with elements from conventional drama. This was in large part a historical question, and it was dealt with at some length by Aristotle, in his Poetics, and again by Cicero. Modern scholarship has generally tended to agree with Nietzsche and to confirm this derivation. 36 The deep psychological motivation of tragic drama, and its significance for Greek culture, is of course closely involved with this same historical derivation. Nietzsche interpreted the tragic spirit as a fusion or coalescence of the two dispositions mentioned previously, the Dionysian and Apollonian. Insofar as they were embodied in the particular dramatic work, the Dionysian attitudes 3I were best expressed by the music and chants of the chorus, the Apollonian attitudes by the recitative. By separating out the formal elements of the tragic drama and by claiming different motivations for the derivation of each, Nietzsche raised the subsequent question, what gave rise to the Dionysian and Apollonian attitudes in the first place, and this, for Nietzsche, was the central question of the birth of tragedy. Both the Dionysian and Apollonian attitudes were, as Nietzsche interpreted them, basic types of responses to the issues the Greeks found most vital, the problems of ordinary and extraordinary human existence. Homer's contest, Apollo. Whatever obscurities are contained in the mythical accounts of Apollo and Dionysus, and they are not inconsiderable, these two gods were sufficiently distinguished in the mind of the classical Greek to serve as separate deities of artistic inspiration and be endowed with quite distinctive attributes. 37 Nietzsche's concern in the birth of tragedy was to understand these figures, not so much in their mythological roles, but insofar as they symbolize two fundamentally different kinds of attitudes that found expression everywhere throughout Greek culture of the classical period. As mentioned earlier, his intention was to analyze the motivations behind these attitudes and to see them essentially as attitudes taken in response to the issues and difficulties of human existence. Moreover, as typical kinds of response, the two attitudes could best be explored on the general level of distinctive cultural configurations. If the terms Apollonian and Dionysian thus served as categories to designate two basic kinds of cultural attitudes, and these attitudes were thought of as responses Greek culture typically adopted to ensure its own survival in the face of adverse conditions, then we can understand why Nietzsche's use of them was so exceedingly broad. For the most part, Apollonian and Dionysian were used as descriptive terms, but often, and this is important to his analysis, he employed them as prescriptive terms as well. His argument was not simply so that we, the modem reader, could understand the period of classical Greece by our judicious use of two descriptive categories. Rather, he claimed that by 3-2 analyzing these attitudes as they were characteristically expressed, we could to a large extent understand how and why Greek culture responded as it did to the various problems it faced. By extrapolation, the question moves from Greek culture per se to that of any other. What must a culture do, what responses must that culture prescribe to itself, to ensure its continuation, when confronted by human and natural threats to its very existence? It is in this prescriptive sense that Nietzsche often spoke of the health, exuberance, sustenance, or decline of a culture, about its strength to survive and to adapt itself to changing conditions, or, about its weakness, its inability to adapt to change in such a way as to preserve its most esteemed features, its values, institutions, traditions, and so forth. 38 From the start, then, Nietzsche's understanding of classical Greek culture was to stress its dynamic properties. Each stage in its developing evolution was a response to the aggravated conditions of natural human existence, with its ever-attendant dangers. Each stage thus appeared as a provisional victory, an overcoming, or resolution to a set of oftentimes hostile provocations. In this sense, the continuing development of a culture appears, dynamically, as an ongoing contest. It was precisely in these terms that Nietzsche described the painful emergence of a distinctively Greek culture, Homer's contest. The initial resolution for what comes to be known as Greek culture was the Homeric victory over the earlier period of barbarism, a period of violence and unremitting chaos. 39 In his essay of 1872, entitled Homer's Contest, Nietzsche characterized this pre-Homeric age and suggested what this period must have meant to the Greeks of the Homeric period. Where do we look when we are no longer led and protected by the hand of Homer, striding back into the pre-Homeric world? Only into night and horror, into the products of an imagination accustomed to the horrible. What kind of earthly existence is reflected in these repulsively terrible theogonic myths? A life over which alone the children of night rule, strife, lustful greed, deception, old age, and death. Let us mix this thick Boeotian air with the dark voluptuousness of the Etruscan, then such a reality would extort from us a world of myths in which Uranos, Cronus, and Zeus and the fighting titans must appear as a relief. And in truth, just as the concept of Greek law developed from murder and the expiation of murder, so too, the nobler culture takes its first victory wreath from the altar of the expiation of murder. Following that bloody age, a furrowing wave cuts deeply into Hellenic history. 33. Particularly central to Nietzsche's account were the consequences of such a desperate pre-Homeric worldview. On the one hand, the Greek world of warfare and cruelty, an abyss of horrible savagery, gave rise to the disgust with existence, toward the interpretation of this existence as a punishment and atonement. 41. But by taking this interpretation one step further and asking what this bloody world of fighting and occasional triumph could possibly mean, the response would serve as the first resolution of a distinctively Greek culture. To understand the precise nature of this resolution, Nietzsche observed, we must first assume that the Greek genius once found value in the existence of such a terrible drive and thought it justified. Fighting and the lust for victory were acknowledged, and nothing separates the Greek world from ours as much as the coloring, derived hence, of individual ethical concepts, for example, of Eris and envy. 42. Finally, Nietzsche went on to argue in the same essay that it was by internalizing or incorporating this resolution to admit and to justify the necessity of strife that Greek culture at large found a means of preserving itself and ensuring its prosperity. Thus, the struggle, contest, or competition would itself prove to be the very salvation of Greek culture. In the form of warfare, the agon would emerge as the passion for victory at all costs. 43 In peace, it would appear as the intense desire to excel in art, politics, athletic competition, or in thought. By incorporating the agon as a principle of cultural definition, the Greeks in turn cultivated a people who were capable of developing their natural endowments to an as yet unheard of extent. The resolution required that the contest as such continue unabated. One victory stimulates another in an ongoing process, whereby the society as a whole can take pride in the enhancement of its collective glory and achievement. To stand outside the human contest, or to bring it to an end, was to revert to barbarism. Even worse, it was to pretend to divinity, to the infinite, at which point one's opponents would be the jealous gods themselves, who would unhesitatingly crush any such mortal presumption. Nietzsche speculated that the importance of the contest itself, and not the particular, individual victory, was what initially led to the widespread practice of ostracism, or enforced exile. When a subject placed himself beyond the arena, he would become a danger to society as a whole, since it was the agon that ultimately made the culture 4 viable and served as its very foundation. Such a person would either discourage the possibility of the contest, since no one else could hope to achieve his own end, or he would place himself beyond the laws of the society and human commerce to become a tyrant, thence to indulge his basest instincts without restraint. The result in both cases would be dangerous to the society as a whole. The vestigial sense of this situation, whereby an individual by his very superiority stands beyond competition, is retained in the French phrase, common to English usage, or de concours, that is, beyond reasonable competition. Homer and Hesiod were the founders of this uniquely Greek, agonistic culture. They idealized the eristic qualities of their legendary heroes and Olympian gods, and they presented these figures in epic form to the citizens of 8th century BC. Greece as a model for human existence. This model in turn served as a creative response to the pervading sense of doom that seemed to characterize the earlier, pre-Homeric age. In The Birth of THIRD, Nietzsche described this first stage in the consolidation of classical Greek culture as the initial victory of the Apollonian vision. The Apollonian vision. The vision of Apollonian art found specific expression in epic poetry: the Iliad, the Odyssey, the Homeric poems, the Theogony, and the Works and Dies, and as Nietzsche described it, this vision was an artistic interpretation of human reality. While it was indeed poetically presented in these several epic works, the vision was not limited only to them, nor was it limited to the production of other specific artworks either. Rather, the Apollonian vision was a kind of illusion by which or through which the Greek came to understand his or her world. More precisely, Nietzsche claimed that the Apollonian vision could best be described in terms of a pointed analogy: it stood as a dream in comparison to ordinary waking life. As a dream, the Apollonian vision was illusory and it was produced by the dreamer. In this sense, it was within everyone's capacity to become a visionary and give rise to a singular artistic creation. Moreover, the dream was in fact intelligible, and its images served both an interpretive and a prophetic function. With this in mind, Nietzsche recalled that the significance of the dream vision often arose in striking relief against the waking background of confusion and detail. Thus, not only might the dream experience have been pleasurable in itself, but the apparent clarity of the dream brought with it a respite from troubled concerns, a delight in what appeared to be a deeper understanding of things. More important, perhaps, the respite and delight were fundamentally healing. They brought joy and meaning to life. In short, they helped the dreamer to abide or to survive in the face of a personally disquieting existence. No matter that the dream itself be recognized as a dream, since one rarely confuses the dream with empirical reality. Indeed, for the Apollonian vision, it was precisely the contrary: one dreamt a vision that transfigured empirical reality so that it could acquire a different, higher significance, one that beckoned the dreamer onward, one that made existence itself seem estimable and fully worthy of being lived. From the standpoint of the dream, the newly envisioned world appeared calm, modulated, moderated. The dream world evolved what Nietzsche called the plastic logic of forms, and it was free from the raucous turbulence and strife in which everyday life was so often embroiled. Thus, despite the immense fluidity of dream life, Nietzsche argued that it was basically tempered, that it was condensed into a particular series of images, bounded by the logic of its own concerns, and what would at first seem to be contradictory, that it was consequently less deceptive than waking life. Ultimately, the very nature of the dream vision lent its determinations to the figure of Apollo, and in doing so, the value of the vision was made manifest. It gave delight in the beauty of its images, it provided a focused intelligibility to human concerns, and it extended a state of calm repose to the individual. In Section 3 of The Birth of THIRD, Nietzsche advanced one such vision of Apollonian culture by drawing upon the epic content of Homer and Hesiod. Once again, the description centered on a specific analogy. In this case, he compared the Apollonian culture to an accomplished architectural structure or temple edifice. We see the glorious Olympian figures of the gods, standing on the gables of this structure. Their deeds, pictured in brilliant reliefs, adorn its friezes. Whoever approaches these Olympians with another religion in his heart, searching among them for moral elevation, even for sanctity, for discommodity spirituality, for charity and benevolence, will soon be forced to turn his back on them, discouraged and disappointed. For there is nothing here that suggests asceticism, spirituality, or duty. We hear nothing but the accounts of an exuberant, triumphant life in which all things, whether good or evil, are deified. And so the spectator may stand quite 3-6. Bewildered before this fantastic excess of life, asking himself by virtue of what magic potion these high-spirited men could have found life so enjoyable that, wherever they turned, their eyes beheld the smile of Helen, the ideal picture of their own existence, floating in sweet sensuality. Existence under the bright sunshine of such gods is regarded as desirable in itself, and the real pain of Homeric men is caused by parting from it, especially by early parting. Do not forget the lament of the short-lived Achilles, mourning the leaf-like change and vicissitudes of the race of men and the decline of the heroic age. It is not unworthy of the greatest hero to long for a continuation of life, even though he live as a day laborer. At the Apollonian stage of development, the will longs so vehemently for this existence, the Homeric man feels himself so completely at one with it, that lamentation itself becomes a song of praise. 44. This Apollonian vision appeared as the creation of a divine and exuberant world, a visionary world of Olympian beauty that would, in turn, serve as a model for one's own life. Such a world was first revealed to the Apollonian Greeks through the religion of their gods and the mythology of their exploits. It was thereby surrounded with a higher glory and was in all ways exemplary. The same impulse which calls art into being, as the complement and consummation of existence, seducing one to a continuation of life, was also the cause of the Olympian world which the Hellenic will made use of as a transfiguring mirror. Thus do the gods justify the life of man, they themselves live it the only satisfactory theodicy. 45. If the Apollonian vision was such a transfiguring mirror, Nietzsche was quick to note that, in order for us to better understand it, the emphasis should perhaps be placed on the transfigurative aspect of the mirror, and especially on the motivations that gave rise to it in the first place. While the unrestrained barbarism of the pre-Homeric age had abated to some extent by the advent of the classical period, nonetheless warfare, the threat of famine, civil unrest, and natural catastrophes were forever present. It is for this reason that Nietzsche began to discuss the Apollonian vision by way of an analogy drawn from architecture. The uppermost gables and parapets of the Apollonian Parthenon celebrate the Olympian gods, and these gods were themselves the transfiguring mirror that arose out of the heroic deeds and splendid scenes of the frieze. By the same logic, the pillars or columns of such a temple were the very artists who constructed it, and in this sense they performed a Herculean task. But finally, and what is in question for the completion of this analogy, is the foundation upon which the Apollonian edifice was 3-1. Erected, namely, the frank realization by the Greeks of the inevitability of human suffering, of ever-present danger, chaos, and impending disaster, the realization that human existence is itself a fragile, painful, and forever imperiled state. But, as Nietzsche observed, if the foundations upon which Apollonian culture stood were perpetually insecure, this testified all the more to the power and persuasion of the vision itself. If the Olympian world of Apollo was able to transfigure the Greek and lend him a beatific vision for the glorification of his own life, this was only possible to the extent that he was driven to elaborate such a world in the first place. Thus, Nietzsche asked the important question, what terrific need was it that could produce such an illustrious company of Olympian beings? His response was equally succinct. The Greek knew and felt the terror and horror of existence. That he might endure this terror at all, he had to interpose between himself and life the radiant dream birth of the Olympian. That overwhelming dismay in the face of the titanic powers of nature, the fates enthroned inexorably over all knowledge, the vulture of that great lover of mankind, Prometheus, the terrible fate of the wise Oedipus, the family curse of the Atridae which drove Orestes to matricide. All this was again and again overcome by the Greeks with the aid of the Olympian middle world of art, or at any rate it was veiled and withdrawn from sight. It was in order to be able to live that the Greeks had to create these gods from a most profound need. 46. That the Greeks were haunted by their suffering and all too obtrusive reality was repeatedly affirmed by their epic legends and mythology. At these moments of recognition, Nietzsche argued, the veil of Apollonian illusion parted, precisely to disclose the reality of an existence that was at bottom necessarily painful. By this disclosure, the Apollonian illusion revealed a second truth, namely, that the heretofore redeeming illusion of Apollo was exactly that, an illusion. Perhaps the most striking case of this acknowledged infirmity of the Apollonian vision occurs in the mythological account of Silenus and King Midas. Nietzsche discussed the Midas myth, in section 3 of the Birth of Tragedy, to point out the terrifying reality over which the veil of Apollonian vision was drawn. But that he should have chosen this myth and this variant of the myth rather than a score of other equally distressing admissions about the deeper, underlying, painful reality of life, is due to the identification within this myth between the terrible truth of existence and the Dionysian tradition. Since this terrible wisdom is uttered by the Dionysian votary Silenus, the contrast between the Apollonian and Dionysian attitudes appears all the more distinct. The Midas myth was widespread and well known in the ancient world, but perhaps the clearest formulation of the variant Nietzsche selected was given by Aristotle in the Eudemian Ethics. Many wise men, as Crantor says, not only recently but long ago have bewailed the human lot, thinking life a punishment, and merely to be born a man the greatest of misfortunes. Aristotle says that even Silenus revealed this to Midas when caught by him. But it is better to record the philosopher's very words. He says this in the work called Eudemus or On the Soul, wherefore, best and most blessed of all men, not only do we think the dead happy and blessed, and think it impious to say anything untrue about them and to slander them, since they have already become better and greater. This custom is so ancient and long established among us that absolutely no one knows either the time of its origin or who first established it. It seems to have been followed continuously for endless ages. Not only that, but you see the saying that has been current in the mouths of men for many years. What is that? Said the other. And he said in answer, why, that not to be born is best of all and death better than life. To many a man has the heavenly voice so testified. This, they say, is what happened to the famous Midas when he had caught Silenus and asked him what is the best thing for men and the most desirable of all. Silenus at first would not say anything but maintained unbroken silence, but when at last by using every device, Midas had, with difficulty, induced him to say something, he said under compulsion, short-lived seed of a toilsome spirit and of a hard fate, why do you force me to say what is better for you not to know? The most painless life is that lived in ignorance of one's own ills. To men it is quite impossible for the best thing of all to happen, nor can they share in the nature of the best, but the next best, and the best achievable for men, is, having been born, to die as soon as may be. It is clear by this he meant that the time spent in death is better than that spent in life, for it was precisely this baleful philosophy, this folk wisdom, as Nietzsche described it, which established the grounds of the divine Olympian realm, the Apollonian vision. To express the relation between the beatific dream vision and the painful reality of human existence, Nietzsche once again turned to an analogy. The former is related to the latter in the same way as the rapturous vision of the tortured martyr is to his suffering. If Homer's contest resulted in the victory of the Apollonian vision, the foundations for this achievement were acknowledged by the Greeks to be tenuous at best. But to understand what was at stake in this tentative resolution, we 3-9 must again see the agon in a broader perspective. Ultimately, Nietzsche argued, the artistic resolution achieved by the Apollonian vision, its victory was a necessary supplement to natural existence. Nature requires the supplement of art in order that its own creatures may continue to exist. Thus, by enlarging the perspective of the Apollonian artist, Nietzsche introduced a theory of art, an aesthetics, which at the same time he extended to a theory of nature. During the period in which he composed the Birth of Tragedy, he termed this an artist's metaphysics. Later, he came to see it under the more general formulation, the will to power 48. In any case, it was with this broader theme in mind that Nietzsche closed his initial discussion of the Apollonian worldview. The complete victory of Apollonian illusion is one of those illusions which nature so frequently employs to achieve her own ends. The true goal is veiled by a phantasm, and while we stretch out our hands for the latter, nature attains the former by means of our illusion. 49. Dionysian intensities, dispossession. If the Apollonian vision stood as a dream world to waking life, then the Dionysian attitude appeared as the most extreme intensification of life. Or, as Nietzsche concisely expressed it, the Dionysian is life's intoxication with itself. Nietzsche's discussion of the Dionysian impulse, like his discussion of the Apollonian, thus begins with another physiological analogy, in this case, the state of intoxication. It is important to note, then, that the Dionysian impulse is not simply the natural or base term, with regard to which the Apollonian would appear as a refracted and distorted image, however edifying and redeeming the latter might well be. 50. Both the Apollonian and Dionysian attitudes are natural in that they are equally the expression of natural impulses. They are both creative responses to the conditions imposed by nature on the human order. So far as the human order is itself natural, these two attitudes or impulses may be seen, at least aesthetically, in view of the economy of nature as a whole. What distinguishes the Dionysian tendency at first sight is its contrast, in origin and ends, with the Apollonian disposition. Whereas the latter stems from the individual's desire to render existence stable by means of a personally redeeming vision, a dream vision of beauty, order, and measure, one that sustains him and offers a divine spectacle for his emulation. The Dionysian state has nothing to do with the individual per se, it concerns neither his production 40 of the particular dream image nor his individuated existence. Thus, Nietzsche claimed that the Dionysian state is more primal because it underlies or subtends personal individuation. In the Dionysian state of intense excitement and agitation, one is dispossessed, removed of one's own individuality, of all that renders the individual a singular and distinctive creature, in the first place the specific constitution of his character, personal tastes, fears, expectations, reflections, and values. The Apollonian tendency, on the contrary, begins right here, with the specific ordering, selection, and elevation of certain dispositions, with the idealization of particular values and judgments. The Apollonian inclination unifies these selected elements and casts them forth as exemplary images for the purpose of defining and preserving the individual as a discrete individual. By contrast, the Dionysian attitude consists in the effective removal of precisely these individuating features. Ultimately, if the Apollonian dream state corresponds to the idealized elements of a prescriptive code, a code that both constitutes the individual as an individual and preserves him as such within a society, then the Dionysian state corresponds to a decodification of these elements, a suspension of individual and socially sanctioned codes. 51. To borrow the analogy once again, it corresponds to the state of intoxication, within which there is no longer any concern with individual goals or specific aims. Rather, with the Dionysian state of intoxication, of frenzy and rapture, we witness the dispossession of personal ID and ity, the suspension of discrete intention and prescription, the loss of a singular purpose. In short, we see the abrogation of ego identity, of personal singularity or uniqueness itself. The essential point of distinction between the Apollonian and Dionysian attitudes centers on individuation or its absence. As an individual, I am distressingly alone and must contract the entirety of my resources to defend my sole possession, myself, my preservation, my very being as an individual. Only the clairvoyant image of my dreamlike Apollonian vision can suffice to redeem my person and its singular desires. What seems to motivate the Apollonian state, then, is a kind of lack, the recognition of scarcity, want, or insufficiency. The saving virtue of the Apollonian vision is that it extends an image of existence by which one could rectify that insufficiency. The image extended for this compensation is one of a longed-for peace, essentially static, timeless, and radiant in its enduring permanence, the image of the god Apollo. In this sense alone, the individuated state is initially one of pain, struggle, and suffering, a state of ever-watchful readiness and defense. The victory claimed by this Apollonian state is, as Nietzsche continually reminded us, a dream, the 4i vision of a fabled and heroic Ilium, one that is admittedly precarious in the face of waking life. The Dionysian state, on the contrary, should be conceived as the absence of this kind of necessity, this needful defense of the singular individual, with his discrete desires, ordered codes, and personal visions of redemption. As dispossessed as intoxicated, one is no longer the singular personality with its particular attributes and goals. Rather, one has lost the specific forms of these individuating qualities, these defining characteristics that serve to delimit and direct qualities that in the end testify to one's deeply felt paucity and need. No longer individuated, the Dionysian state lends itself to total identification with the world beyond the individual that underlies the individual, which is the scene for his segregation, his isolation, or individuation, in the first place. Thus, if Nietzsche's language suggests that the Dionysian state is in fact more natural, this must be understood only in the sense that nature as a whole is more extensive than the individuating and possessive dream image would have us believe. By the same token, the Dionysian state of intoxication is held to be more primal than the Apollonian vision, since it is essentially polymorphous, indirect, and nonspecific. It has to do with that undiminished state of existence upon which forms are enacted, codes imposed, and specific goals wrought. The Dionysian state is thus one of abundance, plenitude, and excess. 52 And having once attained this state, one's impulses, one's drives and affects of every variety find immediate discharge, they invest themselves with unrestrained intensity in every object thrust before them. Uninhibited and decodified, the cauldron of Dionysian forces bring the body into contact with a world of immediacy, a universe of proximate surfaces. The entire world of waking reality is thus brought forth in its sentient extreme as the recipient and nourishment of these Dionysian intensities. Explosive discharges of Dionysian forces increase and augment themselves in the absence of any restraint and of all social and civil codes. With nothing to protect, with no one to preserve, the Dionysian sensibility couples with all things, everything enters its ken, everything presents itself as a further source of satisfaction to the vertiginous spiral of libidinal excess. Each gratification appears as a stage of increasingly extensive and intensive pleasure, until the Dionysian state of heightened excitation temporarily shudders and collapses out of delighted exhaustion only to be replenished and intensified in time. Dispossessed of all individuality, all specificity, the Dionysian celebrant fully experiences an orgiastic delight in his satisfaction and immediate identification with the whole, with every object of sensibility and sensuality. In this intoxi. 4.2. Kate's state of dispossession, pain is indeed borne, but it is no longer suffered. The intensities sustained may well be lacerating in their frenzy, but they in turn render their host a universal agent and patient, through which existence itself seems to revel in its own excess. For Nietzsche, the Dionysian votary found his home in just such a world, indeed, he experienced himself as that world. Through his dispossessing intensity and by his deeply felt identification with that world, the world itself suddenly became perfectly clear, pellucid, its every object and event became his own rapture, his own meaning and life. Such a Dionysian world of superabundance postulated no other world, no prescriptive antidote to compensate for personal loss, for human frailty or indigence, since for the state of Dionysian intensity, there can be no incompletion or failed possibilities. Rather, it is a state of incandescence, fulguration, and rapture, a sovereign state of exultant strength and vitality wherein existence redeems and validates itself at every moment. Hence, there is no longer any need for the redeeming vision of Apollonian beauty, the dream image of a near-forgotten Ilium, for the nostalgic hope of a long-lost kingdom before the fall, nor for submission to the restrictive and tiresome codes of a social order. It is easily understandable that the advent of primitive Dionysian religious cults was felt as a veritable shockwave by the Apollonian culture of the early classical period. Dionysian behavior was, for the Apollonian Greek, the very definition of barbarity itself. Its practice threatened the conditions of social and political stability, and it was unhesitatingly described, even by later generations, as a kind of epidemic madness, as an alien disease that seemed to transgress all rational and social codes in the name of wanton abandon and excess. 53 In discussing this earliest and most intense form of the Dionysian impulse, the festival transgression of the Dionysian barbarian, there is no question that Nietzsche fully shared the apprehensions of the Apollonian Greek. In nearly every case these festivals centered in extravagant sexual licentiousness, whose waves overwhelmed all family life and its venerable traditions. The most savage natural instincts were unleashed, including even that horrible mixture of sensuality and cruelty which has always seemed to me to be the real witch's brew. 54. Nietzsche himself claimed to experience the profound intensity of Dionysian transport on many occasions. Indeed, he would dramatically portray these intensities throughout the 4 books of Zarathustra. But neither would the remarks he made about these states in his letters nor their portrayal in Zarathustra or elsewhere ever quite approach comparison with, for example, the 4L. Fury Euripides sought to express in his Bacchae. There, Euripides presented the dreadful extreme of Dionysian barbarity in the figure of Agave. It was Agave who, with the help of her equally blinded sisters Ino and Auton, murdered her own son, Pentheus. In a brief passage, Euripides' messenger describes the main adic frenzy of this most vicious of all murders to the attending chorus. But she, with foaming at the mouth and rolling eyes in frenzy, thinking as a mind should never think, was held by Bacchus. His entreaty touched her not. She took his wrist, the left one, in her hands and stood with her feet pressing on his ribs, poor helpless man, and wrenched his shoulder from its socket not by strength, but the god gave it to her hands an easy prey. The other side was Ino, finishing the work, tearing his flesh asunder, and Auton with all the Bacchic horde attacked. There was a cry, one sound from all together, Pentheus, while he breathed, groaned, but the others cheered. A forearm one had got, the feet another, with the shoes, his ribs were stripped piecemeal, those women, every one, with bloody hands joined in a ball game, using bits of Pentheus' flesh. The body lies in different places, part below sharp rocks and part in thickets deep in undergrowth, not easy to discover, but the wretched head his mother chanced on, and she took it in her hands and fixed it on her thyrsus, thinking it to be a mountain lion's through Cytheron. This she bears, leaving her sisters in the Maenade choruses. Inside these walls, rejoicing in her luckless prey, she comes, acclaiming as her comrade in the hunt Bacchus, participator with her in the kill. The glorious victory to her of tears. 55. The tragic resolution. There could be no simple victory or conclusion to the opposition represented by Apollo and Dionysus. As Nietzsche observed in section 4 of the Birth of Tragedy, if the primitive 4 Dionysian seemed titanic and barbaric to the Apollonian Greek, at the same time he could not conceal from himself that he, too, was inwardly related to these overthrown titans and heroes. Indeed, he had to recognize even more than this. Despite all its beauty and moderation, his entire existence rested on a hidden substratum of suffering and of knowledge, revealed to him by the Dionysian. And behold, Apollo could not live without Dionysus. The Titanic and the barbaric were in the last analysis as necessary as the Apollonian. 56. Taken by itself, as we have seen, the Apollonian order is based on an illusion. It operates through and is understood according to the elaboration of exhaustive codes, and it serves to maintain the construction of complete individuation. Individuation is thus accomplished by social, civic, and cultural encoding. 57. The Apollonian individual would thus exist apart from the whole of the underlying Dionysian reality only by repressing it or any null edge he might have of it. For Nietzsche, the Apollonian world of mere appearance and moderation persisted precisely to the extent that it was artificially dammed up. Likewise, the unrestrained excesses of the Dionysian order pointed to chaos and suffering at every register. While its intoxicating liberation brought ecstatic joy through the feeling of dispossession, this seemed to entail the collapse of social and institutional life per se. In its own way, then, the Dionysian state stood as the proscribed seduction. Not only would the forbidden excess of every passion and sensibility stand as an inducement to the state Apollonian, but it brought with it a second danger, the claim of a monstrous truth, the recognition of excess, contradiction, pain, and apoplexy to be found at the very heart of nature. In short, once the redeeming and protective image of Apollo is withdrawn, nature reveals itself in its plenitude as a meaningless and amoral plethora of conflicting impulses, struggles, and dynamic forces. The truth of the Dionysian, which is also the wisdom of Silneus, is a world unbounded by moderation, direction, purpose, or the hope of redemption. It is a truth whose object is existence in general, namely, the world in its fullest extension, the world as presented in its greatest intensity. Faced with such a yawning chaos, mankind could not long endure itself or existence. In the end, the terrible wisdom of Silenus corresponds to a reality that is simply anarchic, to the aimless and childlike play of Heraclitus's gods. Understandably, such a tragic wisdom might quickly crush the defenseless individual, who is himself fully and helplessly embroiled in the divine chaos. 4s. The accommodation of these conflicting impulses occurs in one way or another, as the characteristically Greek resolution to the question mark of existence. Nietzsche argued that this accommodation was never final, nor was it ever fully stable for any length of time. But whether one turns to Greek civil and political life, to its intellectual traditions, or to the various arts practiced in Greek culture, the opposition between the Dionysian and the Apollonian, together with their mysterious union, is everywhere to be found. Perhaps Nietzsche's single strongest claim in the birth of tragedy was to have understood the nature of this opposition and its tentative, provisional resolution, in a single form of art, tragic drama, which Nietzsche, following an entire tradition since Aristotle, saw as the highest, most developed art form. Not only did the example of tragic drama offer a relatively well-documented history by which it could be understood, but its very evolution testified to a wealth of elements, each contributing to the complex nature of the resolution. Furthermore, tragic drama manifested the contrast between its component elements at the very moment of its performance, its actual presentation. Thus, the dynamic tension and the specific resolution produced within the drama could be vital and immediately experienced elements, rather than, for example, merely abstract or formal properties. The case of tragic drama thus stands as a privileged text for interpreting classical Greek culture at large, and Nietzsche's analysis of the Apollonian and Dionysian elements constitutes a veritable inventory of Greek existence, extending from the world of epic and lyrical poetry, through the nature of language and myth, to the political consequences of the Socratic teaching. While the period of Doric culture and art was a permanent military encampment of the Apollonian. An art so defiantly prim and so encompassed with bulwarks, that only incessant resistance to the titanic barbaric nature of the Dionysian could account for the long survival it enjoyed. The case was different for the development of the Attic and Ionian traditions. 58 For the latter, Dionysus was represented by a temple at Delphi as early as the Homeric period, and the origins of specifically Dionysian art found concrete expression with the likewise ancient tradition of lyrical poetry. Not surprisingly, then, Nietzsche's historical analysis of tragic drama begins with the traditionally acknowledged founder of lyric poetry, Archilochus, a 7th century BC Ionian who was reputed to be of a singularly Dionysian caste. Fragments of his work indicate not only that he led and composed Dionysian songs but that his work was unique for the intensity and variety of its passion. 4-6. Especially for its extremely coarse eroticism. All of which suggests that his ancient critics were correct when they denounced his strikingly un-Homeric qualities. Heraclitus, Critias, and Pindar in particular excoriated him for his rejection of the aristocratic Homeric ideals Archilochus himself sarcastically ridiculed as vainglory and pride, more interesting perhaps for those who preferred to die pointlessly in battle than for those, like himself, who enjoyed the delights of a vital and sensuous existence. Nonetheless, Nietzsche observed, this bastard son of a Parian slave woman, ever intoxicated and often savage, was, for the Greeks, given a status equal to that of the Apollonian Homer. The ancients place the faces of Homer and Archilochus, as the forefathers and torchbearers of Greek poetry, side by side on gems, sculptures, etc., with a sure feeling that consideration should be given only to these two, equally completely original, from whom a stream of fire flows over the whole of later Greek histoi. 59. Why this should have been the case, however, is problematic. If tradition generally saw Archilochus as merely a subjective writer, why should this one individual's rather sordid testimony be of any consequence at all? Nietzsche's interpretation of this view is crucial, in analyzing the nature of lyrical poetry, and that of Archilochus in particular. Nietzsche argued that the important consideration was not so much the communication of a personal or subjective experience as such, however intriguing that may have been, but rather, that the lyrical poet was able to create a musical mood. The term Nietzsche used for mood is the German Stimmung, and this is rich in its associations. At once, it means mood, tone, or attunement. In section 5 of the Birth of Tragedy, Nietzsche noted that he borrowed the insight about the complex character of mood from Schiller, namely, that Stimmung is not simply the objective representation of an internal mental state. If it were only this, the musical mood would merely be a particular image, produced by the individual poet. In that case, the mood character of ancient lyric poetry, which is itself, quite literally, tonal and musical, would be but another example of Apollonian objective art, the art of discrete representational images and concepts. But if the musical mood of lyrical poetry was neither Apollonian nor simply a subjective personal testimony, what then was it, and why should it have been capable of igniting the world of tragic drama? One's mood is understood relationally as the emotional 4-7 or affective attunement or disposition one has with the entirety of one's surrounding environment, rather than as an internal, self-enclosed mental image of the individuated subject. It follows that the mood state is all-pervasive for one's experience. The sphere of poetry does not lie outside the world as a fantastic impossibility spawned by a poet's brain. 60. The emotionally charged mood state is neither within nor without, neither subjective nor objective in the strict sense. Rather, it is experienced as all-permeating and suffusive. The mood lends an emotional or affective tonality to all things, including the lyrical poet himself. Thus, the lyrical experience and the lyrical recreation of the mood was something ecstatic, and as such it dispossessed the poet of his own subjectivity, his own I or ego. What was given to and by the lyric poet, then, was precisely this Dionysian state of disindividuation. As Nietzsche observed, the artist has already surrendered his subjectivity in the Dionysian process, and he now feels an identity with the heart of the world. He experiences the world as his primordial home. How was it possible, then, for the lyric poet to communicate such a mood, this state of dispossession and attunement with the heart of the world? Here, Nietzsche drew upon his own intense experience of music and reasoned that both the mood of lyric poetry and its means of expression were congruent, that they could be understood and made possible only through the medium of music. Music alone, he argued, is capable of expressing the infinitely polymorphous character of a dynamic world, a world capable of every tension, transformation, stress, intensity, and pulsion. It does this not by representing one single state, a static image of the world as the language of concepts does, but by manifesting the very nature, essence, or idea of its general dynamic properties. In short, what Nietzsche calls its dissonance. This primordial phenomenon of Dionysian art is difficult to grasp, and there is only one direct way to make it intelligible and grasp it immediately, through the wonderful significance of musical dissonance. 61. Nietzsche thus postulated a structural identity among the dynamic properties of the world, the Dionysian ground, the heart of all things, and the dynamic properties of music. That music has an expressive privilege over conventional language, then, is clear at least for Nietzsche. Music is the language of Dionysian disposition. As such, it expresses what is felt to be the primal reality, the heart of 4-8. All things. By contrast, the language of images and concepts belongs to the Apollonian state of discrete form, order, and the particular appearance. The opposition between music and language appears to rest, finally, on the nature of the world each claims to express. But, if this world often seems to be two quite distinctive worlds, this confusion is due in no small measure to Nietzsche's reliance on the idealist vocabulary of Schopenhauer and Kant. Nonetheless, and despite the perplexities caused by this borrowed terminology, Nietzsche's analysis was his own, a fact he continually reminded us of in the 1886 preface and in Ecce Homo. Had, for example, he maintained the strict Kantian distinction between a noumenal and phenomenal world, Nietzsche's account would have lapsed into the very paradoxes he sought to escape. Music would then have been the simple expression of a world will closed in upon itself, a world in itself, and conventional language would only have represented a world of appearances, a deficient world of merely phenomenal reality. What emerges from the latter formulation is the following: music is true, but its truth can never be experienced or communicated. But, precisely this is in striking contradistinction to the fact of the intensely felt musical reward carried by the experience of the musical performance. Furthermore, if the reality that music testified to was the Dionysian world as noumenal, then that, too, could never be subject to human experience. The contrary case would follow for conventional language and the Apollonian world. To correct this traditional, but understandable, impression, we should note that the entire argumentation for the privileged status of music stands or falls precisely on the listener's capacity to be effectively moved, transformed, by it. Once the listener acknowledges the ecstatic state brought on by music, by the musical mood or the aesthetic state with its attendant disindividuation, then Nietzsche's arguments for the universal and primal character of musical expression seem far more plausible and far less dependent on the rather tortured metaphysics of Schopenhauer and Kant. I must not appeal to those who use the images of what happens on the stage, the words and emotions of the acting persons, in order to approach their help with the musical feeling, for these people do not speak music as their mother tongue. And, in spite of this help, never get beyond the entrance halls of musical perception. I must appeal only to those who, immediately related to music, have in it, as it were, their motherly womb, and are related to things almost exclusively through unconscious musical relations. Let the attentive friend imagine the effect of a true musical tragedy purely and simply, as he knows it from experience. It is as if his visual faculty were no longer merely a surface faculty but capable of penetrating into the interior, and as if he now saw before him, with the aid of music, the waves of the will, the conflict of motives, and the swelling flood of the passions, sensuously visible, as it were, like a multitude of vividly moving lines and figures, and he could dip into the most delicate secrets of unconscious emotions. 62. 49. Strikingly, the kind of world given to the ecstatic musical mood, the only world, remained basically unchanged in its description throughout the subsequent course of Nietzsche's writings. In a passage from a fragment dated 1885, this Dionysian world of disindividuation would be explicitly repeated, but by then, in a vocabulary that was distinctively Nietzsche's own, that of the eternal return and the will to power, terms that more successfully, perhaps, conveyed the sense of dynamism and dissonance at the very heart of all things. And do you know what the world is to me? Shall I show it to you in my mirror? This world, a monster of energy, without beginning, without end. As force throughout, as a play of forces and waves of forces, at the same time one and many, increasing here and at the same time decreasing there, a sea of forces flowing and rushing together, eternally changing, eternally flooding back, with tremendous years of recurrence, with an ebb and a flood of its forms, out of the simplest forms striving toward the most complex, out of the stillest, most rigid, coldest forms toward the hottest, most turbulent, most self-contradictory, and then again returning home to the simple, out of this abundance, out of this play of contradictions back to the joy of concord, still affirming itself in this uniformity of its courses and years, blessing itself as that which must return eternally. This, my Dionysian world of the eternally self-creating, the eternally self-destroying, this mystery world of the twofold voluptuous delight. This world is the will to power and nothing else. For point 1. As the prototype of the lyric poet, Archilochus represents a development over the Dionysian musician per se. Whereas the latter submerged himself in the ecstasy of dispossession, totally identifying himself with and thus losing himself in the primal unity, the heart of all things, the lyric poet focused the musical mood on certain exemplary images, on specific symbols. That the lyric poet employed poetic images at all pointed to a second influence, the 50 inspiratio of Apollo. But what distinguished the lyric poet from the purely Apollonian epic poet was the fact that the images or symbols of the lyric poet were fully charged with a Dionysian frenzy and intoxication, which is to say, they were images or examples of his own dispossession, his identification with the whole, and they were in no way illusions or dreams, which would serve to shield or protect him. These exemplary states of dispossession were, Nietzsche claimed, image sparks that testified to the poet's Dionysian musical enchantment. It was for this reason that the lyrical poetry of Archilochus seemed simply subjective to the Apollonian observer. But in fact, what occurred was a second-order symbolization, a concretely poetic representation of the Dionysian self-abandonment the poet himself had already undergone. It was the lyrical representation of an ecstatic attunement with the whole, which is precisely why Nietzsche described Archilochus as a world poet and not as a subjective poet. If lyrical poetry attempted to express the ecstatic musical mood of the lyrist, this was no less true for other primitive forms of versification, such as the folk song. In fact, for Nietzsche, the strophic forms of lyrical poetry, the folk song, and the dithyramb testified to the more original melodic and rhythmic character of music itself. With the advent of the dithyramb, however, two elements intervened to lend further complexity to the process out of which tragic drama evolved. On the one hand, ritual imagery was introduced precisely to celebrate the god Dionysus. Second, the dithyramb was chanted by a chorus of participants in the ritual celebration, namely, in a series of choral exchanges by the Dionysian votaries called satyrs or sileni. The dithyramb, with its newly added ritual content, thence became the symbolic expression of Dionysian wisdom itself, a kind of terrible knowledge about the disindividuated, unjust, dissonant nature of natural existence. Moreover, this wisdom was effectively convincing due to the dithyramb's very musicality. 64 It was the frenzy released by the chorus's chants that first appeared to the observer as the most intense and perhaps shocking aspect of the dithyramb. For the rather staid Apollonian Greek, this spectacle constituted an indictment, if not a denial, of the very propriety of social and political life. Writing, once again, about the mood conveyed by the frenzied Dionysian chorus, Nietzsche was compelled to remark: "One feels in every case in which Dionysian excitement gains any significant extent, how the Dionysian liberation from the fetters of the individual finds expression first of all in a diminution of, in indifference to, indeed, in hostility to, the political instincts. Just as certainly, Apollo who forms states is also the genius of the principium individuationis, and state and patriotism cannot live without an affirmation of the individual personality. But from orgies a people can take one path only, the path to Indian Buddhism. Ecstatic states with their elevation above space, time, and the individual. 65. 5i. But, Nietzsche argued, insofar as the Dionysian dithyramb finally evolved to the state of tragic drama, it would ultimately fall to one of its own ingredients, the chorus, to reawaken the possibility of a social and political community. This could only occur when the frenzied disindividuation of the Dionysian celebrant yielded and submitted to modification, when it became transformed, at the urging of the chorus, into a collective embrace, an impassioned identification by the audience with the spectacle of a common mythology, history, and destiny. All this would occur immediately on the very stage set before them. To arrive at this conclusion, however, Nietzsche first had to give extensive consideration to the history and composition of the chorus. The evolution of the Dionysian satyr chorus into the conventional chorus of tragic drama parallels the development of tragic drama as such. Initially, according to Nietzsche, the ritual celebration of Dionysus was performed and attended by the chorus alone. Thus, the participants or actors themselves constitute the audience. Ultimately, the chorus is the dramatic proto-phenomenon, since its members fully undergo and express the ritual of Dionysian disindividuation. In the dithyramb we confront a community of unconscious actors who consider themselves and one another transformed. Such magic transformation is the presupposition of all dramatic art. In this magic transformation the Dionysian reveler sees himself as a satyr 66. Insofar as it is a specific ritual, the Dionysian transformation entails a modification of the ecstatic process. One loses oneself and becomes an other, but only according to a certain image of deep ritual significance. The follower of Dionysus ritually reenacts a precise mythological role. In this case, it is the privileged role of the satyr. But, as Nietzsche remarked, to invoke a specific image or role at all, in the ecstasy of transformation, is already to draw upon the further resources of Apollo, even if this does result in the ritual incarnation of Dionysus himself. As a satyr, in he sees the god, which means that in his metamorphosis he beholds another vision outside. 5.2. Himself, as the Apollonian complement of his own state. With this new vision the drama is complete. 67. By this complex stage of development, according to Nietzsche, the specific resolution between Dionysus and Apollo, which constitutes the drama itself, will already have been established. In the light of this insight we must understand Greek tragedy as the Dionysian chorus which ever anew discharges itself in an Apollonian world of images. Thus the choral parts with which tragedy is interlaced are, as it were, the womb that gave birth to the whole of the so-called dialogue, that is, the entire world of the stage, the real drama. 68. Once the ritual dithyramb was brought to the stage as a public spectacle, the actor enlivened and assumed the part of what was until then the visionary state of the satyr chorus. 69. Wearing the ritual mask, the actor became the figure of Dionysus himself, or that of his surrogate, the tragic hero. Nietzsche explained that drama in the narrower sense began here, with the introduction of the actor, since it implied a forceful distinction between the chorus and audience. 70. The chorus itself did not require the real representation of Dionysus, since it already held Dionysus before itself as a visionary state. Representation was required only for the audience, not for the chorus. Accordingly, the function of the chorus changed radically. Now the dithyrambic chorus was assigned the task of exciting the mood of the listeners to such a Dionysian degree that, when the tragic hero appeared on the stage, they did not see the awkwardly masked human being but rather a visionary figure, born as it were from their own rapture. 71. Nietzsche went on to argue that the representation of the god or hero was made fully convincing to the audience by the double process of transference and condensation. Initially, the audience transferred its own rapturous vision of Dionysus onto the specific representation, thereby transforming the concrete actor into the god Dionysus. He transferred the whole magic image of the god that was trembling before his soul to that masked figure and, as it were, dissolved its reality into the unreality of spirit. 72. Once the transfer was made, the process of transformation could be completed by a second stage, a kind of image intensification, and this was brought about by the actor himself. Ecstatically charged by both the chorus and audience to a heightened state of divinity, divine presence, and authority, the actor then took it upon himself to condense this fevered excitement into the most economical form of expraise. 5.3. Zion, the epic pronouncement, the precise statement of Dionysian wisdom, which until the moment of his speech had been everywhere only felt. Viewed as this trembling figure, and sustained by the rapture of the chorus and the transported audience, Dionysus no longer speaks through forces but as an epic hero, almost in the language of Homer. 73. He now appeared dreamlike and spoke through the clairvoyant language of images. The forces struggling for expression, the frenzied music and dance, the disindividuated states of excess, joy, suffering, and abandon all found their voice, but now in the language of Apollo. It was Sophocles and Aeschylus who intervened and invested the ritual dithyramb with the more extensive mythological content of the epic tradition. And by doing this, Nietzsche maintained, Not only did they save these myths from the inevitable fate of becoming mere historical curiosities, but they gave them their highest achievement, they infused the myths with the profound significance of Dionysian wisdom. The already fading world of Homeric myth henceforth became reanimated by a far deeper and more penetrating worldview. Dionysian truth takes over the entire domain of myth as the symbolism of its knowledge, which it makes known partly in the public cult of tragedy and partly in the secret celebrations of dramatic mysteries, but always in the old mythical garb. 74. Under the hand of Sophocles and Aeschylus, the old myths were retained and became strengthened. They became vehicles of Dionysian wisdom, which taught that all human suffering comes from individuation, whether this be of the individual who confronts the laws of nature, society, the gods, or fate. For this tragic individual, noble in the magnitude of his tasks, the misfortune in the nature of things, the contradiction at the heart of the world reveals itself to him as a clash of different worlds, example of a divine and human one, in which each, taken as an individual, has right on his side, but nevertheless has to suffer for its individuation, being merely a single one beside another. In the heroic effort oft individual to attain universality, in the attempt to transcend the curse of individuation and to become the one world being, he suffers in his own person, the primordial contradiction that is concealed in things, which means that he commits sacrilege and suffers. 75. Expressing the Dionysian wisdom in the clarity of epic terms, precisely by drawing upon the long venerated tradition of Greek mythology, resulted in what Nietzsche termed a new optical phenomenon. We see all too clearly. 5.4. What is at once a human and natural struggle in the fate of the tragic hero. Across every register, both the fact of Dionysian wisdom and the tragedy of the hero who attempts to act upon this wisdom is strikingly clear. He who by means of his knowledge plunges nature into the abyss of destruction must also suffer the dissolution of nature in his own person. 76. The tragic hero who, like Dionysus, seeks a final reconciliation of things ultimately, to put an end to pain, injustice, alienation, individuation, ostracism, and so forth, inevitably comes to grief. While he acts out of tragic or Dionysian wisdom, he nonetheless does so as an individual, and as an individual, he stands as nothing to that Dionysian ground of all things. Hence the optical illusion brought about by tragic drama, the audience is spared the fate of the tragic hero precisely by understanding the necessity of his annihilation. In this sense, the tragic drama serves to remedy that which it testifies so convincingly about. We see the effects of that abyss that subtends every human activity, whether such activity be vain, inglorious, or on the contrary, heroic, and we are consequently spared the pain of looking too deeply into that abyss. Rather, tragic drama presents the audience with an intense and profoundly felt ritual spectacle, a symbolic image of the deeper reality. Nietzsche's analysis of tragedy guides us one step further, however, in our attempt to comprehend this spectacle. If tragedy were simply a means of absorbing human emotions and anxiety, thereby draining off one's emotional affects, such an understanding of tragedy would differ little from that of other dramatic forms, and Nietzsche's explanation would largely repeat that of Aristotle. In a note from 1888, Nietzsche expressly criticized the artificial character of Aristotle's concept of tragedy as an emotional catharsis or purgation. What is tragic? On repeated occasions I have laid my finger on Aristotle's great misunderstanding in believing the tragic affects to be two depressive affects, terror and pity. If he were right, tragedy would be an art dangerous to life. One would have to warn against it as notorious and a public danger. One can refute his theory in the most cold-blooded way, namely, by measuring the effects of a tragic emotion with a dynamometer. And one would discover as a result what ultimately only the absolute mendaciousness of a systematizer could misunderstand, that tragedy is a tonic. 77. Far from being a simple palliative or anesthetic, tragedy has a quite different function. Its tonic effects bring about the greatest joy to an audience, a strong confidence and exuberant health in the face of the most intense human sufferings. Indeed, if the content of tragic drama consists in the endless repetition of 5. Human sufferings, in the most antagonizing oppositions of motives. In short, the exemplification of this wisdom of Silenus, Nietzsche could well ask, surely a higher pleasure must be perceived in all this. 78. What is perceived in tragic drama is the unerring recognition that suffering, too, is overcome and transfigured out of joy. Tragic drama is a metaphysical supplement to the reality of nature, placed beside it for its overcoming. If, as Nietzsche repeatedly claimed, the world seems justified only as an aesthetic phenomenon, this is because it is only a stage or one scene in an endless drama on which the enormity of Dionysian reality casts itself forth in discrete, individuated images. Through its process of transference and condensation, tragic drama enacts this world struggle of individuation as a dramatic representation, for the sole delight of its audience. At once this is a spectacle of tragic beauty and a ritual sacrifice for the audience who, all the while, find their home and joy in the Dionysian world of disindividuation of which the particular tragic myth or drama is itself but a brief and fleeting part. In the degree to which the ecstatic state is maintained by the frenzied chorus and musical dissonance, so will the most tortuous and fear-inspiring images of the drama be intensely experienced and overcome. Such images will stand as appearances to be transfigured in what Nietzsche called the playful construction and destruction of the individual world, as the overflow of a primordial delight. Upon such a Dionysian ground of play, the most terribly image of reality would fade away charmingly, offered up as it is for no reason at all, moral or otherwise. Hence the necessity for tragic drama itself as an antidote to such a world, as a saving illusion, as a kind of redemption for that world. Or, once again, as a metaphysical supplement to that world, a supplement that is at the same time entirely natural and fully experienced as drama and intoxication. What is aimed at through the tragic supplementation of nature is the Dionysian identification with the whole, a state of being that Nietzsche termed a metaphysical joy or comfort wherein the individual profoundly feels that, for once, he too belongs to the deeper reality behind all phenomena, prior to all individuation, and despite all annihilation. The metaphysical joy in the tragic is a translation of the instinctive unconscious Dionysian wisdom into the language of images. The hero, the highest manifestation of the will, is negated for our pleasure, because he is only phenomenon, and because the eternal life of the will is not affected by his annihilation. We believe in eternal life, exclaims tragedy. In Dionysian art and its tragic symbolism the same nature cries to us with its true, undissembled voice, be as I am. Amid 5-6. The ceaseless flux of phenomena I am the eternally creative primordial mother, eternally impelling to existence, eternally finding satisfaction in this change of phenomena. 79. That the Greek of the classical period could experience such a world, despite the enormity of his suffering, and find in it the highest degree of human joy and belonging with no desire to flee or to escape that world prompted Nietzsche to conclude his discussion of tragedy in a tone of utter amazement and admiration. Walking under lofty Ionic colonnades, looking up toward a horizon that was cut off by pure and noble lines, finding reflections of his transfigured shape in the shining marble at his side, and all around him solemnly striding or delicately moving human beings, speaking with harmonious voices and in a rhythmic language of gestures in view of this continual influx of beauty, would he not have to exclaim, raising his hand to Apollo, "Blessed people of Hellas! How great must Dionysus be among you if the god of Delos considers such magic necessary to heal your dithyrambic madness?" To a man in such a mood, however, an old Athenian, looking up at him with the sublime eyes of Aeschylus, might reply. But say this, too, curious stranger, how much did this people have to suffer to be able to become so beautiful? But now follow me to witness a tragedy, and sacrifice with me in the temple of both deities. 8.0. In the end, the tragic vision of the world was exuberant and vital, as well as pessimistic, and its strength was such that it could sustain both extremes and Greek culture along with it. Drawing upon the wisdom of the Dionysian worldview and the healing power of Apollo, tragic drama may really be symbolized by a fraternal union of the two deities. Dionysus speaks the language of Apollo, and Apollo, Finally, the language of Dionysus 81. The possibility of the union, however, ultimately derives from the power of Dionysian reality to compel the Apollonian production of visionary states. As such, the union is neither static nor one of simple equality. In the total effect of tragedy, the Dionysian predominates once again. Tragedy closes with a sound which could never come from the realm of Apollonian art. And thus the Apollonian illusion reveals itself as what it really is, the veiling during the performance of the tragedy of the real Dionysian effect, but the latter is so powerful that it ends by forcing the Apollonian drama itself into a sphere where it begins to speak with Dionysian wisdom and even denies itself and its Apollonian visibility. 82. It is for this reason that while the audience comprehends the tragic resolution deep down, as Nietzsche said, the significance of the tragic vision 5.7 was never made strictly intelligible through the language of images or concepts. The shepherd's dance of metaphysics could never be simply thought or spoken, and every attempt to understand it cognitively only resulted in a continuous series of symbolizations, which but weakly attested to the magical properties of Dionysian transfiguration. Since these properties owed their force to music and the myth that was charged by music and condensed into images, the tragic drama appeared at once overdetermined and miraculous. Myth is a concentrated image of the world that, as a condensation of phenomena, cannot dispense with miracles. Understandably, then, Nietzsche made the somewhat immodest claim. The meaning of tragic myth set forth above never became clear in transparent concepts to the Greek poets, not to speak of the Greek philosophers. Their heroes speak, as it were, more superficially than they act. The myth does not at all obtain adequate objectification in the spoken word. The structure of the scenes and the visual images reveal a deeper wisdom than the poet himself can put into words. 3. This was also why the Dionysian voice, which spoke through tragic drama, was perhaps more of a cry, a lament, a song of joy or praise, than a discourse properly speaking. Consequently, it was never simply true, nor was it ever simply opposed to a false discourse of Apollo. The death of tragedy. If the vitality of tragic drama testified to its profoundly mythopoeic character, the death of tragedy is explained easily enough. Nietzsche located its demise in the lessened importance given to the musically charged myth. Specifically, this followed upon the progressively diminished role of the chorus, the introduction of dramatic naturalism, and the use of the rationally explanatory prologue in the developing Greek drama. In short, Nietzsche pointed to the figure of Euripides, and he attributed the decline of tragic drama to Euripides' introduction and elevation of these elements through which he sought to reform tragic drama and once and for all to make it fully articulate and intelligible. For Nietzsche, this was precisely Euripides' problem, that tragic drama, traditionally, had not attained to the logical clarity of rational exposition, of sensible motives, and of intelligible design. 5.8. With all the brightness and dexterity of his critical thinking, Euripides had sat in the theatre and striven to recognize in the masterpieces of his great predecessors, as in paintings that have become dark, feature after feature, line after line. And here he had experienced something which should not surprise anyone initiated into the deeper secrets of Aeschylean tragedy. He observed something incommensurable in every feature and in every line, a certain deceptive distinctness and at the same time an enigmatic depth, indeed an infinitude, in the background. Twilight shrouded the structure of the drama, especially the significance of the chorus. And how dubious the solution of the ethical problems remained to him. How questionable the treatment of the myths. How unequal the distribution of good and bad fortune. So he sat in the theatre, pondering uneasily, and as a spectator he confessed to himself that he did not understand his great predecessors. But if the understanding was for him the real root of all enjoyment and creation, he had to inquire and look around to see whether no one else had the same opinion and also felt this incommensurability. And in this state of torment he found that other spectator who did not comprehend tragedy and therefore did not esteem it. Socrates was that second spectator. 84. Euripides' reform of tragic drama was thus motivated by an entirely new impulse, the deity that spoke through him was neither Dionysus nor Apollo, but an altogether newborn demon, called Socrates. This is the new opposition, the Dionysian and the Socratic, and the art of Greek tragedy was wrecked on this 85. In an extended analysis of Socrates' influence on Euripides, strikingly reminiscent of Aristophanes' view, 86, Nietzsche charged that Euripides elevated the Socratic moral teaching to the inappropriate domain of aesthetics. He thus gave rise to a kind of aesthetic Socratism whose supreme law reads roughly as follows: to be beautiful everything must be intelligible. With this maxim in view, Euripides transformed tragic drama into what Nietzsche saw as a merely dramatized tale or narrative. As such, the Dionysian resources of music and myth were largely forsaken, as was the Apollonian power of illusion and redemption. What remained to be expressed by this hybrid product were the rather sober pronouncements of natural language and the perfectly conventional portrayal of emotions. Since these were things to which no one was entirely immune, Euripides certainly enjoyed a large measure of success. In the absence of its traditionally tragic content, the drama became more and more a fully conscious vehicle of rational strategy and intelligent characteriza. THEBIRTH0FTRAGEDY59. Finally evolving into what Nietzsche described as that drama which resembles a game of chess, the new Attic comedy. For Nietzsche, however, the Socratic aesthetic was perhaps best characterized by its naively optimistic reliance upon the powers of rational knowledge and dialectic. What for Sophocles and Aeschylus were the tragic concerns of the individual and his heroic accommodation to a world of strife beyond his control, a world that embraced the human and divine orders, now became diminished to the field of dialectical argumentation, which celebrates a triumph with every conclusion and can breathe only in cool clarity and consciousness. Moreover, the optimistic element which, having once penetrated tragedy, must gradually overgrow its Dionysian regions and impel it necessarily to self-destruction, to the death leap into the bourgeois drama. Consider the consequences of the Socratic maxims: virtue is knowledge, man sins only from ignorance, he who is virtuous is happy. In these three basic forms of optimism lies the death of tragedy. 87. With the death of tragedy went the abandonment of its vital resources. The distinctive character of the chorus was lost when the chorus came to be identified with the actors themselves to better serve the new task of character representation. With Euripides, this representational process was brought to such a state of anatomical refinement and precision that the spectator is in general no longer conscious of the myth, but of the vigorous truth to nature and the artist's imitative power. 88. Ultimately, the chorus came to be seen as something accidental, a dispensable vestige of the origin of tragedy. Music, likewise, was evicted from its foundational role by the abstract force of the logical syllogism. In replacing music with dialectical argumentation, the essence of tragedy was destroyed, since this can be interpreted only as a manifestation and projection into images of Dionysian states, as the visual symbolizing of music, as the dream world of Dionysian intoxication. 89. Because the death of tragedy was at the same time the demise of myth, this event signaled no less than the possibility of modernity itself, namely, the emergence of a secular world armed with the new resources of theoretical knowledge. At the close of the classical period, this new world was nowhere more strikingly symbolized than by the person of Socrates. It is enough to recognize in him a type of existence unheard of before him, the type of the theoretical man. As for Nietzsche, although the wisdom possessed by the theoretical man was more often than not naive and optimistic, due as it was to 60. The belief that reason alone is fully capable of understanding, indeed, of rectifying, the deepest abysses of being, it had nonetheless inaugurated a universal domain, the exclusively secular world of scientific explanation. In this sense, Nietzsche rightfully described Socrates as the one turning point and vortex of so-called world history. 90. Positively, and thanks to the Socratic teaching, the cultural energy and faith invested in the universal quest for knowledge have doubtless spared humanity from a tragic extinction, perhaps from some unforeseen result of a practical pessimism taken to its extreme. But despite the success and universality of the Socratic legacy, Nietzsche argued that in its very essence, this new teaching remains illusory. Its faith in its own capacities is itself an instinct, a powerful and protective illusion which, inevitably, forces the scientific enterprise to see knowledge its own limits. At its limits, the logic which impels the Socratic project finds no ground save its own compulsion, one that quite lacks all logical justification. At such a point in its development, the Socratic project must appeal to its other, namely to myth, an appeal that, indeed, occurred often enough in the works of the Platonic Socrates to effectively subvert the proper or ratio NAL account, the Logos. 91. Most important for Nietzsche's interpretation, however, the Socratic teaching of logic and dialectics had already, and effectively, killed tragic myth for the declining period of classical culture. Hence, there could be no appeal by Socrates or his surrogates to retrieve the healing powers of myth. It was by then too late to arrest the Socratic teaching, and thereby, too late to prevent the dismemberment of Apollo and Dionysus. In the end, Nietzsche claimed, it was too late to preserve tragic culture itself. The mythical heritage that sustained its social and political basis had been irretrievably destroyed. What did you want, sacrilegious Euripides, when you sought to compel this dying myth to serve you once more? It died under your violent hands. 92. The resolution of some further issues. Generally speaking, three elements, the agon, the Apollonian divine realm of Olympian myth, and the Dionysian-inspired musical drama come together to constitute what Nietzsche understood to be the tragic wisdom of classical Greek culture. The agonistic spirit recognizes that existence is mean 6i. Inglis, that it is doom-laden and a scene of unremitting violence. Under such circumstances, life would be following Thomas Hobbes's celebrated observation: poor, nasty, brutish, and short. Just as Dionysus was torn apart by the Titans, so human existence is, by nature, lacerating, painful, insufferable. Only through cultivating the survival strategies of competition in every domain, by employing the strife-bred skills learned in warfare, in athletic competitions, and in the arts does one survive and prosper. Pessimism in the face of a relentless natural order is thus overcome by a skillfully developed and arduously cultivated capacity of human action. To encourage these skills, the traditional poets Homer and Hesiod enshrine them in the creation of their Acropolis of the gods and by immortalizing their courageous and clever heroes in epic myth. In this, Nietzsche observed, they effectively aestheticized existence according to the Apollonian model. By the 6th century BC, he went on to argue, these life-conserving and life-enhancing illusions were beginning to fade in their cultural significance, and hence in their utility for life, ever threatened as it is by warfare, plague, famine, and natural and civil peril. The Dionysian-inspired Greek musical drama reanimated this mythic tradition with a passion and intensity that was overwhelming. Hence the Dionysian state of intoxication and ecstasy was effectively a further intensification of an already aestheticized culture, but this time, blending the dreamlike beatitude of Apollonian beauty with the transfiguring mood and excitement brought on by the tragic drama with its chanting chorus and accompanying musical instrumentation. In such a mood, the individual was reunited in a feeling of totality, not as an individual, but as continuous with the world of Dionysian ecstatic union. Religiously, this was experienced as Dionysus's own reunification, his scattered pieces fused in joy, being reborn by divine agency. Politically and culturally, the Greek citizen likewise felt at one with the great traditions of the past, the community of venerable ancestors, as well as with the institutions and customs of the present. Again, all this was shared and experienced as a common delight in the public performance of the tragic drama. Nietzsche would later characterize this accomplished position of the Dionysian spirit as a tragic pessimism, a pessimism of strength, in his preface of 1886. These phrases were surely intended to articulate a distance between his own analysis in the Birth of Tragedy and that of Schopenhauer. As discussed earlier, due to Nietzsche's oftentimes borrowed vocabulary and his frequent citations from Schopenhauer, in retrospect it seemed that the birth of tragedy was simply all too Schopenhauerian in outlook. Two principal impressions had 6.2. to be changed to correct this misunderstanding. The first impression was largely nominal, since by calling the teaching of tragic wisdom a pessimism of strength, Nietzsche clearly alluded to the fact that the Greek pessimism, once tempered by Apollo, led the Greeks to action indeed, to the prodigal creative ity of the classical age, to glorious military victory in war, and to an almost timeless cultural superiority and not to resignation, as Schopenhauer had argued. 93. On the other hand, the impassioned joy of the Dionysian state intensifies one's own existence to such a heightened state that the tragic individual fully, and willfully, embraces the whole of this existence. Indeed, in the last section of the work, Nietzsche claims that precisely the Dionysian intensity in congruence with the Apollonian appearance of beauty are what make life worth living at all and prompt the desire to live on in order to experience the next moment. 94. Thus, far from following Schopenhauer's admonition that life is not worth living and that only through a disinterested, will-less aesthetic contemplation may one even hope to persist in this baleful human existence, the tragic pessimism of strength issues in rapturous embrace of this foundation of all existence, the Dionysian basic ground of the world. 95. To be generous to Nietzsche, his readers should have easily grasped such a divergence of attitude and intent between a tragic pessimism, as Nietzsche expressed it in the text itself, and that pessimism of the dour, Schopenhauerian variety. The more difficult impression Nietzsche tried to address was the metaphysical vocabulary of Schopenhauerian idealism he so frequently employed. On the one hand, he commends Kant and Schopenhauer for their critical philosophy, which restricts any knowledge claim about reality to the level of ordinary, phenomenal experience. Following Kant and Schopenhauer, his motivation was to limit to place a critique upon the speculative excess of knowledge claims that optimistically believed that all the riddles of the universe could be known and fathomed. 96. Specifically, this charge is directed against the Socratic type, the theoretical optimist who, with his faith that the nature of things can be fathomed, ascribes to knowledge and insight the power of a panacea, while understanding error as the evil par excellence. 97. Nietzsche clearly specifies the kind of knowledge claimed by the Socratic type, or, more generally, the nature of knowledge as claimed by the modern science of his day. 98. Such a knowledge is reason, and its basis is essentially of faith in reason, in logical argumentation. The unshakable faith that thou using the thread of logic, can penetrate the deepest abysses of being, and that thought is capable not only of knowing being, but even of correcting it. This sublime metaphysical illusion accompanies science as an instinct and leads science again and again to its limits. And since Socrates, this mechanism of concepts, judgments, and inference has been esteemed as the highest occupation and the most admirable gift of nature, above all other capacities. 6l. In the context of the birth of tragedy, what is important to the statement about the Socratic claim to knowledge and its rational means as the instrument for all knowledge claims is what it excludes. For Nietzsche, Socratic and by extension, scientific knowledge excludes precisely what is not circumscribed by logic and by objective, formal analysis, namely, the entire domain of the cultural, mythical, and religious heritage that gives meaning and value to one's life and lends direction and purpose to society as a whole. Socratism condemns existing art as well as existing ethics. Wherever Socratism turns its searching eyes it sees lack of insight and the power of illusion, and from this lack it infers the essential perversity and reprehensibility of what exists. Basing himself on this point, Socrates conceives it to be his duty to correct existence, all alone, with an expression of irreverence and superiority, as the precursor of an altogether different culture, art, and morality. He enters a world, to touch whose very hem would give us the greatest happiness. This is what strikes us as so tremendously problematic whenever we consider Socrates, and again we are tempted to fathom the meaning and purpose of this most questionable phenomenon of antiquity. Who is it that may dare single-handed to negate the Greek genius that, as Homer, Pindar, and Aeschylus, as Phidias, as Pericles, as Pythia and Dionysus, as the deepest abyss and the highest height, is sure of our astonished veneration. What demonic power is this that dares to spill this magic potion into dust? What is rejected by Socratic teaching, then, is the entire dimension of tragic culture, and this is based, ultimately, on the Dionysian ground of all things. While Nietzsche's discussion of this Dionysian ground, in the birth of tragedy, seems to be the metaphysical basis that would underlie the order of experience, or as he says the order of appearances, he was deeply suspicious of this position even as he resorted to a conventional metaphysical vocabulary. What aroused his suspicions is precisely what attracted Nietzsche to the critical aspects of Kant's and Schopenhauer's philosophy in the first place, namely, that a metaphysical ground would, by definition, escape all experience. Any such metaphysical element of a thing in itself, a noumenon, as Kant used the term, or the world will, as Schopenhauer employed it, could 6.4. Only apply to something beyond the order of space and time, empirical causal ity, and conceptual identification. It would be accessible neither to our sensible intuition nor to our intellectual comprehension, since these constitute the critical limits of human understanding. Ultimately, it was the virtue of critical philosophy to prevent any such metaphysical speculations about what could not be humanly experienced. 101. What troubles Nietzsche's explanation of the Dionysian is the patent fact that he himself experienced such a dizzying state of transfiguring ecstasy on frequent occasions. Hence, with the last two sections of the birth of tragedy, sections 24 and 25, Nietzsche once again addresses the Dionysian, not so much in metaphysical terms, but rather in psychological terms. 102. Instead of addressing the objective status of the metaphysical ground, he turns to his own subjective experience of the Dionysian state, namely, his often rapturous experience of music. More specifically, he addresses the experienced sense of dissonance, and claims this psychologically joyful experience of musical dissonance to be at the very origin of the Dionysian. But this primordial phenomenon of Dionysian art is difficult to grasp, and there is only one direct way to make it intelligible and grasp it immediately, through the wonderful significance of musical dissonance. Quite generally, only music, placed beside the world, can give us an idea of what is meant by the justification of the world as an aesthetic phenomenon. The joy aroused by the tragic myth has the same origin as the joyous sensation of dissonance in music. The Dionysian, with its primordial joy experienced even in pain, is the common source of music and myth. 103. What is experienced psychologically, then, is said to be a joyous sensation of the phenomenon of musical dissonance, and, again, this is the Dionysian state of ecstasy. It should be said that recent analysis of ecstatic states suggests that two components are involved. What were formerly held to be the objects or causes of ecstatic rapture are now considered as psychologically causative triggers. 104. Some triggers are termed inducing triggers and others are called inserted triggers, the latter of which are said to be the set of intense qualities that correspond to the lived or experienced sense of ecstasy. Inducing triggers include nature, sexual love, exercise, religion, art, poetic knowledge. 6.5. Recollection, and beauty. Inserted triggers include experiences described in upwords and phrases such as experiences associated with sensations of flying, weightlessness, floating, or rising up, as well as by contact words, namely, experiences that include claims of union, presence, mingling, identification with totality, God, nature, spirits, peace, timelessness, perfection, eternity, knowledge, and bliss. Such feelings include loss of self, time, place, limitation, and language. One likewise feels a gain of eternity, a feeling of release, a new life, another world, joy, satisfaction, salvation, perfection, mystical knowledge, and enhanced mental capacity. 105. In attempting to understand the psychological dynamics of these ecstatic states, Nietzsche undertook an analysis of them in an unpublished essay known as On Music and Words that he was working on at the time he was compassing the later sections of the birth of tragedy. 106. In this early essay of 1871, Nietzsche comes to realize the very simple truth that it is the subjective states of our experience of music that provokes our ecstatic response. Again, this is now termed its trigger effect, and because our ecstatic response is of such a nature that we feel positively transfigured by an experience characterized by loss of ego and a suspension of ordinary object relations, the very distinction between subject and object becomes blurred, attenuated, if not entirely suspended. The distinction, which supports ordinary intentional experience, between the objective and subjective genitive simply does not obtain in the ecstatic state. In addressing exactly what the object of music is, Nietzsche realizes that its object is given to us as the content of our own intensely undergone aesthetic experience, our ecstatic states of dispossession. This musically charged state of static dispossession is precisely what he terms the Dionysian state, and such a state is effectively the entire field of experience, shorn of simple subject-object relations. Earlier, we said that Schiller had termed this state one of intense mood or disposition, specifically a musical mood, and this had been discussed by Schopenhauer, but it is Nietzsche who really analyzes it in detail. 107 To explain the nature of this state, Nietzsche argues that this intense, musically ecstatic mood cannot take place on the level of discrete feelings or sensations, since they are still bound with specific object representations. The simple feeling of sympathy, for example, is always for a particular person. Likewise, the particular sensation is always of something of the hard stone, of the glaring light, of the loud horn. Rather, what occurs in this state of Dionysian 6. Musical enchantment is an emotional dissociation or detachment of affective states from specific object relations. It will be this new distinction between feelings and emotions or effects that will begin to emerge as an explanation for the broader phenomenon. The former do not have the power to generate the Dionysian state of dispossession because they retain their fixed association with representations. 108 It is on the level of affect or emotion that the dissociation begins to take place. The excitement provoked by musical tonality is experienced as a fluidity of affect, in that intense emotional states lose their conventional associations and tend toward reinvesting their objects of pleasure with more immediate, hallucinatory cathexes, and such states involve an extreme intensification of psychic discharge, resulting in a heightened increase of satisfaction. But to the extent to which further intensification of psychic discharge is provoked and occurs, with its concomitant increase in pleasure, so do the states of emotion or affect become progressively freed from their associative connections altogether, their regular accompanying object representations, until the point of frenzy is attained, in which case the underlying drives become completely free-flowing, anarchic, and unbound. 109 These deeper instinctual drives will ultimately constitute the power or force that drives the emotions themselves, and for the intense, musically aesthetic experience, they will constitute what he calls the very sanctuary of music. 110. Nietzsche often speaks of these states of Dionysian excess and frenzy as states of drunkenness, the horrible witch's brew of sensuality, intoxication, or wanton abandon, and indeed, by the time he composed The Birth of Tragedy, he begins to explain the Dionysian drives themselves by appeal to these most natural and extreme states of intoxication and frenzy. This is, of course, opposed to the other natural term by which he addresses the Apollonian drive as the state of dreaming. 111 This experienced state of intense emotional intensity and dissociation, when one's drives themselves are no longer bound, what Freud would later describe as the psychological level of primary process formation, is precisely the Dionysian state of disindividuation or dispossession. Thus, Nietzsche would write, in a draft as early as 1869, that music is through and through symbolic of the drives and is thus more general than any particular action. 112. Since the drives, the instinctual expressions of psychic energy, are themselves unconscious or sublimated, their subjective translation occurs to us as intense emotional states. The musical effect thus occurs on the deeper level of drives and is in turn quickly discharged or depotentialized to become an emotional affect. According to a strikingly similar Freudian vocabulary, All drives are expressed in terms of emotion and representation, and emotion or affect is, for Freud, the qualitative expression of the quantity of instinctual energy, or drive. That these affective states can be transformed, for example, through conversion, displacement, and transformation of affect, as we have seen, constitutes the very dynamics of tragic drama in the birth of tragedy. That Nietzsche chose to focus on dissonance as the primordial phenomenon of Dionysian art was prescient. Dissonance presupposes the entire creative reservoir of musical elements within the tonal system. Arguably, within any tonal system, tone, sonority, beat, rhythm, tempo, harmony, measure, melody, polyphony, progression, and so forth. Modern cognitive science shows that, much like the visual field, which we continually stabilize and model according to a relatively small number of visual foci, the auditory field anticipates tonal progression, chord development, and harmonic resolution according to the cultural norms that govern the tonal scale. 11.3 on the 12-tone scale, resolution usually occurs within the diatonic frame, offset by the chromatic or dissonant tones above that, as well as by certain minor keys. We know from his early essays that Nietzsche was familiar with Helmholtz's important work on tone sensation, which experimentally demonstrate that pleasure tends to accompany the listener's resolution of musical dissonance into consonance. Effectively, music sets up anticipations and then satisfies them. As Robert Jourdain has described, the anticipation is of tempo rally developing patterns in tone, melody, harmony, rhythm, tempo, phrasing, and form. Music, he says, is basically a construction of a continual temporal flux, orchestrated according to precise proportions in which the listener's anticipation of tonal movement and proportion are gracefully integrated and resolved 1.4 to the extent that the musical composition can continually reshape and heighten anticipation by withholding resolution, by temporarily violating and delaying resolution and then satisfy the more complex anticipation with a crescendo of resolution, music becomes far more expressive and more richly satisfying. In short, it yields great emotional satisfaction where our experience is heightened to exceed the fulfillment of ordinary satisfaction. 115 Recent work in musical psychoacoustics shows that with the auditory resolution of dissonance, within the neural routings of the primary and secondary auditory cortex in the brain, the entire kinesthetic muscular system becomes subsequently engaged to help score or model or map these complex tonal progressions and structures onto the body itself, as a kind of sensory 6.8 motor register, so as to supplement the auditory system in attaining resolution, completion, and thereby, satisfaction. It is with this supplement of kinesthetic modeling, whereby the body is moved to mimic beat, rhythm, harmony, and melody through muscular flex and contraction, that the higher-order neural networks in the somatosensory and motor cortex areas of the brain begin to produce endorphins. This production of endorphins raises what was largely an automatic, relatively homeostatic response to auditory stimuli into an intensely pleasurable experience of ecstasy. 116 As Nietzsche expressed this in 1869, the power of musical experience operates upon our instinctual drives so as to provoke their discharge into highly excited emotional states, characterized by fluidity of affect and ego-loss states seemingly beyond space and time, and where causality itself becomes magical, that is to say, dispossession, disindividuation. Doubtless, it was one of Nietzsche's most striking and compassionate achievements to have understood that the death of myth laid nothing at all to rest, save perhaps that which was most meaningful and valuable, for only after its effective demise does a culture begin to feel the deep sense of an immense void, what Nietzsche would later describe in The Gay Science as the breath of empty space, the ever colder and darker night, which attends the death of the old god. 117 Only in retrospect and with the lament bred from an unspeakable loss can one finally understand how necessary and close the fundamental connections are between art and the people, myth and custom, tragedy and the state. 118 For the Greeks, this understanding came entirely too late to avert their decline into Alexandrine culture and political vassalage. For a period of more than 5 centuries, the myths that had infused tragic drama and had brought classical culture to its highest development were hardly less than the very lifeblood of Greek social and political existence. If the individual of classical Greece felt himself to be far more than an isolated subject, through his enjoyment of tragic drama, his sense of belonging was likewise acutely political. Having become who he was through the vital resources of myth and the significance it conferred upon him, the individual fully assumed a political being at the same time. He shared the values, aspirations, beliefs, and concerns of those with whom he lived. Not only did he thereby find his home and familiarity in this condition, but he felt this to be more primary and praiseworthy than reason itself, a sentiment that even provoked the usually inquisitive Aristotle to exclaim, "There is no need to ask why this is so." 119. Nietzsche ended the birth of tragedy with the hope that a specifically mod. 6-9. Culture could somehow retrieve the significance of its all but forgotten mythical heritage and fuse this with the immense resources that yet remain to be developed in music. That he once so positively located this hope for an awakened culture in the person of Richard Wagner, Nietzsche quickly came to regret. But in his subsequent works Nietzsche himself would assume this task and devise his own responses to the abstract and mythless state of the modem distress. 120. By way of a new and joyful wisdom, the myth of the eternal return, and the prospect of a higher humanity, ennobled and united by the grand style, Nietzsche would time and again attempt to answer Zarathustra's bewildered exclamation, "How many new gods are yet possible?" Of all of Nietzsche's texts, The Gay Science is probably his most important. Nietzsche not only came to think of it in later years as his most congenial and personal work, but he often referred to it as his most medial book, the one that stood at the midpoint of his life and served as a fulcrum for his subsequent thought. Indeed, shortly after completing the first edition in 1882, Nietzsche stressed the crucial importance of the work in a letter to Franz Overbeck, perhaps his closest friend at the time. If you have read The Sanctus Januarius is with Kafka, in What He Does to German, working within the language of Prague Jewry, he constructs a battering ram out of German and turns it against itself. 23. Among the many consenting pairs of concepts which, together and systematically, fuse to form the general subject matter of ethical and moral reflection, at least the following should be noted. Absolute I, relative action I, reaction, body I, soul, cause I, effect, conscious I, unconscious, faith I, knowledge. Gain I, loss, give I, receive, good I, evil, immanent I, transcendent, intent I, deed, life I, death. Male I, female, nature I, culture, origin I, goal, pleasure I, pain, positive I, negative, pretended I, actual, public I, private, rational I, irrational, sensible I, immaterial. Strength/weakness, subject I, predicate, substance I, accident, success I, failure, theory I, practice, time I, eternity, true I, false, utility I, truth. 8.3. If one adds to these terms all the conceptual and logical oppositions formed by the prefixes a dash, un dash, I'm dash, in dash, non dash, super dash, infra dash, para dash, meta dash, and so on, much less those oppositions governed by such grammatical concerns as gender, tense, case, voice, and so forth, one begins to sense the enormous scope of such an underlying, systematic character to human reflection. This inventory or vocabulary of opposed concepts will constitute what Nietzsche termed the unconscious grammar of thought, and it serves as the very code, the very system, of philosophical intelligibility. 24. As such, it is by the involution, the recursive function of the code, that Nietzsche first starts his own distinctive analysis. By means of this code, we can understand the major themes or motifs in any system of ethics. We can view the stresses and predominant structures that inhabit any such system. By criticizing one set of oppositions from the standpoint of another, and by analyzing the result from the perspective of a third or fourth set, we can begin to ask the kinds of questions that Nietzsche typically poses and begin to see the organic character claimed by, or implicit in, any particular system. 2. One can demand of a particular assertion or judgment, drawn from a particular ethical system, that it answer as to its stated origin, as to its pretended or actual origin. One can continue to locate the effective agency of such issues in the conscious intentions of that doctrine's founder, or, on the contrary, in the subconscious habits of its quotidian propagators, its followers and adherents. What purpose or good, for example, does the particular ethical or moral position serve? What are its organizing principles? Who, in fact or in principle, derives benefit from the particular ethical code in question? Does it largely serve to benefit its followers, the public at large, the founder of the religious sect or of the political party, its priests and agents, the secular rulers, the prince, anyone? 8.4. It may be objected that many of Nietzsche's analyses thus stated are psychological, if not even pathological, in origin, in that they tend to stress the motivational patterns of concept formation or of ethical justification. In this sense, it is often said that Nietzsche defends those conditions that serve to establish a position rather than the validity of the claim or the truth of the position itself. Nietzsche's counter? That veracity truth itself is also motivated, as is consistency, as are the very norms of verification and justification themselves. Point 26. Moreover, they, too, constitute part of the systematic coherency claimed by the larger code. Each presumed ground or origin or final account or in the beginning or original intent testifies to a vertiginous spiral of presuppositions, prejudices, and agendas beneath it, prior to it caves behind caves, as he would say in Zarathustra. Such a tendency to stress the deep motivational aspects of statements or positions acknowledges a mechanics of action and reaction on the level of the individual and the group. A set of oppositions like the one Nietzsche proposes seeks in many cases to explain the deeper, underlying system of needs that gives rise to the construction and elaboration of particular ethical or moral codes, which would in turn govern the course of our action. Such deep-seated origins clearly result in more than a particular set of rules. Unconscious and unstated drives also incline the individual to interpret his culture and his world in congruence with his needs or desires, and this in turn gives rise to particular evaluations of reality, and these evaluations are subsequently reflected in the higher-order constructions of literature, mythology, religion, philosophy, politics, and the sciences. Point 27. That this tendency may often lend itself to the informal fallacy of ad hominem argumentation does not seem to be one of Nietzsche's principal concerns. In fact, he seems to welcome its supplementary value. Not afraid to cite names, one illustrates one's point of view very quickly when, here or there, one argues ad hominem. For me, all this enhances clarity. 28. Nietzsche's psycho-historical account of morality and religion. Perhaps more strikingly than any other determining factor, morality finds its distant origins in FEAR, that is, in human weakness and despair, in a terrible sickness of the will at least. This is one of Nietzsche's most frequently stated hypotheses, throughout the entire span of his writings. Point 29. Of course, Nietzsche 8.5 was not alone in this view. The English philosopher of the 17th century Thomas Hobbes, for example, saw this general human fear as the condition for a social contract, for the origin of the civil state, the state he called the ugly beast Leviathan. Hobbes postulated that the state was initially constructed by means of a majority consent or contract, namely, a mutual agreement, a covenant, that would serve to combine the several weak and dispersed agencies of the many in order to combat the excesses of the powerful few. The majority of individuals, each on his own, might well desire to take charge of his own life, possessions, and situation, and to conquer his opponents by force of arms. Unfortunately, as individuals, they are effectively powerless to do so in the face of those few other individuals who are naturally strong. The solution to such a state of natural inequality, a natural state of war, as Hobbes expressed it, was for the weak to gather themselves together for their mutual security and to construct a political state so as to collectively safeguard what little they did possess, rather than to lose all of it to the rapacity of those few individuals who were readily capable of violent conquest. Point 30. In very general terms, Nietzsche's account of the origin of religion may be said to be constructed by analogy to Hobbes's account of the state. 31. For Nietzsche, religion especially begins in fear of the gods. In fact, Nietzsche maintains that man himself invented the gods out of a more primordial fear. The initial fear of an unbridled and destructive nature gave rise to the invention of the gods as a controlling force and countermeasure. Such a presumed divine omnipotence, however, gave rise to a second fear, namely, a fear of the gods themselves. This in turn resulted in mankind's voluntary submission to the divine, that is, in the formation of religions. Nietzsche's account of the origin of religion and the system of ethics and morality it entails, may thus be briefly summarized: awestruck by the force and violence of nature, by the cataclysmic upheavals of the world that are far beyond man's effective control, early man postulated a unifying cause and origin to them, one that was also beyond his control. He did this, Nietzsche argues, by a rather rude analogy, by supposing there was some kind of will or intention behind these natural events. Every thoughtless person supposes that will alone is effective. The will is for him a magically effective force. The faith in the will as the cause of effects is the faith in magically effective forces. Now man believed originally that wherever he saw something happen, a will had to be at work in the background as a cause, and a personal, willing being. Any notion of mechanics was far from his mind. But since man believed, for immense periods of time, only in persons, the faith in cause and effect became for him the basic faith that he applies wherever anything happens. It is an atavism of the most ancient origin. 32. 8.6. In the same way that primitive man demanded gratification from his immediate family or from his own community and subjected them to abuse when they failed to please his slightest whims, so he postulated that there was, likewise, a higher cause beyond these natural events, some cause behind these natural effects, these terrifying spectacles of nature: volcanic eruptions and earth-rending quakes, frightfully destructive hurricanes and ravaging floods, lightning-generated firestorms, uncontrollable outbursts of disease and plague. In short, some cause or intention that also, like man himself, seemed to demand a kind of gratification or appeasement, a particular duty or obligation, some praise or pleasure from mankind, and, it should be added, at mankind's expense. Primitive peoples thus initially invented the divine and continued to live in fear of its wrath. By analogy, the primitive ancestor projected his own rancorous spirit upon the whole of nature and supposed that there was a far more powerful agent who exercised a similarly perverse will upon the world at large and upon humanity in particular. Not only, then, is there held to be a God, but it is a God whose motives and intentions dramatically reflect man's own weak and impotent psyche, a God who demands obeisance, fear, and capitulation, or, as Judaism and Christianity will say, a jealous God, a vengeful God. The Christian presupposes a powerful, overpowering being who enjoys revenge. His power is so great that nobody could possibly harm him, except for his honor. Every sin is a slight to his honor, a crimen lese majestatis divini and no more. Contrition, degradation, rolling in the dust, all this is the first and last condition of his grace, in sum, the restoration of his divine honor. Whether the sin has done any other harm, whether it has set in motion some profound calamity that will grow and seize one person after another like a disease and strangle them, this honor-craving Oriental in heaven could not care less. Sin is an offense against him, not against humanity. Those who are granted his grace are also granted this carelessness regarding the natural consequences of sin. God and humanity are separated so completely that a sin against humanity is really unthinkable. Every deed is to be considered solely with respect to its supernatural consequences, without regard for its natural consequences. 33. God, who is invented by man, thus appears as the very cause and ordering principle of natural existence. 34. Moreover, a God so conceived demands a particular course of action and behavior from his subjects, in accordance with his purposefully crafted universe. This is the origin of what Western religion and philosophy will call natural law, the order and rule within the design of God's universe. In further 8.7. agreement with human pride, Nietzsche notes, it is supposed, in Europe and the West at least, that the universe is rational, logical, because this trait reflects the highest capacity of human nature. It is this human nature, or self, that is now projected to Godhead. Man differs from the brutes, the lesser animals, in that he possesses speech, reason, and logic. That is, mankind displays its very essence, rationality, in its thoughts and actions. Cherishing this distinctive possession of rationality out of overweening pride, because, after all, it is the only property that truly elevates humanity above the beasts, mankind then projects it onto the divine. With this projection, God henceforth becomes understood as the source of rationality, the overbounding source of rational order, as is manifest in throughout the created world. The ordered seasons, the regular growth of plants and animals, the ordered movements of the heavenly spheres themselves, all have been traditional testimony to a universe of divine, rational creation. 35 According to the traditional account, people have come to understand themselves as products of this grand creation. For millennia of Western thought, the rational individual occupied a unique and privileged place in what Arthur Lovejoy has termed the great chain of being, a rationally ordered universe that extends from the Godhead and the angelic natures down to the lowliest organism, down to the dust itself. By the same token, mankind is also subject to an absolute rule, a system of absolute commandments that are promulgated by the Creator God. The authority of this divine lawgiver is absolute, and so is its extent. As payment, as compensation, for our dutiful travail of obedience to the divinely ordained moral law, it is supposed, or at least hoped, that we will be rewarded with an afterlife, an eternal life in heaven. In this otherworldly region we only get intimations of in our dreams, the one area outside of life, where our impoverished wishes and hopes are to be fulfilled, once and for all, where our tedium with this human life of suffering will be miraculously relieved and our sore afflictions remedied. In this sense, the afterlife, as conceived in the religions of the West, serves as a longed-for escape from pain and dissatisfaction, a desperate flight from this world. The afterworld, the other world, heaven itself, thus stands as an anesthetic balm of Gilead for our all too real existence in this world. After this whole progression of the argument, Nietzsche goes one step further to point out the moment of greatest deceit, like the civil servant or the corporate executive who attains recognition and self-respect according to his position in the managerial hierarchy. Our own personal existence now, for the first time, is understood to be objectively meaningful. 36 We now belong to the 8th well-ordered universe and become what we are, who we are, precisely in function of the divine order. We are rational because he is. We properly and religiously guide ourselves by universal, rational principles. Our destructive passions are guided and channeled by our so-called higher faculties, and all this reflects and enhances the glory that is the divine. 37 But more and more, the whole system of religious conviction and practice evolves into habit and passive belief in the system. This order of universal purpose and meaning has, for millennia, been so thoroughly invested into our very psyches and societies that personal understanding, self-respect, and esteem become wholly dependent upon the explanations of religion, or, what for Nietzsche is the same thing, frightened superstition. We continually crave that our existence be rendered objectively meaningful and morally justified by the Almighty, that it be reaffirmed and approved time and again. But, for Nietzsche, when God dies and a secular age begins, our long-held religious beliefs and the needs that have been so deeply formed by those beliefs will still have to be fulfilled and reaffirmed. For a secular age, however, such fulfillment will be henceforth performed through another agency, whether this be politics, science, moral causes, or something else in Given the history and provenance of this entire epoch, Nietzsche effectively poses the subsequent questions: why maintain this system? Why not another? 38. Perhaps we should experiment with an infinitude of possible systems to find a morality that does not inculcate shame, guilt, impotence, fear, and superstition in its adherents, not to speak of suppressed rage and boundless greed. Aren't all the conflicting moralities, not only within the traditions of the West but throughout history and worldwide, themselves readily explained by observation, by hypothesis, and empirical verification? Perhaps the ancient Greek religious poet Hesiod simply drank too much and merely conjured up the Olympian gods. Perhaps Abraham and St. Paul were themselves victimized early on in life, bereft of love and instruction. Stranger things have been known to happen. Can't we easily see how the ideals of a society are themselves generated from its work habits, its expectations, anticipations, and dreams? 39 Isn't the Viking Valhalla different from the Elysian fields of Greek bucolic poets? Isn't the corporate banker's god different from that of the Central European peasant, or of mountain tribesmen in Persia, or of the Eritrean mystic? Nietzsche's response to these issues is relatively succinct. By constructing this world of God's design and rational order, mankind has quite simply made two mistakes: first, overvaluing his own worth and projecting this 8-9 to the status of creative godhead, and second, taking his own thought too seriously, overvaluing his own rationality. Nature, therefore, becomes fixed on the model of man himself, it becomes anthropomorphized, cast in the form of man and rationalized. In truth, it is quite independent of man and indifferent to any human order. Mankind imputes purpose and causality to something that is inherently indifferent to reason, morality, or motivation. He imputes unity and order when in fact there is only relative chaos and complete lack of rationality. As Nietzsche would say at the very beginning of his 1873 essay, On Truth and Lie in an Extramoral Sense. In some remote comber of the universe, poured out and glittering in innumerable stellar systems, there once was a star on which clever animals invented knowledge. That was the haughtiest and most mendacious minute of world history, yet only a minute. After nature had drawn a few breaths, the star grew cold, and the clever animals had to die. There is nothing in nature so despicable or insignificant that it cannot be blown up like a bag by the slightest breath of this power of knowledge, and just as every porter wants an admirer, the proudest human being, the philosopher, thinks that he sees the eyes of the universe telescopically focused from all sides on his actions and thoughts. 41. These are fundamental errors for Nietzsche. But, at the same time, they are necessary errors, necessary illusions. They are human abstractions or fictions that are nonetheless useful for life. We impute concepts such as strict causality, moral purposiveness, rational order, and logical unity when there are none. Across the teeming profusion of particulate and subparticulate activity, we very grossly impute the fictions of unity, enduring substance, and names that point to a supposedly identical thing. In fact, there is largely confusion and difference. 41 Our identifying, unifying, and expressing a verbal similarity are only a convenient fiction imposed from without, and we do this out of biological necessity. We need to describe, categorize, and identify if we are to find and cultivate food, exchange information, and provide for the necessities of human life. It is the necessary function of the intellect to lie, and therefore to abstract, generalize, idealize, conceptualize. The whole conceptual order, the whole religious order, the whole conventional moral, ethical, and religious, not to mention philosophical, order is precisely a fabric of lies. What is important is not so much the truth of these concepts, but rather, the effects and beliefs that are engendered by them. Truth is a construction, an arbitrary fiction, that is agreed upon and valued, as long as it remains plausible and necessary for the continuance of life. There could be better ways. 90. The gay science, the death of God. Doubtless, the most striking theme introduced by the gay science is what Nietzsche termed the death of God. That, and its purported consequences, best serve to open up the broad concerns of the present work. Let us first attend to the event of God's death, as Nietzsche formulates it in paragraph 125, surely one of the most dramatic passages in his entire corpus. Have you ever heard of that madman who lit a lantern in the bright morning hours, ran to the marketplace and cried incessantly, "I seek God. I seek God," 42 As many of those who did not believe in God were standing around just then, he provoked much laughter. Has he got lost? Asked one. Did he lose his way like a child? Asked another. Or is he hiding? Is he afraid of us? Has he gone on a voyage? Emigrated, thus they yelled and laughed. The madman jumped into their midst and pierced them with his eyes. Whither is God? He cried, I will tell you. We have killed him, you and I. All of us are his murderers. But how did we do this? How could we drink up the sea? Who gave us the sponge to wipe away the entire horizon? What were we doing when we unchained this earth from its sun? Whither is it moving now? Whither are we moving? Away from all suns. Are we not plunging continually? Backward, sideward, forward, in all directions. Is there still any up or down? Are we not straying as through an infinite nothing? Do we not feel the breath of empty space? Has it not become colder? Is not night continually closing in on us? Do we not need to light lanterns in the morning? Do we hear nothing as yet of the noise of the grave diggers who are burying God? Do we smell nothing as yet of the divine decomposition? Gods, too, decompose. God is dead. God remains dead. And we have killed him. How shall we comfort ourselves, the murderers of all murderers? What was the holiest and mightiest of all that the world has yet owned has bled to death under our knives? Who will wipe this blood off us? What water is there for us to clean ourselves? What festivals of atonement, what sacred games shall we have to invent? Is not the greatness of this deed too great for us? Must we ourselves not become gods simply to appear worthy of it? There has never been a greater deed, and whoever is born after us for the sake of this deed he will belong to a higher history than all history hitherto. Here the madman fell silent and looked again at his listeners, and they, too, were silent and stared at him in astonishment. At last he threw his lantern on the ground, and it broke into pieces and went out. I have come too early, he said then, my time is not yet. This tremendous event is still on its way, still wandering, it has not yet reached the ears of men. Lightning and thunder require time, the light of the stars requires time, deeds, though done, still require time to be seen and heard. This deed is still more distant from them than the most distant stars, and yet they have done it themselves. It has been related further that on the same day the madman forced his way into several churches and there struck up his Requiem Idem Deo. Led out and called to account, he is said always to have replied nothing but, what after all are these churches now if they are not the tombs and sepulchres of God? 43. 9:1. An assertion of such magnitude requires at least the following clarification, in the form of a question, namely, who is this God? Or, stated somewhat differently, we must first establish his divine provenance, his paternity, his origin and identity. Certainly, such a God is not merely the image or figural representation of a personally conceived deity rendered particular by experience, faith, or doctrine. Rather, what Nietzsche is concerned with in this polemic is the God of the West, of Europe and Persia, of Rome and Athens. It is first of all the God of being, of all that is real, all that exists. I am he who am, the Old Testament tells us. Such a God is the Creator, the source of being and of all things. He is the first cause, the material cause, the efficient cause, the formal cause, and the final cause. This is what we have come to know as the God of Genesis. 44 Yet such a God is also the God of truth. He is the Neoplatonic inspiration for St. John the Divine. In this sense, he speaks across the New Testament, I am the Word made flesh. Let us not be mistaken, the word in question, of course, is the Logos, the philosophical pattern of rationality and intelligibility that theologians and philosophers, like St. Augustine, will find reflected and incarnated everywhere throughout the universe. Nature in this fashion is literally to recognize the traces of God therein. Nature itself and human nature stand as the very signature and substance of his rational creation. It is precisely in this way that Eastern morality, philosophy, and theology are essentially united. the Judeo-Christian tradition repeats the founding doctrines of Plato and of Greek antiquity, and this is to be echoed at every period and from every thinker in philosophy and religion for the next 2 millennia across Plotinus, Eriugena, Bonaventura, the medieval theologians to Descartes, Kant, Hegel, and right down to the present day. The study of nature and man is essentially one with that of religion. It is this totality which Martin Heidegger has called the Western tradition of ontotheology, that is, the study of being as such, of what is, or, metaphysics. 45 The good, the beautiful, and the true for Plato and Greek philosophy become the way, the light, and the truth for 2000 years of Western. 9.2. Thought. The source of being is also the source of value and truth. Our rational concepts ultimately find their true referent in the mind of God. Being finds its source in the grace of God, and values find their strict justification and vindication in the will of God. 46 The death of God, then, does not just mean that a social or political revolution will simply choose to dispense with the organized practice of a particular religious faith. Rather, what is at stake, and this is why the mailingers and idlers in the marketplace do not fully comprehend the rugnitude of God's death, as the rejection, the toppling, of metaphysics, the very demise of ontotheology. The event of God's death, therefore, signifies the passing away of religion, philosophy, and morality as we have come to know them, as we have come to know it across the history of Western thought. What this passing away ultimately means for Nietzsche will have to be patiently assembled throughout the course of his various works. Here in The Gay Science, however, he says that the death of God is the Lucifer match, the spark that ignites the whole of our all too volatile tradition. In view of Nietzsche's extraordinary assertion about the death of God, the subsequent question quickly ensues, namely, how did God's death occur? Even more perplexing, how is this death, even now, continuing its reverberation, its death rattle or rigor mortis? Perhaps the image of a bloody murder is too strong and violent for this deicide. Elsewhere, Nietzsche suggests that, one day, God simply found himself locked out of the church, temple, and mosque. In this sense, we could say that God simply died of atrophy, that there was no longer felt to be a need for the old God. 47 His function as creator, confessor, balm, judge, and accountant was replaced by another agency, namely, by science, and by another faith, the faith and belief in an omnipotent technology. If fear and weakness generated the need for a God, for a divine alter ego, those original wellsprings are now far better gratified by something new, by something whose worth and efficacy are more easily demonstrable. The death of God in the narrower sense is thus really an exchange, a substitution, of one belief system for another. The Judeo-Christian God eventually comes to be replaced by the new marvel of a universal scientific order of creation, production, and rationally consistent explanation, in which case, there is little need anymore for the modem citizen to sacrifice the firstborn child or to pull out his or her own hair in remonstration or atonement. Plagues and pests are more readily subdued by insecticides. Droughts and inundations are more easily calmed by dams and irrigation networks. 9l. Not only does the rise of the new sciences, beginning with the Enlightenment, serve to kill the traditional God, but another, related, factor arises from within the development of Western theology itself to aid in this deicide. Nietzsche locates the second contributing factor to the death of God in the appearance of Martin Luther and the Protestant Reformation. What theological functions were previously performed by the Roman Catholic priest, the very real, psychological functions of confession and consolation, the absolution of sin and guilt, now become the superfluous trappings of an obsolete ecclesiastical hierarchy, due to Luther and the Reformation, and to figures such as John Calvin, John Knox, and Huldrych Zwingli. We Europeans confront a world of tremendous ruins. A few things are still towering, much looks decayed and uncanny. The church is the city of destruction. We see the religious community of Christianity shaken to its lowest foundations, the faith in God has collapsed. An edifice like Christianity that had been built so carefully over such a long period, naturally could not be destroyed all at once. All kinds of earthquakes had to shake it, All kinds of spirits that bore, dig, gnaw, and moisten have had to help. But what is strangest is this: those who exerted themselves the most to preserve and conserve Christianity have become precisely its most efficient destroyers, the Germans. The Lutheran Reformation was, in its whole breadth, the indignation of simplicity against multiplicity, or, to speak cautiously, a crude, ingenuous misunderstanding in which there is much that calls for forgiveness. One failed to understand the expression of a triumphant church and saw nothing but corruption. Luther's work, his will to restore that Roman work, became, without his knowing or willing it, nothing but the beginning of a work of destruction. He unraveled, he tore up with honest wrath what the old spider had woven so carefully for such a long time. He destroyed the concept of the church by throwing away the faith in the inspiration of the church councils, for the concept of the church retains its power only on condition that the inspiring spirit that founded the church still lives in it, builds in it, and continues to build its house. Luther, having given the priest woman, had to take away from him auricular confession, that was right psychologically. With that development the Christian priest was, at bottom, abolished, for his most profound utility had always been that he was a holy ear, a silent well, a grave for secrets. Everyone his own priest behind such formulas and their peasant cunning, there was hidden in Luther the abysmal hatred against the higher human being. All the practical and psychological functions of the priest thus became internalized under the Reformationist doctrine of a personal conscience. They be 9.4. Came subject to one's own alter ego, which now answers for itself, which finds its spiritual strength within. Moral duty now becomes a function of the individual's personal thought and labor. The public spectacle of confession becomes internalized in the form of a private meditation, namely, the cultivation of a conscience through personal prayer and atonement. Despite Nietzsche's personal distaste for Luther's peasant revolt of the spirit, he nonetheless conceded that Luther's doctrine of a personal dialogue with the divine through personal prayer and atonement was a stroke of unexampled genius. For, after all, it was the individual and the value of his or her own thought and labor that was for centuries suppressed. Luther saw that it was only under the impersonal office of an ecclesiastical institution that the Church was able to impose itself as mediator, interpreter, judge, and foremost, spiritual authority. As an impersonal institution, it was responsible to no one save itself. By its own office of authority, any attempt to question theological orthodoxy was seen not as a simple difference of opinion or belief, of heterodoxy, but rather as heresy. Let us not forget that one prohibition of the Old Testament, "Thou shalt not eat of the tree of knowledge." That kind of knowledge or wisdom is not joyous, it will reap the whirlwinds of pain, suffering, divine wrath, and death. The wind had nonetheless shifted by the time of the New Testament. It then blew from adhns. Know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. This is the God of Plato, the God who demands inspection and answers, for he is the source of all truth. Nietzsche asserts that this doctrine of seeking the truth, which has both moral and metaphysical dimensions of enormous proportions, was a mistake. In it lay the seeds of God's own death, a death which first becomes evident, we saw, in the rise of the new sciences and in the Protestant Reformation. As Nietzsche would remark, the most fateful act of 2,000 years of discipline for truth, in the end forbids itself the lie in faith in God. You see what it was that really triumphed over the Christian God, Christian morality itself, the concept of truthfulness that was understood ever more rigorously, the Father Confessor's refinement of the Christian conscience, translated and sublimated into a scientific conscience, into intellectual cleanliness at any price. 49. The tension between authority and knowledge, belief and truth, or revelation and reason had, of course, been developing ever since the early church began. The problem was essentially that God is held to be the source of universal intelligibility, but he himself is unknowable, inscrutable. To know the world. 9.5. And to understand its divinely wrought order, one must first pass by the mediation of faith and belief. The how and why of things, The explanation of the meaning and purpose of nature had thus traditionally been the exclusive province of theology. 54 To explain the irrational and divine elements of the rational universe, medieval theologians such as St. Thomas Aquinas and Moses Maimonides attempted to give an account of the divine nature itself, which would ideally clarify matters by means of analogy. To know the world completely we must first know God, precisely, because God is the world's rationally creative source and ordering principle of truth. But we can only know God analogically. How, then, is this analogical knowledge of God at all possible? Aquinas formulates the analogy in the following way. Man his products. God his products. Based on the causal model of the craftsman, this is an analogy that is itself composed of two relations. It is called a four-termed analogy, or the analogy of proper proportionality, and it seeks to express a relation between relation and relation. 51 The real problem, of course, is that we cannot know relation until we know the principal term that is needed to construct the relation in the first place. Analogy, in short, gets us nowhere. It only appeared to work on the assumption that the four items mentioned in the analogy belong to the same order, the order of continuous magnitude. But this is precisely the difficulty to be resolved. The relation of the finite to the infinite is not continuous, the two orders are different in kind, so the relation cannot be finitely fixed. The infinite term, God, cannot be simply extrapolated from the other three finite terms, since, by definition, the infinite whatever it is precisely that which transcends the finite. What fatally compromises any attempt to know the divine nature is that to know God is to reduce him to the level of human understanding and finitude. To know God is, in this sense, to kill him. In fact, it was this classic medieval debate, between realism and nominalism, which generated the unsuccessful attempt at a middle way, or an analogical understanding, in the first place, namely, the possibility of an indirect knowledge of the divine nature. Hopelessly blocked by these mutually exclusive positions, the historical Fig. 9:6. Who resolves the impasse of analogy of direct and indirect knowledge of God is also the figure who ushers in the humanism of the Renaissance, the shift from a God-centered universe to one that is man-centered. This figure is the 15th-century mystic Nicholas of Cusa. 52 Cusa reasoned in a somewhat negative way in his work of 1440, Learned Ignorance. If God is what exceeds our knowledge, then it is sufficient for us to apprehend the greatest possible extent of our own finite, human knowledge. Once we reach the frontier of our own, positive human knowledge, we will have, by definition, attained the delimitation of God. Or, as Voltaire well knew, to be at the French frontier is, at the same time, to see Switzerland. Of dramatic importance here is that the general focus of intellectual concern is, for once, directed away from the attempt to grasp the divine nature as such and is turned toward an understanding of the finite domain of human nature and human experience. What becomes important for Cusanos and for the whole of the subsequent period of Renaissance humanism, then, is human thought and humanity's productive labor, its human creativity. These two human formations, science and technology, effectively seal God's coffin. Nicholas of Cusa opens the breach. Man now becomes man the maker. Homo per far Marsilio Ficino and the Italian Renaissance, man the maker of politics and nations for Niccolò Machiavelli, man the master and possessor of nature for Francis Bacon, René Descartes, Isaac Newton, and for a modern age. For Nietzsche, quite simply, the God of traditional theology is dead because he is useless, superfluous. He has been displaced by the products of man's own knowledge, by science and technology. Moreover, what he was can now be explained by this new science, by the universal mathematics and mechanics of Descartes and the Enlightenment, and ultimately, by Nietzsche himself. God was a fiction all along, a psychological construct and fabrication. 53 Useless and a fiction, he is left to decay for, as Nietzsche remarked, even gods decompose. Consequences of the deity of God. What does Nietzsche recognize as the consequences of God's death? Entirely, we can enumerate, at least four, and here we see the wider meaning Nietzsche ascribes to this event. Certainly, the first effect of God's death is to remove the universal foundations of morality. A dead God no longer has the power and authority to determine values. There is no longer an absolute or 9-7 transcendent ground for ethics and morality, since there is no ground of authority or justification beyond the merely human actions and habits of those who live. All of which is to say that morality enters into history and that its claims are strictly conditioned by that history. Religion, ethics, and morality are merely historical and relative codes for organizing, regulating, and determining human activity. They are evanescent configurations of a society, a culture, which vary according to time and place. No longer, then, can one point beyond life to determine the value of life. Likewise, there can no longer be any universal and absolute moral precepts, maxims, or laws, once the human and natural orders are understood to be essentially historical. In a striking passage, Nietzsche remarks, "How much must collapse now that this faith has been undermined, because it was built upon this faith, propped up by it, grown into it, for example, the whole of our European morality." 54. A second and immediate effect is that we will continue to live under the shadow of the dead God, we will continue to display his rudiments and trappings for some time. There will begin an age of metaphysical nostalgia that will last for hundreds of years, a period where we shall be carried along by the mere inertia and habit of theology and metaphysics. Thus, what powers were formerly granted to the Godhead are now given over to the unbounded belief in science. Indeed, one often speaks about the religiosity of scientism and the messianic appeal of modern technological growth and progress. Nietzsche even remarks about the evangelical character of nihilism and positivism, the patent rejection of an opposite to Western onto theology. S.5 Even if the Western tradition has generated and sustained a system of artificial needs and beliefs, an articulated project of weakness, to Nietzsche's mind, it is nonetheless a system of such comprehensiveness and persistence that it continues to exercise its authority at a distance, even as the secular age has lost faith in the foundational principles of faith. A third consequence of God's death is that we enter an age of ambiguity and transition, characterized precisely by that nostalgia for the earlier age. He calls it an impending age of breakdown, destruction, ruin, and cataclysm. God's death, we remember, is called the greatest, the most momentous event in history, yet one whose reverberations are just now beginning to be felt. This tremendous event is still on its way, still wandering, it has not yet reached the ears of men. Lightning and thunder require time. Nietzsche goes on to observe, "Even we born guessers of riddles who are, as it were, waiting on the mountains, posted between today and tomorrow, stretched in the contradiction between 9-8. Today and tomorrow, we firstlings and premature births of the coming century, to whom the shadows that must soon envelop Europe really should have appeared by now. Why is it that even we look forward to the approaching gloom without any real sense of involvement and above all without any worry and fear for ourselves? Are we perhaps still too much under the impression of the initial consequences of this event, and these initial consequences, the consequences for ourselves, are quite the opposite of what one might perhaps expect? They are not at all sad and gloomy, but rather like a new and scarcely describable kind of light, happiness, relief, exhilaration, encouragement, dawn. Indeed, we philosophers and free spirits feel, when we hear the news that the old God is dead, as if a new dawn shone on us. Our heart overflows with gratitude, amazement, premonitions, expectation. At long last the horizon appears free to us again, even if it should not be bright. At long last our ships may venture out again, venture out to face any danger. All the daring of the lover of knowledge is permitted again. The sea, our sea, lies open again. Perhaps there has never yet been such an open sea. 56. The title of the section just quoted. The meaning of our cheerfulness is itself crucial to understanding the importance the event of God's death will have for Nietzsche and for his own doctrine of a gay science, a joyful wisdom. The sea, in any case, is now opened, boundless and infinite. It is upon this open sea of an infinite future that we, of an ambiguous age, are to wander. Like young Oedipus, we have each killed our father and we are condemned to leave our father's home. We who are homeless among Europeans today, there is no lack of those who are entitled to call themselves homeless in a distinctive and honorable sense. It is to them that I especially commend my secret wisdom and Gaia Scienza. For their fate is hard, their hopes are uncertain, it is quite a to devise some comfort for them, but to what avail? We children of the future, how could we be at home in this today? We feel disfavor for all ideals that might lead one to feel at home even in this fragile, broken time of transition. As for its realities, we do not believe that they will last. The ice that still supports people today has become very thin, the wind that brings the thaw is blowing, we ourselves who are homeless constitute a force that breaks open ice and all other too thin realities. We can serve nothing, neither do we want to return to any past periods. Point 57. To answer the question posed by Schopenhauer, the question that must now be asked has existence, then, any significance at all, any meaning whatsoever? Nietzsche responds that the fourth consequence of God's death is the 9 recognition of man's birth. Like Cusanos, without God's support, we become divine. We now become the responsible bearers of world and history. Our existence will embrace this whole, and no other, world, it will invoke no sanction or salvation outside the world. For Nietzsche, we shall embrace the thought of the eternal return, and this will be our newly found significance, a significance that will transfigure reality, humanity, and history as we now know them. Indeed, this shall be our gay science. Overcoming and affirmation. Let us briefly summarize our reading of the gay science. We recall that it is one of Nietzsche's most central works. He called it his most medial work since it contains, in varying degrees of explicitness, almost all of his major philosophical themes, his most celebrated teachings, the death of God, the eternal return, the will to power, and his general critique of morality. We initially specified the nature of that God, which Nietzsche alleges to have died. First, he is, or was, the object of conventional worship in the West. But second, and perhaps more importantly, such an eminent divine was also the God of being and of truth. We made the comparison between the God of Plato and that of the Judeo-Christian tradition and found them to be essentially the same. The Platonic unity, the supra-essential one, of the good, the beautiful, and the true, this is also the way, the light, and the truth for 2 millennia of Christendom. Specifically, the creative God of being is also the source of all value and truth. For the tradition, all concepts find their highest referent in the mind of God, all being is created by the grace of God, and all value finds its origin in the will of God. The realms of being, truth, and value are thus fundamentally united for our tradition, and this unity, which is our tradition, can be summarily characterized by the term ontotheology. We also saw that the death, the passing, of this God was explained by the development of 2 historical trends, 2 historical events, the rise of science and technology, beginning with Renaissance humanism and extending throughout the Enlightenment, and the Protestant Reformation. It was the latter that replaced the mediating authority of the priest, the Church's ecclesiastical hierarchy, with the doctrine of an internalized conscience. In short, the Enlightenment and the Reformation present us with the historical beginnings. 100. Of a rigorous personal autonomy, of personal and practical independence. God's death, of course, is hardly a simple affair. After Buddha was dead, his shadow was still shown for centuries in a cave, a tremendous, gruesome shadow. God is dead, but given the way of men, there may still be caves for thousands of years in which his shadow will be shown, and we still have to vanquish his shadow. 58. Following God's death, we become both his executors and legatees. It remains for us to administer this his divine estate. We already specified 4 consequences of this greatest event in history. Absolute morality has passed away. We shall continue to live, inertially, under the effects of the old God. His agency will be transferred, however, to a variety of substitutes, science and technology, but also moral causes, political movements, and ideologies, all having an implicit eschatological or redemptive, salvational function to them. We thereby enter an age of transition and ambiguity. Nothing is sure, nothing certain, although we may desperately nostalgically wish something were. Finally, we become only gradually, progressively, aware of the effects of our newly found freedom in such a way that the old onto-theological beliefs are seen to belong to a past era, the belief in a divine creation, the concept of rational causation, or the belief in any universal moral purpose and destiny now appears to be simply a vestige of the old faith, the leftover shards or shrouds that still linger about the coffin of the dead God. The world no longer appears as a purposive or rational order, nor does it plausibly reflect any aspect of the divine. The astral order in which we live is an exception. This order and the relative duration that depends on it have again made possible an exception of exceptions, the formation of the organic. The total character of the world, however, is in all eternity chaos, in the sense not of a lack of necessity but a lack of order, arrangement, form, beauty, wisdom, and whatever other names there are for our aesthetic anthropomorphisms. It is neither perfect, nor beautiful, nor noble, nor does it wish to become any of these things. It does not by any means strive to imitate man. None of our aesthetic and moral judgments apply to it. 59. Nonetheless, even we, whom Nietzsche terms the firstlings and premature births of the coming century, still remain bound by these old shrouds, by these lingering shadows on the walls of the Platonic cave. We still have to overcome the old morality, or at least this is what Nietzsche sees as our immediate task. If one would like to see our European morality for once as it looks from a distance, and if one would like to measure it against other moralities, past and future, then one has to proceed like a wanderer who wants to know how high the towers in a town are. He leaves the town. Thoughts about moral prejudices, if they are not meant to be prejudices about prejudices, presuppose a position outside morality, some point beyond good and evil to which one has to rise, climb, or fly, and in the present case at least a point beyond our good and evil, a freedom from everything European, by which I mean the sum of the imperious value judgments that have become part of our flesh and blood. 60. As a result of such an overcoming, such a distancing from all that which constitutes our present natures, Nietzsche envisions the emergence of a transformed human subject, one who would find joy in this new prospect. One could conceive of such a pleasure and power of self-determination, such a freedom of the will, that the spirit would take leave of all faith and every wish for certainty, being practiced in maintaining himself on insubstantial ropes and possibilities, and dancing even near abysses. Such a spirit would be the free spirit par excellence. 61. But would this appeal be merely one RRWRE exhortation for us to act in a particular way? Is Nietzsche simply following the structural pattern in filling in the old God dictates, the litany of the thou shalt, with the precepts, rules, and moral exhortations of the new man? Is Nietzsche one more preacher, yet another didactic at best or authority figure at worst? Is this text meant to convey, to inspire, an evangelism for the new Calvinist elect? Is he a zealot? Another Luther or Zwingli in atheist disguise? 62. And just as Zwingli's followers threw the Bavarian Catholic emissaries out of the Prague town hall window in 1618, shall Nietzsche himself be defenestrated in only to await the next prophet of yet another new world order. 63. In any case, Nietzsche surely does not pose himself as one more replacement prophet. This would be to profoundly misunderstand Nietzsche's own, that is, a positive, conception of morality. His expression is not meant to gratify the fearful weak, for he urges no desultory escape from pain, from life, into a fictional world of imaginary compensation. Nor is his work simply meant to be a palliative or tonic for the confused spirit of a troubled Europe. Why, then, does he write? To surround himself with followers? Clearly not, and if he did, he failed dramatically. Indeed, Nietzsche continually chides his readers. He asks to be criticized, not to be adulated. Nietzsche knows full well that the large majority of followers and converts bear only the resentment and helplessness that ceaselessly search out the next command, the next dictate, the next author ity to whom they would willingly submit. 64 While Nietzsche does tell us that he 102 writes as a way of getting rid of my thoughts, 65 This may well be an act of grace, but it is certainly not to proselytize nor to institute a new sect in the fashion of, for example, the French positivist, Auguste Comte. He writes only for those who have already become matured. We are, in one word, good Europeans, the heirs of Europe, the rich, oversupplied, but also overly obligated heirs of thousands of years of European spirit. As such, we have also outgrown Christianity, and are averse to it precisely because we have grown out of it. 66. As for the others, those individuals who have not yet matured, Nietzsche remarks, what can it matter to us with what tinsel the sick may use to cover up their weaknesses? We know full well the hysterical little men and women who need this present religion and morality as a cloak and adamant. 67. To these people, Nietzsche implores, one simply must be generous. Believers, he says, invariably have a profound need to believe, a need that in one way or another, testifies strikingly to their own infirmity. Metaphysics is still needed by some, but so is that impetuous demand for certainty that today discharges itself among large numbers of people in a scientific positivistic form. The demand that one wants by all means that something should be firm, this, too, is still the demand for a support, a prop, in short, that instinct of weakness which, to be sure, does not create religious, metaphysical systems, and convictions of all kinds but conserves them. 68. In a very concrete sense, therefore, Nietzsche seems to be writing for those people who don't need to read him. His audience is calculated to be precisely those for whom the old order is already beginning to gray, and for whom such beliefs are beginning to appear as empty shells, stale fodder, lifeless conventions, whether these beliefs be of God or are directed to his modem placeholders or surrogates. That modem science is such a preeminent surrogate for Nietzsche is clear. We see that science also rests on a faith. There simply is no science without presuppositions. From where would science then be permitted to take its unconditional faith or conviction on which it rests, that truth is more important than any other thing, including every other conviction? But you will have gathered what I am driving at, namely, that it is still a metaphysic of faith upon which our faith in science rests, that even we seekers after knowledge today, we godless anti-metaphysicians still take our fire, too, from the flame lit by a faith I03. That is thousands of years old, that Christian faith which was also the faith of Plato, that God is the truth, that truth is divine. But what if this should become more and more incredible, if nothing should prove to be divine any more unless it were error, blindness, the lie, if God himself should prove to be our most enduring lie? 69. According to Nietzsche's analysis, then, we are prepared to confront, to appraise, and to evaluate the entire tradition. For a modern secular age, there is no longer the universally felt need to be constrained by the ancient morality of God and religion, or by its more recent surrogates totalizing ideologies of the left or right, extremist forms of nationalism, utopian economic or moral movements, ethnic and political irredentism, and so forth. 7 If the possibility of overcoming this tradition is prepared by our newfound maturity, then Nietzsche's own agency is, indeed, but emblematic. He is only the Orpheus, the Lucifer match. With no divine impediments or pedigrees, mankind for the first time becomes liberated by the awareness of this greatest event of his story, the death of God. Where does Nietzsche suggest we commence such an undertaking? Where does one situate oneself for such an impending transformation? With the admission of a godless universe, there is no longer an opposition between human and divine, between immanent and transcendent, not to speak of the opposition between what is absolute and what is historical or relative. In a strict sense, the death of God is the greatest event in history. It is the beginning of a resolutely autonomous human history as such. No longer are we but a dim reflection or a moving image of eternity. With the death of God, we have fallen into time. The beginning of this undertaking already lies beyond good and evil, beyond the ancient values and the purportedly eternal truths. Humanity, for Nietzsche, is no longer fixed as a divinely ordained measure in the whirlpool of things. The human individual is no longer bound by his supposed divinely given essence, that of being essentially rational. Rather, humanity is now to be conceived of in purely natural terms. The individual is to be situated and understood on the ontological plane of nature itself. But, realize that now, for Nietzsche, nature is itself undeified, it is not a created product that finds its source elsewhere. For a modern age, nature is both created and creative, it affects itself and continually transforms itself. It is no longer conceived simply as created, much less in the divine image of an eternal and rational God. What, then, is nature? For Nietzsche, nature is at once chaos and necessity, it is profuse, luxuriant, teeming with excess and superabundance. Yet, nature 104 is also cold, exact, bound to its sempiternal rhythms. The natural order continually transforms itself, neither increasing nor diminishing overall. It is, in this sense, a finite but open economy. All of which is to say that Nietzsche conceives nature to be fixed in its quantity of matter, energy, or force. In this respect, nature is finite. But, by the same token, this finite nature continues to operate dynamically in an infinite time. Thus a balance of sorts is attained, with neither absolute growth nor absolute diminution. Nature both conserves its energy absolutely and expends it continually in the natural processes of organic and inorganic metamorphosis. Nature never simply is, in the sense that it could attain a final or terminal state of fixed being. Rather, it continually changes, it continually evolves or becomes. What characterizes nature's economy, then, is a vicious Malthusian rigor. Its economy demands continual reinvestment and churning. Quanta of forces fuse, stress, contract, and factor out to the next series and chain of impulses, into the next self-transformation, the next metamorphosis. This is a kind of order, if you will, and as natural beings, we are already part and parcel of it. In the absence of any transcendent order, nature for once becomes our human dominion. Upon God's death, we become naturalized citizens. We are no longer to be thought of as Gnostic exiles from an other world, since there is no eternal country of origin or reprieve. There is no resting place of the soul, either, by the still waters, nor is there even an alien substance, or counter-substance, called the soul, that could somehow stand by impassively, unnaturally. It is in this sense Nietzsche would assert. The living being, moreover, is only a species of dead being, and a very rare species at that. Let us be on our guard against thinking that the world eternally creates the new. Moreover, there are no eternally enduring substances, matter and soul are just such errors as the god of the Eleatics. But when shall we be at an end with our foresight and precaution? When will all these shadows of God cease to obscure us? When shall we be permitted to naturalize ourselves by means of the pure, newly discovered, newly redeemed nature? 71. Just how is this naturalization possible, then, and how do we wanderers become at home in nature, and what is the economics of this relation between man and nature, man and world? It is misleading to think that a traditional scientific account of nature would be called for at this point, precisely because natural science effectively denatures this relationship. It interprets nature, first of all, in the light of man, in light of purely subjective abstractions. 72 The traditional view thus gives a subjective, anthropomorphic account of nature and calls this idealizing construction, this series of images, objective. 73. I05. For Nietzsche, there would be a double fault. Science conceives nature in terms of our quite human abstractions, generalizations, and idealizations. Nature, therefore, is seen in the image of man just as God was, according to Nietzsche's account of the origins of religion. Second, it is claimed by science that this construction has nothing to do with subjectivity, that it is in fact the exact opposite. The scientific account, we are told, is the paradigm of objective ity. Hence, the individual human subject is necessarily pitted against the world and occupies a place that could only be termed unnatural. At best, humanity seems to occupy and rule from some sort of refugee camp. The whole pose of man against the world, man as a world-negating principle, of man as the measure of the value of things, as judge of the world who in the end places existence itself upon his scales and finds it wanting, the monstrous insipidity of this pose has finally come home to us and we are sick of it. We laugh as soon as we encounter the juxtaposition of man and world, separated by the sublime presumption of the little word and 74. In order to become naturalized, in Nietzsche's sense, the individual must embrace nature, ultimately, by an act of will. He must willingly accept the natural order on its own terms. For Nietzsche, this means we must affirm its chaos and necessity, and, by the same token, we must destroy the little and that separates us from nature. Destruction, here, consists in a denial of that tradition-bound intellectual and ideological filter, that smoke-screen mediation of all the images, beliefs, projections, fictions, and shadows that are the vestiges of the dead God, of onto theology. Specifically, this calls for a no-win denial of the second nature that, over the course of millennia, had become our first nature. 7.5. This task would amount to a critical deconstruction of our tradition. It would consist in a critique of those historically derived notions of causality, unity, substance, identity, divisible time, rationality, logic, truth, soul, and God. As Nietzsche would recount, this critique of the fundamental axioms of tradition might well entail unsuspected consequences of dramatic proportions. This long plenitude and sequence of breakdown, destruction, ruin, and cataclysm that is now impending, who could guess enough of it today to be compelled to play the teacher and advance proclaimer of this monstrous logic of terror, the prophet of a gloom and an eclipse of the sun whose like has probably never yet occurred on earth. 76. This work of critique or destruction, of course, is not merely the product of one thinker. Against the commanding edifice of metaphysics, we recall, every 106. Sort of spirit which perforates, digs, gnaws, and molders had to assist in the work of destruction. We must also remember that this kind of critical destruction, or deconstruction, is not merely negative, its results are positive. That is, it rids us of 2 millennia of withered pieties, of sanctimonious shrouds. Its intentions are also positive. They are not motivated by the desire to avoid pain, to seek peace and repose in the anesthetic balm of religion, or in the smug confidence and arrogance of a self-consistent logic. Rather, the motivation to destroy comes about as a gift of fullness, an expression of overflowing power that wills to create, to quicken the pace, to invoke the future as a further contest to create and to affirm a newly understood human order. 77. Oddly enough, the kind of nature that Nietzsche affirms is remarkably similar to an ancient, archaic Greek conception, the pre-Homeric understanding, in which nature was symbolized by the two-headed axe of fertility. Nature destroys, lays waste, but also harvests. The fields are made to lie fallow such that they may in time nurture and produce. The reaper makes way for the new crop, the new generation. To affirm such a nature is to do so totally and unreservedly, to affirm its often unpleasant consequences for us, but also to commit ourselves to its splendor, to will that our human destinies be one with nature with no escape, no flight from nature so conceived. Nietzsche views the affirmation of nature, of natural existence, as nothing less than the prospect of an entirely new and different destiny for the whole of mankind, a destiny that is at once terrifying and rich with the prospect of an infinite future. Here is a future with no possibility of transcending nature, no possibility of any human reality other than that of the natural order itself. Nietzsche expresses this concept of naturalization by the image or metaphor of what he calls the eternal return, an image that is both terrifying and liberating to the extent that it infinitizes humanity and makes it aware of its newly found infinitizing destiny. What, if some day or night a demon were to steal after you into your loneliest loneliness and say to you, this life as you now live it and have lived it, you will have to live once more and innumerable times more, and there will be nothing new in it, but every pain and every joy and every thought and sigh and everything unutterably small or great in your life will have to return to you, all in the same succession and sequence, even this spider and this moonlight between the trees, and even this moment and I myself. The eternal hourglass of existence is turned upside down again and again, and you with it, speck of dust. 107. Would you not throw yourself down and gnash your teeth and curse the demon who spoke thus? Or have you once experienced a tremendous moment when you would have answered him, you are a god, and never have I heard anything more divine? If this thought gained possession of you, it would change you as you are or perhaps crush you. The question in each and every thing, do you desire this, once more and innumerable times more? Would lie upon your actions as the greatest weight. Or how well disposed would you have to become to yourself and to life to crave nothing fervently than this ultimate, eternal, confirmation and seal. 78. This first statement of the eternal return appears to be another evangelical invocation. It reawakens the call of Kusanos with astonishing psychological force. In effect, it demands the conditional, it asks us, what if? This is an appeal to our resoluteness and steadfastness, perhaps. But it also asks us to be ratified in the eternal cycle. 79. Not only would our lives be repeated to infinity, therefore, but the very cycle of past and future from antediluvian eons to the final cataclysm would be ceaselessly, interminably, relived. But second, and more importantly, if we grant the finite and open economics of this natural order, we also grant the untold myriad permutations this finite order, this finite system, could endure, and our present dust speck existence would be taken as one micro-instant of one set of atomic arrangements. This would be a system of crypto-incarnations, of insemination and dissemination of our own subparticulate matter. Like Leibniz's celebrated little monads, we would reflect a universe at all times, we would literally inhabit an infinitude of worlds. We would find our homes deep under the waves that careen and smash Edlo ng into Portofino's cliffs, and we would indeed know their secret. Would not the fear of a vengeful God and the guilt-inspiring reprobation from a host of priests disappear like a sweet aftertaste in the light of such a conception, to be buried only to rise once again and yet again pass away, disposed, metamorphosed by another wrinkle or fold in the crystalline vaults? Not only would this eternal return be an incentive, a psychological affirmation to strengthen our human resolve, but it would itself be the highest expression of the will to live. The eternal return itself would be the grandest, the most complete and total expression of the will to power. 80. Its very conception would bring us to humanity and history. Here, it is not so much a question of projecting ourselves onto the world from without, as if we, once again, were claiming hegemony over it. Rather, it is quite the reverse. It would rather be as if nature, world, history, and humanity became us, became transformed and introjected into our history, as if they constituted precisely what 108 we are. All this unfolds itself through us. We would become the heirs and possessors of this titanic dance, which would be the blood that courses through our veins to the Dionysian strains of this joyful wisdom. This gay science, which replaces the traditional doctrines of transcendence and fearful dependence with a teaching of total immanence and a newfound autonomy, would infuse us, humanity, with a transfigured vitality, an entirely new kind of emotion and feeling, one that would enable us to identify with, and thus celebrate, the entirety of natural existence. This is actually one aspect of this new feeling. Anyone who manages to experience the history of humanity as his own history, will feel in an enormously generalized way all the grief of an invalid who thinks of health, of an old man who thinks of the dreams of his youth, of a lover deprived of his beloved, of the martyr whose ideal is perishing, of the hero on the evening after a battle that has decided nothing but brought him wounds and the loss of his friend. But if one could endure this immense sum of grief of all kinds while yet being the hero, who as the second day of battle breaks, welcomes the dawn and his fortune, being a person whose horizon encompasses thousands of years past and future, being the heir of all the nobility of all past spirit and heir with a sense of obligation, the most aristocratic of old nobles and at the same time the first of a new nobility the like of which no age has yet seen or dreamed of, if one could burden one's soul with all of this, the oldest, the newest, losses, hopes, conquests, and the victories of humanity, if one could finally contain all this in one soul and crowd it into a single feeling, this would surely have to result in a happiness that humanity has not known so far, the happiness of a God full of power and love, full of tears and laughter, a happiness that, like the sun in the evening, continually bestows its inexhaustible riches, pouring them into the sea, feeling richest, as the sun does, only when even the poorest fisherman is still rowing with golden oars. This godlike feeling would then be called humaneness. 81. What, then, is this cosmic vitality that eternally repeats itself, that eternally recurs, and us with it and through it? What is this will to power? The will to power is the will to live, the pool's ions of instinct and impulse, the continually transforming and transfiguring energy of excess and superabundance that constitutes the whole of organic and inorganic existence. Seen in this way, life vitality itself is not mere endurance, it is not merely a question of some will to persist, to strive for mere continuation, to hope to bear the next moment, to sustain the next fetid breath. Rather, it is to create, to build, to wreak havoc, doing so, possibly, but to augment and ever increase itself, out of force, youth, energy, and will to assemble and build, to ingest, and to overcome again, out I09. Of surfeit, abundance, and health. As Nietzsche expressed this dynamic and affirmative conception of life. The wish to perceive oneself is the symptom of a condition of distress, of a limitation of the really fundamental instinct of life which aims at the expansion of power and, wishing for that, frequently risks and even sacrifices self-preservation. But a natural scientist should come out of his human look, and in nature it is not conditions of distress that are dominant but overflow and squandering, even to the point of absurdity. The struggle for existence is only an exception, a temporary restriction of the will to life. The great and small struggle always revolves around superiority, around growth and expansion, around power in accordance with the will to power which is the will of life. 82. To embrace nature and history under the image of the eternal return, therefore, is to identify one's very being with the will to power. In the absence of the infinite God, we become the infinite creators of an infinitizing future. For Nietzsche, this is at once our natural inheritance and our historical imperative. Each moment heralds an infinite future. Each moment recurs again and again in an eternal festival of transience. Being is thereby stamped as becoming. Each moment is thus a contraction of the infinite past into a discrete now, which augurs an unheard of destiny. And it is the now, this now that must be lived and filled up, complete, replete, with life in order that there be a subsequent now. All this happens each and every moment. Nietzsche wrote, "Thus spoke Zarathustra," in several bursts of extreme activity over a period of some 2 years, from 1883 to 85. It was a book he would refer to, for the rest of his life, as his most important and most intense work. In an enthusiastic letter to Karl von Gersdorff, he remarked, "My Zarathustra, which will be sent to you within a few weeks, may give you a hint of how high my will has soared. Don't be put off by the mythic style of the book, my entire philosophy is behind those homey and unusual words, and I have never been more serious. It is a beginning at self-disclosure, nothing more. I know perfectly well that there is no one alive who could write anything like Zarathustra. 1. In the same vein, he told Peter Gast that it is incredibly full of detail which, because it is drawn from what I've seen and suffered, only I can understand. Some pages seem to be almost bleeding too. Doubtless, then, Zarathustra was an intensely personal work, and due in part to this, it is often enigmatic and extremely difficult to comprehend. At the moment, Zarathustra's value is entirely personal. For everyone else, it is obscure, mysterious, and ridiculous. Heinrich von Stein told me candidly that of said Zarathustra, he understood 12 sentences and no more. I found that very comforting. Point 3. If the very title of the work Thus Spoke Zarathustra, a book for everyone and no one for suggests a profound enigma, the specific themes Nietzsche engages are at least recognizable from the start: the dynamics of the human will. II. The death of God, the critique of traditional Christian morality, the will to power, the eternal return, and the overman. Nonetheless, despite the breadth and recognizability of these often discussed topics, there remains a deeply personal, largely hidden stratum to Zarathustra, wherein Nietzsche reflectively engages his own most personal, philosophical, and emotional concerns. Foremost among these personally perplexing issues were the questions about the validity and practicality of his own philosophical task, his doubts about his own capacity to effectively communicate his ideas, the stress brought on by his continually failing personal health, and the disastrous state of his personal relations during this period. His break with Wagner was virtually complete by 1877, but the tragic affair with Lou Salome, and its hysterical exploitation by Nietzsche's sister to humiliate Lou, resulted in Nietzsche's effective banishment from the Wagner circle at Bayreuth and a near total isolation from other German and Swiss academic and cultural groups at the time. Lou was just 21 years old and Nietzsche 37. She had come from St. Petersburg to study in Switzerland at the University of Zurich. Much influenced by Malwida von Meysenbug's writing, she made the latter's acquaintance in Rome in the early spring of 1882. Paul Rée also was in Rome at the time, and both he and Malwida wrote Nietzsche about the remarkably intelligent and beautiful Lou. Nietzsche responded to Rie's letter with enthusiasm. "Greet this Russian for me, if that has any purpose. I lust for this species of soul. Yes, I shall now look forward to plunder, and with what I have in mind for the next 10 years, I will need her. An entirely different chapter would be marriage at the most. I could agree to a 2-year marriage. 5. Arriving in Rome from Messina, Nietzsche rested for a day due to one of his frequently violent migraine headaches and went to Malwida's apartment in the Villa Mattei, only to learn that both Lou and Rée were visiting St. Peter's Basilica. Rushing to St. Peter's, and on first meeting Lou, Nietzsche was transfixed. His first remark to her was, "From which stars have we fallen to meet each other here?" 6. Within a matter of hours, he proposed marriage abruptly and clumsily. Lou declined. In a second attempt, Nietzsche asked Rée to intervene on his behalf, to encourage, indeed, to broker a positive response from Lou. But Rée, however, had also proposed to Lou by then and had been equally rebuffed. 7. Good sense and friendship prevailed, and, by late April, the three decided to travel north to Switzerland, together with Lou's mother, who acted as a companion and chaperone. They stopped off for several days at Lake Orta, in northern Italy, where, on May 5, Nietzsche and Lou were able to go off by themselves and spend an exceptionally beautiful spring day climbing the nearby Sacro Monte. This seems to have been an emotionally transfiguring afternoon for Nietzsche, who would later refer to the afternoon they spent together as the missed 1y of Sacro Monte. 2 weeks later, on May 13, the three visited Lucerne, where Nietzsche again unsuccessfully proposed marriage to Lou, this time at the foot of the Lion Monument in the Elohengarten. Just after this third refusal, and in a seeming spirit of conciliation, Nietzsche suggested that they visit a photographer's studio, where he posed himself and Rée pulling the arms of a goat cart, driven by Lou, who was perched behind them, holding a long while. LTT sat silent on the banks of the lake and was deeply immersed in heavy memories. Then, while drawing in the moist sand with his cane, he softly spoke of those times and he looked up. He cried. Degree from the end of June through the end of August, Nietzsche was in Tottenberg, in Saxony, and on August 7. He was joined by Lou and his sister, both having just visited Wagner's production of Parsifal in Bayreuth. Lou spent THRRC weeks together, their RLATION SHIP oscillating between profound intellectual discussions and emotionally intense, and often, lying periodals of companionship. Nietzsche's passion for philosophy and his deep love for her as an intimate partner and disciple were again beginning to pale for Lou, and she became reclusive, fleeing into a bedridden illness for several days to avoid his emotionally charged overtures. Ultimately, Lou preferred to see in Nietzsche more of a friend than an intimate relation, and, perhaps even more dispiriting, she felt that Nietzsche was trying to denigrate Rie for his own sexual advantage over her. Nonetheless, the three had often discussed the possibility of studying the natural sciences together, ever since their meeting in Rome, and had considered living in Munich, Vienna, and finally Paris, hoping to share an amicable relationship of intellectual equality and independence. On this note, Lou left Tottenberg to visit Rie's family in Stibbe, in West Prussia, and Nietzsche returned to Naumburg. In Naumburg, he had a strong falling out with his family over the propriety of this relationship with Lou, Nietzsche's sister, ever ready to cast aspersions on Lou, 12, which provoked Nietzsche's mother to exclaim that he was a curse upon his father's grave. Fleeing his mother's home, Nietzsche joined Lou and Rie for a final time in Leipzig, once again planning for the period of study in Paris. The reunion in Leipzig was cool, however, each party recognizing their growing emotional and intellectual differences. Lou and Rie found Nietzsche's emotionalism and philosophical passion somewhat difficult to bear and increasingly distanced from their own growing interests in science. Nietzsche likewise sensed an element of distrust and cynicism on their part, their diminished interest in his own philosophical projects, as well as a chilling emotional withdrawal. By mid-November, Nietzsche would return to Basel and then go south to Genoa. Lou and Rie went back to Rie's family home in Stibbe and then settled in Berlin. Nietzsche would never see them again. 13. Communicating his state of mind at the time, Nietzsche wrote to Overbeck from Rapallo on Christmas Day 1882. This last morsel of life was the hardest I have yet had to chew, and it is still possible that I shall choke on it. I have suffered from the humiliating and tormenting memories of the summer as from a bout of madness. It involves a tension between opposing passions which I cannot cope with. This is to say, I am exerting every ounce of my self-mastery, but I have lived in solitude too long. So that I am now being broken, as no other man could be, on the will of my own passions. If only I could sleep, but the strongest doses of my sedative help me as little as my 6 to 8 hours of daily walking. Unless I discover the alchemical trick of turning this muck into gold, I am lost. My lack of confidence is now immense. Everything I hear makes me feel that people despise me. 14. Some 5 years after the initial publication of Zarathustra, in another work, entitled Ecce Homo, Nietzsche explained that he chose to invoke the name Zarathustra because Zarathustra, or as he is more commonly known through the Greek derivation of his name, Zoroaster 15, was the first historical thinker to pronounce the doctrine of eternal return and the first to pronounce the dualistic teaching of good and evil as separate, metaphysically governing, world principles, which Zoroaster called the Ahura Mazda and Ahriman, the forces of light and of darkness, respectively. Zarathustra's original teaching concerned man's difficult passage through life, from evil to good, by way of individual works and deeds. This life passage was symbolized by what he called the Chinvat Bridge, which spanned the infinitely deep chasm of fire, of adversity, and ultimately led to the Zoroastrian heaven, the Garon Manam. This is, of course, one aspect of the tightrope metaphor that first appears in section 3 of Zarathustra's prologue. In the 4th chapter of his later text, Ecce Homo, the section entitled Why I Am a Destiny, Nietzsche remarked, I have not been asked, as I should have been asked, what the name of Zarathustra means in my mouth, the mouth of the first immoralist, for what constitutes the tremendous historical uniqueness of that Persian is just the opposite of this. Zarathustra was the first to consider the fight between good and evil as the very will in the machinery of things, the transposition of morality into the metaphysical realm, as a force, cause, an end in itself, is his work. But this question itself is at bottom its own answer. Zarathustra created the most calamitous error, morality, consequently, he must also be the first to recognize it. Not only has he more experience in this matter, for a longer time, than any other thinker after all, the whole of history is the refutation by experiment of the principle of the so-called moral world order. What is more important is that Zarathustra is more truthful than any other thinker. His doctrine, and his alone, posits truthfulness as the highest virtue. This means the opposite of the cowardice of the idealist who flees from reality. Zarathustra has more intestinal fortitude than all other thinkers taken together. To speak the truth and to shoot well with arrows, that is Persian virtue. Am I understood? The self-overcoming of morality, out of truthfulness, the self-overcoming of the moralist, into his opposite, into me. That is what the name of Zarathustra means in my mouth. 16. We have already seen somewhat of an anticipation of this teaching in an earlier text, the Gay Science. There, we saw the self-overcoming of traditional Christian faith out of one of its own components, namely, the New Testament veneration of truth. You see what it was that really triumphed over the Christian God, Christian moral itself, the concept of truthfulness that was understood ever more rigorously, the Father Confessor's refinement of the Christian conscience, translated and sublimated into a scientific conscience, into intellectual cleanliness at any price. Looking at nature as if it were a proof of the goodness and governance of a God, interpreting history in honor of some divine reason, as a continual testimony of a moral world order and ultimate moral purposes, interpreting one's own experiences as pious people have long enough interpreted theirs, as if everything were providential, a hint, designed and ordained for the sake of the salvation of the soul. That is all over now, that has man's conscience against it, that is considered indecent and dishonest by every more refined conscience. Mendaciousness, feminism, weakness, and cowardice. In this severity, if anywhere, we are good Europeans and heirs of Europe's longest and most courageous self-overcoming. Point 1. Nietzsche's Zarathustra teaches the doctrine of the overman, the UBN I teach you the overman. Man is something that shall be overcome. 18. From the outset, however, Zarathustra himself seems to dramatize, if not embody, the anticipated characteristics of the overman. 19. At least in appearance. Zarathustra is presented as a strikingly singular and unique figure. He appears as a sage, a wise man, whose speech is often oracular and prophetic in nature, immediately distinguishing him rhetorically from the many often quite unusual figures he encounters. The nature of his epigrammatic speeches is often patterned on, and parodies, not only Zoroaster's pronouncements in the Zendavesta, but even more particularly, the accounts of Jesus in the Gospels. Sometimes his lofty reflections are suggestive of the Buddha or of a Hindu sage. Point 20. More often, however, the philosophical content and the poetic expressiveness of Zarathustra's discourses strikingly recall such pre-Socratic thinkers as Heraclitus, Anaxagoras, and Empedocles, as well as the Roman poet and Epicurean philosopher Lucretius, all of whom Nietzsche had studied and taught extensively, during his tenure at the University of Basel. Finally, Zarathustra first strikes the reader as a figure of exceptional character, generosity, and independence, full of self-esteem and at once remote and isolated, yet again compassionate, seeking to help with a missionary zeal. Point 21. But what the more general and programmatic characteristics of the overman as such are purported to be as an ideal type, as an emblematic and visionary figure of the future, will have to be deferred somewhat until we can follow Nietzsche's own progressive elaboration of them. What complicates the attempt to positively characterize such a figure as the overman, who is dramatically announced in section 3 of Zarathustra's prologue, is the fact that there can really be no essential property to describe as such, precisely because there is as yet no overman to be described, nor, finally, does the overman appear even once in the whole of Zarathustra. Thus, it is left to the reader to fill in what the characteristics of the overman might be. Point 22. This is one of many instances of Nietzsche's using the rhetorical trope of apogeopasis in his writings, that is, of employing the rhetorical device of silence, or indirection, in such a way that the reader is forced to draw a conclusion, one that is itself unstated by the author, but that seems implied by contextual circumstances. What lends apogeiopedic rhetoric its strength is that the reader or interlocutor feels he has come to his own conclusion quite literally in his own terms and in function of his own judgment, thereby personalizing his understanding of what the author may, or may not, have intended. Point 23. Effectively, this means that each reader tends to develop a quite idiosyncratic, interpretive view of the celebrated Overman. Compounding this strategic use of silence, what Nietzsche's Overman might be is further concealed behind his depiction of Zarathustra the prophet and teacher, who, in addition to his teachings, left as his personal legacy 3 children, each of whom it was said would be born in a series of millennia to come. Indeed, by the 4th part of Zarathustra, the Overman is mentioned but once. God died, now we want the Overman to live. 24 Then dropped, in favor of finding higher men who would serve as discus please, but who clearly have a host of all too human imperfections. Thus, Zarathustra awaits not the Overman per se at the very end of the book, nor even the higher man, but rather his own children. The last significant discussion of the Overman is in the 3rd part, titled On Old and New Tablets, where Zarathustra advances his view that the sum of good and evil, all value and meaning, is man's own creation. He who creates man's goal and gives the earth its meaning and future. 25. Zarathustra then equates this with individual and cultural self-overcoming. Man is something that must be overcome, he is a bridge and no end. Thus Zoroaster's heaven is forfeited, but redemption can be attained at the moment of noon. When one redeems what is past in man and recreates all it was with a thus I willed it. Absent the Overman, it remains to be seen even if Zarathustra is capable of affirming, much less acting upon, such an injunction. Point 26 Basically, the Overman does not exist, will not exist as such, as a terminal point. Rather than pose as a stylized model, as a conflation of historical individuals, or even as an ideal type, as most commentators conventionally argue, if that term means anything at all. 27 The notion of the Overman signifies humanity's capacity for achieving a self-transformation of itself and a fully truthful understanding of the human condition. This can come about, Nietzsche argues, only when humanity is freed from the bitterness, resentment, guilt, and shame brought on by traditional moral doctrine, and when it is liberated from the clouds of metaphysical deceit and illusion that obscure the symbol of truth itself. This will be the fundamental opposition governing the character development of Zarathustra himself and his attempt to articulate the vision of the Overman, the opposition between morality and truth as it concerns the very conduct and significance of one's life. Thematically, we must start by examining Zarathustra's task, or, rather, by examining what our task is as interpreters of his teaching, and how we are to grasp the crucial notions of will to power, and ultimately, the eternal return. It should be noted at the outset that while these notions are closely interrelated or nested, and that our appreciation of them can help us to understand Zarathustra's task, we must be cautious in ascribing a system to Nietzsche's teaching. Literally, there is none. What can be said, however, is that these notions are essentially metaphorical, and as such, they are diffracted throughout his work. What must also be kept in mind is that the narrative complexity of Zarathustra makes conceptual clarification of these central notions extremely difficult. The text is at once poetic, overly rhetorical, and hortatory. By the same token, it is a dialogue between an unnamed narrator, who sometimes engages Zarathustra himself, but principally, it is a dialogue between Zarathustra, a character who is himself constructed by Nietzsche to be both highly personal and historically elusive, and other figures, who often advance or represent positions that are more suggestive than precisely determined in any conventional conceptual sense. The dialogue form is intended to engage the reader on a variety of levels as well, due to the richness of the stylistic elements it affords. Unlike a straightforward exposition, the dramatic dialogue personalizes the concerns of the author by lending to them a situational context, which is often highly emotionally charged, and this engages the reader in ways that alternately suggest and provoke the ordinary and extraordinary responses one takes in real life, concerning everything of value. It is precisely this value dimension of the individual's life that which lends personal, social, ethical, moral, and aesthetic significance to human existence itself that Nietzsche wishes to fully engage in Zarathustra. Finally, it is the dialogue form that would best express such a practical philosophy concerning the conduct of one's life. Life's values may well be engaged critically and theoretically in the course of the dialogue's narrative, and there is no shortage of such explicit discussion in Zarathustra, but their dramatic enactment or performance, by the figure of Zarathustra, has an immediacy and concreteness that draws upon our own deepest intellectual and affective resources as well. Things have to make sense, but happiness or joy alone lends individual existence its highest value. This simply cannot be taught, dictated, or universally legislated. It must be found personally, and from within, in consequence of a disciplined, well-disposed will that acts out of itself for its own pleasure and well-being. In Zarathustra, the will is most often conceived of in extremely vital and dynamic terms, as a general strength of character, as the force of one's intellect and instinct, the courage to confront adversity and to overcome resistance and obstacles to one's considered objectives. Psychologically considered, then, the dynamic personalization of will is more broadly founded on what Nietzsche considers the dynamics of the natural world to be, namely, the ever-changing confrontation and exchange of energy and force, what he termed the will to power. Perhaps Nietzsche's most concise account of the will to power is his remark in Beyond Good and Evil. Suppose we succeeded in explaining our entire instinctive life as the development and ramification of one basic form of the will, namely, of the will to power. As my proposition has it, suppose all organic functions could be traced back to this will to power, and one could also find in it the solution of the problem of procreation and nourishment. It is one problem, then one would have gained the right to determine all efficient force univocally as will to power. The world viewed from inside, the world defined and determined according to its intelligibly character, it would be will to power and nothing else. Point 28. By conceiving the totality of natural existence as an enormous interplay of dynamic and differential forces understood as a generalized physical doctrine, Nietzsche can advance an account of material reality as an ever-changing aggregation and reaggregation of force or energy. Thus, as a physical doctrine, one can say that everything is will to power, at every scale of natural and human existence, the scale and, indeed, the form of things, here being defined by the relative differences between aggregations or congeries of force from the subatomic to the geologic scale of existence. Viewed at a distance, and from a temporal perspective, Nietzsche speaks of the sum of natural forces as the eternal return. That is, given the finite sum of forces constantly differentiating themselves into greater or lesser particular groupings of force and an infinite time, the constituent forces will recur, or return, constantly, in subsequent aggregations. Thus, and this is one of the difficulties of interpreting what Nietzsche ultimately means by the eternal return, everything returns, again and again. Hence the eternal return is an infinite repetition of the same. Oddly, what one understands by the same will govern one's interpretation of the eternal return. On the one hand, the eternal return can be viewed, and has most often been viewed, as a historical or, even cosmological, cycle of repetition of the same events. At its most literal level, this means that every event, every individual subject, every historical age and geological epoch will be repeated, endlessly, granted the assumption of a finite quantum of force or matter, and predicated on the further assumptions of the conservation of energy, and an infinite time. On the other hand, and at an opposite extreme, one could also view the eternal return not as a repetition of the identical events, or of individual subjects, but rather as an eternal flux or interaction of the same dynamic forces, all being constantly reaggregated in an infinity of possible permutations of nature, and all being governed by the laws of nature, generally speaking. In the latter case, everything would indeed return or recur, but not as the same thing, rather, as the same constitutive field of forces, through which the multiplicities of forces would indeed form new things, but not the same things. In this view, the same totality of force, through its constantly differential interactions, remains, but not in the same particular rise or sequence of identities. These two principal views of the eternal return thus differ considerably. The literal return of everything in the same series and sequence seems to suggest a kind of metempsychosis, a transmigration of the soul, or rather, the rebirth of the individual through the process of an enormous cyclical recurrence. 29. In this respect, the account would appear to borrow traditional elements from Zoroastrian doctrine. 30. Thus strengthening the parallel with the historical Zoroaster. But such a view also invokes the teaching of the historical Empedocles and would ironically refer to Christian eschatology as well, where all virtuous believers would be resurrected after death, following the return of Jesus and the apocalyptic triumph over evil and the Antichrist. The second principal view of the eternal return, which, properly speaking, seems to be Nietzsche's most considered view, postulates an endless flux and metamorphosis of energy or matter, constantly transfiguring itself well into an endless future. In which case, everyment is at once birth and death, a ceaselessly creative apocalypse. Such a worldview would be reminiscent of Heraclitus's understanding that all is in flux, or becoming, and that absolute being understood as permanence or fixity of being, whether of body or soul, is illusory. Change is the only reality, whether by chance or necessity. Both views differ as to plausibility and import. The first view has as its strength the psychological injunction that one should act in such a way that one would become well disposed toward oneself and to life, to such a degree of impassioned affirmation that one's highest wish would be to live life again, in exactly the same way one has lived it, even despite the adversity one has encountered and, indeed, has suffered through in life. This kind of injunction would be dramatically effective, however, only on the condition that such a view of the eternal return were plausible, indeed, literally true. 31 Not only would one have to demonstrate the perfect conservation of energy with no possibility, for example, of entropy to consider such a view plausible, but one would have to qualify the very identity of the person who maintained it. That is, one would have to forget that one has already lived a previous number of identical lives, in order for it to serve as a plausible psychological injunction, and such forgetting of one's own life would paradoxically demand a different subject. 32. The second view of the eternal return seems far more plausible, in that the whole of nature seems to be constantly transfiguring itself in a series of atomic and chemical metamorphoses, even unto the scale of cosmic rebirth. But with the admitted non-recurrence of one's individual identity, the psychological imperative behind the injunction to live as if one would repeat one's own life again and again to infinity, because it is said that one shall, clearly loses its force, indeed all motivational plausibility whatsoever. When Nietzsche first explicitly discusses the eternal return, however, in his earlier work, The Gay Science, he seems to advance the first account, which stresses the strong claim of a recurrent personal identity. The passage is a celebrated one. It is richly suggestive and rhetorically powerful, aided in part by the metaphorical comparison of reality to the model of an hourglass, with its finite number of grains of sand, which, when turned over and over, will quite plausibly yield an identical positional aggregation among the particular grains themselves. The greatest weight would, if some day or night a demon were to steal after you into your loneliest loneliness and say to you, "This life as you now live it and have lived it, you will have to live once more and innumerable times more, and there will be nothing new in it, but every pain and every joy and every thought and sigh and everything unutterably small or great in your life will have to return to you, all in the same succession and sequence, even this spider and this moonlight between the trees, and even this moment and I myself. The eternal hourglass of existence is turned upside down again and again, and you with it, speck of dust. Would you not throw yourself down and gnash your teeth and curse the demon who spoke thus? Or have you once experienced a tremendous moment when you would have answered him, "You are a god, and never have I heard anything more divine"? If this thought gained possession of you, it would change you as you are, or perhaps crush you. The question in each and every thing, do you desire this once more and innumerable times more? would lie upon your actions as the greatest weight? Or, how well disposed would you have to become to yourself and to life to crave nothing more fervently than this ultimate eternal confirmation and seal? 1. While this strong view of the eternal return is dramatically stated in the gay science, it is not really advanced as a straightforward, literal proposition. Rather, the viewpoint is figuratively expressed, it is advanced as a question and is stated by a hypothet. Demon, no less in the conditional, what if? Its psychological force is strengthened by the circumstance of its utterance, namely, that one is enjoined to reflect upon such a personal destiny at the very weakest moment of personal depression or resignation, when one would desperately wish to relieve one's own past moments of joy and happiness. It is this feeling of abjection followed by the complementary feeling of the possible restoration of happiness of joy regained that enters into the heart of the loneliest, the most forsaken individual, extending the prospect of real fulfillment, recuperation, and self-possession that is at issue here. This is meant to provoke our resolution, to discipline our own will and character, such that we might in turn act upon these feelings and attain happiness in consequence of our actions. If the eternal return is only advanced as a metaphorical hypothesis, indeed, as a question cast in the conditional in the gay science, it is hardly more than evoked in Zarathustra, although quite frequently and quite intensely. It is claimed to be dramatically important. It is Zarathustra's own most secret, but it is not explicitly or literally discussed by Zarathustra at all, rather it is invoked by his animals, it is briefly mentioned as a circle by the dwarf, but Zarathustra can only seemingly refer to it while in a dream, or in a swoon as if he were fully overpowered by the notion. Remarkably, in Nietzsche's unpublished notes from the period in which he composed Book 5 of the Gay Science and Zarathustra, he writes extensively about it, advancing the strong as well as the weaker position, as well as many intermediate positions. Many of the unpublished statements about the eternal return are presented as quite literal claims that have to do with the possible scientific truth about eternal return. 34 About the psychological effects such a teaching would have on the individual, about how compelling its effects would be upon society at large, especially, with regard to human conduct in general. At one point Nietzsche says there are 1,000 formulas for us to understand the eternal return. 35 With 1,000 ways of understanding the eternal return, and with Nietzsche's failure to publish one single explicitly literal account, the twofold question inevitably arises: why doesn't he explain the eternal return, and why does he belabor it so much in Zarathustra? The response to the first part of the question should be clear. He simply does not advance the eternal return as a verifiable truth at all, because it would be theoretically and observationally impossible to verify in either of the two extreme versions. The response to the second part of the question is that the eternal return is not an account of reincarnation, transmigration, or metempsychosis at all. Rather, the eternal return is precisely Nietzsche's antidote to the traditional metaphysical position that the soul is immortal. Understandably, then, the philosophical complexity of this antidote demands that it be engaged repeatedly, artfully, and at length. It is meant to eliminate every possible account of the soul's immortality once and for all. As Nietzsche remarked in a note from the fall of 1883, its immediate effect will be to take the place of the belief in immortality. 36. Whether one advances the strong or the weak view of the eternal return, what is fundamentally excluded in both accounts is the order of transcendence of eternal redemption, restoration, reward, or punishment of the soul in any beyond whatsoever, heaven or hell, eastern or western. It is the belief in the existential identity of the soul that inhabits the strong view and lends traditional cyclical accounts of recurrence, whether philosophical or religious, some modicum of plausibility. 37 But this is not Nietzsche's position. Identity in space and time, beyond space and time, or in a vast, millennial account of recurrence is simply impossible, given the fact of our empirical finitude in space and time, and hence the importance of truth, intelligibility, and a scientific account of human existence that would exclude the transcendent as any basis at all for determining empirical reality. Such a world would have no divine law, no moral purposiveness, and quite simply, No sin. 38 With the advent of God's death as elaborated in the gay science, belief in the immortality of the soul and the metaphysics of divine redemption are simply foreclosed. The eternal return, however conceived, becomes the remains, the leftovers, of traditional metaphysics and religion. In short, the eternal return is nothing other than the natural order itself, bereft of God, wholly immanent, radically finite. At once, for Nietzsche, this need not be argued, since its truth is evident, yet at the same time, since we are so deeply indebted to the traditional ways of conceiving ourselves, our world, and our culture, it is difficult to think through the full implications of a world without absolute, transcendent, and universal foundations, precisely those religious and metaphysical truths that have heretofore guided human conduct for millennia, lending meaning and value to human existence itself. This is why the eternal return is claimed to be so enigmatic and burdensome for Nietzsche. Because there are no transcendent foundations, no divine truths or universal absolutes to address these most difficult and most painfully human of issues, the age-old questions of life's meaning, purpose, destiny, and value, they can no longer be responded to in accordance with the supersensible vocabulary that was traditionally used to raise them as issues in the first place. 39 Nietzsche's account quite simply devalues the traditional I26 explanations as to the meaningfulness and purposiveness of human existence, and hence, it cannot respond to the issues as traditionally posed. Point 40 Thus, what Nietzsche advances in Zarathustra is necessarily enigmatic, since his views cannot resolve the metaphysical and moral questions we have unwittingly inherited within the intellectual purchase, the conceptual space of those questions. The entire conceptual framework for articulating the meaning of human existence, value, and purpose has been radically displaced by Nietzsche's non-foundational, anti-metaphysical, amorally conceived universe, a world of childlike innocence, before the fall. It is precisely this that makes the eternal return burdensome in turn, since its task is ultimately to show not only that the traditional teachings were themselves misplaced, indeed delusional, but that their very presuppositions were rooted in the incapacity to come to terms with the realities of human existence itself. In the end, the burdensome task of the eternal return, understood as the imminent unfolding of a dynamic and finite will to power, will be to render a truthful account of that reality, to articulate the intelligibility, the thinkability of this existence, such that it can be humanly comprehended and joyfully embraced, despite the quantum of pain and suffering that is necessarily ingredient to life. We have already seen in examining the gay science that the place to introduce the notion of will came after Nietzsche's explanation of the death of God. 41. To willfully embrace the natural order was, for Nietzsche, both to deny the reality of a supernatural or extranatural existence, as well as to affirm the concreteness of empirical life. The highest affirmation of life was the joyful acceptance of the eternal return, whereby we enjoin ourselves to become naturalized in a world from which the gods have vanished. Indeed, this theme, the naturalization of humanity, with its correlate, the deification of nature, pervades the 4 books of Zarathustra and is advanced from the very outset in Zarathustra's prologue. In response to the very first character he encounters and quickly takes leave of, Zarathustra remarks, "Could it be possible? This old saint in the forest has not yet heard anything of this, that God is dead." 42 In paragraph 3 of Zarathustra's prologue, Nietzsche reasserts the injunctions he set forth in the gay science, this time using them in a highly oracular fashion to raise the question of the overman. "Behold, I teach you the overman. The overman is the meaning of the earth. Let your will say, the overman shall be the meaning of the earth. I beseech you, my brothers, remain faithful to the earth, and do not believe those who speak to you of otherworldly hopes. Poison mixers are they, whether they know it or not. Despisers of life are they, decaying and poisoned themselves, of whom the earth is weary, so let them go. Once the sin against God was the greatest sin, but God died, and these sinners died with him. To sin against the earth is now the most dreadful thing, and to esteem the entrails of the unknowable higher than the meaning of the earth." Point 43. The death of God thus amounts to the removal of transcendent metaphysical principles that had formerly governed the traditional notion of nature as theologically meaningful and purposive, or as intrinsically rational, or as a divinely created essence or substance. Thus nature is said to become deified upon the death of God. 44 Likewise, with no transcendent foundation of value, no divinely ordained vocation to human action and behavior, morality is no longer credibly held to be predicated upon the divine law or will. With no divine authority or governance, with no heaven to be attained or hell to be suffered, the most deeply held moral doctrines, the teachings of sin, the redemption from sin, the absolution of guilt, and the salvation of the soul suddenly become weightless, meaningless. What had been implanted in human nature for millennia upon end, namely, the belief in a metaphysically conceived morality, operating as the very will in the machinery of things, 45, is henceforth withdrawn upon the announcement of God's death, in the prologue to the first part of Zarathustra, by the figure of Zarathustra himself. With this announcement, humanity, for once, shall find its meaning, authority, and purpose solely in terms of the intelligibility of the natural order itself. Mankind thereby will become naturalized. The returned Zarathustra 46 will find this intelligibility of nature and of human nature in the dynamic understanding of will to power and, ultimately, in the teaching of the eternal return. This will be a critical teaching in that it sets limits to the thinkability of existence as such, and by strictly excluding otherworldly hopes and any esteem, much less any truth for the unknowable. Nietzsche explicitly formulates this in the section entitled On Self-Overcoming, in Part 2 of Zarathustra. Will to truth, you who are wisest call that which impels you and fills you with lust. A will to the thinkability of all beings, this I call your will. You want to make all being thinkable, for you doubt with well-founded suspicion that it is already thinkable. But it shall, yield and bend for you. Thus your will wants it. It shall. 128. Become smooth and serve the Spirit as its mirror and reflection. That is your whole will, you who are wisest, a will to power when you speak of good and evil too, and of valuations. You still want to create the world before which you can kneel, that is your ultimate hope and intoxication. 47. Morality of the motley cow. At the very outset of Zarathustra's prologue, Zarathustra starts out on his long journey by descending from the heights of his mountain retreat to wander far and wide and to spread his teaching, which he figuratively calls his gift of honey. The itinerary of his extended journey, the places he visits, the individuals he encounters thus serve to structure the entire narrative development of the book, ultimately ending back at Zarathustra's cave on the mountain, at the close of Part 4. Zarathustra's journey ironically recalls Jesus' travels throughout the period of his mission. Like Jesus, Zarathustra begins his quest at the age of 30 in search of disciples to whom he can impart his long accumulated wisdom. 48 With Zarathustra's initial descent from the mountain, he exchanges his own lofty place of illumination and inspiration for the shade-darkened lowlands, for the damp forests and sedentary villages. Now, the first and only village to be named in the entire work is called the village of the motley cow. This is a name that is rich in allusions and suggestions, one meant to stand in sharp contrast with Zarathustra's elevated mountain home and enlightened teaching. As an historical allegory, the village of the motley cow seems to refer to the ill-fated Greek city of Thebes. Under the counsel of the oracle at Delphi, King Cadmus was said to have founded the city of Thebes, in Boeotia, by following a motley cow to the place it finally laid down to rest. The city is central to the tradition of Greek tragedy, since Cadmus's descendants constitute a veritable roll call of suffering, tragic figures, including Agave, Ino, Auton, Pentheus, Leucus, Jocasta, Oedipus, and Antigone. 49 In Euripides' tragedy The Bacchae, this is the city where Dionysus wreaked deadly revenge on the would-be king Pentheus for challenging his divine status and for attempting to suppress the Dionysian cult worship and ecstatic ritual practices. 50 Thus, for the author of The Birth of Getty, a village so named would initially represent a repressive, austere, and foreboding place, one destined to yield to I-29. The liberating sensuality of a Dionysus whom Nietzsche frequently equated with his figure of Zarathustra. By the same token, Zarathustra's mountain would be associated with Mt Cithaeron, the mountain outside Thebes to which the followers of Dionysus would withdraw for their Sylvan celebrations. 51 To maintain the parallel between Zarathustra and Jesus, however, the village of the motley cow would suggest the biblical town of Galilee. According to the Gospels, Jesus left the mountains of the wilderness to come down to Galilee, where the disciple John the Baptist was placed under arrest. Jesus coming out of the wilderness thus signaled the beginning of his ministry, and his first proclamation at Galilee was the announcement, "This is the time of fulfillment. The kingdom of God is at hand. Repent, and believe in the gospel." 52. To those who did not repent or who did not believe, Jesus' subsequent injunction was that they shall be given over to the fiery underworld, to Gehenna. 53 Of course, Zarathustra's first proclamation, upon descending from his wilderness, was that God is dead and that there are no afterworlds at all. The sarcastic contrast of the respective teachings is reflected, finally, in the very name of the village itself, Motley Cow. A motley cow is a variegated cow with splotches of two colors, usually black and white. Not only would such a name designate the abode of a herd-like population, a group of ruminant animals, cattle, sheep, and so forth, but their values would be what Nietzsche consistently terms herd values, which trains the individual to be a function of the herd and to ascribe value to himself only as a function. 54 Or what he would later, in the On the Genealogy of Morals, call slave values, that reflect the bitterness and resentment of the weak and suffering. 55 Both herd and slavish values effectively devalue the worth of the individual and invert the noble, active life of enjoyment and self-fulfillment into a regime of passive, reactive, and unegoistic values, designating the latter as good and the former as evil. It would be due to the categorically rigid and simplistic opposition of good and evil, black and white, divinely codified by the shepherd of the herd and reinforced by the threat of a metaphysical afterworld. Ultimately, a set of unconditional values and imperatives that had become virtue ally instinctual to the herd, such that it could not tolerate creative change at all, thereby putting the human community as a whole at risk of decline, degeneration, and nihilism. That the village of the motley cow would receive its broadest and most poignant signification from Nietzsche, Village of Fools. 56 Europe. By the same token, however, this would be precisely the place from which a higher form of humanity would eventually have to arise. What is Zarathustra's initial descent or downgoing? He first speaks of it to the sun, and in doing so, he identifies himself with the sun. 57 I must descend to the depths, as you do in the evening, when you go behind the sea and still bring light to the underworld, you overrich star. Like you I must go on go down, as is said by man, to whom I want to descend. 58. Zarathustra, therefore, stands as a god, as an Apollonian source of divine illumination, to man, and like the Greek, he bears gifts. Now, in addition to the ironic parallel with Jesus 59, a parallel that will be maintained throughout the 4 books of Zarathustra, there are 2 specific models for this descent, both of which come from Plato. Like Zarathustra, the Republic begins with Socrates' speech, "I went down to Piraeus, down to the filth and clamor of a port and market village where, incidentally, a bacchanalian religious festival for the Thracian goddess Bendis was taking place." 60. The second reference, of course, is to the cave image in Book 6 of the Republic. Also, as in the Republic, the image of descent follows the earlier account of the sun, the divinely metaphysical source of goodness, truth, and beauty, which the Platonic philosopher alone is ostensibly capable of grasping. Nietzsche as Zarathustra, Nietzsche and the figure of Zarathustra, likewise shares an element of the divine with Socrates. Both have a kind of mania or madness that is de 11w Nick. They both are spoken of as demons, halfway between man and God, and they both are demonic in the sense of being provocative, insistent, and frenzied. Yet Nietzsche's Zarathustra is different in one great respect from Socrates. In both cases of descent in the Republic, the philosopher is forced down, against his inclinations and better judgment. The unbridled herd kills. Socrates knows this, and Zarathustra is threatened more than once. For Zarathustra's descent, however, there is no apology. He says, not only must I go under but I want to descend. The Platonic Socrates seemed reactive, frightened, fearful for his own life. Not so Zarathustra. His descent is self-willed, that is, he affects himself, he possesses the auto-affective character of will, a self-legislative and animate will. Thus Zarathustra descends out of surfeit and superabundance. He descends to give the teaching of the overman. The teaching, just as the Republic speaks of the sun, will be the greatest expenditure of the Creator. 61 A resplendent vision that will enable humanity to see as with divine eyes. Zarathustra thus goes down to mankind, he goes down to man as he is. Far from idealizing humanity, however, Zarathustra knows full well that mankind is precisely a laughing-stock and painful embarrassment, a breed of goatherds, a giant accident. Naked I saw both the greatest and the smallest man, they are still all too similar to each other. Verily, even the greatest I found all too human. 62. Zarathustra's descent 0 or downgoing is motivated by his intent to transform the individual from the aberration he presently is into the overman. Existent humanity is merely the opening, or overture, to the overman, a rude anticipation of what greatness humanity may yet attain. For the overman to come, however, humanity must first undergo a profound transformation, a dramatic change in its very being. Effectively, humanity must be redeemed from its Redeemer, from 2 millennia of Christian moral and metaphysical formation. 63 Zarathustra will say, what is great in man is that he is a bridge and not an end, what can be loved in man is that he is an overture and a going under. 64. Thus, man's undergoing will be his overcoming of what he presently is, namely, all too human. Moreover, Nietzsche himself saw the whole of his work Zarathustra precisely as his own personal instrument in the service of this overcoming. In a letter to Erwin Rohde, he described his work as an abyss that will give rise to a transformed humanity. The 3 acts of my Zarathustra are finished. It is a kind of abyss of the future horrible, above all in its rapture. Everything in it is me alone, without prototype, parallel, or precedent. Anyone who ever lived in it would come back to the world a different man. Rs. 4 months later, in a note to Malwida von Meysenbug, he would say, my task is enormous, my determination no less so. What I want, my son Zarathustra won't tell you. But he'll challenge you to figure it out, and perhaps you can. This much is certain, I wish to force mankind to decisions which will determine its entire future, and it may yet happen that one day whole millennia will make their most solemn vows in my name. Fifi. The task Nietzsche invokes here, motivated by his desire to take away from human existence some of its heartbreaking and cruel characters. 67 would be explicitly framed in a later letter to Paul Deussen, wherein he describes it as an immeasurably difficult and decisive task which, when it is understood, will split humanity into 2 halves. Its aim and meaning is, in 4 words, the trans valuation of all values. What is at stake, then, is an enormity, as Nietzsche would go on to remark about the profound social historical consequences of God's death, especially, the undermining of the traditional system of values and morality in Book 5 of the Gay Science. Il-2. The event itself is far too great, too distant, too remote from the multitude's capacity for comprehension even for the tidings of it to be thought of as having arrived as yet. Much less may one suppose that many people know as yet what this event really means, and how much must collapse now that this faith has been undermined because it was built upon this faith, propped up by it, grown into it, for example, the whole of our European morality. 69. It was Nietzsche's claim to have discerned the broad significance of this moral formation, its motivations conditioned by human bitterness and ressentiment about its own weakness, and the institutional reinforcement of this weakness through organized religion and the political economic order itself. With the generally noted decline of conventional religious faith in the latter part of the 19th century in Europe, accompanied by the growing faith in science to help diminish human suffering, Nietzsche argued that value systems predicate upon the inherited morality nonetheless remained, but were sublimated and directed into other vehicles of valuation and activity, particularly the ideologies of emerging nationalisms and political extremisms, which offered a variety of utopian ideals of collective redemption and personal significance to the individual through national, party, class, or even racial identifications. Historically, Nietzsche foresaw the extraordinary danger in replacing the traditional religious proclamations of salvation and redemption with the nascent ideologies of extremist nationalism and with the various political egalitarian movements following the French Revolution. Those not affiliated with the particular national state or with the specific social-economic class who stood to gain psychologically through identification with the larger collective spirit or economically, from the growing prosperity brought about by rapid urbanization and the Industrial Revolution, old only come to be seen as enemies to be vilified. They would constitute the inassimilable other, as he would express this in On the Genealogy of Morals, the evil, the cruel, the lustful, the insatiable, the godless to all eternity, at once a threat and a danger to be eliminated. 70 It was with this historical prescience that Nietzsche foretold the disaster of the 20th century in the final chapter of Ecce Homo, which in retrospect seems appropriately entitled Why I Am a Destiny. For when truth enters into a fight with the lies of millennia, we shall have upheavals, a convulsion of earthquakes, a moving of mountains and valleys, the like of which has never been dreamed of. The concept of politics will have merged entirely with a war of spirits, all power structures of the old society will have been exploded, all of them are based on lies, there will be wars the like of which have never yet been seen on earth. 71 I33. The truth Zarathustra attempts to teach is not easily understandable, as we have been forewarned. Indeed, as we have already seen, it may not even be articulable, communicable, much less generalizable, despite Nietzsche's repeated claim that his task is literally millennial in import. Alternatively, a teaching may be relatively straightforward, but for that very reason, it may be viewed as simplistic and of little apparent value. As Nietzsche remarked in his previous work, Daybreak, it is not enough to prove something, one also has to seduce or elevate people to it. 72. It is perhaps in view of this rhetorical principle, as well as with regard to the deeply personal character of Zarathustra, that Part 1 Zarathustra's speeches, following the prologue, has the curious, inverted structure it does. Rather than directly engage in a political or ideological program to arrest the coming conflagration of the centuries, Zarathustra proposes his own self-overcoming, his personal metamorphosis, as a model, in the first chapter, on the three metamorphoses. Thus, it seems as if Zarathustra is determined to change his own nature prior to giving a thorough diagnosis of the general disorder to which humanity has been subjected, thence to ascertain the causes of it and to propose its remediation in through his teaching and ultimately, by his own personal example, his response in the form of a metamorphosis. With this seeming inversion in mind, nonetheless, the 10 sections of the prologue do introduce the many topics that will be developed in the course of Zarathustra, and they make it dramatically clear that Zarathustra will serve as an antidote, an opposite, to the prevailing moral order. 73 Quite simply, for Zarathustra, it is the existing moral order itself that has demeaned humanity, rendering it so ashamed of itself and its natural potential for growth and creativity that its citizens are literally equated with trained dogs and corpses. There can no longer be any question of predicating the formation of a future humanity upon the continuing delusion of a supernatural afterworld or upon what for Nietzsche is the simply unintelligible metaphysical otherworld, whether of a Christian or Platonic variety. Following the death of God and the suspension of a religio-metaphysically constituted immortal soul, a heavenly or hellish eternity of bliss or punishment, and the entire armature of moral values the West has erected upon these transcendent claims even unto their specifically modum surrogates, there remains only the world of natural and human existence. But for failure to embrace this world, to honestly accommodate ourselves to the reality and truth of this vital natural existence, the meaning of the earth is to do so at the very risk of our own survival. In failing to recognize the resources this meaning extends to us, it is as if mankind has squandered the potential for an enormous growth in its capacity for knowledge and in its capacity to discover new values that would lend dignity and joy to the human condition, just as the tightrope walker is tricked, deceived into his fall. 74 The fall, of course, signifies the lack of a goal, a purpose, to humankind. With no purpose or direction to one's life, precisely because the goals humanity once had are now seen to be lies, the culture at large seems simply meaningless. Without direction, we have arrived at the point of stasis, the dominion of what Zarathustra calls the last man, where the only values seem to be a vestigial moral piety and an unthinking contentment with passivity and social conformity. What is striking in the prologue is the patent rejection of Zarathustra's public teaching. He approaches the town on the edge of the forest with immense goodwill and generosity, seeking a public audience, and is met with incomprehension and derision. Mimicking Jesus' parable of the sower. 75 Zarathustra wishes to implant the seed of his highest hope. 76 His teaching that the goal of humanity is itself overcoming in the overman, and that this would be the meaning of the earth, but he says, they do not understand me, I am not the mouth for these ears. Must one smash their ears before they learn to listen with their eyes? Must one clatter like kettledrums and preachers of repentance? Or do they believe only the stammerer? 77. Seemingly, Jesus' seed had taken root even though he spoke in parables, since the mysteries of the kingdom of heaven have been granted only to his disciples, and this simply precluded Zarathustra's audience from hearing his own teaching. Admonishing the model of Jesus as a shepherd and gravedigger. 78 Zarathustra leaves the town, realizing that he can speak only to the few, to the hermits, to his future living companions. Nonetheless, the time is ripe, he says, to lure many away from the herd, for that I have come. 79. Effectively, Zarathustra pronounces himself the Antichrist. Sobered by the poor reception of his teaching, it becomes clear to Zarathustra that the project of human undergoing and overcoming will be far more complex than initially suspected. What must be dealt with at the outset is to analyze clinically the moral character of existent humanity as it is presently configured and as it serves as the practical basis for evaluating human action. 80 It then remains to present a critique of it, namely, to ascertain precisely how the present morality came to have the formation it has. 81 Once these two steps I-3-5 are made, the subsequent procedure will be to provide a counter-formation that would neutralize the power of the traditional morality effectively, a negative undertaking, and finally, to present a positive, constructive account of the human situation so as to permit the creation of new values and new perspective estimations concerning everything of significance to one's life and conduct. Zarathustra addresses these general concerns in sections 2 to 5 of Part 1. In the second section, on the teachers of virtue, he explicitly criticizes the palliative and unegoistic nature of the Ten Commandments. 82 and the Beatitudes. 83 Perhaps the most concise statements of our inherited moral imperatives. For Zarathustra, the signal virtue of these traditional moral teachings is that they promoted a sense of social ease and herd-like conformity, which enabled the individual to attain a good conscience about himself and in his relations with his neighbors, thus eliminating strife, enmity, and self-doubt. But Zarathustra sees that such a form of life is the very precondition of inaction and personal immobility, the cultivation of which serves to eliminate every form of individual doubt, self-questioning, experimenting, or personal overcoming, anything that would even mildly disturb one's personal tranquility. 84 Drawing upon Christian scripture itself, Zarathustra equates these moral teachings with the simple desire to attain an untroubled night's sleep. Good sleep was sought, an opiate. Virtues for it. 85. Thus, a dreamless sleep is what the traditional morality basically aims for, and the recognition of this prompts Zarathustra to remark that if life itself were meaningless, sleep would indeed be a plausible goal. Zarathustra then points to the underlying justification of these inherited values, the divinely inspired traditional belief in an afterworld, an other world, behind the real world of lived, bodily experience, with the involved metaphysical claim that a spirit or soul likewise resides behind the body and that it is destined for immortality. But, for Zarathustra, such teachings are simply delusional forms of madness. invented by an earlier, primitive humanity to serve as a phantasmic compensation for the real suffering one undergoes in this world. It was suffering and incapacity that created all afterworlds. 86 This and that brief madness of bliss which is experienced by those who suffer most deeply. 87. Zarathustra announces that he, too, had once been given over to similar afterworldly delusions, whether by having fallen into pessimistic resignation in the face of an implacable, Schopenhauerian worldwill, or by being transported by the emotional delirium of Wagnerian romanticism, or even by the Christian faith of his youth. 88 But he quickly realizes that this God was hardly beyond man. Rather, this God whom I created was man-made and madness, like all gods, that is, a fully human psychological construction and projection. Man he was, and only a poor specimen of man and ego. 89. Such gods are merely ghosts, imagined into existence so as to alleviate the pain of human suffering. Once one deals with the real causes of suffering and poses a purpose to, and meaning for, one's own existence, as the awakened Zarathustra had carried his ashes, phoenix-like, to his mountain, then the plausibility of these ghosts evaporates in the clear light of reason. It is human suffering, the incapacity to deal with that suffering, and the weariness — a poor ignorant weariness bred from a lifetime of suffering, that inclines the sufferer to abandon the reality of this world for the delusion of redemption in another, higher world. In short, to all gods and afterworlds. 90. Ultimately, for Zarathustra, the reality principle that serves as a countermeasure for such delusion is simply the body and the world it inhabits. Human suffering must not be deluded into thinking that one possesses an immaterial and immortal soul, which could propel oneself beyond the realm of the mortal and material, thereby to grasp or intuit a different, transcendent realm, some dehumanized inhuman world which is a heavenly nothing. 91. Rather, the self is fully bodily, and the sense of self, or ego, is itself brought about by the body's own complex experience, that is, in its immediate life of pain and pleasure. The self says to the ego, "Feel pain here." Then the ego suffers and thinks how it might suffer no more, and that is why it is made to think. The self says to the ego, "Feel pleasure here." Then the ego is pleased and thinks how it might often be pleased again, and that is why it is made to think. 92. Two major considerations should be added here concerning Nietzsche's account of the broader sense of the self or ego that arises from concrete, bodily experience. First, there is his discussion of the social historical production of a refined sense of self and its conscience, by which the self can claim any moral or practical responsibility, and second, there is account of self-consciousness, which we use to clarify our sense of self and the world of our concerns. In On the Genealogy of Morals, Nietzsche would go on to give an account of the developed sense of self as having arisen out of the dynamics of social life, out of a primitive social existence where the tyrannical rule of authority obliged the individual to repress and sublimate his more aggressive, natural instincts. The fear of transgressing the rules set forth by that primitive 37. Punitive authority forced one to develop a memory, so as to be able to reckon or calculate the consequences of one's actions upon the community as a whole, and to act accordingly and in conformity with the imposed rules. 93 As for our own developed capacity of consciousness and reason, Nietzsche would explain this at length in Book 5 of the Gay Science, particularly in Section 354, on the genius of the species, where he would claim that the strength and development of consciousness itself is proportionate to our capacity for communication and the need for communication if we are to identify things, exchange goods and services, or to obtain help and protection again, as postulated to have taken place in primitive society. 94 It will thus be the body, now understood to comprise our sensibility, self, ego, consciousness, and self-consciousness, as well as the instincts and passions, that Zarathustra will champion in Part 1. The body is advanced as our intimate, continuous belonging to nature, to the natural world of human existence, thereby opposing and reversing the anti-natural foundations of traditional moral doctrine, the divine, the soul, the otherworldly. 95 In its complexity, Zarathustra says that the body is at once a plurality and a great reason. 96 That gives us exclusive and exhaustive access to the truth and meaning of the human condition for understanding the realistic causes of our personal distress in times of suffering and discontent, as well as the source for all human value, joy and significance. To be true to his own teaching, Zarathustra will have to privilege the body in his own person, for it is precisely through the body of the individual that he is an individual at all, that one's feelings, judgments, anxieties, moods, and overcomings are experienced and understood as such, even though they may not be fully expressible or articulable to an audience. Since the articulation of anything personally experienced can only be expressed verbally, Nietzsche would remark, given the best will in the world to understand ourselves as individually as possible, to know ourselves, each of us will always succeed in becoming conscious only of what is not individual but average. Fundamentally, all our actions are altogether incomparably personal, unique, and infinitely individual, there is no doubt of that. But as soon as we translate them into consciousness, they no longer seem to be. 97. Such is the very core of Nietzsche's perspectivism and perspective evaluation of things. The difficulty is not simply the epistemological concern of the subject-object divergence, or split, but the radically individuating lived experience afforded by the body when attempting to articulate a teaching to a I38 public audience. Hence the necessity of Zarathustra's having to make himself into a model for the broader human overcoming, in the form of his proposed metamorphosis in the first section of Zarathustra's speeches, rather than immediately confronting his moral and intellectual opponents. In such a confrontation or debate, it would be the opponents who would dictate the conceptual vocabulary of the discourse. Such a discourse would necessarily have to be generally accommodated to the existing symbolic order, precisely the metaphysical discourse that has sustained, indeed permitted, the traditional account of sin, guilt, shame, transcendence, precisely what had led generation upon generation of thinkers to posit a purpose to human existence and a supervenient, transcendent meaning and value to life. Much as René Descartes attempted to search for truth and to acquire a clear and evident knowledge of all that is useful in life, 98 by making a model of himself in his discourse on method of rightly conducting one's reason and seeking truth in the sciences, so Nietzsche has Zarathustra make a model of himself in his On the Three Metamorphoses. Descartes' announcement of his project is strikingly similar to Zarathustra's approach, at once, disarmingly personal, written in a most unusual style, and most determined to avoid the conventional, scholastic vocabulary of his day. 99. I shall be glad to reveal in this discourse what paths I have followed, and to represent my life in it as if in a picture, so that everyone may judge it for himself. My present aim, then, is not to teach the method which everyone must follow to direct his reason correctly, but only to reveal how I have tried to direct my own. One who presumes to give precepts must think himself more skillful than those to whom he gives them, and if he makes the slightest mistake, he may be blamed. But I am presenting this work only as a history or, if you prefer, a fable in which, among certain examples worthy of imitation, you will perhaps also find many others that it would be right not to follow, and so I hope it will be useful for some without being harmful to any, and that everyone will be grateful to me for my frankness. 100. It is in this sense that Zarathustra concludes section 9 of his prologue saying, "To my goal I will go and my own way, over those who hesitate and lag behind I shall leap. Thus let my going be their going." Under 101. And if Descartes claimed to present his discourse as a history or fable, this is because the charm of fables awakens the mind, while the memorable deeds told in histories uplift it and help to form one's judgment if they are read with discretion. 102. Nietzsche. 39. Sche's stylistic experiment with Zarathustra is similarly unusual. As he described it to Peter Gast, Zarathustra has for the present the personal significance of being my book of edifying and encouraging discourses. Beyond that, it is dark and hidden and ridiculous to everyone. 103. Likewise, he styled it a legendary air to Karl von Gersdorff, filled with plain and strange words. 104. Granted the stylistic powers of the fable or history, the edifying discourse or legendary air, the path is indeed personal. The first time I came to men I committed the folly of hermits, the great folly, I stood in the marketplace. And as I spoke to all, I spoke to none. 105. Zarathustra's Metamorphosis. Drawing upon the dramatic voice of his Zarathustra, Nietzsche employs a narrative technique that attempts to express his own most personal experiences, both emotional and intellectual. Deriving its intensity from the uniqueness of his own lived perspective, such a narrative would necessarily be, at least in part, figurative, metaphorical, poetic. The fact of Nietzsche's repeated insistence about the personal tone of Zarathustra, that only he could understand what was expressed therein, because only he had lived through it, combined with the fact that he reflected on the composition of Part 1 for a period of 18 months, results in a remarkably perplexing model for a more general, human self-overcoming. The specific model he offers is a set of personal metamorphoses of the spirit, cast in terms of three metaphors given in Zarathustra's very first speech, on the three metamorphoses. The terms of this metamorphosis 106. What the metaphors enigmatically suggest will be consistently maintained to help structure the narrative throughout the four parts of the work, and are advanced, as is the work as a whole, for all and none. To further complicate matters, what Zarathustra himself, Zarathustra the godless, is to overcome, what his problem is, as the figure of Zarathustra, seems initially enigmatic as well. W7. Zarathustra anticipates his metamorphosis to occur in three stages, and it is described according to three animal metaphors, of three metamorphoses of the spirit. I tell you, how the spirit becomes a camel, and the camel a lion, and the lion, finally a child. Lob. With regard to the first of the three metamorphoses, Zarathustra goes on to remark, what is difficult? Asks the spirit that would bear much, and kneels down like a camel wanting to be well loaded. What is 140 chapterj? Most difficult, 0 heroes, asks the spirit that would bear much, that I may take it upon myself and exult in my strength. 109. When Nietzsche wrote the first draft of this section, he responded as follows: what would be the RRWST difficult for Zarathustra? Lo undo the old Nrally 110. By the time he completed the copy of the first part in late January 1883, he answered the same question, what is most difficult? What would demand the greatest strength to deal with a series of examples that suggest a sense of self-abasement bordering on self-destruction. The examples are clearly very personal in nature and indicate that his energies had indeed been directed at trying to stabilize himself after a host of personal disasters. What is most striking about the examples, perhaps, is the sense that Zarathustra seemed to will these disasters upon himself, that he ostensibly wished these events to happen to him, as a so-called test of his own strength. The responses, advanced as signs of this personal strength and endurance, verge on the pathetic. What is most difficult? Humbling oneself to wound one's pride. Climbing high mountains to tempt the tempter. For the sake of the truth, suffering hunger in one's soul. Being sick and sending home the comforters. Making friends with the deaf, who never hear what you want. Stepping into filthy waters when they are the waters of truth. Loving those who despise us and offering a hand to the ghost that would frighten us. 111. Wishing oneself to be humiliated, starving, disavowing friendship, being unheard and unloved, all this on the mountain in the wilderness, tempting the devil himself, and besmirching himself with the truth of it all, is surely the desert of the hair-shirt ascetic, not an enviable travel destination for a forthcoming generation of heroes. Hardly the Zoroaster of the Lendavesta, this is the very embittered voice of Nietzsche himself emerging broken-hearted in his failed relation with the single real love of his life, Lou Salome, compounded in this loss by what he felt to be Paul Rie's betrayal in having taken Lou from him, humiliated by the tempter Richard Wagner, the scandal at Bayreuth and the resulting dissociation of all family ties, the cold silence from his former friends, no job, no home, stateless, no readers to speak of, living on the constant edge of penury, exacerbated by a period of almost depraved illness and pain, indeed a winter of discontent in one's loneliest desert. Would one really wish this upon oneself? Would one ask the demon to repeat the whole, sorry affair yet once again? Would one say, you are a god and never have I heard eye for eye? Anything more divine? 112 Rather, it would seem that Zarathustra is fairly well wrestling with demons in this desert, a place that is surely not of his own choice. Nonetheless, for the philosopher, as Nietzsche would later remark in On the Genealogy of Morals, there is something to be said for the desert, and there are many kinds of desert. In the third essay of the genealogy, Nietzsche discusses the philosopher's peculiarly positive inclination toward asceticism. The meaning of the ascetic ideal for them, namely, a not infrequent irritation with regard to sensuality and bearing something of a penchant toward poverty, humility, and chastity. But, rather than seeing these qualities in a negative or pessimistic way, thus leading to a kind of Schopenhauerian resignation to life, or as an abdication to suffering and the hope of some reprieve from life, Nietzsche makes a far more studied and positive evaluation of these ascetic qualities. The philosopher sees in an optimum condition for the highest and boldest spirituality, and smiles. He does not deny existence, he rather affirms his existence and only his existence. As you see, they are not unbiased witnesses and judges of the value of the ascetic ideal, these philosophers. They think of themselves what is the saint to them. They think of what they can least do without, freedom from compulsion, disturbance, noise, from tasks, duties, worries. All dogs nicely chained up, no barking of hostility and shaggy-haired rancor, no gnawing worm of injured ambition, undemanding and obedient instines, busy as windmills but distant, the heart remote, beyond, heavy with future, posthumous. All in all, they think of the ascetic ideal as the cheerful asceticism of an animal become fledged and divine, floating above life rather than in repose. 113. For Nietzsche, it is with these protections, this distance, this sense of reserve and emotional self-control, that the philosopher can fully attain to his creative power and focus all his energies to the serious task to which he had all along devoted himself. 114 To master one's task one must first master oneself, and to do this, favorable conditions must be sought so as to maximize one's energy and will, to avoid distraction, and thence to find that real state of independence, a real freedom from dependency of all kinds demanded for the successful fulfillment of that higher goal. The positive accomplishment of the creative task. Every animal therefore, la bête philosophe, too instinctively strives for an optimum of favorable conditions under which it can expend all its strength and 142. Achieve its maximal feeling of power. Every animal abhors, just as instinctively and with a subtlety of discernment that is higher than all reason, every kind of intrusion or hindrance that obstructs or could obstruct this path to the optimum. Ascetic ideals reveal so many bridges to independence that a philosopher is bound to rejoice and clap his hands when he hears the story of all those resolute men who one day said no to all servitude and went into some desert. 115. The loneliest desert, in which the camel would assume his great burden and, most difficult problems, proves to be modest enough, however. The desert, incidentally, that I just mentioned, where the strong, independent spirits withdraw, is contrasted with the way educated people imagine a desert. 116 For these people, the desert would be a stage desert, perhaps, on the order of grand opera, like a production of Verdi's Aida inhabited by actors of the spirit, who could not possibly endure life in Nietzsche's desert. One is tempted to think of Wagner again, with the theatricality of Bayreuth, but Nietzsche does not pursue it further except to say that his own desert is not nearly romantic or Syrian enough. To be sure, he says, there is no lack of camels in their desert, camels in the sense of ridiculous and grotesque figures. But that is where the similarity ends. Nietzsche then goes on to describe his own desert. A voluntary obscurity perhaps, an avoidance of oneself, a dislike of noise, honor, newspapers, influence, a modest job, an everyday job, something that conceals rather than exposes one, an occasional association with harmless, cheerful beasts and birds whose sight is refreshing, mountains for company, but not dead ones, mountains with eyes, perhaps even a room in a full, utterly commonplace hotel, where one is certain to go unrecognized and can talk to anyone with impunity. That is what desert means here. Oh, it is lonely enough, believe me. 117. If the model for the transformation of future humanity begins modestly enough with the wounded pride of the hermit of Sils Maria, as Nietzsche often signed his correspondence from his rented room in the summer in Sils, on the shore of Lake Silvaplana nonetheless. The first metaphor is instructive enough in that the attempt to gain some form of self-mastery will inevitably involve some painful self-reflection and self-criticism. How cheerful the vivisection of the soul will be, however, remains to be seen. If the first metamorphosis resulted in freedom from encumbrance, a reverence for oneself and one's pride, and a deeper self-understanding, Zarathustra goes on to say that the second metamorphosis, the next precondition for I4L self-overcoming, is that one actually takes control of oneself. One must literally take control of and responsibility for one's own agency. One must capture or create one's own freedom, by liberating oneself from what Nietzsche had earlier termed the old morality, what he here calls the great dragon. In the loneliest desert, however, the second metamorphosis occurs. Here the spirit becomes a lion who would capture his freedom and be master in his own desert. Here he seeks out his last master, he wants to fight him and his last god. For the ultimate victory he wants to fight with the great dragon. Who is the great dragon whom the spirit will no longer call Lord and God? Thou shalt is the name of the great dragon. Us. To become great, the spirit would have to divest itself of its tradition-bound moral laws and codes. N9 It must fight the seductive charms of the comforting moral order and its traditional imperatives, together with its golden rules of egalitarian pity. To be capable of doing this, the spirit must become as a lion. The individual must will the end of the traditional moral era, the era of the thou shalt, and convert it into an I will. Such a will requires an unaccustomed strength of character and courage, precisely because, until now, the traditional values have constituted what was taught to be, what was learned to be, and what was felt to be value itself, value in itself. Nietzsche states, values, thousands of years old, shine on these scales, and thus speaks the mightiest of all dragons, all value of all things shines on me. All value has already been created, and I am all created value. 120 Of course, for Nietzsche, morality derives from the herd-like obedience to the customs and habits of the culture, the mores of a culture, and this obedience serves to strengthen and reinforce the authority of the tradition in turn. Moral duty and obligation are thus created by the earlier culture and passed down, with all due respect, to subsequent generations. As Nietzsche expressed this in his earlier work, Daybreak. Morality is nothing other than obedience to customs, of whatever kind they may be. Customs, however, are the traditional way of behaving and evaluating. In things in which no tradition commands there is no morality. What is tradition? A higher authority which one obeys, not because it commands what is useful to us, but because it commands. 121. Nietzsche thus points out not only that moral obedience is largely a question of habit, but that, in many ways, it can be counterproductive to the individual's well-being, which is always concerned with one's own good and interests. While there is generally an element of superstition to the morality of custom. 144. Which induces obedience and compliance out of fear in the presence of a higher intellect which here commands, of an incomprehensible, indefinite power, of something more than personal. 122 Nietzsche goes on to argue that what really perpetuates the traditional morality is the very hegemony of customs and culture itself. In this sense, one is held to be immoral to the extent that one simply stands outside or resists that hegemony, whatever the motive. What is certain is that one is moral to the extent that one sacrifices one's own interests to the commands of custom. The greater the self-sacrifice, the greater the moral virtue and goodness. While the traditional moral imperatives may have initially been framed with regard to some general motive of utility in an earlier age, Times change, but the imperative to act in a particular way remains in force and is still felt as a duty, not as a bearer or as an incarnation of its initial motives, but out of respect for the venerated tradition itself. The traditional morality of the thou shalt or thou shalt not is thus not only irrational but also militates against reasonable, thoughtful self-examination of its own nature, legitimacy, and underlying motivations. Duty is a compulsive feeling which impels us to some action and which we call good and regard as indiscussable. The thinker, however, regards everything as having evolved and everything that has evolved as discussable, and is thus a man without a sense of duty as long, that is, as he is functioning as a thinker. 123. The resulting situation, for Nietzsche, is that the traditional morality aggravates one's discomfiture and makes one less able to deal with changing circumstances, thereby blunting one's ability to fare well in the complex circumstances of everyday life. Custom represents the experiences of men of earlier times as to what they supposed useful and harmful, but the sense for custom applies, not to these experiences as such, but to the age, the sanctity, the indiscussability of the custom. And so this feeling is a hindrance to the acquisition of new experiences and the correction of customs, that is to say, morality is a hindrance to the creation of new and better customs, it makes stupid. 124. Ultimately, our sense of moral duty and virtue must be felt to be positive, purposive, and useful, beneficial to the individual, such that it would positively yield us pleasure. I-4-5. A virtue must be our own invention, our most necessary self-expression and self-defense. Any other kind of virtue is merely a danger. Whatever is not a condition of our life harms it. A virtue that is prompted solely by a feeling of respect for the concept of virtue is harmful. Virtue, duty, the good in itself, the good which is impersonal and universally valid. Chimeras and expressions of decline. The final exhaustion of life. The fundamental laws of self-preservation and growth demand the opposite, that everyone invent his own virtue, his own categorical imperative. A people perishes when it confuses its duty with duty in general. Nothing ruins more profoundly, more intimately, than every impersonal duty, every sacrifice to the Moloch of abstraction. An action demanded by the instinct of life is proved to be right by the pleasure that accompanies it. Yet, Christian dogmatic considers pleasure an occasion. What could destroy us more quickly than working, thinking, and feeling without any inner necessity, without any deeply personal choice, without plaisir as an automaton of duty? This is the very recipe for decadence, even for idiocy. One need not bother about reason, that is, when morality, when the sublime command thou shalt, raises its voice. 125. Of course, this is the problem, the inner emotional resistance to critique and of changing the very norms of moral evaluation. The sentiments of duty and obligation are so intimate and so thoroughly ingrained that they constitute our very identity as members of the broader culture at large. The thou shalt is understandably experienced as a deeply personal instinct, as a compulsion, a sentiment that has preserved the tradition we enjoy and we with it. Hence the undiscussable character of the moral imperative. Through the effectiveness of our own moral formation, the thou shalt is immune to criticism and serves as a false consciousness, thus preventing the possibility of its own occasioning. The difficulty in critiquing the tradition, precisely what requires the courage of a lion, is twofold. On the one hand, to do so is self-alienating, it drives the individual from the comfort of his shared heritage and communal belonging into the desert, and only there can one begin to take a critical perspective upon the effects, the sentiments, one finds within oneself. On the other hand, such an isolation always tempts us to return to the traditional moral order, because it really is abundant, comforting, reassuring, welcoming. The heritage of morality and the domain of morality too, there is a rich heritage. It is possessed by the gentle, the good-natured, the sympathizing and charitable, who have all inherited from their forefathers the good mode of action but not the reasons for it. The pleasant thing about this wealth is that it has to be continually expended and spread abroad if it is to be felt to exist at all, and that I-4-6. It thus involuntarily works to reduce the distance between the morally rich and the morally poor, and, what is best and most remarkable, it does so not for the sake of producing some future mean and average between poor and rich, but for the sake of a universal enrichment and over-enrichment. 126. But once one sees that the traditional morality can be inimical to the interests of the individual and of the well-being and adaptability of the community at large, and that morality's foundations rest on a scientifically unjustified basis in the old religio-metaphysical order, then one realizes that morality's hegemony serves little more purpose than does inertia, the dominant view of what constitutes the moral heritage. It seems to me, is maintained more to the greater glory of morality than out of respect for truth. 127. What this means for Zarathustra is that he has to thoughtfully and rationally examine his own inner sentiments and compulsions and prepare to judge them truthfully. When one does this to such deeply implanted moral sentiments as one possesses, sentiments that compose our very identity, one may find them to be false and without real purpose or justification. One finds, within oneself, that these traditional beliefs and imperatives are themselves consequences of false and erroneous judgments from a more primitive stage of civilization. As Nietzsche would remark in Book 1 of Daybreak, trust your feelings. But feelings are nothing final or original. Behind feelings there stand judgments and evaluations which we inherit in the form of feelings. The inspiration born of a feeling is the grandchild of a judgment and often of a false judgment, and in any event not a child of your own. To trust one's feelings means to give more obedience to one's grandfather and grandmother and their grandparents than to the gods which are in us, our reason and our experience. 128. More than just errors or mistakes that have become internalized and made part and parcel of our moral being, these original judgments are now seen to have been made in virtual contempt of reason and truth, in the disregard of even a modicum of scientific understanding of causality and the natural order. 129. With a historical understanding of morality's provenance, however, one attains the recognition that its imperatives are, in many cases, simply the consequences of misinterpreting nature and human experience itself. Who we are and the moral sentiments we harbor are thus due to no fault of our own, consequences of a deep historical misinterpretation, and therefore, misunderstanding, of the real. The idea of a God is disturbing and humiliating as long as it is believed, but how it imaginated can at the present stage of comparative ethnology no longer admit. 147. Of doubt, and with the insight into this origination that belief falls away. The Christian who compares his nature with that of God is like Don Quixote, who underestimated his own courage because his head was filled with the miraculous deeds of the heroes of chivalric romances. The standard of comparison applied in both cases belongs in the domain of fable. But if the idea of God falls away, so does the feeling of sin as a transgression against divine precepts, as a blemish on a creature consecrated to God. Thus, a certain false psychology, a certain kind of fantasy in the interpretation of motives and experiences is the necessary presupposition for becoming a Christian and for feeling the need of redemption. With the insight into this aberration of reason and imagination one ceases to be a Christian. 130. Recognizing the fictive and erroneous derivation of the religio-moral sentiments by conducting a historical and psychological criticism of them is what enables the individual to distance and liberate him or herself from them, a creation, Zarathustra says, of freedom for oneself. 131. So as to be able to will, and to evaluate, precisely as an individual, feeling responsible for the objectives and values entailed by the newfound autonomy. Nonetheless, and this will come to plague Zarathustra, there remains the residue, the residual moral after effects of the old order that may imperceptibly re-emerge from time to time, in a moment of weakness, perhaps, or in a period of despondency, loneliness, doubt, or despair, namely, the susceptibility of suffering from a variety of morally informed sentiments and feelings, something to which no one is entirely immune. It will demand a great deal of personal courage and fortitude to confront such a vestigial sense of moral sentiment precisely because they had been so deeply enracinated for so long in the human condition we inherit. Even though one consciously rejects the traditional moral imperatives, together with the entire religious and metaphysical apparatus that sustains them, they nevertheless return unsuspected, in the very way neurotic behavior can arise out of an earlier, repressed trauma. Thus, even though one willfully and consciously distances oneself from the idea of God, and the notion of sin as a transgression of divine precepts, Nietzsche would remark, there probably still remains over that feeling of depression which is very much entwined with and related to fear of punishment by secular justice or the disapprobation of other men. The depression caused by the pain of conscience, the sharpest sting in the feeling of guilt. 132. If such feelings do remain, albeit mostly on an unconscious level, Nietzsche argues that, since they resulted from misinterpretations of reality and human 148 experience in the first place, they can be reinterpreted in time, and done so effectively. He gives a rehearsal of his doctrine of eternal return as a means for reinterpreting the vestigial moral sentiments one still unwittingly bears, which prevent our full enactment of our new, freely willed values, in his work of 1878, Human, all too human. This reinterpretation will give the individual a new attitude that would desacralize our worldview, and thus remove the very conditions of sin and guilt, with their attendant vestigial moral sentiments. But, remarkably, he will illustrate this reinterpretation, or reversal of interpretation, with an example drawn from within the moral sentiments and religious attitude of the Christian experience itself. The example again concerns the Christian's felt need for redemption, a sentiment that weighs so heavily on the religious conscience. Now if, as has been said, the Christian has got into the feeling of self-contempt through certain errors, that is to say through a false, unscientific interpretation of his actions and sensations, he also notices with the highest astonishment that this condition of contempt, the pang of conscience, displeasure in general, does not persist, but that occasionally there are hours when all this is wafted away from his soul and he again feels free and valiant. What has happened is that his pleasure in himself, his contentment at his own strength, has, in concert with the weakening which every profound excitation must necessarily undergo, carried off the victory. He loves himself again, he feels it, but precisely this love, this new self-valuation seems to him incredible. He can see in it only the wholly undeserved flowing down of a radiance of mercy from on high. If he earlier believed he saw in every event warnings, menaces, punishments and every sort of sign of divine wrath, he now interprets divine goodness into his experiences. This event appears to him to exhibit kindness, that is like a helpful signpost. A third, and especially the whole joyful mood he is in, seems to him proof that God is merciful. If he earlier in a condition of depression interpreted his actions falsely, now he does the same with his experiences. He conceives his mood of consolation as the effect upon him of an external power. The love with which fundamentally he loves himself appears as divine love. 133. By thus reversing the earlier interpretation of divine agency and purpose, an entirely different emotion rushes in to dispose the Christian to a world of beatitude and grace. The new interpretation has transformed the Christian experience of conscientious contempt into the joyous affirmation of plenitude and abundance. The new attitude toward divine agency is no longer one of a needful fear that breeds inadequacy and self-contempt, but rather one of a divine love, effulgent in mercy and the prelude to redemption, or, as Nietzsche 1:49. Sche often quoted Stendhal's concept of beauty, the promise of happiness. But what Nietzsche pointedly asserts about this reversal of interpretation is that both views are equally erroneous, and both are predicated on the illusion of divine purpose of agency. 134 Rather, what has happened in practice is that the individual simply failed to see his own agency as the real, non-imaginary cause of his newfound and equally real happiness. Thus, Nietzsche concludes, that which he calls mercy and the prelude to redemption is in truth self-pardon, self-redemption. 135. If such a transformation of attitude derives from a new, albeit imaginary, interpretation, Nietzsche proposes that one make a truthful reinterpretation of divine agency and recognize it for what it is, nothing. Cosmic indifference. If one could come to interpret the real as being without purpose, without a goal, without any external demand at all placed upon anyone or anything, then one would attain a human condition for practical action, for the real creation of value, without any felt constraint or limitation whatsoever. One would have achieved a human freedom of action, precisely due to the the benign indifference of the universe. The pang of conscience, the sharpest sting in the feeling of guilt, is nonetheless abolished when one sees that, although one may by one's actions have offended against human tradition, human laws and ordinances, one has not therewith endangered the eternal salvation of the soul and its relationship to the divinity. If a man is, finally, able to attain to the philosophical conviction of the unconditional necessity of all actions and their complete unaccountability and to make it part of his flesh and blood, then that remainder of the pang of conscience also disappears. 136. The teaching of real human freedom, in the face of an entirely indifferent cosmos. One of the principal formulations of the eternal return is, of course, a preeminent Enlightenment teaching. It had its origins in ancient thought, especially in Epicurus and Lucretius, and its first modem proponent was Descartes, when he equated God with nature in his Meditations. 137. He did this precisely to rid our understanding of nature as purposive. Spinoza would in turn formulate nature, according to a pantheistic physical doctrine, as self-creating and as self-created. The absence of an external source of creation and purpose, however, led Leibniz to criticize such unchristian freedom as the liberty of indifference. With no divine constraints or prerogatives whatsoever, with a freedom to apply this interpretation to one's life and to create new values that would finally result in humanity's self-overcoming, Zarathustra proposes the third and final metamorphosis, that of the child. 150. But say, my brothers, what can the child do that even the lion could not do? Why must the preying lion still become a child? The child is innocence and forgetting, a new beginning, a game, a self-propelled will, a first movement, a sacred yes. For the game of creation, my brothers, a sacred yes is needed. The spirit now wills his own will, and he who had been lost to the world now conquers his own world. 138. The third stage of the spirit's metamorphosis, or overcoming, would then be its rebirth as a new and higher individual, the age of the child who can affirm a sacred yes. And, in doing this, his spirit becomes capable of creating new values. Yet, why a child, why the value of innocence? Perhaps we can here begin to see that the three metamorphoses really express much the same thing. Camel, lion, and child are different ways of saying that the old tablets of moral ity and metaphysics must be broken, that the old phantoms and shrouds of the dead god must be disgorged. In short, it is to say that the old will must be overcome, straightened out, and best of all one forgotten. The child is innocence and forgetting. The child, youth, innocence, and forgetting. Tradition has it otherwise. Plato and Aristotle both tell us that the philosopher, the great souled man of intellect and virtue, must above all else have a good memory. This is the first requirement to be met if one wishes to pursue the life of philosophy. We have only to examine practically any classical text at random to find this, for example, the Meno, the Theaetetus, Republic, or Ethics. Second, the philosopher as tradition ally understood must be old. The medieval philosopher Moses Maimonides even went so far as to say that one's testicles must first desiccate before he can become a philosopher. Nietzsche, however, has the temerity to say not only that the higher man should be young, but that he should be a child, precisely because he would not have a memory, precisely because he naturally forgets and has little if anything to remember anyway. The important consideration, for Nietzsche, in any case, is the value of the future and the infinitizing possibilities that it extends to the child and not the past, which is the source of our present discomfiture and restriction. Memories. We might be tempted to argue that Nietzsche simply urges us to forget the whole tradition of onto theology. 139 Clearly, this is indeed true to some extent. The difficulty of attaining a singular individuality and a rigorous sense of peri 5i. So null autonomy and the ability to form one's own values, to be able to evaluate on one's own, often in contradiction to the prevailing common morality and social mores, are themes Nietzsche explores from his earliest through his latest works. 140 But just as important as the ability to distance oneself from the received tradition, to actively forget certain general beliefs and teachings encoded in it, is the attitude one takes toward the memory of one's own personally experienced past. It is imperative, Nietzsche argues, that the individual needs to forget certain aspects of his own past, for the sake of his very future, for his future comportment and growth. What must be transformed, for Nietzsche, is our fearful and enervating dependency on the past, on what he calls the it was. The past itself stands to thwart the individual's future, since the past and its continuous reverberations operate as the origin of our own present weaknesses, our own distorted and inverted wills. Strictly speaking, of course, the past is not. Nonetheless, as Nietzsche would later observe at great length in On the Genealogy of Morals, the persistence of the past in memory, constantly repeated and invoked, lies at the very heart of bad conscience, of sin and guilt, of slave morality itself. Indeed, slave morality was a compensatory formation to relieve suffering, conflict, and strife. It is for precisely this reason that any critique of the broader tradition of morality and metaphysics must be initially internalized into an auto-critique of the person who was formed by it. In any case, for Zarathustra, present humanity stands as deficient to the higher man precisely because we are unwittingly chained to the past, because, for example, we cannot forget the personal wrongs done against us, or, equally, because we cannot forget the pleasures we once had and no longer have. Our past and our memories concerning the past thus stand as an abiding interpretive grid, as an intellectual and emotional block, a psychological force that exercises its resistance against the present, against our concern with the future. In short, the emotional and oftentimes obsessional relations we hold toward our personally experienced past stand against the free exercise of life itself. Because of a wrong committed against us in the past, for which we suffered, we cannot humanly forget it. We become bitter, resentful, full of spite and rancor and loathing. We crave revenge or harbor pettiness, and we become nasty, brutish. We cannot affirm the present, for we have already become powerless to act naively, openly, in the face of it, in the face of our preoccupations in the present about the past. Our minds seethe with the prospect of revenging the past, of literally rectifying it. In such a condition, the will turns sick, weak, and festering. All energies come toward retribution, perhaps under the euphemistic title of justice. The Indi. I-5-2. Vigil cries out, "We want justice." Nietzsche points out, however, that what is being said in such cases is really quite different. What is really called for is retribution, perhaps in the person of an avenging judge, or hangman, some form of retribution to serve as a soothing antidote for our wounded pride and arrogance. 141 Or perhaps we might take a less direct course of action and repress the festering pallor of our resentment even further in our own self-denial, in which case we become pious, ascetic, self-righteous, and morally unctuous. Once a man has been brought to a state of extraordinary tension, he can resolve equally well to take a fearful revenge or to break himself of his thirst for revenge. Under the influence of violent emotion, he desires in any event the great, tremendous, prodigious, and if he happens to notice that the sacrifice of himself satisfies him as much as, or even more than the sacrifice of another, he chooses it. All he is really concerned with, therefore, is the discharge of his emotion. To relieve his state of tension, he seizes the spears of his enemies and buries them in his own breast. There is something great in self-denial, and not only in revenge. As the overcoming of the foe hardest to conquer, the sudden mastering of an effect, that is how this denial appeared, and to this extent it counted as the summit of the moral point. 142. The obsessive preoccupation with a past hurt or wrong can easily condition all subsequent human relationships for the individual. Each personal encounter then becomes a renewed vendetta, and the human world of social intercourse becomes a place of opprobrium, of enmity. The world becomes evil, and trust, much less affection, is nowhere to be found, save perhaps in the compensatory religious metaphysics of an afterworld or otherworld. On the other hand, perhaps we once had a love so grand, so profound, that our waking universe paled in comparison. What if fortune took away that love? We would torture our souls in anguish over that memory. We would see every other love as a dim reflection of that one truly ideal and once real love. We would wander the earth like Homer's wraiths or like Aristophanes' split lovers, looking for our departed complements. 143 Our lives would become completely debilitated by this loss of someone who once was and who meant so much to us, so long ago. Perhaps we might, for an instant, catch a glance of a face in the crowd by the Café Wagner, on the Place de l'Opéra, perhaps down the Avenue Wagram by the Place de Turns. We would run and hail to it, only to be bitterly disappointed, time and again. We would want to return, to go back, to flee, to find our lover somewhere on a warm evening hillside in UMI. 5-3. Bria, on a midnight seacoast in the Yucatan, in a small village set close to the Loire, or perhaps, dead. Only a letter, an old photo, is left. What unspeakable torments of misery these little shards of the past might trigger. It was and never more shall be. Can anything be more life-denying than this kind of personal debilitation, this completely unproductive and anguishing self-indulgence? In all these cases, the will, our entire personality and character, becomes inverted, turned back upon itself, and languors in impotence, helplessly. We know full well where its bitterness will be directed. As Nietzsche already remarked in The Gay Science, one thing is needful, that a human being should attain satisfaction with himself. Whoever is dissatisfied with himself is continually ready for revenge, and we others will be his victims, if only in having to endure his ugly aspect. For and is as much directed in revenge against Re as Lou. Nietzsche having been outmaneuvered by Re for Lou's affections. The deception Nietzsche employs is to humiliate Re without the latter's realizing it. No point in burning all the bridges, yet, thus asserting some form of his own superiority over Re, at least to his own mind, whether psychological, intellectual, or even in the capacity for a kind of jailhouse humor. The scene derives from an apocryphal medieval story about Alexander the Great and his lover, the beautiful young Phyllis, and it involves a staged humiliation of the great Aristotle himself. The story was often retold in popular literature, poetry, song, and sermon, when addressing such entertaining moral topics as sexual deception, feminine tricks and wiles, foolish loves, and so forth, and its origins go back at least to the 13th century. 1s.1 The legend, or fable, has it that when Philip of Macedon summoned Aristotle to his court to give young Alexander instruction in the sciences and rhetoric, A1:je was so demanding of Alexander's time begrudgingly devoted to his studies at his father's insistence that Phyllis and Alexander despaired over their now loveless separation. The Hvo plotted a trick that, hopefully, would send Aristotle away, thereby allowing the resumption of their impassioned affair. The trick was to seduce Aristotle into thinking he had gained Phyllis's affection and then to expose his purported lechery. One warm spring day, when Alexander feigned illness, so as to avoid his regular lessons, Phyllis approached the win. Is6. Tao or Aristotle's stew. Crawling on hands and knees from his study, out into the Co-11 RT yard. Where the N10, Court 11 nobility was hiding behind curtains, HAB. Been set up for the joke by Alexander, everyone leapt out, shouting in peals of laughter. Completely humiliated, Aristotle fled Philip's court the next day, and the lovers were reunited. Clearly, Nietzsche had this story in mind when he staged the studio portrait, having Lou hold a short whip, entwined with flowers. The joke is particularly directed at Re, however, since he as well as anyone should have known better. What ignorance! Re had studied Aristotle at the University of Basel, where the great Aristotelian Sebastian Brandt had taught and written his doctoral dissertation in philosophy on the history of ethics and moral theory. Let Re play Aristotle himself and heap even more shame on him for having violated their friendship in the first place, friendship being so central to Aristotle's model of developed, human character. By successfully staging the trick, Nietzsche smiles knowingly right at the camera, as Alexander all the while, realizing that precisely the kind of pony cart they posed with was known in medieval times as the Ship of Fools 154. If Nietzsche did get some small psychological satisfaction by invoking his own pleasure at Rie's inability to understand the whip staging and recasting this as the little old and young women, inducing Rie to unwittingly make a fool of himself, such satisfaction, at this point, could be little more than anecdotal. The real problem and the source of Nietzsche's inability to deal with his rage and depression following the final breakup in the fall of 1882 was that his feeling for revenge would have to be directed in some fashion against Lou. 1s5 He would have to stamp the mark of his own suffering on her, in Rie or in Intellectus, and this would at least restore some semblance of balance to his painfully wounded pride. Rather than strike back at someone's person, or retreat to the delusion of a redemptive faith or idealism, Nietzsche would really have to deal with his own suffering and pain which inhabited him like a ghost by confronting them, by creatively employing them in his own service of self-overcoming. Effectively, he has to exorcise the ghost of a ghastly memory of the Lou affair, and he does this in his unpublished drafts written during this period by making a symbolic sacrifice, namely, the alter ego of the suffering Zarathustra has to be killed in order to somehow reclaim the naivete of an awakened and transformed Zarathustra, in the end, to undergo the third metamorphosis, that of the child. 1s6 Given the intensity of his embittered feelings and hostile aggressions toward Paul Rie, and, ultimately, toward Lou herself, such emotions would have to be either internalized or externalized. But even if it were possible to internalize them, it would be at the cost of their further intensification and his own suffering, perhaps in the form of an I58 extreme self-laceration, or what he thought might prove to be a final servility. 157 Rather, he would externalize them by projecting them in his writing his very drafts of Zarathustra onto a symbolic Lou, who would in turn kill off what she herself had created, namely, a fractured, broken-hearted Nietzsche. Realistically, this scenario takes the form of a most determined sublimation, the sublimation of painful affect through work, through his own art, his writing. In the early drafts of Zarathustra, Nietzsche had figured a feminine character to play a prominent role in the work, and the name he bestowed to this protagonist was Panna. The name Panna at first appears to be a feminization of the mythical Greek god Pan, friend of Dionysus, god of the mountains and pasture, of the goats and shepherds, who would frolic with the nymphs, seducing them with his flute, playful, capricious, petulant, and lustful. But Panna also suggests Pantheia, the woman who Empedocles was said to have brought back to life in the Sicilian city of Acragas. 158 Nietzsche had started several drafts of a projected tragedy concerning the life of Empedocles, whose philosophy, Nietzsche thought, prefigured his own notion of the eternal return, and whose public teachings were held blasphemous and were met with such disfavor that he was exiled, seemingly, a portentous omen of Nietzsche's own situation at the time. Nonetheless, he was reputed to be highly skilled in rhetoric, medicine, anatomy, and engineering. Nietzsche's drafts for Empedocles date back to the time preceding the birth of tragedy and continue through the mid-1870s. 159 By 1882-83, the dramatic character of the earlier Empedocles merges into, and is fully eclipsed by, Zarathustra himself. The historical figure of Pantheia is also to be found in Holderlin's drafts for a similar tragedy, The Death of Empedocles, written in 1799-1800. But the name Panna that Nietzsche uses in his later Zarathustra drafts is also suggestive of Pandora, the first woman created by Zeus to torment mankind for having accepted Prometheus's gift of fire. The traditional etymology of Pandora is she who receives all gifts, and this certainly is in keeping with Nietzsche's own accounts of his giving, and receiving nothing but heartbreak. I drink back into myself the flames that break out in me. I do not know the happiness of those who receive 6 degrees. Finally, Panna also suggests the familiar Polish term for a young maiden, panna. 161. All these elusive figures seem to fuse into the role of Panna, the person who will kill Zarathustra more than once in the course of Nietzsche's Zarathustra drafts, Panna, for Empedocles and Hold Erlin, and Panna for Zarathustra, the godless. I-5-9. In the unpublished notes from the birth of Tra Getty period, the figure of Panthea 162 is cast as Empedocles' lover, completely enraptured by him to the point of committing suicide for him, and she is described as the most beautiful woman in Agrigen 2. 1 by the time the Empedocles project is transformed into Zarathustra, Nietzsche re-establishes the love of the Panthea/Carina figure into Panna's love for Zarathustra, again, to the point of death. I want to die like this. And to die again. And to live to die like this. And in dying she smiles, because she loved Zarathustra. 164. After mentioning two of the central dramatic scenes that were carried over from the various earlier Empedocles drafts, for example, a general public panic in anticipation of the plague and the arrival of the plague, Panna draws Zarathustra into an affectionate embrace. She drew Zarathustra's arm over her breast. And once again the abyss breathed, he groaned and his flames roared upwards. 165. Again, Nietzsche goes on to incorporate several scenes drawn from the earlier Empedocles. Now, it is Zarathustra's cure of the woman, the outbreak of the plague, cadavers, and then Zarathustra addresses Panna, fully acknowledging his love of her, but he is perplexed as to the motivation behind her love. Omens. But you well know, Panna, my child, my little star, my golden ear, you certainly know that I, too, love you. The love you have for me convinced you, I see, but I still don't understand the will of your love, Panna. 6. Upon reflection, however, Zarathustra realizes that hers is not a noble and joyous love, but one bred from pity and need. Upon disclosure of her concealed truth, she, like the statue in Schiller's poem, the veiled image at Sais, wishes death upon him. But when he saw his serpent dart his tongue at him, his face, slowly, became transformed, the door of understanding opened up for him, unwittingly. It was like a bolt of lightning plunging from the deepest depths of his eyes. Then again, like lightning, it took him a moment to grasp. When the woman saw this change, she shot out a cry of extreme distress. Die, Zarathustra! And what should I do with this knife, Panna? Should I cut off the yellow grapes at the foot of the vine? 167. Rewriting the death scene in the fall of 1883, some months later, Nietzsche again has Panna kill Zarathustra not by his own hand, but out of pity for her. 160. When he unveils Panna, Zarathustra dies of pity for her pity. Before, the moment of the great contempt. 168. Nietzsche restages the death scene in the very next notebook entry, and the knife is now wielded by Panna. First of all, everyone turns away from Zarathustra. A delighted Zarathustra senses nothing. Panna wants to kill him. At the very moment when she thrusts the knife, Zarathustra understands everything and dies of pain in seeing this pity. This is what has to be made clear. 169. Finally, realizing that everything depends on his own happiness, and that Panna is incapable of grasping the secret of the eternal return, which is predicate on that happiness, Panna is again driven to kill Zarathustra out of bitterness and revenge. She is unwilling to accept things as they are and to simply acknowledge the blessings they bring. She dies, broken on the ground by this truth, exacting a final revenge on Zarathustra. Her suffering causes Zarathustra to die laughing. Redemption of accident. What I let happen, I know afterwards, makes it good for me, and by this fact, to will afterwards what I did not will beforehand. A goal complete in itself. On this, Zarathustra recounts, on the basis of the happiness of the overman, the secret of the return of all things. Effect. Panna wants to kill him. He finally understands, passes through all the metamorphoses right up to the most victorious, but when he sees her lying broken on the ground he laughs. Laugharig, he climbs up the rock, attaining the summit he dies happy. 0. Seemingly pausing here, At the very threshold of the last metamorphosis, the broken-hearted Zarathustra dies happy with the knowledge of what must be done and knowing full well that redemption will not come from without, and certainly not from Lu. With Panna dead, it remains for a transformed Zarathustra to act upon his new knowledge and create his own happiness absent Panna. Revenge, Nietzsche well knew, must finally be laid to rest. In the section entitled On Redemption in Part 2 of Zarathustra, Nietzsche says, "The spirit of revenge, my friends, has so far been the subject of man's best reflection." 171. Perhaps more pointedly, man's best reflections have been conceived in the spirit of revenge, in the desire either to recapture or to obliterate the past, that is, to deal with and to rectify what has been, the it was. In both cases that of the past joy or hurt the consequences reverberate into the present. We are haunted by the past in the form of an enduring pain I6I. That we are oftentimes incapable of dealing with. But also, this pain is often accompanied by a fear that stems from the awareness of our evident frustration or powerlessness to act in the face of the past. Consequently, we are haunted by our finitude with regard to time and eternity. We are hurt, we suffer, and we are powerless to do anything about it. This is our all too human condition. 17.2 Because of these four considerations, this pain, our powerlessness, the fear it induces, and our finitude, we not only see that the it was is not only a source of psychological debilitation, but that its trace, its effect, is also to be found at the very source of traditional metaphysics and Judeo-Christian moral. Ity, the it was gives rise to the onto theologically conceived world order in general as a compensation for our felt helplessness in the face of our personal suffering. Accordingly, Nietzsche remarked in The Gay Science, that the greatest error, the man poorest in vitality, would have most need of mildness, peace, and kindliness in thought and action. He would need, if possible, a God who is specially the God of the sick, a Savior. Similarly, he would have need of logic, the abstract intelligibility of existence, for logic soothes and gives confidence. In short, he would need a certain warm, fear-dispelling narrowness and imprisonment within optimistic horizons. My vision has always become keener in tracing that most difficult and insidious of all forms of retrospective inference. The tyrannical will of a sorely suffering, struggling or tortured being, who would like to stamp his most personal, individual, and narrow characteristics, the very idiosyncrasy of his suffering, as an obligatory law and constraint on others, who, as it were, takes revenge on all things, in that he imprints, enforces, and brands his image, the image of his torture, upon them. 173. But what is Zarathustra's teaching? Zarathustra teaches the eternal return, the most abysmal thought, the most riddle-laden and problematic thought. Only the teaching of the eternal return can deliver us from the spite and peevishness of a debilitating revenge. But what is needed for this most abysmal thought? Zarathustra tells us that we need, above all, courage, for courage alone can slay pity and self-pity. True, sincere pity is the danger of seeing too deeply into life and into the necessary suffering in and of life. 174 Nietzsche had earlier claimed, in The Birth of Tragedy, that classical, pre-Platonic Greece could deal with this, by purposefully cultivating an agonistic dimension of culture and, ultimately, by its balanced appreciation of the tragic condition through the conjunction of the Apollonian and Dionysian attitudes. Nonetheless, and we ignore this at our peril, it remains that suffering, destruction, loss, pain, and so forth are necessary for our life, since they are ingredients to the economy of natural existence as such. They can neither be wished nor imagined. I62. In a way, nor can they be concealed or gotten around by a moral metaphysics of the unnatural or supernatural. This recourse, the belief that one can fully evade suffering, is only a moral and ideological delusion. Rather, one must be vigilant in ascertaining the unnecessary sources of pain and suffering through a critique of those practices and agencies that needlessly augment our suffering. Hence Zarathustra's accusation of the dishonesty of the traditional faith. In promising redemption, it perpetuates the illness that calls for redemption and cure. Endgame. Honey. Abandoning the notion of redemption, yet fully cognizant of the reality of human pain and suffering that may well mark and disfigure one's life, Zarathustra claims that a new attitude toward life is fully possible to attain, an attitude that will overcome our bitterness toward life in general, our pitying resignation to suffering, and our fully futile revenge against the past, the it was. Of course, it is Zarathustra's task to convey this attitude as a gift, in his teaching of the eternal return. Nonetheless, there is an ambivalence about the teaching that provokes resistance to its ready acceptance. If the world, as viewed through this teaching, is merely a vicious circle of meaningless change, bereft of purpose and any higher significance, the pointless rambling on of a hurdy-gurdy song 175, then such a view might well be tantamount to nihilism and a recipe for ruin. Alternatively, if such a view extended the prospect of creating new values and the celebration of a new meaning for the very earth itself, freeing us at the same time from our enervating dependency on the past, then such a prospect would positively transfigure human existence, and one would do well to embrace it with enthusiasm. Confronted with such an ambivalent teaching as the eternal return, one whose truth is uncertain and the risks high, one would understandably be tempted to forego novelty for the familiarity and assurance afforded by the traditional order, whose wisdom and value have, for millennia, become habit, flesh and bone. It could equally be said, however, that the ambivalence in question is to be found less in the teaching itself than in the mind of the beholder, and that this is what provokes resistance to the teaching. Stated somewhat differently, perhaps, does an embrace of the teaching result in a transformation of attitude, or is a new attitude called for that will permit the embrace and consequently, the interpretation of the teaching? The latter seems to be the case in Part 3, I6L. As presented in the important section, on the vision and the riddle, where Zarathustra excitedly enjoins the young shepherd to have the courage to accept the teaching of the eternal return. In this very dramatic and complex scene, Zarathustra realizes that it will require a great deal of courage to humanly incorporate the teaching literally, to swallow its truth that the individual must embrace the whole of natural existence, together with its all too pressing deficiencies, its necessary component of pain, suffering, and pity. The courage called for demands the strength and determination to deal frankly with personal hardships, indeed, personal disaster, and Zarathustra realizes that such courage itself has to be at least, provisionally emotionally roused, enjoined, incited. It will require courage to bite off the head of the snake depicted in the encounter with the shepherd and to swallow its truth, which is also the truth of the suffering and pity. Among other meanings, the snake with the tail in its mouth has always been the symbol of cyclical eternity. Thus, to burst out in the laughter that Zarathustra requires, the laughter of the awakened shepherd, one must have the courage to bite off the head of the serpent, which is both poisonous and wise as well as seductive. Zarathustra describes his encounter with the shepherd and the serpent. A young shepherd I saw, writhing, gagging in spasms, his face distorted, and a heavy black snake hung out of his mouth. Had I ever seen so much nausea and pale dread on one face? He seemed to have been asleep when the snake crawled into the throat, and there bit itself fast. My hand tore at the snake and tore in vain, it did not tear the snake out of his throat. Then it cried out of me, "Bite! Bite its head off! Bite!" Thus it cried out of me my dread, my hatred, my nausea, my pity, all that is good and wicked in me cried out with a single cry. 176. The richness of symbolism and allusion renders this passage particularly complex, both with regard to a variety of biblical references and with regard to Nietzsche's personal circumstances. When on the vision and the riddle is presented in Part 3, it follows the first relatively clear articulation of the eternal return, which Zarathustra terms his most abysmal thought. This abyss, whether it be ironically contrasted with the Zoroastrian lake of fire, the New Testament Gehenna, or its Old Testament equivalent for the underworld, Sheol, is Nietzsche's own deepest or most profound thought, precisely the teaching that there are no netherworlds or afterworlds at all, that natural existence is fundamentally amoral or innocent, or, as he would later term it, The Innocence of Becoming 177. The world and human existence are fully natural, and as such, the metaphysical and moral dogmas of tradition are simply idio. 164. Logical constructions designed to compensate for human fear and suffering. Of course, it is Nietzsche's further claim that the entire religious apparatus of salvation and redemption has only added to the increase in human suffering, in that it casts the whole of natural existence in moral terms. To the extent that human existence is natural, the religious teaching places it under the burden of sin and guilt, for which it is said one suffers in the first place. 178 Only through the ritual atonements of further suffering and self-denial, prescribed by the orthodox practices of religious asceticism, can redemption and salvation from this world be hoped for. Hence, it is this abyss of suffering, brought on by the moral metaphysics of traditional religious thought, that Nietzsche wishes to overcome, precisely by Zarathustra's abysmal thought that there are no metaphysical abysses at all. The shepherd 179 into whose mouth a snake crawls is thus to be initially identified with Jesus, as the originator of the Christian dogma, who will be forced by Zarathustra's cries to abjure his former teaching. By a narrative shift in the section The Convalescent, however, Zarathustra will later recall that the serpent in fact crawled into his, Zarathustra's, own throat. 180 Thus Nietzsche's remarks in Ecce Homo as to why he entitled the work Zarathustra in the first place are here dramatically illustrated. I have not been asked what the name of Zarathustra means in my mouth, the mouth of the first immoralist. Zarathustra was the first to consider the fight between good and evil as the very wheel in the machinery of things, the transposition of morality into the metaphysical realm. Zarathustra created the most calamitous error, morality. Consequently, he must also be the first to recognize it and to exorcise, to expel, or reject, his earlier teaching. This highly dramatic incident is constructed in reference to two passages from the New Testament, the miraculous exorcism of the demon, 182, and Revelation's account of the gift of the scroll to St. John the Divine. 183 Once the demon or unclean spirit is exorcised from the madman, in Mark 1:27, it is said that all were amazed and asked one another, "What is this? A new teaching with authority. He commands even the unclean spirits and they obey him." In Revelation 10, an angel visits St. John and, at the behest of God, gives him a scroll announcing the end of the world. The divine voice enjoins St. John to swallow the scroll. He said to me, "Take and swallow it. It will turn your stomach sour, but in your mouth it will taste as sweet as honey." The passage is traditionally understood to mean that the scroll would taste sweet, because it ultimately foretold the victory of God's people, but that it was sour because of the suffering they would have to endure until the end. I6s. What is to be done, then, even in the face of personal adversity, is clear, to have the courage to accept the teaching of the eternal return. But does even Zarathustra have this courage? By part 4, in the honey sacrifice, he shouts out, "I am still waiting for the sign that the time has come for my descent. I still do not myself go under, as I must do. That is why I wait here, cunning and mocking on high mountains." 1r4. Of course, in biblical literature, it is precisely the unbelievers who are in need of such signs. Effectively, Zarathustra himself has not yet affirmed his own teaching. He teaches of the overman, he talks about the overman. He says that he longs for the overman, he longs for that resolution of courage by which he can accept the eternal return, this enigma of the eternal present, the enduring transience, the always and forever becoming. 1 and 5 Zarathustra's shout for the shepherd, after all, was in a dream whose meaning he asks to be explained. He still asks, or implores, for this courage to bite it off, to accept the eternal return. In the honey sacrifice, he exclaims, "Out my fishing rod! Down, down, bait of my happiness! Drip your sweetest dew, honey of my heart! Bite into the belly of all black melancholy." 1ib. What is this chunk of black melancholy? The belly of the great fish that carried Jonah, crying out in distress for deliverance, to the netherworld, 187. It is precisely the spirit of revenge and resentment that refuses the eternal return. The spirit of revenge is the time-honored and time-bound ill will that must be, but has not yet, been overcome. Above all, this is the perverted will that dwells on in enduring pity and self-pity. But what is it that prepares one for such courage to overcome the ill will of pity and revenge, if not a kind of strong-willed discipline? In a very curious entry from one of Nietzsche's notebooks dating from 1880, there is the suggestion of an explanation that draws out a bit the complex imagery of the snake, the honey, of joy, and of significance or meaning. The note focuses on the term semen. The reabsorption of semen by the blood is the strongest nourishment, and perhaps more than any other factor, it prompts the stimulus of power, the unrest of all forces towards the overcoming of resistances, the thirst for contradiction and resistance. The feeling of power has so far mounted highest in abstinent priests and hermits. It is the semen that Zarathustra will term the honey drippings of his fishing rod here in the honey sacrifice section. Or, as he says, it is the honey in my veins that makes my blood thicker and my soul calmer. When I desired honey, I merely desired bait and sweet mucus and mucilage. 189. The I66 equation of honey and semen is traditional, as when in the Bacchae, for example, Euripides writes about the gentle revelry of the languorous Bacchantes. In his report to King Pentheus, the cowherd described the Dionysian phallic staff carried by the revelers on Mt Cithaeron. From their ivy-twined thyrsi came honey, dripping in delicious streams. Had you been there to see this, you'd pursue with prayers the very God that now you rate with contumely. 190. Semen, seed of the joyful phallus, which is also the seed of life itself, the natural life of body and nature whose highest expression is ultimately the eternal return, the Dionysian will to embrace the whole of existence repeatedly, ecstatically, eternally. 191. The seed of life is also the meaning of, if he or, as he suggested, in the birth of Tragedy, that which prompted the highest veneration for life. Thus, from the German, back through the Latin, back to the Greek, it would almost seem that semele shares a common etymological root with semia, sign, or significance, that is, meaning. Seed or germ, but also sign or meaning, thus, at the origin, the same root for seminal, semiotics, and semantics. Indeed, in THIRD-WORLDISM, The Idols, Nietzsche describes the Christian teaching as castratism, imposed precisely as the institution of universal law, divine, human, natural, and moral law, in short, the law of the repressive father. The whole doctrine of a joyful wisdom or gay science which unites a truthful account of existence with an intense human delight and joy with that same human existence will consist in unblocking or foreclosing this constraint imposed by the Father Divine. Hence, for Nietzsche, the traditional account of being as metaphysically and morally purposive would be replaced with the non-metaphysical account of will to power. Traditional rationality would be supplanted by a broader notion of semiotics, that is, by the functional sign system of language itself, 92, and its perspective interpretation, and the traditional Christian moral teachings would be unbound, freed from the constraints of ressentiment directed against the it was. More than a reversal or inversion of metaphysics, Nietzsche more precisely considers this to be an overcoming of the tradition. That Nietzsche wishes to stress an extremely sensualistic vocabulary and symbolism so as to celebrate the vitality of human existence, with a liberating respect for its richly sensual and often ecstatic emotional capacity for pleasure, joy. 193 seems particularly apparent in the honey sacrifice section. The teaching of Zarathustra is offered as honey, precisely in parallel to the angelic scroll of the millennium in the apocalyptic vision of Saint John the Divine in the I-67. Book of Revelation. In the honey sacrifice, just prior to dripping his honey from his fishing rod, Zarathustra says again, in an apocalyptic tone, what must come one day and may not pass. Our great Hazar, that is, our great distant human kingdom, the Zarathustra kingdom of 1,000 years. 194. The word Hazar is the Persian term for the millennium. A related Arabic term, Az-Zahir, is the name of the traditional dice game hazard, as well as the etymological origin of hazard, as chance, accident, without purpose, unintentional, fortuitous, fortune, and so forth. Hence, Zarathustra's teaching is to completely reverse and overcome the purposive, lawful, and rational determination of the Father's creation. The creative and symbolic agency of the Father is indeed repudiated. 195 Effectively, Zarathustra's gift is the teaching of the Antichrist. 196 Instead of the heavenly scroll, which sits sourly, bitterly, in the stomach, Zarathustra gives us unabated honey. Sweetest dew, honey of my heart, a honey that is fully natural, organic, indeed, delightfully orgasmic. This joyful wisdom is the glitter bait that our new fisherman extends to the most beautiful human fish, not the webs and nets cast by the old fisher of men, namely, Christ, but precisely the joyful gift of the Antichrist. Here, then, is what Zarathustra would term his millennium, the heaven accident and chance following upon Heraclitus's gods, childlike, and throwing dice in a perpetual game of innocent creation. 197 Zarathustra's remark, after the announcement of our great Hazar? Laugh, laugh, my bright wholesome sarcasm. Where does this somewhat agitated rhetoric, a sort of inverted phallocentraism, lead us? Zarathustra cannot yet affirm his seed or his meaning, and is still afraid of it and its power. To embrace this meaningful seed of life would be to ensure his own overcoming. But, perhaps, then, he would know too much about life. In the section titled On the Three Evils, he tells us that this attitude could well lead to the monastery. Is this what the asceticism of Pascal produces? Or of Maimonides? Or Kant and Spinoza? Or is it the excessive wisdom of Silenus, the tragic and lacerating knowledge that all is excess, pain, and death? But Zarathustra has not embraced this seed, this meaning, yet. He was not strong enough. He has to give the semen, he has to inseminate and propagate, but as yet, he can only dream and implore. His gift appears to be little more than onanism. He spills his seed even in his sleep. 198 Thus it would seem that Zarathustra does not have the discipline to prepare himself for the necessary courage to understand and to accept his own teaching. Perhaps it is the other way around. Perhaps Zarathustra is already too much. I68. The ascetic. Every attempt at insemination, that is, of articulating and presenting his teaching, simply drives him back up the mountain in a state of nausea. He must let his honey drip, he must allow his seed to fall, but perhaps he does not have enough joy to accept his followers, where, after all, the seed has to be implanted. This would appear to be the case from one of the poems that form a kind of preface to the gay science, called The Scorner. There is much I drop and spill. I am full of scorn, you think. If your beaker is too full, there is much you drop and spill. Without scorning what you drink. 199. When Zarathustra's followers do come up to the mountain cave to learn his teaching in Part 4, when they arrive in numbers, he regards them as fools, madmen, or God-intoxicated parasites and hangers-on. They themselves realize this, they praise and worship Zarathustra as a god, yet they fail to understand him. Incidentally, 2 months after Nietzsche told Peter Gast that his friend Heinrich von Stein could not understand any more than 12 sentences from the whole of Zarathustra, he dedicated a poem to von Stein and sent it off to him, titling it From High Mountains. Part of the poem read, "Where are you, friends? Come. It's time. It's late. And my sweet honey, who has tasted it? Am I another? Self-estranged. Wounded and stopped by his own victory." 200. If Zarathustra's followers do not understand him, does this mean that Zarathustra himself is too weak or too slow-footed to make himself clear? Does Zarathustra himself wobble or limp, and not fly? Is he the weak-footed Oedipus, abandoned as a child on Mt Cithaeron, who has merely replaced the father by virtue of the fast knife blade? As the Wanderer said, in the case of the gods, death is a mere prejudice. 201 The problem is that Zarathustra is not the overman. He, too, is subject to the distance between himself and the world, to the duality of life, woe and sorrow, joy and happiness, yea and nay, pity and overcoming. In this respect, Zarathustra has not attained the joyfulness of naivete like that of the child, one of the signal virtues Nietzsche most admired in the person of Christ. As the Apostle Paul remarked in 2 Corinthians 1:19, there was not in Christ yea and nay, but in him was yea. Consequently, where the eternal return is discussed, and not merely chanted or ritually invoked, Zarathustra is himself asleep in the stillest hour, on the vision and the riddle, and the section at noon. Elsewhere, when he is not asleep, he is nonetheless in a swoon, komai. 6-9. Toes, as in the convalescent. In the latter case, it is Zarathustra's animals who talk about the eternal return. In the great longing, he dreams of deliverance and comfort. But is this not too soft? Too weak-willed? All too human? It seems that the final metaphor, the third metamorphosis in Zarathustra's own transformation, is in question, to become a child, to embrace the innocence of becoming and to forget that he remains a man, that he is all too human. 202 The camel, yes. The lion, perhaps. In fact, Part 4 ends with Zarathustra and his lion wandering off into the sunset, in search of ever more adventures. But why the problem with the child, the loss of memory? Is amnesia, true forgetting, only possible for Zarathustra as a dream state? Can he forget only in his sleep? Moreover, didn't Zarathustra tell us that sleep was the preparation, the very house of metaphysics, 2m, where one dreams of the past, of the long dead? Isn't this the dream of sleepy thinkers and theologians of all ages? Yet, in the Old and New tablets, he tells us, whoever wanted to sleep well talked of good and evil before going to sleep. I disturbed this sleepiness when I taught, what is good and evil, no one knows yet, unless it be he who creates. 204. But who is it in the end that finally overturns the tablets? Who is it that finally creates new values and not the reverberations of the old God and conventional metaphysics? Who creates? Only the overman. But Zarathustra is not the overman. He teaches about the overman and the eternal return only in the conditional, in the subjunctive. In short, it would seem that Zarathustra sleeps all too much. 205 Why does Zarathustra continue to resist assuming an attitude of being well disposed toward his own teaching of the eternal return? The fact is that he must willfully embrace everything, however petty or distasteful, that has encumbered him and that continues to do so. 206 Whether in suffering or in delight, it remains that the duality of life, of will to power, consists in the flux of woe and joy, sorrow and happiness. The two strophes or movements of life itself can only be affirmed together in the abysmal thought of the eternal return. But the deepest woe of life, within that duality, must first be overcome. Zarathustra says that courage alone can kill the abyss of woe, of pity. This courage stems from joy itself, from happiness. Joy is even deeper than woe, happiness extends deepest and farthest into all that is, all joy wants eternity, wants deep, deep eternity. 207. Here, we should look at his teaching in the section titled At Noon. O happiness, how little is sufficient for happiness. It is little that makes the best happiness. What happened to me? Listen. Did time 170 perhaps fly away? Do I not fall? Did I not fall, listen, into the well of eternity? What is happening to me? I have been stung, alas, in the heart. How? Did not the world become perfect just now? Round and ripe? Oh, the golden round ring, where may it fly? Up, he said to himself. Up, you sleeper. You noon napper. 208. But, perhaps Zarathustra is too inclined to sleep, to dream. To dream the noon teaching of the eternal return. As the soothsayer said, anyone coming to this height, looking for that man, would come in vain. Caves he would find, and caves behind caves, hiding places for those addicted to hiding, but no mines of happiness or treasure rooms or new gold veins of happiness. How should one find happiness among hermits and those buried like this? 209. There is not enough happiness in Zarathustra, and thus he cannot overcome his woe. To make even the briefest happiness endure, to recall it, to say abide moment, is to want all of it, to want it all to endure, for woe and happiness to recur eternally, for they are ensnared, entangled, and enamored with one another. 210 What is the final moment in Zarathustra, the last section to be written in Part 4, after a period of more than a year's reflection by Nietzsche? The book closes with Zarathustra's final sin, a term that seems to be squarely within the sense of traditional ontotheology, namely, his pity for the higher man. As the old Pope had recounted, it was pity that killed God. Here, it is pity for the higher man that kills him, too. To overcome pity, the sorrow and woe upon oneself that one suffers for a lifetime and for no end or greater purpose, one must become joyous and happy. But, Zarathustra says, at the conclusion of Part 4, my suffering and my pity for suffering, what does it matter? Am I concerned with happiness? I am concerned with my work. 211. Now the lion comes, roaring with laughter, now one can meet the great noon. But what can this be but even more sleep? Yet shouldn't he precisely will happiness? This poses the most difficult question. One cannot simply will happiness, one must first possess it. Final paradoxes. The paradox that Zarathustra confronts the meager company attending him in his cave, who are unable to understand his not quite fully articulable teaching and the deeply felt importance of his work, that is, of his continuing I7I. Life's task to develop and articulate his critical, philosophical insights renders him silent at the end and forces him once more back into solitude. This paradox is clearly Nietzsche's own. His solitude drives him into periods of intense loneliness and depression, and his repeated attempts to overcome this and to find happiness in the intellectual and effective companionship of others constitute a veritable roster of personal failures. The plaintive tone of the honey sacrifice, with all its suggestive and painful allusions, resonates throughout the whole of Zarathustra, and it clearly reflects the series of expectations, frustrations, and disappointments Nietzsche himself underwent throughout the period of its composition. Indeed, for a very long time. 212 Ever the psychological vivisectionist, Nietzsche begins to carefully analyze the dynamics of his situation again, in striking parallel to the dramatic situation of Zarathustra at the end of Part 4, seeking to establish its etiology and thereby, its remediation, its cure. He gives a pointed analysis of what he calls the pity of the higher men in section 269 of his very next work, Beyond Good and Evil, and he once again locates the source of suffering, pity, and self-pity in the individual's disposition toward the it was, that is, in the memories of the past and the pain caused by those memories. What triggers this awareness and renders it manifest is the higher individual's desire to be accommodated by the normalcy of others' relations toward him. The more a psychologist, a born and inevitable psychologist and unriddler of souls, applies himself to the more exquisite cases and human beings, the greater becomes the danger that he might suffocate from pity. He needs hardness and cheerfulness more than anyone else. For the corruption, the ruination of the higher men, of the souls of a stranger type, is the rule. The manifold torture of the psychologist who has discovered this ruination, who discovers this whole inner hopelessness of the higher man, this eternal too late, may perhaps lead him one day to tum against his own lot, embittered, and to make an attempt at self-destruction. In almost every psychologist one will perceive a telltale preference for and delight in association with everyday, well-ordered people. This reveals that he always requires a cure, that he needs a kind of escape and forgetting, away from all that with which his insights, his incisions, his craft have burdened his conscience. He is characterized by the fear of his memory. He is easily silenced by the judgments of others. He listens with an immobile face as they venerate, admire, love and transfigure where he has seen. 213. It is clear that this analysis is self-referential, for Nietzsche explicitly says so. He addresses precisely this understanding of himself in a letter to Gast, written I-72-CHAPTERJ. At the very same time, in the summer of 1885, in all my states of sickness I feel, with horror, a sort of downward pull toward the weakness of the rabble, the gentlenesses of the rabble, even the virtues of the rabble. Do you understand this? You picture of health, 214. But such relations are deceptive and paradoxical because what these souls of a stranger type have attained in their reflection is generally misunderstood by a broader, more normal, public, supposing the air to be somewhat less rarefied at their level. The initial misunderstanding is compounded by the public's equation of the accomplished work with the person who created it, thus, effectively doubling the subject. As a figure of public recognition and reputation, the subject becomes fractured and increasingly dependent on others' approbation to maintain a sense of self-esteem. The original motivation behind the work, whether of the artist or the philosopher, may well have been simply enthusiastic, sensual, childish, frivolous, and, Nietzsche continues, such figures usually try to conceal some fracture, often taking revenge with their works for some inner contamination, often seeking with their high flights to escape into forgetfulness from an all too faithful memory, often lost in the mud and almost in love with it. 215. But the lack of communication, the disparity between the person and the public persona, and the increasing dependency upon others for a confirmation of self-worth ultimately break such creative individuals, forcing them to become ever more despondent and to lose all belief in themselves. It is at this moment when the higher individual is most vulnerable to love, pity, and compassion. It is easy to understand that these men should so readily receive from woman those eruptions of boundless and most devoted pity which the multitude does not understand and on which it lavishes inquisitive and self-satisfied interpretations. This pity deceives itself to believe that love can achieve anything. 21:6. Bred in despondency and dependency, such love cannot be the cure for the embittered individual who still desperately seeks a modicum of happiness. On the contrary, whoever knows the heart will guess how poor, stupid, helpless, arrogant, blundering, more apt to destroy than to save is even the best and profoundest love. 217. Ultimately, such a cure is recognized as worse than the illness itself, an unfulfilled, unrequited love, driven by a pathological despondency of need. Nietzsche clearly associates himself with this terminal state of self-destruction, I7L. The deeply enrooted religious demand for redemption, carried by the vestigial sense of sin, what he so wickedly exposed in the dynamics of Romanticism and in the Wagnerian opera. The paradigm example he offers of this love as a demand for redemption, salvation, and final approbation is not Amfortas, but Jesus himself. The martyrdom of the most innocent and desirous heart, never sated by any human love, demanding love, to be loved and nothing else, with hardness, with insanity, with terrible eruptions against those who denied him love, the story of a poor fellow, unsated and insatiable in love, who had to invent hell in order to send to it those who did not want to love him and who finally, having gained knowledge about human love, had to invent a God who is all love, all ability to love, who has mercy on human love because it is so utterly wretched and unknowing. Anyone who feels that way, who knows this about love, seeks death. But why pursue such painful matters? Assuming one does not have to. 218. The desperate need for a reciprocated love, a needful dependency, some redemptive sense of affection and approbation, are all in some way or another compensations for the past sufferings and joys, the painful memory of the it was. It is precisely this that must be cured to achieve the state of innocence, the metamorphosis of a youthful affirmation, to fully attain one's own self-overcoming. How this is attained, how Nietzsche himself finally came to terms with his own situation of despondency and alienation, is related in detail in the new prefaces he wrote, in the following summer of 1886, to parts 1 and 2 of Human, all too human. The prefaces are autobiographical in nature and spirited in tone, and they convey a detailed application of the many injunctions he had set forth earlier in the section on Old and New Tablets, in Part 3 of Zarathustra. The central teaching of on Old and New tablets was that all values are the result of human estimation, human valuing, the ability to take new perspectives upon things, to affirm and deny, to lend purpose and direction to the objectives of one's actions, and this effectively amounts to one's own creation of values. By the same token, this would be precisely the capacity to liberate oneself from the spirit of gravity, the constrictive value system one unwittingly inherits. I also found again my old devil and arch-enemy, the spirit of gravity, and all that he created, constraint, statute, necessity, and consequence and purpose and will and good and evil. 219 For Zarathustra, the enactment of the will is as basic to the individual as the simple performance of every choice, every inclination, every act of interpreta. I-7-4. Each lends a sense of purpose and perspective estimation to things, each act is thus creative of worth, orientation, significance. But, if to will liberates, for to will is to create, 220 then how is this actually performed in the face of the spirit of gravity, the morality of mores that finds expression as, for example, conventional morality, ideology, traditional religion, and nationalism 22-1 all of which are precisely all too human constraints, bonds. The difficulty in resolving this issue of self-liberation is repeatedly addressed in Zarathustra, and it seems to cloud the formal structure of the work as a whole, especially the concluding scene at the finale of Part 4, and it also seems to have plagued Nietzsche in person. How can both Zarathustra and Nietzsche attain the attitude that will permit a joyous acceptance of their own person and, most importantly, of the eternal return itself, the very sum of existence? What serves to occlude or forestall the resolution in Zarathustra is that, due to Nietzsche's highly dramatic portrayal of the figure of Zarathustra, he appears to be overly grandiose in stature, often imperious, overbearing, dismissingly authoritative, if not authoritarian, and far too directive. His pronouncements themselves appear to be statutory rules, law-like injunctions, in short, tablets of constraint upon a diverse audience, each statute or tablet seemingly imperative and universal. This despite his repeated assertions to go your own ways, 222 that there are many ways of overcoming, that you must overcome yourself too. 23 The problem, then, is that Zarathustra's teaching of self-overcoming either appears as yet another set of formal maxims and rules, and thus remains bound to the traditional morality of the thou shalt, or it seems to be hollow, without content for the particular individual, with his or her remarkably complex individuality of character and sensibility. To make matters even more difficult, had Zarathustra explicitly succeeded in his own self-overcoming, by attaining a specifically delineated metamorphosis into the child, this would have paradoxically lessened the value of his teaching, since it would have been projected as a model, a template, for all. The I will would be replaced, once again, with the pathology of the thou shalt, meaning, do as I do. Again, such a perspective would tend to diminish the agency of the individual, rather than enhance it, and this in turn would weaken the liberating or emancipatory quality of individual value creation. At the end of Part 4, and ever confident, Zarathustra yet again leaves his cave and descends. But to where? To his solitude. To slay more dragons. To finally enact his self-overcoming? Unclear, indeed, and almost impossibly so. Nonetheless, Nietzsche does provide a resolution to Zarathustra's paradox, at the same time that he clarifies his own self-overcoming, what he calls his I-7-5. Great liberation, in the new prefaces to Human, all too Human. 224 The clarification is given in the first person singular, wary of rendering universal judgment from the individual experience, and it thus avoids the presumption of the imperative maxim, law, or statute. By the same token, his account of his own cure or self-overcoming avoids the danger of mere formalism, of injunctions that are empty of content, precisely because he describes his own personal experiences and the strategies he employs in the service of the cure. He succinctly restates the problem and the difficulty of the problem in another of his works at the time, Book 5 of The Gay Science, written in the same year. The wanderer speaks. If one would like to see our European morality for once as it looks from a distance, and if one would like to measure it against other moralities, past and future, then one has to proceed like a wanderer who wants to know how high the towers in a town are. He leaves the town. Thoughts about moral prejudices, if they are not meant to be prejudices about prejudices, presuppose a position outside morality, some point beyond good and evil to which one has to rise, climb, or in the present case at least a point beyond our good and evil, a freedom from everything European, by which I mean the sum of the imperious value judgments that have become part of our flesh and blood. That one wants to go precisely out there, up there, may be a minor madness, a peculiar and unreasonable you must for we seekers of knowledge. The question is whether one really can get up there. One must have liberated oneself from many things that oppress, inhibit, hold down, and make heavy precisely us Europeans today. 22.5. The cure for his despondency and alienation begins with a ruse, a deception, namely, the creation of an imaginary interlocutor. Much as Descartes devised his evil demon to test the limits of his resolute reflection. 226. So too does Nietzsche say that he invented a series of companions sometimes called free spirits, or shadows, or even good Europeans with whom he could engage in a spirited dialogue. What motivated this he says in the preface to Part 1 of Human, all human was precisely his profound sense of isolation and loneliness and his need to be, at least at the outset, diverted from his almost obsessive preoccupation with it. I had need of them at that time if I was to keep in good spirits while surrounded by ills, as brave companions and familiars with whom one can laugh and chatter when one feels like laughing and chattering, and whom one can send to the devil when they become tedious as compensation for the friends I lacked. 227. I-76. The products or results of these dialogues are, of course, his works, his books, his notes of the period. Their content derived from his recognition of the causes and origins of his own restrictions, inhibitions, and suffering, precisely what he had been debating with his feigned interlocutor. The alterity or otherness of the imaginary companion makes concrete the range of his or her own imagination by continually varying a perspective, contradicting an initial judgment, or insistently prodding him or herself into recognizing a secondary or tertiary consequence of a position. This imaginary exchange may take the form of a jest or a question, as well: is that what you really believe? Is there a deeper motivation for you saying that? Is that what you think, or is it what most people maintain? Effectively, such a seriously maintained self-conscious dialogue serves as a metacritique of beliefs, values, positions, explanations, and it raises underlying questions of conditionality, legitimacy, verifiability, truth, functionality, agency, and efficacy, all of which are discussed repeatedly in Nietzsche's published and unpublished work of the period. What initially results from this discursive questioning in Nietzsche's pursuit of a cure, or a self-overcoming, is his discovery of the particular elements that bind or restrict him, and he finds these elements to be the causal agents, the cohesive factors, that structure the morality of mores and define the individual as such within the traditional system of morality. He terms these defining and determining elements fetters, and he claims that they serve to constitute normalcy itself, one's home, or one's being at home, the regularity and normalcy of convention, of all that is usual, familiar, and day-to-day in social life. He enumerates those fetters that most palpably bond the individual not only to the traditional order but also to his own personally experienced past, thereby preventing his liberation. What fetters the fastest? What bonds are all but unbreakable? In the case of men of a high and select kind they will be their duties, that reverence proper to youth, that reserve before all that is honored and revered from of old, that gratitude for the soil out of which they have grown, for the hand which led them, for the holy place where they learned to worship their supreme moments themselves will fetter them the fastest, lay upon them the most enduring obligation. 228. It is upon conducting this intense and highly focused experience of analyzing the nature of his fetters and of being able to critically articulate them, their number, type, and range, their purchase upon himself and upon the culture at large that something personally dramatic occurs to Nietzsche. He is struck by the feeling that many of these for 177 merely revered duties, values, obligations, and past memories are simply meaningless, nonsensical, absurd, and that they merit little more than his honest contempt for their obtrusive pettiness and small-mindedness. Once this emotionally charged thought befalls him, he realizes that he has himself changed, and this is the first step in his self-liberation. He can no longer hold these fetters in respect and esteem, and by this very fact, they no longer bind him. What it was, formerly, to be at home is now revealed to him under an entirely new sensibility, and this is felt as a new drive or impulse as unworthy of residence. Indeed, they are felt to be contemptible, better to die than to go on living here. Thus responds the imperious voice and temptation, and this here, this at home is everything it had hitherto loved. 229. Nietzsche described the immediate effects of his new revelation as being twofold. He experienced a practically intolerable feeling of shame for the loss brought about by his obsessive inquisitiveness, his going to the utmost limits of his imagination to understand his distress, and by doing so, having lost the veneration and respect for everything that until then constituted belonging, identity, value, and honor, everything worthy of love and worship. But this feeling of loss was tempered, then overwhelmed, by a new feeling for the enormity of what he had accomplished, a feeling of immense pride and personal exultation that it was possible at all, and that his contempt could overturn the very norms by whose agency he had previously suffered. Then he was tempted, even dangerously, to test other norms, limits, prescriptions, and proscriptions, to question what was formerly forbidden and find it delightful, joyous, the sweetest fruit. From this feeling of exultation and delight there follows a determination to will and esteem, to evaluate, on one's own account, in one's own name, and one leaves home, the at home, seeking to relish and to develop the further capacity of self-determination through new, multiply, transforming and overturning, valuations and estimations. Literally and figuratively, for Nietzsche, this involves the determination to travel, to get beside himself. 23 to self-consciously seek other, strange abodes and customs, other entire systems of valuation, other realms of the human spirit itself, to be an argonaut of the ideal. 231. Thus, one uses oneself as an experiment, as an open-ended source of experiences for experiment. 232. In the construction of one's developing hierarchy of values, one's own considered construal of what really is important, what is significant, of worth and merit, what is worthy of admiration, affection, and esteem, again, in one's own name and in one's own service. At the same time, one progressively uncovers the truth of things, of people, and of events. By withholding the conventional value-positing perspective, the 178 prevailing mode of esteem or belief that enshrouds something, by turning it around, one can uncover the distorting biases that contextualize and determine the very significance, the symbolic truth, of things. Gradually they begin to appear to a less biased eye as things yet unseen, marvelous in their complexity of texture, their simplicity of intent, ever adaptable to the disposition of the observer, mutable in their very disclosure. With a wicked laugh he turns round whatever he finds veiled, and through some sense of shame or other spared and pampered, he puts to the test what these things look like when they are reversed. It is an act of willfulness and pleasure in willfulness, if now he perhaps bestows his favor on that which has hitherto had a bad reputation, if, full of inquisitiveness and the desire to tempt and experiment, he creeps around the things most forbidden. 233. Spurred on by the possibility that all values may be turned around, Nietzsche says that he began to cultivate a curious sort of cynicism, thinking that the very absolutes themselves may well have been little more than platitudes. This acquired cynicism and a certain irony attendant to it provoke even further wandering and testing of limits until he is quite far afield, in the desert of his tempting experiments. This experimentalism produces in him, Nietzsche says, a kind of solitude, sometimes even a morbid isolation, but one that has gathered into itself such a breadth of values and penetrating perspectives that he no longer feels constrained at all, least of all by the old fetters. One lives no longer in the fetters of love and hatred, without yes, without no, near or far as one wishes. Also the quantum of stupidity that resides in antitheses of values and the whole intellectual loss which every against costs us 234. Having broken these fetters, one has the feeling of a great elation, namely, that matter freedom of spirit which is equally self-mastery and discipline of the heart, and permits access to many and contradictory modes of thought 235. Freed from the spirit of gravity and free to will one's own scale of values, one is no longer compelled by the old fetters or compelled to suffer from them. This sense of elation or weightlessness one has attained, together with the fact that one has welcomed so much in gratifying one's inner temptation to experiment with a plethora of experiences, means that one returns from one's desert transformed. One possesses a generosity of spirit, an inner spaciousness and indulgence, such that everything appears benign and innocent, drained of ominous portent and freed from malice of intent. One gains the stability of one's own power over one's perspective, and this at once liberates the individual. 7-9. UAL from bitterness and recrimination while it places one above at a distance, with a feeling of distance from 236 the pettiness and vindictiveness of others. Rather, with a spirit of exuberance and freedom, in which curiosity is united with a tender contempt. It again grows warmer around him, yellower, as it were, feeling for others acquire depth, warm breezes of all kinds blow across him. It seems to him as if his eyes are only now open to what is close at hand. He is astonished and sits silent. Where had he been? These close and closest things, how changed they seem. What bloom and magic have they acquired? He looks back grateful to his wandering, to his hardness and self-alienation, to his viewing of far distances and bird-like flights in cold heights. What a good thing he had not always stayed at home, stayed under his own roof like a delicate apathetic loafer. He had been beside himself, no doubt of that. Only now does he see himself and what surprises he experiences as he does so. 237. Attaining such a state, such an attitude of mind, one is cured, as of a past illness and a long convalescence, by the great liberation. Everything is welcomed, without addition or loss, even the necessary injustice. As inseparable from life, life itself as conditioned by the sense of perspective and its injustice. 238. Thus, finally having gained possession of his own self-mastery through controlling his sense of perspective, having freed himself from bondage to the imperative of the thou shalt and the personal discontent caused by it, Nietzsche would reflect, you come to realize how you have given ear to the voice of nature, that nature which rules the whole world through joy. 239. Reviewing the joys that nature itself bestows upon someone so cured as himself, Nietzsche ends the discussion of his own liberation with a series of light-hearted injunctions, the last of which affirms the resolution to Zarathustra's paradoxical departure, smiling, strong as bronze, accompanied by his laughing lion. You shall. You shall. You shall. You shall enough. From now on the free spirit knows what you shall he has obeyed, and he also knows what he now can, what only now he may do. 24. 0. ONTHEGENEALOGYOFMORALS. The Genesis of the genealogy. Following the appearance of Beyond Good and Evil in July 1886, Nietzsche began work on preparing for a second edition of all his major works, except for his recently published Thus Spoke Zarathustra. By mid-August he had completed a new preface for Volume 1 of Human, All Toohuma, and by the end of the month he completed his attempt at a self-criticism, which would serve as the second preface for his Birth of Getty. He sent out his preface for the second volume of Human, All Human on September 2, 1886, and by the end of October, all 3 volumes would be in print. Over the late fall and early winter, beginning in Ruda, and then continuing on in Nice, he would write prefaces to the new editions of Daybreak and the Gay Science, as well as adding an additional section to the latter work, Book 5, and a set of poems he appended to it as a postface, the Songs of Prince Vogelfrey. Both of these works would appear in June of the following spring. While Nietzsche's health vacillated from periods of relative calm to violent attacks of his recurring illness during this period, he engaged these projects with a renewed enthusiasm, since, for once, his work was beginning to draw serious public attention. He was encouraged both by the sales of Beyond Good and Evil within 2 months, the printing was already half sold out, and by the good fortune of finding a new publisher, who would handle the second edition of his works, expecting to benefit from the interest aroused by the just published Beyond Good and Evil. His earlier publisher, Schmeitzer, had withheld distribution of his previous books, causing Nietzsche great anguish and increasing his feeling that I ate too. Not only was he misunderstood, he was not even being read. Nietzsche expressed these concerns in a letter to Franz Overbeck in the summer of 1886. During 10 years, no copies have been sent to booksellers, also no review copies, not even a distributor in Leipzig, no reviews. Briefly, my writings since human, all human are anecdota. The parts of Zarathustra have sold 60 or 70 copies each, and so on, and so on. 1. Developing and intensifying his critique of morality in the new prefaces, and through his continuing study of traditional moral theory, Nietzsche became ever more preoccupied with the complex origins of morality and its close association with traditionally practiced religion. He had already sketched several draft studies on this relation, especially during the period in which he was working on the fourth of the Unmodum Observations, Richard Wagner in Bayreuth. By the spring and summer of 1875.2 on the bottom of the original title page of the genealogy, Nietzsche pointed out that the present work is a sequel to my last book, Beyond Good and Evil, which it is meant to supplement and clarify. He goes on, in the preface, to say that, in fact, the genealogy is a continuation of several themes he had earlier articulated, indeed, going all the way back to his own childhood, but particularly an amplification of THETWFOLDPR, a history of good and evil that he had elaborated in Human, all Human, Volume 1, and of the morality of mores he treated in Volume 2 of the same work. He also draws attention to his earlier discussion of justice in Daybreak and to his account of punishment in The Wanderer and His Shadow, and in section 7 of the first essay of the genealogy, he invokes his previous discussion of slave morality in Beyond Good and Evil. Effectively, then, the genealogy continues his earlier concerns with morality, and it anticipates his later writings as well. Essay 3 anticipates the case of W. Einer and Nietzsche contra W. Einer, and most importantly, perhaps, his reflections on the revaluation of values in Essay 1 of the genealogy foreshadow his projected work on a transvaluation of all values, of which the Antichrist was to have been the first chapter and for which the Will to Power notes would have presumably been employed. Such a project had already been clearly anticipated and simply stated in the very subtitles of 2 previous works, Daybreak and Beyond Good and Evil. In fact, Nietzsche had come to see the development of these 2 themes as the very heart of his own philosophical task. During the period just prior to, and continuous with, the publication of the genealogy, Nietzsche writes of this task with an increasing frequency and with a growing personal intensity. In a letter to Franz Overbeck of August 5, 1886, he evinces this intensity of feeling concerning his task, and at the same time he realizes that one of the consequences of pursuing it as he must, is that such a project might well further alienate him from the general public, from those very readers to whom he had long sought to reach out. If only I could give you an idea of my sense of solitude. Among the living, as among the dead, I have nobody with whom I have any affinity. It gives me the shudders indescribably, and only my practice in enduring this sense and my gradual development of it from earliest childhood enable me to understand why it has not yet been the death of me. As for the rest, I can see clearly before me the task for which I live as a fatum of indescribable sadness, but transfigured by my consciousness that there is greatness in it, if ever there was greatness in the task of a mortal man. 3. He posed his task as a problem in a letter to his old friend and colleague from Basel, the historian Jacob Burckhardt, namely, his awareness of the extremely dubious relation, or the contradiction between every moral concept and every scientific concept of life, adding that to express it is perhaps the most dangerous venture of all, not for the person who ventured it but for those to whom he speaks of it for. Indeed, Nietzsche would specifically advise his own mother not to read his work and would warn his sister as well that certain passages of the genealogy simply were not for her ears. 5 Nonetheless, Nietzsche felt that the magnitude of his task was compelling enough to risk this alienation. In March 1887 he told Overbeck, "There is the hundredweight of this need pressing upon me to create a coherent structure of thought during the next few years." 6. By May, as he recounted this to Malwida von Meysenbug, "I feel condemned to my solitude and fortress. There is no choice any more. The unusual and difficult task which commands me to go on living commands me to avoid people and to bind myself to no one any more." 7. Barely a week before he began the draft of the genealogy, Nietzsche seemed to resolve this tension between the importance of his forthcoming work and the likelihood of his being sorely misunderstood, ignored, or maligned once again by his prospective audience. His resolution, as he first expresses this to van Meysenbug, would be to consciously write for a more narrowly circumscribed audience. "I have cast my book to the few, and even then without impatience." 8. By the beginning of July, this perceived audience of the few would prove be quite 184. Literal. In a letter to Hippolyte Taine, thanking him for his kind remarks about Beyond Good and Evil, Nietzsche's resolution was effectively one of resignation. "I no longer trouble much about readers and being read, yet I have never lacked a few excellent and very devoted readers. Among them, for instance, the old Hegelian Bruno Bauer, my esteemed colleague Jacob Burckhardt, and that Swiss poet whom I consider to be the only Lie-6ng German poet, Gottfried Keller. I would be very happy if my readers were to include the Frenchman whom I hold in the highest esteem." 9. Few indeed. Bauer had been dead for 5 years at this point. Keller never seemed to have read Nietzsche at all, and after Beyond Good and Evil, Burckhardt himself seems to have stopped reading Nietzsche altogether. In fact, in a letter Burckhardt sent to Nietzsche, in the fall of 1886, his remarks about Beyond Good and Evil were most equivocal. They were filled with praise for Nietzsche's historical insights and his astonishing command of the contemporary intellectual landscape, yet at the same time they expressed his real incomprehension of the book's philosophical value. Ultimately, Burckhardt confessed that he wasn't quite able to understand Nietzsche's ideas, given the fact that he really didn't have a head for philosophy. Also, he admitted, his own engagement with classical philosophy was now something that belonged to the past. In conclusion, Burckhardt added, with a note of concern, "I would have been really pleased to find in your respectful letter some news about your health. As for me, due to my advanced age, I have given up teaching history, to keep up my interests in art history." 1. 0. Though Burckhardt was unable to grasp Nietzsche's profound concerns at the time, Nietzsche was nonetheless delighted to find one reader who apparently could, and this was enough, it seems, to provide real encouragement. The reader in question was Joseph Widman, who wrote an extraordinary review of Beyond Good and Evil in the liberal Basel newspaper Der Bund. 1. Widman was the book review editor, and for Nietzsche, almost the ideal reader. On the one hand, he had the philosophical background to understand Nietzsche's work, on the other, he had a solid professional formation in music and was a close personal friend of Brahms, thereby being in a position to distance himself from those who might suspect him of Wagnerian sympathies. Widman grasped the radicalness of Nietzsche's philosophical positions as expressed in Beyond Good and Evil, especially Nietzsche's critique I-85 of the traditional philosophical account of knowledge and his elevation of perspectivism, both of which would irrevocably alter the totalizing claims of Ariason's universal agency and philosophy's pretense of unbiased, intellectual autonomy. Widman compared Beyond Good and Evil to the stalks of dynamite then being used to blast open the new Gotthard Tunnel. Like them, Nietzsche's book was equally dangerous and should be marked by a black flag, indicating mortal danger. He went on to remark that intellectual explosives, like the material sword, can serve very useful purposes. Only one does well to say clearly, where such explosive is stored, there is dynamite here. After proudly relating this review to Malwida von Meysenbug, Nietzsche closed his remarks by again quoting from it, in recognition that, finally, a serious reviewer had glimpsed the magnitude of what he felt to be his own task. Nietzsche is the first man to find a way out, but it is such a terrifying way that one is really frightened to see him walking the lonely and till now untrodden path 12. Encouraged by Widman's review and the prospect of its generating real philosophical interest in his work, Nietzsche began extensive research in preparation for the genealogy. Despite his failing eyesight, a bitterly cold, wet, and thoroughly wretched winter season in Nice, topped off by a series of devastating earthquakes during the month of February, he was nonetheless able to read voraciously and to begin assembling his new reflections on morality. His discussions with Overbeck on the early patristic period of church history, during their Basel years of the 1870s, had familiarized Nietzsche with much of the Neoplatonic tradition. Returning to that subject matter in January 1887, Nietzsche was struck by the work of Simplicius, especially his commentary on Epictetus. Epictetus was the author of a major Stoic tract, the Enchiridion, that was a virtual handbook or catechism of conservative moral conduct. Himself a freed Roman slave, Epictetus founded his own school of philosophy, a rigorously traditional kind of Stoicism, at Nicopolis in northern Greece. He was celebrated for his teachings that we can control only those things within our own power, but not those things that lie outside our power, which are governed by God. 13 For Epictetus, then, we ought to control ourselves and to follow virtue, duty, prudence, and conscience. Effectively, we must submit ourselves and act in accordance with divine prescription, precisely because God according to Stoic physics is subtly present everywhere and governs all things. Its teaching is an example of what Nietzsche would discuss at length in the first essay of the genealogy, and in fact, later. I-86. Neoplatonists would come to see Epictetus as a precursor, if not a concealed practitioner, of Christian religious philosophy. Simplicius, while not himself a Christian philosopher, commented on Epictetus's Enchiridion, heavily stressing its teachings of ethical and moral virtue, but he tried to bring its broader philosophical doctrines much more in line with the Eleatic tradition, whose metaphysical teachings culminated in Plato's doctrine of ideal being the transcendent unity of the good, the true, and the beautiful. This would be precisely what Nietzsche inveighed against for so long as moral metaphysics, the fictional translation of morality into the very machinery of nature. In his study of Simplicius, Nietzsche came to realize the immense influence this pagan philosopher had on the subsequent medieval and Renaissance tradition of Christian thought, which was deeply Neoplatonic and hence profoundly anti-materialistic and thus, for Nietzsche, resolutely anti-scientific. Interestingly enough, Epictetus himself had been allied with the more materialistic schools of early Ionian, atomistic philosophy, which Nietzsche saw as his own intellectual forerunners, especially the teachings of Epicurus, and to some extent, the Milesian philosopher Heraclitus. These thinkers, in Nietzsche's estimation, had roughly anticipated certain aspects of his own formulation of the will to power, which he would specifically characterize as his philosophy of anti-Platonism. In a letter to Overbeck, who was still a professor of church history at the University of Basel, Nietzsche's summary of his views on Simplicius was both succinct and over-dramatized, but it would effectively link his reflections on Christian moral teaching back to the period of late antiquity, with its sources in Plato and the earlier Eleatic school. It is a hard winter here too. Instead of snow, we have had whole days of rain. The foothills have for some time been white. This variety includes my blue fingers, as usual, likewise my black thoughts. I have just been reading, with thoughts of that kind, Simplicius' commentary on Epictetus. Here one can see clearly before one the whole philosophical scheme in which Christianity became embedded, so that this pagan philosopher's book makes the most Christian impression imaginable. The falsifying of everything actual by morality stands there in fullest array. Wretched psychology, the philosopher reduced to the stature of country parson. And it is all Plato's fault. He is still Europe's greatest misfortune. 14I87. It should be said that at least two other incidents lent direction to Nietzsche's reflections on the relation between the origins of morality and early Christian religious practice, two of the principal themes to emerge in the genealogy. In the first case, it was an extended period of discussion with Paul Rée, when they spent the winter and spring season of 1876-77 with Malwida von Meysenbug at the Villa Rubinaxi in Sorrento, near Naples. Nietzsche had taken a year's leave of absence from the University of Basel, due to a particularly protracted and painful series of attacks on his health. 1-5 Malwida, a close friend of the Wagners, had invited Nietzsche to spend the winter season with her in Italy, so that he might recuperate from his illness and, hopefully, rejoin the Wagners during the course of their own travels in Italy, as well as repair the damaged personal relations Nietzsche had experienced with them the previous summer in Bayreuth. 16 Nietzsche brought Rée with him from Switzerland and was joined on the way, in Geneva, by one of his Basel students, Albert Brenner. Nietzsche had met Rée in the spring of 1873, when he was then completing his doctoral dissertation on Aristotle's Ethics. They had since become close friends. Rée was also a friend of Malwida and was a familiar figure in Bayreuth, and Nietzsche was most impressed by Rée's recent investigations into the area of psychological motivation theory, especially his epigrammatic work of 1875, Psychological Observations. Nietzsche had hoped that Rée's convergent work on ethics and psychology would prove to be intellectually stimulating, and that the group as a whole, Malwida, himself, Brenner, and Rée, would effectively constitute an intellectual community of kindred spirits. 17 The effects of Nietzsche's discussions with Rée were immediate and consequential. Rée himself was in the process of completing his next book, On the Origin of the Moral Sensations, which would appear in 1877, and Nietzsche was working on what would become the first volume of Human, All Too Human, to be published in 1878. 18 especially important chapters from the latter work would dramatically indicate the extent to which Nietzsche shared the same insights and concerns as those of Rée, Chapter 2, On the History of the Moral Sensations, and Chapter 3, The Religious Life. There Nietzsche focused on the remarkable agency of psychological insight to uncover the origins of morality and to ascertain the complex formation of religious beliefs. These two concerns, properly examined, would yield the understanding that the very world we inhabit and claim to know is a falsified construction, a metaphysical projection of religio-moral beliefs. 188. At its present state as a specific individual science, the awakening of moral observation has become necessary, and mankind can no longer be spared the cruel sight of the moral dissecting table and its knives and forceps. For here there rules that science which asks after the origin and history of the so-called moral sensations, and which as it progresses has to pose and solve the sociological problems and to NGLed with them. It has been demonstrated in many instances how the errors of the greatest philosophers usually have their point of departure in a false explanation of certain human actions and sensations, how on the basis of an erroneous analysis, for example that of the so-called unegoistic actions, a false ethics is erected, religion and mythological monsters are then in turn called upon to buttress it, and the shadow of these dismal spirits in the end falls across even physics and the entire perception of the world. R.N. Having pointed out the extent of this construction, a trajectory from moral sentiments to physics and the entire perception of the world, Nietzsche went on to credit Rée with having had the psychological insight to dissociate morality from any such metaphysical presumption of determining material reality. Al Rea dy it is becoming apparent that results of the most serious description are emerging from the ground of psychological observation. For what is the principle which one of the boldest and coldest of thinkers, the author of the book On the Origin of the Moral Sensations, arrived at by virtue of his incisive and penetrating analyses of human action? Moral man, he says, stands no closer to the intelligibly world than does physical man. This proposition, hardened and sharpened beneath the hammer blow of historical knowledge, may perhaps at some future time serve as the axe which is laid at the root of the metaphysical need of man, whether as NWRE of a blessing then occurs to the general well-being, who can say? 211. In the previous paragraph of Human, all human, Nietzsche had praised Rie's earlier psychological observations and went on to equate his insights with those of the French master of psychical examination, La Rochefoucauld, saying that they are like skillful marksmen who again and again hit the bullseye. His only qualification, and it seems minor at this point but one that would be extensively developed in the genealogy, is the caveat, but it is the bullseye of human nature. Thus, while acknowledging his debt to Rie, already by the time of their Sorrento discussions, Nietzsche seems to have indicated that Rie's own psychological approach stops with human nature as the fixed origin of moral sentiments, and in consequence, he is insufficiently aware of their profound prehistory. Such philosophers, he had 189. Remarked in section 2 of the first chapter of Human, all human, have a lack of historical sense. They even take the most recent manifestation of man, such as has arisen under the impress of certain religions, even certain political events, as the fixed form from which one has to start out. 21. Some 5 years later, in 1882, Rie would introduce Nietzsche to Louis Salome at Malwida von Meysenbug's salon in Rome. 22. Lou was a university student at the time in Zurich and had come to Switzerland with her mother from St. Petersburg, where she had recently fled from a poignant and heartbreaking relationship with a married Protestant pastor, Hendrik Gillett. Nietzsche had proposed marriage to Lou within hours of meeting her, only to be rebuffed. Lou's sensibilities were fragile in consequence of the earlier relationship, and while she enjoyed the company of Rie and Nietzsche, her concerns were principally intellectual and spiritual in nature. In fact, she had been struggling with her own loss of faith and had sought help first from Gillett, and then from Nietzsche, to understand the historical evolution of Christian thought and moral doctrine in straightforwardly realistic terms so as to help her deal with the magnitude of this personal loss and, thereby, to regain a sense of her own emotional stability. Nietzsche willingly helped her in discussing these matters, and in the summer of 1882, they spent a considerable period of time analyzing the historical impact of the early Christian patristic philosophers upon subsequent church doctrine. These discussions renewed Nietzsche's earlier interests in the patristic period, which he had developed in conversations with his old friend and colleague, Franz Overbeck, a theologian who specialized in New Testament interpretation and early church history at the University of Basel. 2:1. For Lou, this period of common reflection resulted in a work she began in 1883, Stenglen for God, a novelistic account of a protagonist confronting the loss of his religious faith, a loss scarred by his accompanying feelings of profound guilt and shame, but who is ultimately buoyed by the strength of newfound ideals and an impassioned love of life. 24. From these same reflections, Nietzsche seems to have gained a focus on the compelling nature of religious guilt itself, a theme he would draw out in detail in the second essay of the genealogy, as well as on the psychological element of ressentiment, with its attendant mechanism of a fantasized compensation for the unpleasant, but ubiquitous, fact of human suffering. He would expand on the latter themes at length throughout the genealogy, but he would draw forth a particularly dramatic characterization of ressentiment, charged fantasy in the figure of the early church father Tertullian, in section 15 of the first essay, A. 190. Characterization that would date back precisely to his discussions with Lou from the summer of 1882. While Lou is not mentioned in the genealogy, Rie is, and Nietzsche practically vilifies him in sections 4 and 7 of the preface. He there describes Rie's On the Origin of the Moral Sensations as a precocious little book, one of an upside-down and perverse nature, and goes on to say, "Perhaps I have never read anything to which I would have said to myself no, proposition by proposition, conclusion by conclusion, to the extent that I did to this book." 25. Nietzsche then relegates Rie to the doubtlessly opprobrious realm of the English moral genealogists, neglecting to point out that Rie was in fact from Prussia, and of Jewish, not English, descent. In a final rebuke, he dismisses Re as an ultra-modern unassuming moral milksop. Wearing an expression of a certain good-natured and refined indulgence. 26. This seemingly embittered tone toward Re, in the preface to the genealogy, clearly indicates that the old friendships were long since at an end. 27. Indeed, Nietzsche had last seen Lou and Re in Leipzig in November 1882. They left Nietzsche and moved on to Berlin, where they lived together until Lou, in Tum, left Re to marry Carl Friedrich Andreas. Nietzsche received news of her engagement on his way to the Engadine, in the early summer of 1887, where he was to begin writing on the genealogy of morals. He had planned to stay that summer in the Ciel-Rena area, between Samedan and St. Moritz, but when he arrived there, he learned that the friend with whom he was to stay, an elderly retired military officer, General Simon, had just recently died, so he continued on to his usual haunt, Sils Maria. Exhausted and in exceedingly poor health, he quickly received another shock, namely, that another of his good friends, Heinrich von Stein, had died on June 20. On June 24, Nietzsche sent off his musical transcription of Lou Salome's poem, Hymn to Life, for publication. It was to be the only piece of music he published in his lifetime, and he had been continually revising the composition, with the help of his friend, composer Peter Gast, ever since he received it as her parting gift, her final memento from their brief, but memorable, summer together in Tottenberg on August 25, 1882. Nietzsche started work on the genealogy on July 10, 1887. He sent it to the printer on July 30. Preface. Like most classical writers, Nietzsche writes prefaces and prologues, and he frequently enough informs us that he intends them to be taken seriously. The I preface says or announces something beforehand. It tells us, quite simply, how to read the text that follows. Although the text itself might welcome or even require our own interpretation, we can nonetheless anticipate some knowledge of what the writer wants to say by focusing upon his stated intentions, his given instructions to the reader in the preface. In the preface to On the Genealogy of Morals, for instance, Nietzsche demands that the reader practice the art of exegesis, that is, of deciphering, of interpretation, and ultimately, he says, of rumination. The reader should approach the text as if he were a cow, a gentle, ruminant animal, one without guile, meanness, prejudice, or preconceived intent. But also, according to this ruminant metaphor, the reader should chew the cud over several times so as to taste what the text offers up, on subsequent reading, in further reflective re-examinations, always attentive to what one might have overlooked on first examination, for example, concerns of detail or context. 28 We should thus pay serious attention to what Nietzsche says in the preface, with the same intent as the writer himself. The first words of the preface to the genealogy are "We are unknown to ourselves." Nietzsche goes on to say several times again, in Success Zion, "We are not men of knowledge with respect to ourselves, we are necessarily strangers to ourselves." 29. With this admission in mind, Nietzsche warns us 6 times in the first paragraph about this lack of real self-understanding. He then begins to discuss the proper subject matter of the book itself, namely, the various and complex origins of traditional moral evaluations. In anticipation of this theme, he refers us to several passages in his earlier work, and the last such text he mentions even while he is telling us how to read the present work is perhaps his most famous book, Thus Spoke Zarathustra. Specifically, Nietzsche refers the reader to the section in Zarathustra concerning values. The explicit discussion of good and bad, good and evil, is found in the chapter of Zarathustra, Part 3, entitled On Old and New Tablets. One of the most striking remarks of the chapter is found there. "When I came to men I found them sitting on an old conceit, the conceit that they have long known what is good and evil for man. All talk of virtue seemed an old and weary matter to man, and whoever wanted to sleep well still talked of good and evil before going to sleep. I disturbed this sleepiness when I taught, what is good and evil no one knows yet, unless it be he who creates." 30. Two elements in this passage from Thus Spoke Zarathustra should be stressed. Nietzsche himself does not claim to know what good and evil are, despite the often strident accusations directed against him by his critics. This I-9-2 reluctance to make a distinctly positive value claim is also confirmed by the highly ambiguous character of Zarathustra himself. What the values of good and bad, good and evil are, what they have been, or might well be, is nonetheless said to be related to creation. From this, we can at least conclude that new values are yet to be created, and that what has so far passed for good and evil has indeed been a human creation. Thus, we should look to the future, to what conditions the possible future creation of value, as well as to the past and to its conditions. In short, we are enjoined to turn to history and to examine the historical origins of morality, that is, to review the variety of conditions that led to the creation of different types of moralities and moral systems generally. In strong opposition to the large part of traditional claims, then, Nietzsche directs his attention neither beyond the world nor behind the world, to some purported transcendent ground of value in heaven, in the stars, or from God's divine legislation, but rather, he turns toward the world of historical immanence for the origin of what he terms moral prejudices. 31. His question for the genealogy then becomes: under what conditions did man devise these value judgments, good and evil? And what value do they themselves possess? Have they hindered or furthered human prosperity? Are they a sign of distress, of impoverishment, of the degeneration of life? Or is there revealed in them, on the contrary, the plenitude, force, and the will of life, its courage, certainty, and future? 32. Looking within world history for the answers to these questions, for the origins of good and evil and for the origins of morality itself, Nietzsche realizes he must first distinguish the several contributing elements called upon here, that being the historical facts and conditions for moral systems generally. This includes a review of various ages or historical epochs, an examination of different cultures and peoples, various orders, ranks, and types of individuals, and so forth. Also, and by means of a historical perspective, he looks for an order of social stratification, one that might account for both the origins and the hierarchy of specific moral judgments found within any given society. 33 All this is only preparation, however. What is really involved here is his critique, his criticism of morality, the question as to the value of morality as such, the value of value. 34. If our own code of traditional morality itself has little or no value, as Nietzsche regrettably suspects, then perhaps he is correct to call that nihilism, the belief that nothing is of intrinsic value, that there is no universal or absolute foundation of value at all, that nothing truly matters, that I9L. One position is equally good or just or reprehensible as any other. 35 Thus, for Nietzsche, what has up until now passed for morality appears to be quite leader ally without value, worthless, unworthy of our critical estimation and moral adherence. Nietzsche insistently directs his attacks against the traditional morality, the morality that enjoins us to champion the weak and defenseless, the meek and humble, the less fortunate members of our society. Such an ethics is one of sympathy, of pity, an ethics of selflessness. But these properly Judeo-Christian values are precisely the ones he calls nihilistic. Why should this be the case? First of all, because they claim to be self-evident values, a priori values, values that are supposedly self-evident, values that purport to be intuitively obvious to anyone, anywhere, anytime, even before one might have the excision to experience them in a particular society at a given period in its development. But Nietzsche would deny the very possibility of this status. He would say that a priori values would simply amount to the claim that the values in question were utterly indifferent, that they would be simply detached, unrelated to and unmotivated by particular historical, social, or economic conditions. For Nietzsche, a priori values would be acceptable if the particular human subject happened to live outside of history, outside a particular society, nation, state, or community, or if such a person were entirely free from the practical demands of an economic order. But second, and more importantly, he holds these traditional values of pity in a generally negative attitude because they ultimately, if taken strictly, and in the long run, deny life and the conditions for life. In this sense, they are inconsistent with the requirements for their own possibility. To be valuable, if not viable, it is supposed at the very least that the values one lives by are life-sustaining, indeed, life-enhancing. It was precisely here that I saw the great danger to mankind, its sublimest enticement and seduction, but to what? To nothingness. It was precisely here that I saw the beginning of the end, the dead stop, a retrospective weariness, the will turning against life, the tender and sorrowful signs of the ultimate illness. I understood the ever-spreading morality of pity that had seized even on philosophers and made them ill, as the most sinister symptom of a European culture that had itself become sinister, perhaps as its bypass to a new Buddhism. To a Buddhism for Europeans, to nihilism. 36. For Nietzsche, this Judeo-Christian ethics of pity, or, what is much the same, in a secular, non-religious sense, the utilitarian morality, which teaches 194. The desirability of the greatest happiness for the greatest number of people is held to be dangerous. But why should this appear at all dangerous? Nietzsche sees the traditional moral code to be especially dangerous since it indicates a deeper state, both cultural and personal, of profound weariness or fatigue. All it seems to aim for is the finality of pleasure and an absence of pain, essentially, peace, bliss, Sabbath. Narcotically, the traditional code of values induces an exhausted state of conformist tranquility where pleasure is maximized and pain minimized. Under such conditions, the human spirit weakens, atrophies. The exceptional person, one who introduces new ideas and calls for advancement, for active development and improvement, then appears as a threat of disruption, of social disequilibrium. 37. As such, he must be rooted out and suppressed. The result, for Nietzsche, is that, under these circumstances, mediocrity is almost destined to prevail. Any question of struggle, achievement, or growth in what humanity can be or become is abandoned from the start. Such a traditional morality encourages little activity at all, save for pleasurable diversion or leisure. Ultimately, Nietzsche argues, it is the moral order itself that is instrumental in bringing about a culture of nihilism-Buddhism, so called. In short, the value of passivity and resignation is elevated to the highest order and action is diminished to the lowest. 38. This gets elaborated in the first essay of the Genealogy of Morals, when Nietzsche discusses the emergence of slave and reactive values. What this traditional morality of pity, pleasure, and passivity results in, for Nietzsche, is ultimately a morality of total conformity, where the democratic mass, or, more properly construed, the egalitarian mass, the herd calls good that which is beneficial to them, at the least possible expense. 39. To paraphrase John Stuart Mill's formulation of this in his influential work of 1861, utilitarianism, the more who derive benefit from an action, the better it is. Nietzsche argues that to be effectively realized, however, such a morality must assume the viewpoint of the passive majority who receive and benefit from an action, and not that of the few individuals who are active agents, who willingly undertake to do something for themselves, to initiate their own growth and development. This pervasive morality of the West designates pity, selflessness, and altruism as virtues. Why is it dangerous then? Nietzsche's response to this question is generally twofold. In his Gay Science, section 21, Nietzsche explains that the utilitarian morality depreciates the individual in favor of the larger, social whole. Thus, the individual's value is merely instrumental to the benefit of others. A man's virtues are usually harmful for those who possess them, and invariably, I-95. Through one's education in these virtues, one becomes their victim. Remarkably, however, society at large praises these virtues in the individual for precisely the reason that possession of them is beneficial to the greater whole. Thus, what is praised in principle selflessness is contradicted by its motives, namely, a generalized selfishness. That is how education always proceeds. One tries to condition an individual by various attractions and advantages to adopt a way of thinking and behaving that, once it has become a habit, instinct, and passion, will dominate him to his own ultimate disadvantage but for the general good. If this education succeeds, then every virtue of an individual is a public utility and a private disadvantage. 40. Furthermore, the self-sacrificial character of utilitarian morality ultimately results in a real danger to the individual. It results in the individual's lack of concern for his or her own best interests, health, wealth, honors, promotion, and for the expansion of his or her own power. Collectively, then, and in the long run, such a morality is debilitating, enervating, it clogs and deadens the human spirit, it weakens us through atrophy, and especially, it deprives life of all value. The active exercise of life loses all value for a morality that cultivates passivity, rest, torpor, sleep, and narcotized diversion. In this sense, the culture of nihilism shows itself as a kind of what Herbert Marcuse, in his one-dimensional man, would later call repressive desublimation. This is a situation in which one is encouraged to find pleasure and happiness in the conformist consumption of leisure, gadgets, and socially sanctioned forms of entertainment. All these pleasurable diversions are purchased at the cost of excessive and painful labor, however, precisely to counteract the pain and tedium produced by that labor. 41 In more general terms, then, for Nietzsche, what is the value of morality as such, of any morality, and what are its motives and consequences? Why should we entertain this, our present morality, rather than any other? What follows if we abide by one rather than by another morality? In other words, and this is really the point of the preface, Nietzsche argues that there is no simple value to morality. If this is the case, if there is no simple and evident value to it on the surface, then Nietzsche will discern the very institution of morality in terms of something else, in terms of something other than what it claims to be. 42 Thus, for example, Nietzsche will come to view morality as, or in terms of, for example, its motives, or in terms of its consequences, or, moral ity as a symptom of an age, or, as a mask, perhaps, as self-righteousness, or, as an illness, or, as a misunderstanding, or, as the cause of something else, or, as a remedy to a prior state of affairs, or, as a stimulant, as a restraint, or even as a poison. Thus, Nietzsche will assert in section 6 of the preface. One has taken the value of these values as given, as factual, as beyond all question. One has hitherto never doubted or hesitated in the slightest degree in supposing the good man to be of greater value than the evil man, of greater value in the sense of furthering the advancement and prosperity of man in general. But what if the reverse were true? What if a symptom of regression were inherent in the good, likewise a danger, a seduction, a poison, a narcotic, through which the present was possibly living at the expense of the future? Perhaps more comfortably, less dangerously, but at the same time in a meaner style, more basely, so that precisely morality would be to blame if the highest power and splendor actually possible to the type man was never in fact attained, so that precisely morality was the danger of dangers. 43. Now we can understand why, in the very first sentence of the preface, Nietzsche stressed the importance of interpretation. Morality, quite simply, has to be interpreted, because there is no face value to it. Indeed, he compares moral ity with the study of signs, of semiotics. Everything about morality has to be deciphered, related, and interpreted, precisely because, like a sign or a SYMP tom, it points to something other than itself to secure a meaning for itself. It must turn elsewhere to ground its own sense or meaning. What constitutes morality is, as he suggests, a complex and deeply historical series, or chain, of signs, effectively, a hieroglyphic record, so hard to decipher. 44. Its remote, indeed archaic, origins must literally be uncovered, exhumed. If morality has to be interpreted to be understood, and to be evaluated in tum, This is precisely because once again there is no surface truth, no face value to morality itself. In other words, for Nietzsche, there are simply no moral facts in and of themselves. There are only moral interpretations or, as he says, misinterpretations. He develops this thought at length in one of his later works, THIRD of the Idols, written in 1888. An insight which I was the first to formulate, that there are altogether no real facts. Moral judgments agree with religious ones in believing in realities which are no realities. Morality is merely an interpretation of certain phenomena, more precisely, a misinterpretation. Moral judgments, like religious ones, belong to a stage of ignorance at which the very concept of the real and the distinction between what is real and imaginary, are still lacking. Thus truth, at this stage, designates all sorts of things which we today call imaginings. Moral judgments are therefore never to be taken literally, so understood, they always contain mere absurdity. Semiotically, however, they remain invaluable, their I97. Veal, at least for those who know, the most valuable realities of cultures and inwardnesses which did not know enough to understand themselves. Morality is mere sign language, mere symptomatology, one must know what it is all about to be able to profit from it. 45. A striking example of just how a particular moral system misinterprets the real to such an extent that reality becomes transformed into the imaginary, and again, this is Nietzsche's own interpretation as given in his last work, The Antichrist, where he characterizes, if not caricatures, his view of the traditional Christian moral system of values. In Christianity, neither morality nor religion has even a single point of contact with reality. Nothing but imaginary causes, nothing but imaginary effects. Intercourse between imaginary beings, an imaginary natural science, an imaginary psychology, an imaginary teleology. This world of pure fiction is vastly inferior to the world of dreams, insofar as the latter mirrors reality, whereas the former falsifies, devalues, and negates reality. Once the concept of nature had been invented as the opposite of God, natural had to become a synonym of reprehensible. Nietzsche now proceeds to dramatically state his interpretation of what the traditionally received moral system points to. In this case, it indicates a deeper motivational substructure, namely a whole world of fantasy compensation and psychological projection, predicated upon human frailty and suffering. This whole world of fiction is rooted in hatred of the natural, it is the expression of a profound vexation at the sight of reality. But this explains everything. Who alone has good reason to lie his way out of reality? He who suffers from it. But to suffer from reality is to be a piece of reality that has come to grief. The preponderance of feelings of displeasure over feelings of pleasure is the cause of this fictitious morality and religion, but such a preponderance provides the very formula for decadence. 46. Should we say, then, that Nietzsche is simply for life, and that life-affirming values are good? That vitalism is the sole good? Should we say this despite his caution, his saying 6 times in the first paragraph of the preface that he does not know? Or, perhaps, we might say that he does not know life very well. Nietzsche tells us, after all, that we are unknown to ourselves. We do not know ourselves. Yet, even in a real historical sense, we rarely do know what our own life or personality is with any remarkable exactitude, or what it ultimately means, especially in an age of cultural confusion and personal incision, of pretense and dissimulation. How, then, are we to know what is good and evil? Or, even more so, what should be held as good and evil? In any event, the preface to On the Genealogy of Morals counsels caution, it speaks in the subjunctive. As a critique of values, it first raises the question as to where we should look for the answers concerning the very institution of morality, its effective practice, and its broad significance. In the first essay of On the Genealogy of Morals Good and Evil, Good and Bad, Nietzsche points out that the English psychologists, people such as Jeremy Bentham, James Mill, David Hume, John Stuart Mill, and Herbert Spencer, all predominantly utilitarian philosophers, were interesting because they directed their attention to what was not obvious, to what was not immediately evident about morality, namely, they sought to uncover the concealed provenance, the hidden origins of moral sentiments, as they found expression in morally guided judgment and action. They looked to the unconcise, to the life of acquired habits, of internal and non-apparent sources of motivation, to explain human moral behavior, that is, to the truly effective and directive agent, that which has been decisive in its evolution. 47. They focused on what seemed to be the most inertial and perhaps unnoticed aspects of experience. In this sense, they too, like Nietzsche, began to approach morality as a system of signs, of signifiers, that would point to another text, to a deeper and hidden inscription they would call human nature. Interesting, but still wrong. Not far enough. As Nietzsche rather coyly remarked, the English look into the swamps, into the lowliest and most fetid part of man from whence their moral feelings were thought to have emerged. What they failed to understand is that these habits and unconscious dispositions are not simply innate or permanently fixed, pre-established elements of human nature, but rather, that they are themselves products of a specifically historical evolution, that morality and its valuations are already the finished products, or consummation, of an age. As Nietzsche had already observed in his work of 1882, The Gay Science. Your judgment this is right has a prehistory in your instincts, likes, dislikes, experiences, and lack of experiences. How did it originate there? You must ask, and then also, what is it that impels me to listen to it? You can listen to its commands like a good soldier who hears his officer's command. Or like a woman who loves the man who commands. Or like a flatterer and coward who is afraid of the commander. Or like a dunderhead who obeys because no objection occurs to him. In short, there are 100 ways in which you can listen to your conscience. But that you take this or that judgment for the voice of conscience, in other words, that you feel something to be right, may be due to the fact that you have never thought much about yourself and simply have accepted blindly that what you had been told ever since your childhood was right. And, briefly, if you had thought more subtly, observed better, and learned more, your understanding of the manner in which moral judgments have originated would spoil these grand words for you. 48. Even the simple fact of a particularly conditioned moral feeling or judgment is therefore deeply historical. It represents but a mark on a vast surface. Nietzsche calls for a genealogy, therefore, and not merely a psychological self-scrutiny. The historical spirit itself is lacking in them. The thinking of all of them is by nature unhistorical. These investigators and microscopists of the soul. 49. Prepared by the development of what he termed his own historical sense, then, Nietzsche proposed a different approach, to trace down the historically obscured dynamics of the moral sentiments, to track down the effaced traces of all that underlies and conditions our contemporary moral sensibility. IES. 50. What the English school views as a straightforward moral feeling or moral sentiment is for Nietzsche really an atavism, a throwback or vestige of a series of complex social conditionings that has transformed the earlier, more primitive codes and practices of moral conduct. What the English call an individual's personal moral feeling, or moral sentiment, Nietzsche interprets as the already evolved and internalized value system of the herd, the many. By 1879, Nietzsche had characterized this moral conditioning as the moral ity of mores, that is, as simple obedience to traditional customs. One's own moral feelings would thus be a reflection of society's broader codes of moral values, indeed, would be a particular interiorization of these customary values. 200. So we continue on with custom and morality, which latter is nothing other than simply a feeling for the whole content of those customs under which we live and have been raised, indeed, not as an individual, but as a member of the whole, as a cipher in a majority. 51. Nietzsche extends this analysis in Part 2 of the second volume of Human, All Too Human, the section titled The Wanderer and His Shadow, when he notes that the moral content of our conscience, which excites that feeling of compulsion, is formed during our childhood years, and it demands our moral compliance, but it does this without reason. Rather, we have been instructed by people we honor or fear, by parents, and by those in authority. The feelings of our own moral conscience, which compel us to act in a certain way, are precisely those feelings for which we have no reasons. The belief in authorities is the source of the conscience. It is therefore not the voice of God in the heart of man but the voice of some men in man. 52. By the time of daybreak, Nietzsche would lend more precision to this analysis by distinguishing moral feelings from moral concepts, claiming that they had markedly different historical origins, but that they were nonetheless convergent in our own lived experience. In childhood, one imitates as born apes those moral inclinations and aversions that are exhibited by adults. Yet, in later life, when one is quite familiar with these acquired moral sentiments, one looks for a reason by which their moral correctness can be justified or accounted for. Simply by virtue of the demands of human rationality, one feels compelled to give reasons that would render these sentiments plausible and socially acceptable. The demand that these moral sentiments make sense and that they are reasonable thus overleaps their already compelling moral agency, but only retrospectively yields rational or intellectual justification. Nietzsche would remark, to this extent the history of moral feelings is quite different from the history of moral concepts. The former are powerful before the action, the latter especially after the action in face of the need to pronounce upon it. 53. In this sense, the personal urge or the individual's feeling to act more ally the dispassionate, detached, or altruistic feeling in the case of the English utilitarians is largely an expression of the moral values held by Englishmen generally, and by English philosophers specifically. What is felt to be truly good is to do things for others, to be charitable, to take pity on the humble unfortunates. When the Englishman does this, he enjoys a reassuring moral feeling in return. Of course, this reassuring moral feeling is one of personal pleasure, and it 201 serves to positively reinforce the initial value of what was purportedly an unegoistic act of disinterested virtue. In short, one does good for others, therefore, one feels better and is all the more rural for having done so. For Nietzsche, however, such a claim is clearly disingenuous and conveniently misinterpreted. Originally so they decree-one approved unegoistic actions and called them good from the point of view of those to whom they were done, that is to say, those to whom they were useful. Later one forgot how this approval originated and, simply because unegoistic actions were always habitually praised as good, one also felt them to be good as if they were something good in themselves. One sees straight away that this primary derivation already contains all the typical traits of the idiosyncrasy of the English psychologists. We have utility, forgetting, habit, and finally error, all as the basis of an evaluation. 54. But Nietzsche claims that it is a relatively late historical development to interpret value simply in terms of an action's effects upon others. This is largely due, he says, to the inability to impose one's own will and to bring about what is desired for oneself. In broader terms, Nietzsche typically locates this inability or weakness at the very origin of Western morality itself. This is why Nietzsche charges that the Judeo-Christian tradition begins with a change or with a disruption of values, with what he terms a revaluation of previously existing values. 5.5 The change consists in an inversion of value, such that an action is no longer judged according to the forceful imposition of one's personal gain or one's own positive end in view. Rather, it is henceforth to be judged by the effects these actions have on others. The movement of inversion is thereby twofold, from the positive imposition of value to the negative reception of value. From active agent to passive recipient. In the former case, something is good because I do it. In the latter, it is good because it helps them, the others. Because it helps others, I feel good in I have a pleasurable moral feeling or sentiment. We shall examine this issue of value inversion, of the revaluation of values, in detail in a moment, but it should at least be noted here that Nietzsche deals with the same psychological facts as the English moral philosophers claim to advance. Due to what he calls his own historical sense, however, Nietzsche interprets these facts quite differently. What they take as an internal psychological datum is interpreted by Nietzsche as a historically constituted product or effect, in this case, an atavism. All of which means that the individual subject who acts out of the moral urge is not even aware that he is invoking, that he is acting out of, the resentment-laden values of the previous age, the Judeo-Christian age. Thus, what the individual thinks is a personal, subjective urge to act morally is, for Nietzsche, the evolving historical product of past social conditioning. Nietzsche claims to carry out a genealogy in a second sense, when he asks for the etymological origin of certain crucial moral terms, that is, of certain traditionally important words in our moral vocabulary. He views the use of these key words or terms as enduring traces carried on from the past, much in the same way as family names or surnames testify to an ancestral origin or a historical line of succession. What he finds in each case for the Greeks, Romans, Goths, Saxons, and Indo-European cultures in general is that rural terms tend to begin with the emergence of strict social and class distinctions. The distinctions originally occur between the ruling classes and the ruled or governed classes, and Nietzsche observes that moral terms themselves are coined from the perspective of each class, respectively. From the perspective of the ruling class, morally positive terms, terms of moral approval or approbation, are framed to reflect what are held to be the distinctive qualities belonging to the members of the higher established social order. Thus, terms designating good, noble, virtuous, strong, happy, pleasing, and so forth were originally meant to describe the ruling class itself. In the case of ancient Greece, kalos meant noble, and agathos or agathon meant good. What the ruling aristocratic class called itself in ancient Greece, then, was the kaloikagathoi, the noble and good. By opposition, and still from the perspective of the ruling class, the subordinate class, far greater in number and far weaker in virtue, were called the hoipoloi, the undistinguished multitude, the many, the deros, the wonder-loving herd. Nietzsche, the classical philologist, is understandably first drawn to this second sense of genealogical analysis, which he then extends to the broader case. The signpost to the right road was for me the question, what was the real etymological significance of the designations for good coined in the various languages? I found they all led back to the same conceptual transformation, at everywhere noble, aristocratic in the social sense, is the basic concept from which good in the sense of with aristocratic soul, noble, with the soul of a high order, with a privileged soul necessarily developed, a development which always runs parallel with that other, in which common, plebeian, low are finally transformed into the concept bad 56. 203. With this notion of the good derived from the self-characterization of the aristocratic noble class and the parallel derivation of the bad from the nobility's characterization of the lower class, we must nonetheless remember that the socially ascendant class, the upper class, first imposes the terms good and bad from above. Quite simply, they do this from their own position of power. But for them, this power also, and importantly, designates certain highly esteemed character traits, or strength of spirit. 57 These terms not only signify the strong but also the truthful, the faithful, the courageous in battle, the godlike. Thus, what came to be called good in Latin the bonus or bonum was first a term of warfare, bellum. One sees what constitutes the goodness of a man in ancient Rome. Likewise, Nietzsche continues, our German gut even, does it not signify the godlike, the man of godlike race? And is it not identical with the popular name of the Goths? 58. Given the traditionally established aristocratic values in antiquity, Nietzsche argues that these moral traits of the ruling class and the terms used to signify them first became threatened from within the aristocratic class itself. This first stage in the revaluation of values takes place with the emergence of certain high-born people who were not themselves warriors, but rather, priests and administrators, what Nietzsche collectively calls the priestly caste. To this rule that a concept denoting political authority always resolves itself into a concept denoting superiority of soul, it is not necessarily an exception. When the highest caste is at the same time the priestly caste and therefore emphasizes in its total description of itself a predicate that calls to mind its priestly function. It is then, for example, that pure and impure confront one another for the first time as designations of station, and here too there evolves a good and a bad in a sense no longer referring to station. There is from the first something unhealthy in such priestly aristocracies and in the habits ruling in them which turn them away from action and alternate between brooding and emotional explosions. How easily the priestly mode of valuation can branch off from the knightly aristocratic and then develop into its opposite. But why? Because they are the most impotent. It is because of their impotence that in them hatred grows to monstrous and uncanny proportions, to the most spiritual and poisonous kind of hatred. 59. Thus the prevailing set of values became transformed by the addition of other aristocratic factions who could no longer sustain the culturally esteemed warrior values. A powerful physicality, a flourishing, abundant, even overflowing health, together with that which serves to preserve it, war, adventure, but, instead, replaced them with values that were more in accord with their weakened ecclesiastical and civil functions. Cunning, ruse, and intelligence replace valor and courage, strength, and power. 60. Briefly stated, the most significant historical transformation of values for Nietzsche is the moment of their complete reversal, their overturning. This great inversion of values, which marks the transition from the classical Greek and Roman aristocratic morality to the modern Judeo-Christian morality, is what Nietzsche terms the slave revolt in morals. Effectively, the slave revolt in morals consists in the replacement of the aristocratic scale of values with those of the underclass, the slave values. The process is complicated, and Nietzsche dwells at length upon the social and psychological dynamics of this transformation. Nonetheless, the outline of this larger position can be briefly set forth. From the standpoint of slave morality, what the aristocratic morality had valued as good becomes inverted and devalued into evil, and what was formerly held to be bad for the aristocratic morality is henceforth presented by the slave morality as good. The transition from the aristocratic good to the slavish evil is the key to the slave revolt. What Nietzsche sees at work in this inversion and devaluation is the enormous upwelling of a long-repressed bitterness, bred from the slave's impotence and suffering, that finally finds expression and satisfaction in his revolt against the master. At first, the opposition and revolt would appear to call for a political, if not military, means of resolution, since the lower classes traditionally outnumber the aristocratic class. But Nietzsche argues that, since the lower classes are initially powerless, the revolt must, at least at the start, be one of a psychological moral variety. The overthrow of the master morality by the slave is thus, quite simply, a moral victory. What induces the slave to positively embrace these negated, inverted values is the promise of a real, if not deferred, compensation in the form of a divine salvation or redemption from earthly suffering altogether, precisely, the promise of heaven as a reward for the true believer who suffers at the hands of the evil overlord. The agent of this promise is precisely the priest, the cunning and intelligent manipulator of human suffering. Under the religio-metaphysical teaching of 205 personal immortality through divine redemption, the priestly caste ultimately garners the moral adherence of the populous lower classes as well as the political self-subjugation of the ruling class itself. In time, the classical world of Greece and Rome passes over to the medieval world of feudal, aristocratic regimes, which in turn given the Christian doctrine of the equality of all souls before God becomes transformed through the revolutions and liberation movements, beginning in the 18th century, into modern, democratic societies. Ultimately, the slave revolt succeeds, historically and politically. Yet the values we have inherited in the process of this 2,000-year revolt remain strikingly problematic for Nietzsche. If the slave revolt in morals is first incited and propagated among the lower classes by the priests and ecclesiastics, the specific motivation to invert the system of aristocratic moral values takes place as an act of resentment, or as Nietzsche regularly uses the French term, ressentiment. This latter use carries the sense of the ongoing bite or sting of an embittered feeling, the lingering or resonating sentiment of a sickly revenge, one that cannot be directly exercised and that, due to lack of power or will, must be repressed, deferred, and ultimately, sublimated. It connotes the persisting aftertaste of a sorely unhappy consciousness. Ressentiment bears witness to a subversion of the will, a subversion of direct action. 61 We could compare the two usages by saying that an act of revenge or resentment, pure and simple, would be a direct striking back at the source of one's hurt, an attempt to deal with the oppressor, agent, or inflictor of one's pain, one's discomfiture, and to act upon it. In this sense, Nietzsche often speaks of simple revenge as the act of an ordinarily strong and well-adjusted nature, hardly uncommon, and perfectly understandable. In this sense, revenge is positive and cathartic, and the feeling for revenge disappears when vengeance direct or deferred has been taken. Ressentiment, however, in Max Scheler's celebrated discussion of the phenomenon, is a self-poisoning of the mind which has quite definite causes and consequences. It is a lasting mental attitude, caused by the systematic repression of certain emotions and affects which, as such, are normal components of human nature. Their repression leads to the constant tendency to indulge in certain kinds of value delusions and corresponding value judgments. The emotions and affects primarily concerned are revenge, hatred, malice, envy, the impulse to detract, and spite. 62. It should be noted that this distinction between resentment and ressentiment parallels the broader distinction between noble and slave, that is, at the 206 basis of the good-bad/good-evil distinction. When Nietzsche first formulates this distinction, in his work of 1878, Human, all Human, he initially distinguishes the origin of these moral values according to what characterizes the power relations between the two social classes. The noble or ruling class has the power to strike back in an aggressive sense. But, equally, it has the power to give back, to repay, in a benevolent sense. The master has this power, the slave simply does not. The conquering tribe or ruling caste, by virtue of its position of power, is able, Nietzsche claims, to requite, that is, to retaliate, to return, or to repay a bad or a good deed. 63 As masters, they are empowered, and thus, they are fully free to express, to exteriorize their inclinations, their aggressions, or passions. The slave, of course, is hardly free to do this, precisely due to his lack of power and his inability to express himself at will. Paying back, compensation, or, as Nietzsche terms it, requital can only be covert, unexpressed, or spiritual. In this sense, the slave can compensate himself, for the suffering inflicted upon him by the master, only indirectly through a kind of spiritual, or emotional, hatred of the master, by feeling anger or wrath toward the master, the overlord, and this serves as a psychological substitute for real action, requital. His own aggressions must be initially repressed and can only be expressed in a sublimated way, that is to say, redirected through indirect release, covertly, spiritually, in the form of a kind of rage or hatred that may also assume the form of an ideological or moral or religious denunciation of the oppressive ruling class. 64 The vengeful aggressions cannot be expressed directly, in the fashion of outright revenge, precisely because the slave has no power to do so. The slave, after all, is already powerless, defeated, incarcerated, humiliated, subjected by the overclass. As Nietzsche would express this in section 45 of Human, all Human, and recall that Nietzsche refers the reader to this passage in his preface to the genealogy, along with many other references for clarification. The concept good and evil has a twofold prehistory, firstly in the soul of the ruling tribes and castes. He who has the power to requite, good with good, evil with evil, and also actually practices requital is, that is to say, grateful and revengeful is called good, he who is powerless and cannot requite counts as bad. As a good man, one belongs to the good, a community which has a sense of belonging together because all the individuals in it are combined with one another through the capacity for requital. As a bad man, one belongs to the bad, to a swarm of subjected, powerless people who have no sense of belonging together. The good are a caste, the bad a mass, like grains of sand. Good and bad is for a long time the same thing as noble and base, master and slave. On the other hand, one does not regard the enemy as evil, he can requite. 65. 201. Nietzsche then goes on to show how the Greeks could be mortal enemies with one another, yet never fail to have respect for one another, because that respect was based on the other's real capacity for requital which, in tum, ensured respect. He gives a historical example of this with the case of the Trojan War. Throughout the whole of Homer's epics, the Iliad and the Odyssey, both the Greeks and the Trojans are counted as good, the warriors, the characters, even Homer himself, hold both parties in the highest respect, admiration, even veneration. Basically, respect is given among equals, and this constitutes the aristocratic morality. The slave class earns no respect from the aristocrats, since they are literally incapable of requiting evil or good. Hence Nietzsche's statement about the second element involved in the prehistory of good and evil, namely, the moral judgment from the standpoint of the oppressed class, the slave, again from section 45 of Human, all Human. Then in the soul of the subjected, the powerless evil is the characterizing expression for man, indeed for every living being one supposes to exist. For a Gaudier, for example, human, divine mean the same thing as diabolical, evil. Signs of goodness, benevolence, sympathy are received fearfully as a trick, a prelude with a dreadful determination. In short, as refined wickedness. When this disposition exists in the individual, a community can hardly arise, at best the most rudimentary form of community, so that wherever this conception of good and evil reigns, the downfall of such individuals, of their tribes and races, is near. 66. Hence, when Nietzsche discusses the slave revolt in Morals in the Genealogy, he specifies social and class distinctions, and basically fundamentally this distinction is grounded on an unequal distribution of real power. It is the absence of power, effectively, impotence, that drives ressentiment beyond the state of revenge, envy, or the will to detract. Ressentiment can only arise if these emotions are particularly powerful and yet must be suppressed because they are coupled with the feeling that one is unable to act them out either because of weakness, physical or mental, or because of fear. Through its very origin, ressentiment is therefore chiefly confined to those who serve and are dominated at the moment. Accompanied by impotence. The oppressive sense of inferiority which always goes with the common attitude cannot lead to active behavior. Yet the painful tension demands relief. This is afforded by the specific value delusion of ressentiment. To relieve the tension, the common man seeks a feeling of superiority or equality, and he attains his purpose by an illusory devaluation of the other man's qualities or by a specific 208 blindness to these qualities. But secondly, and here lies the main achievement of ressentiment, he falsifies the values themselves which could bestow excellence on any possible objects of comparison. 67. That Nietzsche specifies the Jews as a historical case of slave morality is thus a prime instance not of racial difference, or of race as such, but rather, of the situation of a subjected people. The history of this subjection and persecution began under Ramses II and continued periodically under the Philistines, Assyrians, Egyptians, Babylonians, Greeks, and Romans, with the Jews finally being driven from Jerusalem with the fall of the Second Temple in the year 70. Understandably, many classical historians, the Roman historian Tacitus, especially, would term the Jews subject peoples, and their historical identity, while initially derived from the political identity of the Kingdom of Judah, would progressively be determined in religious terms as the followers of Judaism. It is in this sense that Nietzsche describes the Jews both in political or class terms as subjects or slaves as well as in religious and aristocratic terms. Far from being eliminated, or suffering a complete collapse of community, as Nietzsche suggested was the case with most subject peoples. The Jews, to Nietzsche's great admiration, suffered through their historical adversity to become one of the great peoples of the West. That the Jews marked the beginning of the slave rebellion in morals, and they were so successful in bringing this about, testifies to what Nietzsche himself calls a miraculous feat, one that ultimately subverted all their ancient rivals, their supposed masters. It was precisely their suffering, Nietzsche argues, that enabled the Jewish people to formulate an unimaginable spiritual strength, a strength that grew from the wrath of the ancient prophets to the heights of spiritual sublimity and moral authority. 68 Some references to Nietzsche's other writings will be helpful in addressing his views on this matter, especially because they seem so abruptly stated in section 7 of Essay 1 of the Genealogy, and because they have so often been painfully distorted by his contemporaries and by subsequent interpreters. First of all, Nietzsche often remarks on how the conditions of adversity, subjection, slavery, and the suffering it entailed historically served to strengthen the spirit of a people. The discipline of suffering, of great suffering. Do you not know that only this discipline has created all enhancements of man so far? That tension of the soul in unhappiness which cultivates its strength. And whatever has been granted to it of profundity, spirit, greatness, was it not granted to it through the discipline of great suffering? 69. 209. As for the specifically Jewish response to this ordeal, Nietzsche remarks in Daybreak: the Jews have experienced anger differently from us, and they pronounced it holy. Thus they saw the gloomy majesty of the man with whom it showed itself associated at an elevation which a European is incapable of imagining. They modeled their angry holy Jehovah on their angry holy prophets. May assured against these, the great men of wrath among Europeans, are as it were, creations at second hand. 70. It was such a spiritual formation through adversity that gave rise to perhaps the greatest moral document of the West, at least in Nietzsche's view. In 1886, he would claim in Beyond Good and Evil. In the Jewish Old Testament, the Book of Divine Justice, there are human beings, things, and speeches in so grand a style that Greek and Indian literature have nothing to compare with it. With terror and reverence one stands before these tremendous remnants of what man once was. To have glued this New Testament to the Old Testament to make one book, as the Bible. This is perhaps the greatest audacity and sin against the spirit that literary Europe has on its conscience. 71. In one of his most extended reflections on the Jews, and on the adversity they overcame and transformed into greatness, Nietzsche would come to welcome their spiritual contributions as one of the highest possible blessings for modern Europe. The following is from section 205, of The People of Israel, from Daybreak. In Europe have gone through an 18th century schooling such as no other nation of this continent can boast of, and what they have experienced in this terrible time of schooling has benefited the individual to a greater degree than it has the community as a whole. As a consequence of this, the psychological and spiritual resources of the Jews today are extraordinary. Every Jew possesses in the history of his fathers and grandfathers a great fund of examples of the coldest self-possession and endurance in fearful situations, of the subtlest outwitting and exploitation of chance and misfortune, their courage beneath the cloak of miserable submission, their heroism in scorning being scorned surpasses the virtues of all the saints. For 2 millennia an attempt was made to render them contemptible by treating them with contempt, and by barring to them the way to all honors and all that was honorable, and in exchange thrusting them all the deeper into the undesirable trades. But they themselves never cease to believe themselves called to the highest things. They possess 2.0. By far the greatest experience of human society, and even in their passions they practice the caution taught by this experience. And whither shall this assembled abundance of grand impressions, which for every Jewish family constitutes Jewish history, this abundance of passions, virtues, decisions, renunciations, struggles, victories of every kind, whither shall it stream out if not at last into great men and great works? Then, when the Jews can exhibit as their work such jewels and golden vessels as the European nations of a briefer and less profound experience could not and cannot produce, when Israel will have transformed its eternal vengeance into an eternal blessing for Europe, then there will again arrive that seventh day on which the ancient Jewish God may rejoice in himself, his creation and his chosen people, and let us all of us, rejoice with him. 72. While Nietzsche's judgment of the Jewish struggle, which results, as we have seen, in his own broader perspective, with the triumphant self-affirmation of a world historical people, seems more in accord with Hegel's account of lordship and bondage in his phenomenology, Nietzsche nonetheless relies upon the example of the Jews for his account of slave morality. 73. He does this for a number of reasons. Historically, he follows the traditional view that the Jews were a politically subjected people, from the Exodus to the Babylonian captivity to the diaspora, following Titus's destruction of the Second Temple. As a subject people, they could hardly exact collective military revenge against, for example, the Romans, and hope to prevail. Such revenge had to be sublimated, then, which is generally characteristic of ressentiment, rather than revenge. But, as Nietzsche himself had already pointed out, developing under the discipline of suffering, this subjection and vengefulness ultimately transformed itself into a body of great literature, an entire mythology and religion, an unprecedented strength of spirit, intellect, and moral majesty in the Jews' own historical development. More important, however, Nietzsche uses the example of the Jews' subjection as a transition to his larger concern, namely, the immense fund of ressentiment he found so strongly characteristic of early Christianity, especially, that of the Pauline tradition. That the Jews were a chosen people testified to their priestly morality, and their subsequent creation of a great religious morality was demonstrative of their chosen role, namely, to be spiritual leaders. All this is consistent with Nietzsche's account of the slave revolt in morals. But Nietzsche goes on to stress that Christianity's ressentiment, developing within the Roman civilization, finds its compensation not merely in the active exercise of spiritual authority but in the reactive creation of a metaphysical worldview that would have the overlords, the masters, literally burned in hell as compensation for Christian suffering. Hence, Nietzsche's acerbic remarks about the apostles and St. Thomas, and especially his scathing invocation of Tertullian, in section 15 of the first essay. Nietzsche's use of the Jews as an example of slave morality is thus intended to open wider the discussion of ressentiment and its principal inheritor, the Christian religio-moral teaching. In fact, Nietzsche ends section 7 of the first essay by saying one knows who inherited this Jewish revaluation. In this sense, the slave revolt in morals has a history of 2,000 years behind it and which we no longer see because it has been victorious. 74. The slave revolt thus grows into something equally incomparable, a new love, that of Christianity. Section 8 of the first essay indicates the transition Nietzsche wants to make between the brief historical account of Jewish subjection or slavery and the sublime psychological and metaphysical construction of ressentiment that he will develop in section 10. As for the transition from a vengefulness and hatred that characterized the slave revolt, which was basically rooted in a suppressed revenge, the Christian gospel of love is not a denial of revenge, as might be expected, but rather, its bitterest, most poisonous transfiguration into ressentiment, where all pretext of honor and requital and any sense of an aristocratic value standard are abandoned. 75 According to Nietzsche's formulation, ressentiment is a far more subtle and ingenious way of retribution than simple resentment or revenge. Rather than attacking the offending object or perpetrator and engaging it straightforwardly as an enemy, as a restriction or limitation and as something to be quickly repulsed, the act of ressentiment instead subverts the value of the object in question, in this case, the source of one's distress. Rather than striking back at an aggressor, as in the case of revenge, one merely denigrates him and pronounces that he is worthless, beneath contempt, evil. Here, the very agency of value formation has changed. No longer is value a function of the subject's action, his forceful self-affirmation, it is now a matter of creating value by weak and impotent reaction. Here the subject cannot strike back, for he is terrified, overpowered, and sorely embittered by his own impotence and lack of self-confidence, so he does the next best thing, he changes the rules of the game. If he cannot attain his real goal of successful retribution, he lessens its value, and consequently the likelihood of obtaining it. In the simple words of Aesop's fable, one assumes an attitude of sour grapes. In morally evaluative terms, if I cannot deal with strength and self-affirmation, I must invert these values and call weakness and self-denial good. Nietzsche says that this act of spiritual revenge is carried out 2 with awe-inspiring consistency. The ressentiment-laden individual, or class, or culture, or people, inverts the aristocratic value equation and hangs onto this inversion with his teeth, saying that the wretched alone are the good, the poor, the impotent, and lowly are the good, the suffering, deprived, sick, and ugly alone are pious, alone are blessed by God. Blessedness is for them alone, and you, the powerful and noble, are on the contrary the evil, the cruel, the lustful, the insatiable, the godless to all eternity. 76. What slave morality calls evil, then, had formerly been characterized as the good by the aristocratic value equation. Slave morality is essentially a negative creation of value, and it drips with the poison of psychological rancor, the seething powerlessness of ressentiment. Nietzsche clarifies the negative and reactive role played by ressentiment in the formation of slave morality. The slave revolt in morality begins when ressentiment itself becomes creative and gives birth to values, the ressentiment of natures that are denied the true reaction, that of deeds, and compensate themselves with an imaginary revenge. While every noble morality develops from a triumphant affirmation of itself, slave morality from the outset says no to what is outside, what is different, what is not itself, and this no is its creative deed. This inversion of the value positing this need to direct one's view outward instead of back to oneself is of the essence of ressentiment. In order to exist, slave morality always first needs a hostile external world. It needs, physiologically speaking, external stimuli in order to act at all. Its action is fundamentally reaction. The reverse is the case with the noble mode of valuation. It acts and grows spontaneously, it seeks its opposite only so as to affirm itself more gratefully and triumphantly. Its negative concept, low, common, bad, is only a subsequently invented pale, contrasting image in relation to its positive basic concept filled with life and passion through and through. We noble ones, we good, beautiful, happy ones. 77. Once again, this revaluation of values is not a simple mechanical inversion or reversal, it is complicated by the addition of this embittered feeling of residential sentiment by the psychological organ personal inability to see one's enemy as an equal, the inability to respect and to have reverence for one's opponent. Only by regarding the enemy, the adversary, as absolutely despicably, as reprehensible filth, as unclean and unchanged as evil and sinful, does one give oneself any moral status at all. By denigrating 2il, or by positively devaluing the other, one thereby and only indirectly elevates oneself. Of course, from the viewpoint of aristocratic value, one would maintain that it is unworthy of a noble to have such a lowly opponent. One would have to stoop far too low even to engage an enemy who was so vilified. As Nietzsche had already recalled in The Gay Science, an easy prey is something contemptible for proud natures. They feel good only at the sight of unbroken men who might become their enemies and at the sight of all possessions that are hard to come by. Against one who is suffering they are often hard because he is not worthy of their aspirations and pride, but they are doubly obliging toward their peers whom it would be honorable to fight if the occasion should ever arise. Spurred by the good feeling of this perspective, the members of the knightly caste became accustomed to treating each other with exquisite courtesy. Hence, for the aristocratic morality where ressentiment is not a contributing factor of judgment, bad is not a term of vilification. 79 As a reversal and devaluation of noble values, the ressentiment-laden slave values are typified by their reactive and passive nature, both of which characterizations stand in fundamental opposition to the emphasis placed on the ascetic character of noble values. At one rhetorical extreme of his extended account, Nietzsche tends to emphasize the active quality of these values to such a degree that they would seemingly embrace the violence of primitive, barbaric behavior. In section 1.1, for example, he applies this rather over-dramatized characterization to the early Germanic peoples, the Goths, as well as to the Vandals, the Scandinavian Vikings, the Arabian and Japanese nobility, and the Greeks and Romans, all viewed as typical bearers of a master moral. 2i4. Ity. So conceived, their warlike and violently aggressive instincts would find direct expression in the ruthless subjugation of their enemies in predation and battle, and would stand as an affirmation of strength, valor, and courage, values necessary to establish a primitive political state by force. Hence, Nietzsche's characterization of such primitive warrior peoples as animals, beasts of prey, and blond beasts. Hardly averse to rhetorical hyperbole himself, Sigmund Freud would likewise describe these archaic, tribal founders of civil society as the primal horde deity. For both thinkers, civilization would consist in a process of taming the aggressive barbarian instincts, through their repression and sublimation, such that peaceful coexistence could eventually prevail among their constituent members. In making the transition from the earlier barbarian model to the aristocratic model of Greco-Roman antiquity, Nietzsche quotes from Pericles' funeral oration, which testifies to these still retained aggressive warrior instincts and an archaic delight in boldness and wickedness that even in his civilized Athens of the classical period could once again find expression as bloody excess, in warfare, retribution, looting, pillaging, and so forth. But Nietzsche ultimately wishes to emphasize the active character of aristocratic, noble morality in the later classical period and to dissociate it from the simpler barbaric model of an uncaged beast. For his positive characterization of the classical active mode of aristocratic valuation, Nietzsche generally follows Aristotle's traditional injunction that happiness consists in doing well, the well-born. New, as rounded men replete with energy and therefore necessarily active, that happiness should not be sundered from action. Being active was with them necessarily a part of happiness. 1. In this sense, happiness stems from human action, from the active exercise of those human faculties of the spirit and body which, in themselves, yield happiness, virtue, prosperity, and pleasure. Such an actively determined happiness testifies to one's independent agency, one's own sovereign capacity to find value and happiness in oneself, through one's own deeds, and in function of one's own pride and self-esteem. 82 Such an individual is well disposed toward himself and his peers, and as a class, the traditional aristocracy holds itself forth precisely as a model and source of what it values as the good. As such, the aristocratic morality is neither dependent on a comparison between themselves and another class, nor upon a sanction of approval from them. Rather, the 2i5 higher class felt themselves to be happy. They did not have to establish their happiness artificially by examining their enemies, or to persuade themselves, deceive themselves, that they were happy. 83. If, on the aristocratic scale of values, happiness is directly tied to action, the slave's set of values is characterized by an entirely passive sense of happiness. The latter kind of happiness, that of slave morality, is, he says, entirely narcotic, drug, rest, peace, Sabbath, slackening of tension and relaxing of limbs, in short, passivity. 84. His happiness essentially consists in a withdrawal from all potentially harmful, dangerous, or painful stimuli whatsoever. Effectively, then, it amounts to a flight, a withdrawal, from reality itself. Such a passively construed sense of happiness testifies dramatically to the slave's lack of independence, power, and pride, egoistic values that would otherwise serve as a stimulus for the aristocratic equation. As creatively inverted, or negated, and forged under the impress of slavish ressentiment, the negative value standard of slave morality, dependence, weakness, humility, and pity thus testifies to both the slave's inability to find happiness in action as well as to his effective renunciation of all real agency, independence, autonomy, or self-sovereignty whatsoever. With the abdication of real agency, the slave is necessarily submissive, compliant, a position that alone remains the sole source of pleasure, now negatively construed as passivity, avoidance of distress, of reality. This whole process of abdication and withdrawal results in a sort of abject dependency and reliance upon what is not one's own to serve as the basis of self-value and value in general. Since the slave or utilitarian scale of values is now constructed according to a non-egoistic standard, precisely according to the herd morality, the value of the self, the ego, is necessarily inverted and devalued. In such circumstances, morally correct behavior, action for the good, is necessarily inimical to one's own best interests. No longer acting for oneself by drawing upon one's own cultivated and trained resources, one can no longer attain any real sense of happiness. Since they are prescribed by the herd morality, one's own moral actions effectively proscribe one's own happiness. For Nietzsche, this is a terrible mistake. One of the great errors of mankind, Nietzsche would recall in the THIRD of the Idols, is the belief that happiness, even of such a low form, can be ordained from without, that it can be achieved by passive submission to a set of prescribed rules or ideals, that is, by completely reacting to their imperative nature. 2:6. The most general formula on which every religion and morality is founded is: do this and that, refrain from this and that, then you will be happy. Otherwise, every morality, every religion, is this imperative. I call it the great original sin of reason, the immortal unreason. In my mouth, this formula is changed into its opposite. First example of my revaluation of all values: a well-thumbed-out human being, a happy one, must perform certain actions and shrinks instinctively from other actions. He carries the order, which he represents physiologically, into his relations with other human beings and things. In a formula, his virtue is the effect of his happiness. 85. Fatally condemned to perpetuating his own unhappiness, out of inability, weakness, and fear, the slave's own impotence eventually becomes fully delusional. By means of his imaginary value inversion, he reinterprets his own misery and suffering into exemplary cases of virtue itself, and this is precisely what constitutes his moral psychological victory over the now despised aristocratic values. As Nietzsche would elaborate this counterfeiting of ressentiment values: the oppressed, downtrodden, outraged exhort one another with the vengeful cunning of impotence, let us be different from the evil, namely good. And he is good who does not outrage, who harms nobody, who does not attack, who does not requite, who leaves revenge to God, who keeps himself hidden as we do, who avoids evil and desires little from life, like us, the patient, humble, and just. 86. The pent-up hatred toward the overlord can now be discharged in the denunciation of his evil enemy, and the slave can take a refreshing pleasure in this release of his vengeance, an emotional release that effectively serves to anesthetize the sufferer. Orchestrating the discharge of this hatred against the evil and ungodly, the priestly class also propagates the counterfeiting of ressentiment ideals. In section 14, Nietzsche offers a veritable catalogue of these moral misnomers of ressentiment. Weakness is lied into something meritorious. And impotence which does not requite into goodness of heart, anxious lowliness into humility, subjection to those one hates into obedience. The inoffensiveness of the weak man, even the cowardice of which he has so much. Acquire flattering names, such as patience, and are even called virtue itself. His inability for revenge is called unwillingness to revenge, perhaps even forgiveness. Vengefulness and hatred? The triumph of justice. What they hate is not their enemy, no. They hate injustice, they hate godlessness, what they believe in. 2:7. And hope for is not the hope of revenge, but the victory of God, of the just God, over the godless. Under the direction of the priestly class, the further dissemination of these non-egoistic values serves to consolidate and to preserve the herd, or the flock of followers, and at the same time, these values do yield up some lesser sense of pleasure to the followers if only by obtaining the praise of others, a secondary kind of pleasure, that of feeling good by doing good deeds for others. It is in this sense that Nietzsche remarks, in the third essay, that the priest has an enormous utility. If one wanted to express the value of the priestly existence in the briefest formula, it would be, the priest alters the direction of ressentiment 88. In essays 2 and 3 of the genealogy, Nietzsche will address the psychology of the priest at length, claiming that it is the priests themselves who invent the concept of original sin, thereby placing the initial cause of human suffering in the very hands of those who suffer, namely, the sufferers themselves. By the same token, the priest is the only one who can absolve the sinner of his or her suffering. In this case, the priest will redirect the sufferer's ressentiment back upon the sufferer in the form of a set of self-inflicted ascetic practices, for example, of self-lacerating atonement, of desperate prayers and tearful lamentations, to be employed by the sinful sufferer, in order to seek the priest's absolution of sin and the promise of grace and redemption. In the first essay of the genealogy, however, Nietzsche asserts that such redemption from suffering is to be found in the promise of heavenly bliss itself, namely, with the advent of the Last Judgment, the victory of God over the sinners, over the unjust and the godless. Such would be their heaven, the coming of their kingdom, of the kingdom of God. 89. In testimony to the forging or counterfeiting of ressentiment values, Nietzsche proposes that Dante himself should stand corrected on his view of the Christian afterlife. Rather than just placing above the gateway of his hell the inscription "I too was created by eternal love," he should have placed as a motto over the gates of the Christian paradise and its eternal bliss the inscription "I too was created by eternal hate," provided a truth may be placed above the gateway to a lie. 90. It is perhaps the consistency of its willful misrepresentation of the real that Nietzsche finds so disturbing, so reprehensible, about the ressentiment-laden individual. Having inverted and devalued the aristocratic nobility of strength, and thus having compensated its own impotent hatred with the crown of an 2i8 eternal, heavenly afterlife, the Christian morality of ressentiment then goes on to indict the active nobility of strength precisely for its not being weak. Seizing upon the seduction of language that supposes a doer behind the deed, a hidden cause behind the real effect, a lightning behind the flash, slave morality doubles the deed and posits the belief in an independent subject behind, underlying, the living, human being, an independent subject who is allegedly free in tum to elect the very nature of its own being, its own reality, of course, in accordance with the passive and reactive values of ressentiment. But for Nietzsche, the subject in question here is merely the mystification of the linguistic subject itself, the first-person singular, impersonal pronoun, it. In terms of articulating objective reality, this would be the linguistic subject of predication, the indeterminate substratum, or indexical, which is descriptively accounted for in terms of its observable properties or determinate predications, in space-time. Nietzsche explicitly equates this underlying subject of linguistic predication with Kant's thing in itself. In terms of subjective, human existence, Nietzsche further equates this linguistic subject with the pronominal subject, the first-person singular, personal pronoun, I. What is thus the linguistic subject of a spoken or written sentence, the pronoun I, becomes owing to the seduction of language 9 misinterpreted metaphysically as an immaterial and immortal soul, one possessed of the miracle of free will. While Nietzsche would explicitly criticize such metaphysical notions as the immortal soul, free will, and the kingdom of heaven, elsewhere especially in the gay science, beyond good and evil, light of the idols, and the Antichrist, he argues, here, in the genealogy, that the notion of an immortal soul possessed of free will is devised by the Christian morality of ressentiment so as to make the master morality accountable for its actions and therefore to render them guilty, that is, sinful, for not acting out of weakness, passivity, impotence. Just as the popular mind separates the lightning from its flash and takes the latter for an action, for the operation of a subject called lightning, So popular morality also separates strength from expressions of strength, as if there were a neutral substratum behind the strong man, which was free to express strength or not to do so. But there is no such substratum, there is no being behind doing, effecting, becoming. The doer is merely a fiction added to the deed is everything. The popular mind in fact doubles the deed, it posits the same event first as cause and then a second time as its effect. Ways of exercising one's power upon others, that is all one desires in such cases. One hurts those whom one wants to feel one's power, for pain is a much more efficient means to that end than pleasure. Pain always raises the question about its origin while pleasure is inclined to stop with itself, without looking back. 105. Now, underlying my fear as a debtor, Nietzsche suggests that a parallel emotion occurs on the side of the other party, on the side of the creditor. If, as a debtor, I fail to live up to the precise terms of the contract, if I fail to pay back the stipulated commodity or if I fail to pay back some other commodity of equal value, then, in the end, I can only repay the debt by gratifying the creditor's basest desires, by gratifying his pleasure in cruelty. I give him the only thing left to me, my freedom or my body, for him to enjoy or to abuse, in whatever manner gives him the most pleasure. This, then, is performed in lieu of monetary repayment of the debt. Unable to recover his monetary loss, the creditor invariably punishes me, the debtor. But why should the creditor take pleasure in the exercise of punishment? Nietzsche argues that the creditor does this for the sole reason of seeing me suffer. Ultimately, this means he can exercise his power over me, and he enjoys the pleasurable feeling he takes in actively exercising his cruelty. My pain thus serves to repay my debt. It serves as a particularly intense form of entertainment for him, indeed, as a spectacle, as a feast for his cruelty. We note, in this case, the mechanism of what is at work here, a pattern very similar to the case given in Nietzsche's first essay concerning the revaluation of values, what he called the slave revolt in morals. Here, the debtor's abasement elevates the creditor's importance, his perceived sense of self-respect, self-importance, his vanity and pride. It is only because the debtor now grovels about in embarrassment and pain, it is only because of his demonstrable weakness and humiliation, that the creditor in his turn feels more important, more powerful. Doubtless, it is precisely for the same reason that victorious armies and propaganda ministers of all ages invariably display their defeated victims, publicly, in the worst possible state of submission, in the extremes of humiliation. The captured enemy soldiers are filed by in tattered rags, emaciated, tin cups in their hands, with blood-stained shards of fabric wrapped around their wounds. Inevitably the refugees come, begging, pleading, imploring for a few grains of rice, a coin perhaps, or a crust of bread from you, you victorious allies and superhuman gods. 106. Conscience, then, is the full memory of what happens when the debtor fails to complete the terms of his contract with the creditor. Pangs of conscience, according to this account, are no more than pangs of fear for self-preservation, in the extreme, for preservation of one's life, home, family, and self-respect. Nietzsche would remark at considerable length on this most human of human processes. Let us be clear as to the logic of this form of compensation, for it is strange enough. An equivalence is provided by the creditors receiving in place of a 224. Literal compensation for an injury, a recompense in the form of a kind of pleasure, the pleasure of being allowed to vent his power freely upon one who is powerless, the voluptuous pleasure of doing evil, or the pleasure of doing it, the enjoyment of violation. 107. At this point in his account, Nietzsche proceeds to broaden the scope of his analysis, extending it to the order of social stratification. Here, the member of the lower social class, motivated in part by his ongoing ressentiment, will seek to exact a long-deferred vengeance upon the representative of the upper class. This enjoyment will be the greater, the lower the creditor stands in the social order, and can easily appear to him as a foretaste of higher rank. In punishing the debtor, the creditor participates in a right of the masters. At last, he, too, may experience for once the exalted sensation of being allowed to despise and mistreat someone else as beneath him, or, at least, if the actual power and administration of punishment has already passed on to the authorities, to see him despised and mistreated. The compensation, then, consists in a warrant for and title to cruelty. To what extent can suffering balance debts or guilt? To the extent that to make suffer was in the highest degree pleasurable, to the extent that the injured party exchanged for the loss he sustained, including the displeasure caused by the loss, an extraordinary counterbalancing pleasure, that of making suffer a genuine festival, something which, as aforesaid, was prized the more highly the more violently it contrasted with the rank and social standing of the creditor. 108. When Nietzsche raises the issue of punishment in the context of his developing argument about the origin of conscience, what his discussion reveals is that punishment is central to the making of a memory mnemotechnics, as he says of FEAR. This fear-inspired memory serves to structure our responsibility in our lawful and conscientious contractual dealings. In what amounts to a particularly strident definition of negative reinforcement, he would remark, if something is to stay in the memory it must be burned in, only that which never ceases to hurt stays in the memory. 109. And after citing a blood-curdling list of tortures that were traditionally inflicted as punishment upon wrongdoers: stoning, breaking on the wheel, piercing with stakes, quartering, boiling in oil, flaying alive, smearing the criminal with honey and leaving him in the sun for the flies, he then concludes. With the aid of such images and procedures one finally remembers 5 or 6 I will nots, in regard to which one had given one's promise so as to participate in the advantages of society, and it was indeed with the aid of this kind of memory. 225. That one at last came to reason. Reason, seriousness, mastery over the affects, the whole somber thing called reflection, all these prerogatives and showpieces of man, how dearly they have been bought. How much blood and cruelty lie at the bottom of all good things. 110. What Nietzsche does not want to argue is the more traditional claim that punishment is at the origin of bad conscience. He wants to take the argument to a much deeper level, both culturally and psychologically. Advocates of retributive justice would claim that punishment is a function of justice in that it balances the wrongs committed against us. The punishment inflicted on the wrongdoer serves as repayment or retribution for the initial injustice, the original violation. They would then claim that such punishment is itself instrumental in bringing about a sense of guilt and would therefore serve as a detriment to future misconduct, thus being of great social utility. But Nietzsche disagrees on both counts. As for the former position, Nietzsche suggests 2 reasons why the case is more complicated. On the one hand, he argues against the position of Eugen Thüring, who claimed that justice is simply to be understood as retribution or revenge with a fair name. But, for Nietzsche, such a position does not really explain anything. It begs the question of why one takes pleasure in the cruel punishment of the wrongdoer. Also, justice conceived on the basis of revenge or resentment remains reactive, and its purported sense of fairness would be overwhelmed in the encounter with the truly active, powerful drives and effects manifested by the opposing wrongdoer, such as his lust for power, avarice, and his heightened display of unreflective egoism. Confronted with such strong, opposing states, any claim to fairness or justice grounded in the reactive feelings would lose all pretense of objectivity and would devolve into deadly enmity and prejudice, thus ridiculing any sense of impartial justice. Simply stated, revenge amounts to no more than revenge, it cannot claim to be the origin of justice. As for Thüring's specific proposition that the home of justice is to be sought in the sphere of reactive feelings, one is obliged for truth's sake to counter it with a blunt antithesis. The last sphere to be conquered by the spirit of justice is the sphere of the reactive feelings. When it really happens that the just man remains just even toward those who have harmed him, when the exalted, clear objectivity, as penetrating as it is mild, of the eye of justice and judging is not dimmed even under the assault of personal injury, derision, and calumny, this. 226. is a piece of perfection and supreme mastery on earth, something it would be prudent not to expect or to believe in to rea dilly. 112. Ultimately, Nietzsche argues that justice is entirely conventional, not natural, not the expression of some unegoistic, natural sentiment or instinct, and that it exists only in function of the institution of law. In the absence of law there is neither justice nor injustice, merely the opposition and conflict that belong to the basic functions of organic life: injury, assault, exploitation. 113. A broader consideration that Nietzsche addresses in the course of his analysis is the conventional feeling that there is a particular purpose behind punishment. Nietzsche attributes this sentiment, as he had attributed the moral feeling, in the first essay of the genealogy, to the English psychologists. In this case, he points to the work of the neo-Darwinian philosopher Herbert Spencer, for whom the purpose behind punishment would be social adaptation. 114. Nietzsche's approach is markedly different in kind. He argues that punishment is itself overdetermined in meaning, and that it has multiple and often conflicting interpretations, according to the myriad details of history, culture, the level and type of social development attained, and various other contextual specifications. 115. Thus, for Nietzsche, punishment itself pre-existed any single determinate purpose or meaning, and most likely emerged in primitive society as a positive, unfettered, and explosive impulse of anger and dissatisfaction. As such, punishment was not initially tied to retribution. Any clearly retributive sense of justice postulates a sense of accountability, of responsibility, on the part of the individual, and this, in turn, supposes an exercise of control over one's own will, a free will. According to this position, one holds the wrongdoer accountable for his or her actions or unjust behavior, and thus deserving of punishment. Or, as Nietzsche summarizes this view, the criminal deserves punishment because he could have acted differently. 116. But such a view is distinctly modern, and it entails a rather complexly developed sense of intellectual and legal sophistication, as well as a highly cultivated psychological maturity, all maintained and enforced by the straitjacket of social conformity to the instituted herd morality. From a genealogical point of view informed by the historical sense, Nietzsche rather traces the impulse to punish to a more primitive, archaic psychology, where one's affects and drives were not governed by prudence or calculation, nor were they constrained by the authority of law. In such a state, one more of nature than convention, the individual acted straightforwardly, without emotional reserve, repression, reflection, or sublimation. 227. Throughout the greater part of human history, punishment was not imposed because one held the wrongdoer responsible for his deed, thus not on the presupposition that only the guilty one should be punished, rather, as parents still punish their children, from anger at some harm or injury, vented on the one who caused it. 117. As for the alleged causal relation between punishment and guilt, Nietzsche charges that if punishment were successful in inducing guilt, then surely, those who were most frequently punished, criminals, prisoners, convicts, and so forth, would feel most guilty and, hence, would be least likely to pursue a course of illegal misconduct or criminality. But, as he observes in this regard, punishment is supposed to possess the value of awakening the feeling of guilt in the guilty person. One seeks in it the actual instrumentum of that psychical recession called bad conscience, sting of conscience. It is precisely among criminals and convicts that the sting of conscience is extremely rare. Prisons and penitentiaries are not the kind of hotbed in which this species of gnawing worm is likely to flourish. Generally speaking, punishment makes men hard and cold, it concentrates, it sharpens the feeling of alienation, it strengthens the power of resistance. If we consider those millennia before the history of man, we may unhesitatingly assert that it was precisely through punishment that the development of the feeling of guilt was most powerfully hindered, at least in the victims upon whom the punitive force was vented. For we must not underrate the extent to which the sight of the judicial and executive procedures prevents the criminal from considering his deed, the type of his action, as such, reprehensible, for he sees exactly the same kind of actions practiced in the service of justice and approved of and practiced with a good conscience: spying, deception, bribery, setting traps, the whole cunning and underhanded art of police and prosecution, plus robbery, violence, defamation, imprisonment, torture, murder, practiced as a matter of principle and without even emotion to excuse them, which are pronounced characteristics of the various forms of punishment, all of them therefore actions which his judges in no way condemn and repudiate as such, but only when they are applied and directed to particular ends. 118. Thus, while the threat of punishment is central to the construction of conscience, the fear of retribution for failure to repay an obligation, Nietzsche claims that punishment is itself too overdetermined in nature and meaning to serve as the origin of bad conscience or guilt. As he remarks, the form of punishment is relatively enduring, that is, the custom, the act, the drama, and a certain strict sequence of procedures involved in punishment, but the meaning of punishment is far more fluid. 228. The concept punishment possesses in fact not one meaning but a whole synthesis of meanings. The previous history of punishment in general, the history of its employment for the most various purposes, finally crystallizes into a kind of unity that is hard to disentangle, hard to analyze and, as must be emphasized especially, totally indefinable. Today it is impossible to say for certain why people are really punished. 11.9. Furthermore, if punishment seemed to emerge initially as an archaic and unreflective expression of powerful instincts and effects, of, for example, anger, then there would seem to be no specific purpose or meaning to it, such as the purported adaptation to social conditions. This is why Nietzsche argues that for punishment to acquire any specific determination, such as the balancing of wrongs or serving as a rectification of harm, or as retribution for injuries committed against us, then it would have to be understood to follow the institution of commerce and law. Thus, a relatively stable society first has to be imposed upon the earlier natural state of humanity, and only in function of the subsequent and secondary institutions of law, commerce, and rule governance can deeds and acts be measured, apportioned, and valued and thus enter into exchange relations, such as would be required by the notion of retributive justice. 120 Effectively, anger has to be held in check by the primitive state, so as to provide the necessary conditions of stability that would allow for the conduct of commerce, trade, and civil existence. Only when these conditions are met can there be any sense of justice. 121. It is thereby in consequence of a shared sense of justice that the very notion of guilt or bad conscience arises, and not out of punishment or revenge. Rather, it arises out of the individual debtor-creditor relationship and becomes transferred to a more general social political context. Bad conscience, guilt, or sin. Nietzsche claims that the first condition for guilt, or bad conscience, stems from our earliest ancestors being forced to live under a primitive tyrannical rule. In other words, by being forced to live in a political or civil state, a coherent primitive society governed by rules, by law, and enforced by the power of a common authority. In first describing this primitive civil or political order, Nietzsche calls upon his earlier debtor-creditor model to explain the dynamics that bind or subject the individual to this common authority. Effectively, the community as a whole stands as a creditor to the individual members, who are 229. Indebted, indeed obligated, to the community for their personal protection, security, peace, and the wide range of civilized advantages only the greater community, the state, can provide. Each member is in turn pledged to protect and preserve the community through personal compliance to its laws and through his or her cooperative efforts to maintain civil stability and well-being in the face of enmity, conflict, and external hostilities. This is the cost of membership in the community. Should an individual member transgress his or her civil bond of obligation to the community at large through criminal or civil misconduct, not only will this individual have incurred the demand for retribution from the individuals he or she may have injured, but more importantly, the individual has broken his or her initial pledge to the community as a whole. Such a case of criminal transgression, as Nietzsche would remark in section 9 of the genealogy, not only illustrates what civil society is worth to the individual but also dramatically highlights the opposition between membership in such a community and the reversion to barbarism, to a state of pre-civil existence. The community, the disappointed creditor, will get what repayment it can, one may depend on that. The direct harm caused by the culprit is here a minor matter. Quite apart from this, the lawbreaker is above all a breaker of his contract and his word with the whole in respect to all the benefits and comforts of communal life of which he has hitherto had a share. The lawbreaker is a debtor who has not merely failed to make good the advantages and advance payments bestowed upon him but has actually attacked his creditor. Therefore he is not only deprived henceforth of all these advantages and benefits, as is fair, he is also reminded what these benefits are really worth. The wrath of the disappointed creditor, the community, throws him back again into the savage and outlaw state against which he has hitherto been protected. It thrusts him away, and now every kind of hostility may be vented upon him. 122. Such is the violence of the state. Itself instituted by violence, civil society will use every coercive means at its disposal to prevent its disaggregation, namely, the reversion of its members to their former condition, to the state of nature, which is now termed the condition of savagery and barbarism. 123. At stake for the state, then, is its very condition. Civilization itself, however bathed in blood its own origins may well have been. But by stressing what is at stake in the opposition between civil society and its antecedent condition, Nietzsche wishes to emphasize just how transformed the nature of the individual has become, precisely by his subjection to even the earliest forms of civilization. By this his enforced socialization, the individual's pain and suffering increase immeasurably. He is no 230 longer able to freely vent his anger, passions, or joyful exuberance, as he could in a state of nature. His freedom to outwardly discharge his instinctual energy, emotions, or life force is inhibited the moment he enters into civil society. Enclosed within the walls of society and of peace, suddenly all their instincts were disvalued and suspended. A dreadful heaviness lay upon them. They felt unable to cope with the simplest undertakings. In this new world they no longer possessed their former guides, their regulating, unconscious and infallible drives. I believe there has never been such a feeling of misery on earth, such a leaden discomfort, and at the same time the old instincts had not suddenly ceased to make their usual demands. Only it was hardly or rarely possible to humor them. 124. The individual's freedom to live however he sees fit is henceforth subject to regulation by the state, and is thus suppressed, forcibly made latent, by the state. Indeed, it is precisely the function of the state to employ every judicial and executive procedure up to and including robbery, violence, defamation, imprisonment, torture, murder, practiced as a matter of principle, to ensure the individual's subjection. 125. But if the individual is denied this external outlet of expression, his or her vitality must inevitably be channeled elsewhere. In civil society, this urge to express one's passions, to exteriorize one's emotions, instinctual desires, or aggressions must be subverted and be directed inward. 126. So, instead of striking outward, the individual attacks him or herself. The instinctual energy becomes inner-directed, or rather, self-inflicted. Quite simply, one comes to war with oneself. Nietzsche would describe this blockage, redirection, and subsequent internalization of instincts as the very origin of bad conscience. All instincts that do not discharge themselves outwardly tum in wr. This is what I call the internalization of man. Thus it was that man first developed what was later called his soul. The entire inner world, originally as thin as if it were stretched between two membranes, expanded and extended itself, acquired depth, breadth, and height, in the same measure as outward discharge was inhibited. Those fearful bulwarks with which the political organization protected itself against the old instincts of freedom, punishments belong among these bulwarks, brought about that all those instincts of wild, free, prowling man turned backward against man himself. Hostility, cruelty, joy in persecuting, in attacking, in change, in destruction, all this turned against the possessors of such instincts. That is the origin of the bad conscience. 12. 7. If the individual's own instinctual self-expression now becomes a kind of repression. 12.8. He or she in 2.3i Tum becomes tamed, divided, and immobilized. Divided against oneself, an inner world of conflict opens up. At once, this becomes a place of psychological hesitation and caution, where one must painstakingly reflect upon the efficacy and propriety of one's actions, ever full of incurring punishment by committing some thoughtless expression of instinctual, and thus potentially violent and transgressive, behavior. Instinctual drives, formerly unbound and capricious, now have to become controlled, mastered, and this calls for entirely new psychological resources to be forged from the former instincts, precisely in view of now having to control them. The newfound abilities of thinking, inferring, reckoning, coordinating cause and effect will force conscious reflection and self-conscious behavior onto the newly socialized individual. 129. What Nietzsche finds so striking here is that the production of this inner world of conscious reflection and self-control the soul now becomes the very site of human suffering, self-suffering. In the absence of external enemies and pleasurable external outlets for aggression, the socialized individual, forcibly confined to the oppressive narrowness and punctiliousness of custom, is now obliged to redirect his instinctual energies against himself, precisely so as to tame himself. It is this new practice of taming oneself, training oneself to accommodate oneself to the strictures of civil society, that takes a terrifying toll upon the individual's former well-being. Even if this process creates an entirely new kind of human being, civilized, thoughtful, reflective, self-controlled, it is nonetheless the origin of an intense suffering, since it is brought about through a violent mistreatment directed against oneself, a process of self-laceration and self-punishment. Ultimately, Nietzsche will describe the civilizing process of guilt, of the bad conscience - something so new, profound, unheard of, enigmatic, contradictory, and pregnant with a future that the aspect of the earth was essentially altered. 130 as the distinctively human illness. This animal that rubbed itself raw against the bars of its cage as one tried to tame it, this deprived creature, racked with homesickness for the wild, who had to tum himself into an adventure, a torture chamber, an uncertain and dangerous wilderness, this fool, this yearning and desperate prisoner became the inventor of the bad conscience. But thus began the gravest and uncanniest illness, from which humanity has not yet recovered, man's suffering. Man, himself, the result of a forcible sundering from his animal past, as it were a leap and plunge into new surroundings and conditions of existence, a declaration of war against the old instincts upon which his strength, joy, and terribleness had rested. Hitherto. 131. 232. Remarkably, with this self-infliction of bad conscience, where the instinct for freedom pushed back and repressed, incarcerated within, and finally able to discharge and vent itself only on itself, 132 an element of the earlier, archaic instincts is retained at least. This is what Nietzsche advances as a hypothesis, namely, one's ancestral pleasure in cruelty. But with the internalization of these instincts, they are turned against the subject himself, producing the paradoxical result that one takes pleasure in one's own cruelty to oneself. This happens at the very moment when the subject is crafting his or her newly socialized self, a self being tamed and trained according to the new model or new ideal of the unegoistic, socially conforming member of the herd. Morally, one hurts oneself and takes pleasure in it by effationing oneself, by literally sacrificing oneself, to the new ego ideal of the selfless individual, the morally responsible, self-sacrificing, humble citizen. Nietzsche goes on to liken this self-transformation to the process of artistic creation, whereby the artist imposes an enormous task or burden upon him or herself along with the rigid determination and self-discipline this creative task involves. In order to attain an ideal of beauty, the artist suffers in his or her painful struggle to create, and at the same time, delights in this suffering as a foretaste of attaining his or her ideal of perfection, beauty itself. In this delight, in this secret self-ravishment, this artist's cruelty, this delight in imposing a form upon oneself as a hard, recalcitrant, suffering material, the artist willfully drives him or herself ever harder, agonizingly so, to further create in turn. 133 This artist's self-ravishment, which consists in redirecting the archaic impulse of cruelty back upon oneself, yielding pleasure in the very suffering of pain, is the hint that Nietzsche offers as to how the unegoistic emotions came to be valued on the basis of the bad conscience. This hint will at least make less enigmatic the enigma of how contradictory concepts such as selflessness, self-denial, self-sacrifice can suggest an ideal, a kind of beauty, and one thing we know henceforth, I have no doubt of it, and that is the nature of the delight that the selfless man, the self-denier, the self-sacrificer feels from the first. This delight is tied to cruelty. 134. Briefly restated. The first condition for guilt or bad conscience is the generalized increase in suffering brought about in civil society by the internalization of the instincts and drives. One can no longer strike out at will, neither against someone else nor even in an unconventional way, against something else, such as property. Convention, that is, social or rule-governed, behavior becomes our second nature, and the cost of this transformation is enormous. Life itself becomes a species of crippling frustration behavior, from which we continually suffer, yet, in which, we find a perverse pleasure. 1. The second general condition for guilt or bad conscience arises out of our need to interpret the suffering brought about by our insertion into civil society, to make some sense out of it, to find meaning in our suffering. The ancient lament of the prophet Job is heard even today, in some quarters. Why do we suffer? What does this suffering mean? What is the reason for it? And perhaps, most significantly, why does it have to happen to me? At this stage of his extended analysis, Nietzsche briefly recalls the classical explanation of man. He points out that ancient cultures distinguished humankind from the brutes, from the animals, precisely because of its distinctive ability to reason, to explain, to judge, to place value on things. Thus, for the Greeks, man was defined, essentially, as the living, thinking being. Plato calls him the zoon logon ekon. Nietzsche points out that in ancient Sanskrit, the words for man and mind share a common etymology. In Old High German and in Gothic German, this relation still carried, in the terms man and mana again, man and mind. Perhaps we could even carry out Nietzsche's earlier metaphor of rumination and say that this is a peculiar way we humans have of ingesting or digesting things. We compel ourselves, as humans, to place an order on them, so as to deal with them wholly, coherently, effectively. 136. We have to make sense of things. This is our distinctively human inheritance, our human nature, as it were. These first two conditions for bad conscience or guilt, the increase of human suffering that results from the institution of civil society, and the need to interpret that suffering, combine on the level of cultural interpretation. Nietzsche locates the origin of this interpretation in a specific application of the debtor-creditor relationship, namely, the traditional recognition between generations that there exists a juridical duty toward earlier generations on the part of the later generations. 137. In this instance, the cultural formulation of guilt becomes the following: we, as a collective body, owe our ancestors a debt of gratitude for making our present society prosperous, at least to the extent that it continues to exist, and we with it. Thus ancestor worship evolves, with its elaborate rituals of celebration, whereby the ancient deeds performed by the ancestors, together with the prosperity that derives from those deeds, are repaid by the succeeding generations. Offerings, sacrifices, and so forth are given in thanks, in homage, as respectful repayment to the founders of the society. Nietzsche goes on, however, to note a remarkable fact here: insofar as the society grows more powerful and prosperous, so does the feeling of 234 indebtedness and the need of paying back that debt to the spiritual forebears. The sentiment of compensation and obligation persists across the ages. Perhaps this festival will satisfy them. Perhaps the debt can finally be settled by establishing a temple or by having an annual sacrifice, celebration, or feast. But, Nietzsche continues, in the end, the ancestor must necessarily be transformed into a god. 138 Precisely because of the magnitude and duration of the prosperity bequeathed us, the spiritual presence of the ancestors eventually becomes overpowering and they become gods of every pale and hue. It suffices to think of Greek mythology and the status attributed to its ancient heroes. In the afterworld, they people the Elysian fields as demigods and can intervene effectively in the affairs of man. Or of Norse mythology, where the heroes and warriors of past ages rule the present from the drinking halls of Valhalla. Christian beatification as well as political enshrinement only testify to the enduring persuasiveness of this transformation. Once the ancestor has been retroactively transformed into a god, there is no end to the consequences. With the advent of institutionalized religion, guilt or bad conscience becomes transferred from the order of civil, or human, law to that of divine law, divine ordinance, and for Nietzsche, this is what constitutes the realization of guilt, more precisely, the involvement of the bad conscience with the concept of God. 139. Thus, duty and guilt become religious presuppositions of conscience, such that divine commandment effectively governs human behavior. With this development, a higher stage is reached. Our guilt and indebtedness become sin for the Judeo-Christian God. Since the feeling of indebtedness or guilt increases proportionally with the power of the culture's God, then, as Nietzsche claims, the Christian God, as the maximum God attained so far, was therefore accompanied by the maximum feeling of guilty indebtedness on earth. 140. With the advent of the Judeo-Christian Creator God and the moralization of guilt, the individual becomes literally indebted to God for the universe itself. Guilt becomes infinitized, or as Nietzsche remarks, the debt is finally judged to be irredeemable. Once this admission is made, however, a remarkable awareness takes place. Since the indebtedness is now seen to be impossible, how can one plausibly repay the infinite source of creation itself? The opposite sentiment arises, namely, that one denies the very possibility of discharge, and consequently, that penance is also irredeemable. Hence, one assumes the debt upon oneself. 235. The aim now is to turn back the concepts guilt and duty, back against whom? There can be no doubt, against the debtor first of all, in whom from now on the bad conscience is firmly rooted, eating into him and spreading within him like a polyp. 141. At such a stage of reflection in the development of the religious sentiment, Nietzsche claims that the believer is placed in a completely hopeless situation. He is confronted with the prospect of eternal punishment, arising from the recognition that the indebtedness can never be repaid, the debt can never be discharged. Seeking to disburden himself from the prospect of an irredeemable debt that he has taken upon himself, the believer now attempts to project the initial cause of this impossible guilt, this bad conscience, elsewhere, either upon the primal ancestor himself, who is from now on burdened with a curse, or upon nature as a primordial source of evil, or upon existence in general, as being patently worthless. 142. Of course, for Nietzsche, all these expedients of projecting the cause of the initial indebtedness which bad conscience had already burned into our souls outward, upon the past and upon the world at large, paints an earthly existence of unremitting nihilism, suffering, and despair. Human consolation for such an insufferable existence would, as Nietzsche suggests, at best amount to a Buddhistic withdrawal into nothingness, abdication and suicidal flight into a state of complete resignation. Faced with this extreme-most situation of the religio-moral interpretation, one need not dispense with the conception of gods in itself. Nietzsche counsels. 143. Given the reality of human suffering and the demand of human reason to explain this suffering, even within the context of a religious worldview, other solutions than the bad conscience are indeed possible. The Greeks, for example, as Nietzsche relates it, had a remarkably generous solution to this problem. Their gods acknowledged themselves to be the source, the cause, of evil, so they assumed the burden of guilt. 144. If suffering as punishment was visited by the gods upon humanity, perhaps so as to provide them with an entertaining spectacle of cruelty, then quite simply, they were to blame, thereby, exonerating mankind of guilt. 145 By the same token, if the gods themselves were the source of evil, then, by comparison, the gravity of mankind's occasional transgressions was lessened in tum and attributed to ordinary human frailty and folly. As Nietzsche remarks, in discussing the classical Greek resolution to the theologically understood problem of evil and human suffering, their solution was to vindicate humanity by frankly admitting human imperfection, thereby avoiding the self-laceration of an impossible human guilt. 2:6. These Greeks used their gods precisely so as to ward off the bad conscience, so as to be able to rejoice in their freedom of soul. In this way the gods seemed to justify man to a certain extent even in his wickedness. They seemed as the originators of evil in those days. They took upon themselves, not the punishment but, what is nobler, the guilt. 140. For Christianity, however, and Nietzsche never ceases to lament this final development, the solution was exactly opposite to that of the pre-Socratic Greeks. The Christian theological resolution, which Nietzsche terms a paradoxical and horrifying expedient that seemed to provide a temporary relief for the suffering of its members, was to have God himself assume the suffering, by sacrificing himself. Through Jesus' crucifixion, a stroke of genius, God intervened on behalf of the debtor, to relieve the human suffering born from guilt, from our original indebtedness. While such a solution seemed to alleviate suffering, by having God assume it himself, his self-consumption in suffering out of love for the sinners, what is remarkable, paradoxical, and horrifying to the Christian solution is precisely the fact that it compounds human guilt. Now, mankind intensifies the cause of his suffering by adding the guilt for God's own sacrifice, Jesus' crucifixion, to his own earlier situation of an already infinitized guilt. An infinite guilt becomes augmented and compounded precisely because Jesus died on the cross for our sins. Hence, we are responsible for his death for us. Nietzsche ironically adds, out of his love for us, a love freely given, and hence, a gift of love that by nature cannot be conditional upon reciprocity. 147 Otherwise, it would not be a freely given love, nor would it be a gift at all. For Nietzsche, in any case, the crucial fiction of the crucifixion is that it eliminates human suffering. By his account, however, even if the image of the crucifixion temporarily serves to assuage the burden of suffering, it rather in the longer run increases the sum of human suffering by intensifying and multiplying the cause of the suffering, namely, guilt itself. Burdened with guilt and indebted by sin, the priest's role is henceforth to explain our suffering as punishment, as the painful consequence of our violating or transgressing the divine will. Ranging in severity from Adam's original sin, eating fruit from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, to one's minor moral lapses, humanity itself has sinned. It has effectively broken the covenant, the divine contract, as it were. We are thereby held responsible to ourselves, in the face of the infinite Creator, for our own suffering. Our fall is one into sin. Expelled from the Garden of Eden and its tree of life, humankind is henceforth enjoined by God to suffer an utterly ignominious existence. 237. To the woman he said, I will intensify the pangs of your childbearing, in pain shall you bring forth children. To the man he said, cursed be the ground because of you. In toil shall you eat its yield all the days of your life. For you are dirt, and to dirt you shall return. Humanity thus accuses itself for its pain, in failing to fully conform to his divine prescriptions. In being ungodlike, we have incurred his wrath. Consequently, we must suffer eternal perdition or seek to gain, to curry, his favor. For Christian theology, one attempts to gain grace and redemption. In general, one atones or makes restitution for one's transgressive deeds. In this fashion, we lash out against all that is natural in us, against everything within us that is not godlike. We impose an unnatural ideal upon ourselves, one that is godlike, an idealized existence of faultless moral virtue, guided by the truth of divine ordinance, a religious and moral ideal according to which we attempt to conform our lives. Beset by this ideal, we lacerate ourselves out of guilt, we deny our very human flesh, we deny the passions, and through the practice of moral asceticism, we seek to remove ourselves from this world, this real and material world, the merely material world, the world of illusion, of delusion, lust, and turmoil. As Nietzsche would say, here is sickness, beyond any doubt, the most terrible sickness that has ever raged in man. He would remark at length, you will have guessed what has really happened here, beneath all this, that will to self-tormenting, that repressed cruelty of the animal man made inward and scared back into himself, the creature imprisoned in the state so as to be tamed, who invented bad conscience in order to hurt himself after the RRWRE natural vent for this desire to hurt had been blocked. This man of the bad conscience has seized upon the presupposition of religion so as to drive his self-torture to its most gruesome pitch of severity and rigor. Guilt before God, this thought becomes an instrument of torture to him. He apprehends in God the ultimate antithesis of his own ineluctable animal instincts. He reinterprets these animal instincts themselves as a form of guilt before God. He ejects from himself all his denial of himself, of his nature, naturalness, and actuality, in the form of an affirmation, as something existent, corporeal, real, as God, as the holiness of God, as God the judge, as God the hangman, as the beyond, as eternity, as torment without end, as hell, as the immeasurability of punishment and guilt. I4S. As if this veritable catalogue of infamies wasn't already enough, Nietzsche continues. 238. In this mental cruelty there resides a madness of the will which is absolutely unexampled, the will of man to find himself guilty and reprehensible to a degree that can never be atoned for, his will to think himself punished without any possibility of the punishment becoming equal to the guilt, his will to infect and poison the fundamental ground of things with the problem of punishment and guilt. His will to erect an ideal, that of the holy God, and in the face of it to feel the palpable certainty of his own absolute unworthiness. Oh, this insane, pathetic beast man! What ideas he has, what unnaturalness, what paroxysms of nonsense, what bestiality! Thought erupts as soon as he is prevented just a little from being a beast indeed. 149. Even more peculiar is the fact that with the increase in suffering, man's ancestral cruelty is itself internalized to a fever pitch. Due to his insertion into civil society, and with the moralization of guilt, he gains pleasure in his own self-cruelty. The more he tortures himself under the cloak of religious or moral self-righteousness, the happier and the more virtuous he becomes. Thanks to the religio-moral teachings of the priestly morality, and the entire range of repentance and redemption training, 150, human suffering now has meaning. Because suffering has meaning, mankind can endure it. Not only can he endure it, but he can inflict this misery upon himself. He can bathe in his love of cruelty to himself and find in this the means to redemption as well. But and perhaps what is most striking in Nietzsche's account, even aside from the trappings of religious redemption, man's own cruelty eventually proves to be his salvation. By venting those pent-up emotions and passions, anger, aggression, and cruelty, upon himself, he nonetheless releases them, he effectively discharges them. And this release of tension produces a kind of anesthesia. He counteracts the pain of suffering, even if he only hurts himself in turn, but at least that calms the spirit. For every sufferer instinctively seeks a cause for his suffering, more exactly, an agent, still more specifically, a guilty agent who is susceptible to suffering. In short, some living thing upon which he can, on some pretext or other, vent his affects, actually or in effigy, for the venting of his affects represents the greatest attempt on the part of the suffering to win relief. Anesthesia, the narcotic he cannot help desiring to deaden pain of any kind. A desire to deaden pain by means of affects. To deaden, by means of a more violent emotion of any kind, a tormenting, secret pain that is becoming unendurable, and to drive it out of consciousness at least for the moment, for that one requires an affect, as savage an affect as possible, and in order to excite that, any pretext at all. Someone or other must be to blame for my feeling ill. This kind of reasoning is common to all the sick. 151 2L9. The self-torture of guilt for the sufferer is thus like a purge, a catharsis, an emetic. Moreover, it gratifies the very human desire to explain suffering by finding meaning in it. In this way, Nietzsche argues that the priest or the administrator, the civil servant, the agent of bureaucracy, in short, any author ity has a great function. His function is to alter the direction of ressentiment and to tum it back upon the suffering masses. I suffer, someone must be to blame for it, thus thinks every sickly sheep. But his shepherd, the ascetic priest, tells him, quite so, my sheep. Someone must be to blame for it, but you yourself are this someone, you alone are to blame for it, you alone are to blame. FORURSELFLT. His is brazen and false enough, but one thing at least is achieved by it, the direction of ressentiment is altered. 152. The tour de force accompanies this redirection of suffering, this impotent striking back upon themselves, in the form of the guilty conscience, gives them pleasure. It redeems suffering with meaning. Furthermore, and this is an extremely important consequence, this generally distributed guilt among the mass of citizens makes the state itself more stable. The suffering multitudes take their misfortunes out upon themselves and are thus less likely to engage in a civil revolt. 153. The anesthesia of self-suffering drains them of energy and renders them exhausted, docile, harmless, in its most fully achieved state, the supreme state, redemption itself. This feeling of exhaustion, of narcotic alleviation, effectively becomes a hypnotic muting of all sensitivity, of the capacity to feel pain. 154. There are indeed other ways of directing the flow of ressentiment in making work a virtue. Thus, work itself, labor, becomes a means of virtuously alleviating suffering. It is beyond doubt that this regimen alleviates an existence of suffering to a not inconsiderable degree. This fact is today called, somewhat dishonestly, the blessings of work. The alleviation consists in this, that the interest of the sufferer is directed entirely away from his suffering, that activity, and nothing but activity, enters consciousness, and there is consequently little room left in it for suffering. Mechanical activity and what goes with it. How subtly the ascetic priest has known how to employ them in the struggle against pain. When he was dealing with sufferers of the lower classes, he required hardly more than a little ingenuity in name-changing and rebaptizing to make them see benefits and a relative happiness in things they formerly hated. 155. Another expedient the priest employs in altering the direction of suffering and ressentiment is to train people in the habit of doing good deeds, the act 240 of giving pleasure, through charity, helping, praising, and so forth, which gives the sufferer a feeling of pleasure and superiority as the doer, as the giver. The happiness of slight superiority, involved in all doing good, being useful, helpful, and rewarding, is the most effective means of consolation for the physiologically inhibited. 156. In any case, one suffers because one is guilty. The guilt must therefore be answered for, it must be expiated or at least atoned for, even if this increases one's own suffering. Here is a madness which, if not strictly generated by the state, nonetheless serves to perpetuate the state. Whether this be in terms of a civil or an ecclesiastical office, Nietzsche concludes that the chief task of the priest lies in the exploitation of the sense of guilt. 157. The extremely problematic and complex issues of guilt, sin, suffering, discipline, cruelty, and self-cruelty, and the great variety of different valuations attached to them are discussed at length and in detail in the third essay of the genealogy. The title of the third essay is "What is the Meaning of Ascetic Ideals?" and it is explicitly an attempt to interpret the various meanings and valuations associated with or implied by the diversity of ascetic practices. In this respect, Nietzsche brings the richness of his genealogical method to bear on the issue of asceticism in the same way he raised the question, in the preface, as to the value of morality. 158. The first two essays constituted his interpretation, or exegesis, of traditional values, and he tells us in the preface that a similar exegesis is the task in the third essay. 159. An aphorism, properly stamped and molded, has not been deciphered when it has simply been read, rather, one has then to begin its exegesis, for which is required an art of exegesis. I have offered in the third essay of the present book an example of what I regard as an exegesis. In such a case an aphorism is prefixed to the essay itself is a commentary on it. Point 160. The aphorism in question is section 1 itself, which begins with the sentence that lends itself as the title to the whole essay, "What is the meaning of ascetic ideals?" 161. The section continues by illustrating the great number of instances that could be adduced as exemplary, yet markedly differing, cases of asceticism, as found in, for example, the lives and practices of artists, philosophers, scholars, women, the physically impaired, and the mentally challenged, as well as 2-4i. Priests and saints. Toward the end of the section, he sums up these markedly different cases with the remark, that the ascetic ideal has meant so many things, it has tested the very limits of the human imagination in trying to grasp or interpret it. But, like his earlier examination of revenge, asceticism has no strict conceptual unity, it is rather on the order of what Nietzsche terms a pocket word. The word revenge is said so quickly it almost seems as if it could contain no more than one conceptual and perceptional root. And so one continues to strive to discover it, just as our economists have not yet wearied of scenting a similar unity in the word value and of searching after the original root concept of the word. As if every word were not a pocket into which now this, now that, now several things at once have been put 162. Likewise, the complexity of asceticism is comparable to that of punishment, which Nietzsche had analyzed in section 13 of the second essay and about which he said that it possesses in fact not one meaning but a whole synthesis of meanings, indeed, that it was totally indefinable, because all concepts in which an entire process is semiotically concentrated elude definition, only that which has no history is definable. 163. While, in a traditional sense, asceticism and ascetic ideals usually signify the practice of living in conformity to the divine will, most ordinarily this translates into the practices of personal self-denial, abstinence, and a morally rigorous self-discipline. Or, as Nietzsche would sum up this traditional view, the three great slogans of the ascetic ideal are familiar: poverty, humility, chastity. 164. However familiar such slogans about the ascetic ideal may be, Nietzsche already begins a preliminary inquiry into their meaning in the first section, such that any significant unity in the practices of asceticism is all but excluded. Thus, for the artist, ascetic ideals may have no meaning at all, or alternatively, they may mean too much. For philosophers, scholars, or scientists, ascetic ideals may signify an instinct of spirituality and may well be the foretaste of a higher human freedom. For women, they may be employed instrumentally to attain a desirable or seductive charm. For the ill-constituted or disturbed, the ascetic ideal may provide an illusory compensation for the unpleasant realities of an existence filled with suffering such that they could see themselves as too good for this world. In the case of the priest, the practice of ascetic ideals yields an immense degree of temporal, political, and spiritual power, a veritably license for power over others. For the saints, these ascetic ideals might serve as a pretext for hibernation, a lust for glory, or a supreme redemption. 242. From sensibility itself, in their self-abandonment to the bliss of mystically static states of religious consciousness, their form of madness. 165. Given this diversity of meaning to ascetic ideals, Nietzsche concludes section 1 by invoking the strange power of the human intellect that he saw as a central agency in his account of the bad conscience, namely, our human need to find meaning, to impose meaning, even where there is none, even at the very heart of meaningless human suffering. Asceticism thus will find its unity not from a collection of its multiple and diverse practices, but precisely from the human need to understand, and ultimately, to interpret. In other words, a significant goal or purpose must be or established upon, the various practices and experiences themselves, even upon the most painful. Concluding the aphorism in section 1, he remarks that the ascetic ideal has meant so many things to man, however, is an expression of the basic fact of the human will, its horror of a vacuum. It needs a goal, and it will rather will nothingness than not will. Am I understood? Have I been understood? Not at all, my dear serf. Then let us start again, from the beginning. 66. The ensuing third essay is thus Nietzsche's extended exegetical analysis of the various terms and practices given in the aphorism, which is section 1 and which itself issues from the earlier analysis of guilt or bad conscience, the womb of ascetic ideals, given in the second essay. Ultimately, when Nietzsche comes to speak of the ascetic ideal in the singular, he means the systematic unity of interpretation that the tradition of moral metaphysics has imposed upon the world of human concerns. This tradition stems from the earlier period of Platonic metaphysics and extends right through the modern Judeo-Christian religious and moral teaching, a tradition that posits a divine, transcendent source for all intelligibility, value, and truth. In the human need to find meaning throughout the whole of material and spiritual existence, the ascetic ideal has given unity and purpose to the world. It has given meaning to the world and to the individual who suffers from that world. In its most recognizable historical formulation, Nietzsche terms the ascetic ideal the religious neurosis and finds it a positively harmful instrument to humanity in general. When such a system is chiefly applied to the sick, distressed, and depressed, it invariably makes them sicker. Even if it does improve them, one need only ask psychiatrists what happens to patients who are methodically subjected to the 243 torments of repentance, states of contrition, and fits of redemption. One should also consult history. Wherever the ascetic priest has prevailed with this treatment, sickness has spread in depth and breadth with astonishing speed. What has always constituted its success? A shattered nervous system added to any existing illness. In the wake of repentance and redemption training we find tremendous epileptic epidemics, terrible paralyses and protracted states of depression, witch hunt hysteria, death-seeking mass deliria. Broadly speaking, the ascetic ideal and its sublimely moral cult, this most ingenious, unscrupulous, and dangerous systematization of all the means for producing orgies of feeling under the cover of holy intentions, has inscribed itself in a fearful and unforgettable way in the entire history of man, and unfortunately not only in his history. 167. Yet precisely this recognition of its comprehensiveness, a moralized worldview that gathers the immense plurality of individual events, personal experiences, even political states and nature itself, under one all-inclusive, systematic interpretation that, at the same time, excludes all alternative interpretations. This is what constitutes the extraordinary power of the ascetic ideal. What is the meaning of the power of this ideal, the monstrous nature of its power? Why has it been allowed to flourish to this extent? The ascetic ideal has a goal. This goal is so universal that all the other interests of human existence seem, when compared with it, petty and narrow. It interprets epochs, nations, and men inexorably with a view to this one goal. It permits no other interpretation, no other goal. It rejects, denies, affirms, and sanctions solely from the point of view of its interpretation. It believes that no power on earth that does not first have to receive a meaning, a right to exist, a value, as a tool of the ascetic ideal, as a way and means to its goal, to one goal. 1611. Most simply stated, this one goal of the ascetic ideal is truth, absolute truth. It is the function of moral metaphysics to lend meaning to all things insofar as they can be valued and rendered intelligible according to the standards of this absolute truth, which is ultimately coextensive with the divine being itself. In this sense, for the ascetic ideal, God is truth, as well as being the source of all meaning and value. But however comprehensive and powerful this system of interpretation has proven to be disseminated as it has been through the Western tradition, dating back at least to the period of Platonic thought, Nietzsche wishes to impress upon us that it is only one of many possibly systems of interpretation. 169. We should recall the itinerary of Nietzsche's own interpretation of how this comprehensive, traditional view the ascetic ideal emerged, namely, from suffering itself, from the reflex of cruelty. Direct back against oneself, within the confines of primitive civil society. 244. Effectively, the religio-moral tradition interprets our original suffering, a bad conscience, as sin. It interprets the cause of the suffering as guilt and the meaning of our suffering as punishment, as divine retribution for our transgression of divine will and authority, that is, for our sins from which we suffer, and for which we inflict additional suffering upon ourselves in atonement, in our ascetic pursuit of redemption. 171. It was precisely due to its uniquely divine prerogative, however, that the ascetic ideal triumphed. It was the only ideal consistently at work in the West. Moreover, in claiming to be the very source of truth and meaning, not only were alternative hypotheses excluded from the start, but it also rendered everything meaningful and truth-functional. It thereby satisfied the basic human demand that things make sense, even humanity itself, even its deepest despair in suffering. Man, the bravest of animals, and the one most accustomed to suffering, does not repudiate suffering as such. He desires it, he even seeks it out, provided he is shown a meaning for it, a purpose of suffering. The meaninglessness of suffering, not suffering itself, was the curse that lay over mankind so far, and the ascetic ideal OFFE read man meaning. It was the only meaning offered so far. In it, suffering was interpreted, the tremendous void seemed to have been filled, the door was closed to any kind of suicidal nihilism. This interpretation, there is no doubt of it, brought fresh suffering with it, deeper, more inward, more poisonous, more life-destructive suffering. It placed all suffering under the perspective of guilt. But all this notwithstanding, man was saved thereby. He possessed a meaning, he was no longer like a leaf in the wind, a plaything of nonsense, the senseless. He could now will something, no matter at first to what end, and why. With what he willed, the will itself was saved. We can no longer conceal from ourselves what is expressed by all that willing which has taken its direction from the ascetic ideal, this hatred of the human, and even more of the animal, and more still of the material, this horror of the senses, of reason itself, this fear of happiness and beauty, this longing to get away from all appearance, change, becoming, death, wishing, from longing itself. All this means, let us dare to grasp it, a will to nothingness, an aversion to life, but it is and remains a will. And to repeat in conclusion what I said at the beginning, man would rather will nothingness than not will. 172. Given such a statement of the ascetic ideal at the very conclusion of his final essay, in what sense could it be said that Nietzsche articulates a positive AC count of value in the genealogy of morals? What is the role of science, or 245? Philosophy in its capacity to explain, and thus furnish, the possibility of some one moral truth. 173. For Nietzsche, both science and philosophy ultimately tend to share the same ideal as that of traditional religion, the ascetic ideal, which aims to negate the sinful body and the pleasures of the flesh, and which further aims to attain absolute truth, moral purity, and salvation in a heaven of the intellect, graciously free from the delusions of finite, material existence. 174. In its extreme case, then, for Nietzsche, the will to absolute moral truth equals the will to absolute purity, equals the will to God, equals the will to nothingness. But what of ordinary human life and its value? Here, Nietzsche offers the spectacle of life as a whole, together with its pains and joys, instead of an illusory escape into a transcendent, divine afterworld. On the contrary, Nietzsche finds such an explanation as the traditional Christian view, which posits sin as the source of human suffering, all the while lending meaning to that suffering, so antithetical to ordinary human life as to be positively fictitious. Indeed, in one of his very last written works, The Antichrist, he would make a veritable indictment against this tradition, a tradition that forcefully contributes to the increase in human suffering. 1. 5. Throughout the entire course of his writings, Nietzsche suggests that we embrace life with a completeness and intensity of will. This is especially the case in the face of those moments that are painful, that cause suffering, even though those moments are themselves meaningless and without any purpose whatsoever. To do this, we must be strong enough and proud enough of what and who we really are in fact. Va. Lu, then, will derive from the exercise and dominion of our own life and not from the authority of the state, its priests and administrators, and surely not from some other worldly source. But Nietzsche feels that this is a hard truth, a difficult one to explain, much less, to embrace. Given Nietzsche's critique of the tradition, especially of its claim to have metaphysically grounded the entirety of material and social reality in the moral and religious teachings of a transcendent order that lends meaning and purpose to our lives, what remains? Precisely as if we had forgotten the whole of the natural order, with its continual processes of change and mutation, all of this underlying our human, social, and historical existence. With neither a divine creation nor a final resolution of sin, suffering, or anything else, the world simply goes on, transforming itself out of itself as an endless process of natural metamorphosis, basically following the first law of thermodynamics, the general conservation of matter and energy. Nietzsche terms such a natural world without an absolute font of divine truth, without sin, without transcendent moral purpose, without divine salvation, where matter and energy con. 246. Serve themselves in endless cycles of natural exchange and recurrence. The eternal return of all things. He expresses this notion in terms of a parable, one that forces the question of value and the interpretation of that value back upon the individual, as the individual's own creative task of rendering life significant, important, worthy of his or her own respect and joyful exuberance. The parable is given in his earlier work, The Gay Science, and its title is somewhat dramatic, foreboding it is called The Greatest Weight or The Heaviest Burden. What, if some day or night a demon were to steal after you into your loneliest loneliness and say to you, this life as you now live it and have lived it, you will have to live once more and innumerable times more, and there will be nothing new in it, but every pain and every joy and every thought and sigh and everything unutterably small or great in your life will have to return to you, all in the same succession and sequence, even this spider and this moonlight between the trees, and even this moment and I myself. The eternal hourglass of existence is turned upside down again and again, and you with it, speck of dust. Would you not throw yourself down and gnash your teeth and curse the demon who spoke thus? Or, did you once experience a tremendous moment when you would have answered him, you are a god and never have I heard anything more divine? If this thought gained possession of you, it would change you as you are or perhaps crush you. The question in each and everything, do you desire this once more and innumerable times more? Would weigh upon your actions as the greatest weight. Or to crave nothing more fervently than this ultimate, eternal, confirmation and seal. 176. What is principally involved in this parable is the call to re-examine, and perhaps to change, our fundamental, evaluative attitudes. The parable of the eternal return of all things ends on just this note, how you would have to become so favorably inclined to yourself and to life, so as to crave nothing more fervently than this ultimate eternal confirmation and seal. In reference to the final paragraph, at the end of the third essay, we see that the last sentences in the genealogy answer two questions. They refer back to the initial preface of the work, to we who are unknown to ourselves. Thus, the very subtitle of the book as a whole is confirmed. It is a polemic, that is, a controversial argument or debate against received opinion, and not a positive account. As he describes the genealogy in his later work, Ecce Homo 0, the three inquiries which constitute this genealogy are perhaps uncannier than anything else written so far. 177. Uncanny, the German word is unheimlich. 247. Which derives from the Old German word for home, Heimat, and its derivative heimlich, homely, comfortable, at ease in familiar surroundings. Uncanny, or unheimlich, thus means strange, weird, without a home. There is neither a dwelling nor a resting place, no sure place to sleep and to dream of good and evil, much less to celebrate their homecoming. Emin would rather will nothingness than not will, in other words, the will itself is saved. But this, like the parable of the eternal return of all things, is cast in the conditional. How you would have to become so favorably inclined. On the genealogy of morals, then, is only that an inquiry into the historical conditions of what has been created and repeatedly transformed so far, namely, the all too human values, good and bad, good and evil.